He devoured myriad thunderbolts with the swallowing heaven demon art, yet was relentlessly hunted by the Demon Sect due to his extraordinary bloodline manifestation, and scorned by the righteous as a heavenly punishment's wicked seed. When the Thunderpool's secret realm collapsed and the 12 golden figures emerged, he discovered that the pendant he possessed was, in fact, a fragment of the fated tablet sealed by the fallen supreme of profound thunder. Will he summon the divine thunder of the 9 heavens to obliterate the demonic abyss, or will he succumb to the thunderous calamity that upends the 3 realms? This bloodline curse that rends the fabric of time and space ultimately quakes through the cycle of reincarnation within the thunder. Chapter 1, Prologue. The universe is vast, with dimensions intertwining. Amidst the boundless starry river, there exists a technologically advanced civilization on Earth, alongside other spatial dimensions and continental plates, one of which is the Tianyuan continent. On the Tianyuan continent, the air is suffused with spiritual energy. Each individual is compelled to learn to absorb this energy shortly after birth, aspiring to become a cultivator. Certainly, there exist ordinary individuals unfit for cultivation, yet they remain a mere minority. Among the cultivators, an ancient legend persists. During primordial times, the formation master Xianyi, who fell into demonic practices through his pursuit of power, established a void gate barrier capable of seizing souls, wreaking havoc upon the land, instilling fear in all. In that dark era, 9 cultivators, dissatisfied with Xianyi's rampant tyranny, united to battle him for an entire year, ultimately sealing him beneath the abyss of demons at the cost of 4 lives and 5 injuries, thus bestowing upon him the title of Demon God. Following this battle, the Void Gate barrier was split in 2 1/2 scattered across an undisclosed location on the Tianyuan continent, while the other descended into the eastern seas of the continent. For millennia, countless sects and cultivators sought the Void Gate, yearning for its unfathomable power. Yet after expending immense resources and time, it gradually became mere legend. In contemporary times, few pursue the mythical power, and many regard the mention of the Void Gate as nothing more than a tedious tale. Among the 5 formidable survivors of the battle against the demon god, 2 sought no fame or fortune, retreating to cultivate their clans, while the remaining 3, striving to instill order in the chaotic continent and facilitate the nurturing of successors to replenish the sealing power, endeavored for years to unify the entire land into a singular nation. As time passed, the 3 powerful beings, who had yet to grasp the secrets of immortality, gradually aged and passed away. The various factions of the Tianyuan continent became entangled, with the unified nation fracturing and merging repeatedly over countless years. Eventually, the descendants of the 3 powerhouses emerged. Yet unlike their ancestors, they did not unite the continent. Rather, they each claimed a portion, dividing the Tianyuan continent into 3. The Shao clan dominated the northern territory, establishing the Bailing Kingdom. The Wu clan seized the southwestern region, founding the Pingwu Kingdom, while the Wu clan occupied the southeastern and part of the northern territories, creating the Changxian Kingdom. The royal families of these 3 nations each possessed fragments of knowledge regarding the Void Gate. Although they could not ascertain its whereabouts, they were aware that the demon god still lingered, and that while the Void Gate had fractured, 1/2 continued to function, albeit insufficiently to wreak havoc upon the world. Instead, it sought suitable souls among the vast cosmos, drawing them into the Tianyuan continent, for the soul chosen by the Void Gate would ultimately hold the key to the demon god's rebirth. Chapter 2. Crossing Over. Unprepared cough, cough, cough. In the haze, Wang Wei felt water gushing from his throat, causing a sharp pain in his chest. Wait, chest pain? Was there a pair of hands pressing down on his chest? He opened his eyes. Was the sunlight too blinding, or did he truly see an elderly woman squatting beside him, her hands resting firmly on his chest? Wang Wei's first instinct was, am I being taken advantage of? Damn. He quickly sat up, tightening his collar. His collar. When did it become so loose? What is this? He glanced down and realized he was draped in a theatrical robe, a garment he had only seen on television. He hadn't been acting. How could he be wearing such attire? Wait a moment. Wang Wei distinctly remembered driving to work, cheerful and content, only to find the bridge collapse, plunging him into the water. And then was he swept here, and this elderly woman saved him. I'm not dead. I'm alive. Ha ha ha. I knew today was a good day. Right? I promised myself that if I survived, I would buy a lottery ticket. Where can I find a lottery service? Where? Hey, young man, you're not considering something irrational, are you? Just as Wang Wei was excitedly flailing about, the elderly woman spoke up. Oh, thank you, madam, for saving me. I am absolutely elated and have no thoughts of despair. Come, take me to buy a lottery ticket. I'm sure I'll win, and I'll share half the prize with you. He was so overjoyed that he insisted on repaying the woman who had saved his life. As he generously expressed his gratitude, the elderly woman stared at him, mouth agape, eyes unblinking, as if she were observing a madman. Young man, where did you come from? You seem to have been seriously choked by the river. Come, we have a good doctor in our town, not only skilled but also kind-hearted. He will surely help you recover. After scrutinizing Wang Wei for a moment, the elderly woman, while speaking, grasped his hand and began to lead him forward. Wait. Madam, where are you taking me? Wang Wei, confused by her long robe and short jacket, felt utterly bewildered. To get you treated. Of course. You're rambling nonsense after being choked by the river. Her tone was resolute. Yet her eyes radiated kindness. But was he really speaking nonsense? Huh? What is going on? It seemed he truly had been choked severely, losing his grip on coherent speech. The benevolent woman seemed unaware of why she insisted he was not in his right mind. What else could Wang Wei say? Just as he opened his mouth to explain, his stomach let out a loud growl. You see, young man, your stomach is hungry too. There aren't many people around here. Just ahead in our village, there are about 30 households. Let us go. I'll take you to have a meal. Although I don't know where you're from, since I can remember, only 2 outsiders have ever visited our village. And I believe the village chief will be quite interested in you. After saying this, she ignored his demeanor and firmly pulled him along the riverbank. Hearing her words, Wang Wei decided to remain silent. Lest she think he was speaking nonsense again, it was better to follow her. In this desolate countryside, at least he would reach a place where there were people. Seizing a moment while being pulled along by the matronly figure, Wang Wei surveyed his surroundings. It appeared to be a vast valley, encircled by a lush forest, the types of trees unknown to him. At the foot of the mountains lay an uneven expanse of bushes, varying in height, with some adorned by small wildflowers and others bearing bright red berries. The adjacent river seemed to be flowing from the mountain, plunging into the depths of the forest, its end obscured from view. The water was remarkably clear, appearing potable, though Wang Wei pondered whether it harbored fish that could be caught for sustenance. The riverbanks were overgrown with verdant grass, interspersed with wildflowers, creating a picturesque scene. Surrounding this natural beauty were patches of rice fields, and the air was refreshingly pure, devoid of any trace of smoke or pollution, making the place feel like a sanctuary, detached from the modern urban hustle and bustle. After a moment of contemplation, Wang Wei noticed a peculiar absence of modernity. There were no houses, no signs prohibiting open flames at the forest's edge, and most strikingly, not a single power line in sight. Indigenous? This was his initial thought, for in even the most impoverished regions of his homeland, some form of electrical infrastructure could be found. Yet here, there was nothing. A sense of wariness crept into Wang Wei's mind. Perhaps this familiar-looking matron was luring unsuspecting travelers to their doom. Yet another question arose. How were they communicating in Mandarin? Despite her occasional lack of comprehension, it was evident she was well-versed in the language. Could an indigenous person speak Mandarin so fluently? Burdened with questions, Wang Wei followed her cautiously, ready to flee at the slightest sign of danger as he caught sight of cooking smoke and wooden dwellings. His anxiety eased somewhat. This did not seem like a place inhabited by savages. It resembled a scene from a film portraying a tribe, with a large 2-story wooden house at its center. Surrounded by a cluster of small cabins, all closely knitted together, giving the community an air of harmony. In the clearing between the cabins, children were playing freely, though these youngsters, regardless of gender, were all bare-bottomed. Wang Wei felt fortunate not to harbor any illicit thoughts like some media figures, but this was undeniably primitive. Before he could dwell on it further, the matron had already tugged him toward a small wooden cabin. This cabin bore little distinction from the others, except for the unfamiliar flowering vines draping from its roof and the pots of unknown blossoms placed beneath the eaves, their fragrant aroma growing more pronounced as he approached. Purple Orchid Maiden, Come here and take a look. We have an outsider among us. He was choked by the river and keeps babbling nonsense. The matron called out in a boisterous voice, drawing the attention of everyone nearby. An outsider. Where did he come from? Why do his clothes differ from ours? He looks quite sturdy, but who knows how formidable he truly is? Various murmurs circulated, and soon the place was surrounded by a throng of curious onlookers. Creak. The sound of a door opening saved Wang Wei from feeling like a spectacle in a zoo. Aunt Zhang, where do you see an outsider? Emerging from the wooden cabin was a woman of graceful stature. Despite her attire being of coarse cloth, akin to that of the others, the cascade of her long, lustrous hair, cascading down to her waist, revealed her extraordinary demeanor, though she did not possess stunning beauty. Her features were distinct and imbued with an enchanting spirit, captivating all who heard her speak. How did you arrive here? Asked the seemingly enigmatic Ziji girl, leaning in with evident excitement as she approached Wang Wei. In an instant, a faint aroma of medicinal herbs mingled with the unique fragrance of youth wafted into Wang Wei's nostrils, momentarily rendering him dazed. I am unsure. I only remember accidentally falling into the river. And after that, I was oblivious. When I awoke, I found myself here. Fortunately, his experience in sales afforded him a certain composure, allowing him to recover quickly and fabricate a lie. He dared not disclose that he had fallen into the river along with his vehicle on his way to work. For these seemingly primitive tribesfolk might truly be unfamiliar with the modern metropolis. Should he mention his city of origin or his intent to purchase a lottery ticket, he might indeed be regarded as a madman. And where do you hail from? Ziji's tone conveyed urgency, clearly intrigued by the place Wang Wei came from. I am from Beijing. Beijing? Ziji's voice was laced with incredulity. After a moment of silence, she shyly inquired. I have never heard of it. Where is that? In China. Wang Wei replied, growing increasingly frustrated. You've never heard of it. Asia. The Earth. He nearly shouted by the end. What kind of wretched place was this? Where the inhabitants seemed utterly unacquainted with the world. Disappointment washed over him as he noted the bewildered expressions of those around him, and Ziji's silence confirmed that she was, without a doubt, unfamiliar with his homeland. You see, what did I tell you? What is all this nonsense? Aunt Zhang interjected. Oh, then follow me. Ziji's voice betrayed her disappointment. Wang Wei wished to explain further, but Aunt Zhang had already ushered him into the wooden cabin. Upon entering, he was greeted by a refreshing scent, tinged with the subtle bitterness of traditional Chinese medicine, invigorating his senses. The walls were adorned with bundles of various herbs. Indeed, to Wang Wei, they resembled mere weeds, for he could not identify any of these medicinal plants. Please, have a seat. In contrast to her earlier urgency, Ziji's tone now bore a hint of despondency and indifference. Extend your hand. As Wang Wei complied, her hand gently rested upon his, a sensation reminiscent of a delicate veil brushing against his skin. A wave of warmth radiating from his wrist throughout his body. For a fleeting moment, Wang Wei contemplated the absurdity of feigning madness, relishing the experience of her pulse-taking. Ziji appeared uncertain about his condition. As Wang Wei's pulse seemed entirely normal, Ziji, I assure you, I am not unwell. I speak only of my homeland. Without a hint of falsehood, Wang Wei spoke first. Upon hearing his words, Ziji ultimately relinquished her attempt to take his pulse, as she could discern no abnormalities within him. Perhaps our ignorance has caused you distress. It's quite all right, as long as you understand. My greatest fear is being perceived as a madman. Upon hearing Ziji's words, Wang Wei felt a wave of relief wash over him. Knock, knock, knock. Just as Wang Wei wished to inquire further about the situation here, someone was knocking at the door. Aunt Zhang opened it to reveal a boy of about 15 or 16 standing at the threshold. Aunt Zhang, I heard you brought a stranger. The village chief wishes to meet him, the boy said, casting a shy glance at Wang Wei. Without waiting for Wang Wei to respond, Aunt Zhang, without bidding farewell to Ziji, took Wang Wei by the arm and led him away, a rather boisterous demeanor that he found somewhat disconcerting. As Wang Wei had imagined, the village chief indeed resided in a grand two-story wooden house at the village's center. Carefully navigating the rough-hewn wooden staircase, he proceeded to the second floor, mindful of the risk of stepping on a rotting plank. There is no need for such caution, sir. This staircase is constructed from high-quality golden sandalwood from the mountains. Its density makes it difficult to carve, hence the rough appearance. Yet, it has stood for nearly a century without signs of decay. Perceiving Wang Wei's apprehension, the bashful boy quickly offered an explanation. High-quality golden sandalwood? I've never heard of it, but if it can withstand the elements for over 100 years, its quality is indeed commendable. Wang Wei thought to himself. What is your name, young lad? I am called Jiaming. During their exchange, Jiaming had already led him to the entrance of the large room on the second floor. "Village chief, I have brought the outsider. Please, come in." Wang Wei saw an elderly man with white hair and beard seated in the center of the room on a grand chair. Judging by the empty pant legs hanging limply before him, he most likely had lost his lower limbs. "Old man cannot rise to greet you. I hope you do not take offense." The white-haired elder spoke with a robust yet agreeable tone, performing a slight bow as he did so. "It's quite all right. Really. The young ought to be more active," Wang Wei replied casually, momentarily catching the old man's attention. After a brief pause, the elder relaxed and said, I did not expect you to be so easygoing. I am the village chief. May I inquire your esteemed surname?" "You may call me Wang Wei," Wang Wei replied nonchalantly, disinterested in further pleasantries, eager to understand his surroundings. "Since Mr. Wang is a man of candor, I shall refrain from excessive formalities. How did you come to be here?" The same question, the same headache. Wang Wei decided to be forthright. "I do not know. I have no recollection of anything before awakening in the water." Upon hearing this, the village chief furrowed his brow, seemingly musing to himself. "You do not know? Perhaps it is the will of the heavens." "Village chief, may I ask you some questions?" Wang Wei was brimming with inquiries. "Feel free to ask. What exactly is this place?" At Wang Wei's question, the chief smiled and bellowed in his hearty voice. "This village is called Shani Village, which means the place forsaken by the gods. This name has existed for 300 years, passed down from my ancestors' generation." Wang Wei felt speechless. Forsaken by the gods, what an antiquated belief. How can anyone still hold such faith? Then why are there so few people here? Why is it that everyone inquires about my origins? Do you not know what lies upstream of that river beyond this small valley? Alas, the people here once lived in peace and happiness for generations. But I know not when it was that someone proclaimed this little island to be rich in spiritual veins. Since then, practitioners from all corners have descended upon this place to vie for supremacy. As the village chief spoke, his expression became wooden, his eyes glinting with a flicker of anger as he gazed into the distance, seemingly envisioning the calamities of yesteryear. What are spiritual veins? Wang Wei had never even heard of them. Spiritual veins are essential to the practitioners of the Tianyuan continent. Though I cannot claim to fully understand them, I know that the richer the vein, the greater the benefit to their cultivation. After answering Wang Wei, the village chief continued, "These outsiders, these marauders, not only covet our spiritual veins and seize our lands, but also seek to drive away the local inhabitants." Reluctantly, the residents retaliated, only to be met with a brutal massacre. He spoke these words as if gritting his teeth, then closed his eyes, pausing for a moment before continuing. Eventually, a divine being arrived here, driving out the marauders and establishing a defensive barrier above. From that day forth, this valley has known peace and tranquility, yet that divine being, having fought valiantly against the marauders and erected the barrier, ultimately succumbed to exhaustion. He departed, sealing the entrance to outsiders. Yet under this barrier, the inhabitants cannot escape. Wang Wei listened intently, the shock within him comparable to witnessing a headline declaring the sinking of a nation in the Eastern Sea. He had never imagined that this small valley harbored such a lengthy tale. No wonder he had been incessantly questioned about his origins since his arrival. It is indeed a secluded paradise. Wait, Tianyuan continent, Azure Isle, spiritual veins, village chief. Are you perhaps penning a fantasy novel? At this realization, he was rendered utterly speechless. Observing Wang Wei's dazed expression, the village chief inquired with a hint of curiosity, "Do you have any questions, sir?" "Ha ha." Wang Wei managed a grin, resembling a mask of indifference. "Questions? Oh, there are questions aplenty. Perhaps, without realizing it, I have truly traversed dimensions." Chapter 3. Strange Sounds and Eerie Howls. Fate has a peculiar way of mocking individuals. Souls that have long ceased to exist in this world somehow persist in the Tianyuan continent. After meeting the village chief, Wang Wei was assigned to a wooden cabin for rest, conveniently situated near the Ziji Apothecary, a place known for healing and herbal remedies, ensuring a most pleasant environment. The locals treated Wang Wei kindly, bestowing upon him an abundance of food and supplies. The reality of his transmigration weighed heavily on his heart. Would he now be separated from his family and friends? Worlds apart, suddenly thrust into a new realm, he found himself struggling to comprehend it all. Burdened with a sense of discontent and countless inquiries, Wang Wei sought another audience with the village chief. "What, you claim you are not from the Tianyuan continent?" The village chief appeared taken aback by Wang Wei's abrupt statement, and, after a moment of astonishment, erupted into hearty laughter. "Mr. Wang Wei, do not jest with an old man. If you are not from the Tianyuan continent, then did you simply fall from the void gate? Ha ha ha. The void gate. Wang Wei found himself utterly perplexed, for he possessed scant knowledge of this world. What was this phenomenon? Merely an activation barrier from legends said to drop souls, tales recounted by elders to children. Could Mr. Wang truly take such fables to heart? Ha 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 to Wang Wei. This might indeed be a moment for others to mock his ignorance. I implore your forgiveness, Mr. Wang. I momentarily lost control of my emotions. However, the Void Gate is indeed described in the most ambiguous terms within ancient texts, regarded by all merely as myth and folklore. With no one daring to comment on its authenticity, oh, what do those texts say? The village chief's expression had returned to normal, a gentle smile gracing his lips, as if he were addressing one of his students while reciting these 4 lines to Wang Wei. He hastily dashed out, not even bidding farewell. Leaving the village chief bewildered by his sudden eccentricity by the stream, Wang Wei shook his head, gazing left and right, up and down, until he finally discerned his new identity, robust in physique, above average in appearance, exuding an extraordinary aura. Particularly remarkable were his eyes, which, at first glance, seemed to flash with dark lightning, appearing remarkably spirited. With an appearance that betrayed his youth, he appeared to be merely 17 or 18. He reclined backward, staring vacantly at the sky. Just as he was lost in thought, a tremendous roar erupted from the southwestern direction of the godforsaken village, reminiscent of a dragon's roar. Yes, wasn't that how dragons were portrayed on television? Curiosity compelled him to investigate. In this strange place, it was the only thing he had left. As Wang Wei approached, he saw the villagers carrying the village chief in a sedan chair, also hastening towards the southwestern part of the village. Another peculiar cry rang out, even louder than the last. The ancestral dragon cave had not recorded any disturbances in the past 3 centuries. He wondered what could possibly be amiss recently. Wasn't it just 4 nights ago that it had made a similar sound? Ahem. Upon the village chief's arrival, he overheard the villagers discussing the ancestral dragon cave, seemingly reluctant for them to speak of it. With a loud cough, the villagers fell silent. Everyone turned their gaze to the village chief, who, at that moment, was being carried in a sedan chair by his son Ming and 3 sturdy men, his eyes fixed intently on the depths of the ancestral dragon cave. Following the chief's line of sight, Wang Wei saw only darkness within the cave, devoid of anything noteworthy. After a brief moment, the chief and several elders began to huddle together, deliberating. That night, the godforsaken village was unusually quiet, with the faint sounds of insects chirping in the background. Suddenly, a dark figure stealthily crept along the narrow path towards the ancestral dragon cave. That it was Wang Wei. He had always perceived his journey through time as a bizarre myth. After all, his mortgage was still unpaid, and his car loan was yet to be settled. Right. The car had fallen into the river. He wondered if the insurance company would compensate him. In a state of vexation and turmoil, he thought it better to indulge in some aimless wandering in this unfamiliar world. Do you believe in dragon kings? Foolish islanders, do you truly place faith in mythological tales? I am curious to see which charlatan is stirring trouble here. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, he entered the ancestral dragon cave, marveling at his own lack of fear, even at such an hour, being alone in this place. How dark it is. Fortunately, I came prepared. He swiftly retrieved a cloth pouch from his back and produced a torch and a fire starter. Holding the fire starter, he recalled the technique he had learned from the villagers during the day and soon managed to ignite the torch. Suddenly, a chilling breeze swept through, sending a shiver down Wang Wei's spine. Yet, considering that he was utterly alone in this world, with no kin or connections, and that even his own skin did not belong to him, he thought, what is there to fear? It was time to take a leap of faith. With newfound courage, he ventured deeper, only to encounter 5 diverging paths. This would surely confound you, my dear brother. This path? No, too narrow. I fear getting stuck. This one? Also not suitable. The ground is uneven. This path. Wang Wei stood there, gesticulating for an extended period, unable to decide which route to take. A deafening roar echoed from the depths of the cave, startling Wang Wei into silence. He dared not even breathe. Initially, he believed that the simple folk truly believed in the Dragon King, while he himself was an atheist, dismissing such notions. But at this moment, he found himself believing, truly believing. The Dragon King, could such a creature truly exist? Run. Yes, I must run. Wang Wei's mind raced with fervent prayers. Oh, great Dragon King, spare my life. I have offended you. Surely you are magnanimous enough to forgive my transgressions. I shall never again venture out alone in the dead of night, nor will I recklessly enter caves out of sheer curiosity. Curiosity, after all, can kill the cat. by the dim light of the torch, Wang Wei discerned a creature with a coat of pure white fur at the mouth of the far right path, its fierce gaze fixed upon him. Chapter 4. The strange barrier. With a clang, Wang Wei trembled all over, accidentally dropping the torch. The cave was instantly enveloped in darkness. But fortunately, the torch did not extinguish. Wang Wei felt a chill as the cold air seemed to converge around him. Thankfully, the white-furred creature did not advance, allowing Wang Wei to muster the courage to steal a glance at it. Its eyes were as wide as copper bells, and its slightly ajar mouth revealed rows of menacing white teeth. Overall, it bore a resemblance to an oversized white lion, but he had no time to inspect it further, for just then, a figure emerged from behind the creature. Wang Wei was momentarily stunned when the person fully stepped out from behind the beast. He was astonished to discover that it was none other than the young lady, Ziji, who had observed his condition. "Hey, Wang Wei, sir?" Both exclaimed in surprise simultaneously. Wang Wei quickly rose and cautiously approached Ziji. He could hardly believe that she had the audacity to venture out at such an hour. She truly was remarkable. As he spoke, he gave her a thumbs up, having long honed the art of perfecting his verbal and physical expressions in his years of dealing with clients. This skill had become an instinctive behavior. Isn't the gentleman also a seeker of company? It seems the dragon's roar from earlier did not deceive you, sir. Such courage and wisdom have earned my admiration. Do ancient people always converse in such a verbose manner? They greet one another only to flatter. Ziji, oblivious to Wang Wei's inner musings, merely perceived him as brave. So, what brings you here at such a late hour? Your words resonate with the questions that linger in my heart. You have only just arrived in this place. Still unfamiliar with the mountain villages, I wonder whether you are a bold soul with exceptional skills or merely seeking to unravel the mysteries that plague your mind. While Wang Wei fervently explained, he cast furtive glances at the imposing white beast beside Ziji, fearing that this creature, towering over him, might suddenly unleash its wrath. There is no need to be so apprehensive of Xueling. Though it may appear fearsome, it possesses a gentle heart. Wang Wei stuck out his tongue, realizing that even such a small gesture had not gone unnoticed. By the way, what brings you here at this late hour? I have never believed in the legend of the Dragon King bringing rain. It seems that the Yinglong clan lacks such abilities. The Yinglong clan. I must confess, I have yet to encounter the creatures of your Tian Yuan continent. Wang Wei scratched his head, continuing to inquire. By the way, do you know this great white lion? You must be referring to Xueling. It is not a lion, Ziji replied, extending her arms. Xueling shook itself. It transformed into a small white beast, roughly the size of a wildcat. Much to Wang Wei's astonishment, it leapt into Ziji's embrace, bared its teeth at Wang Wei, and nestled into the crook of her arm to rest. Wang Wei shook his head, captivated by the tenderness with which Ziji caressed the little creature. Her loving gaze sparkled with an alluring light, reminiscent of holy water, leaving him momentarily spellbound. Noticing Wang Wei's intense stare, Ziji fluttered her eyelashes and lifted her forehead slightly to glance at him. You find me beautiful? Beautiful. Cough. Wang Wei, realizing his gaffe, felt his cheeks flush and quickly sought to change the subject. As for me, seeing Wang Wei's flustered demeanor, Ziji wore a cunning smile akin to that of a fox. However, upon hearing Wang Wei's question, a look of helplessness and sorrow washed over her face. I have come here seeking a way out. A way out? Wang Wei's curiosity was piqued once more. Could it be that you, Miss Ziji, are also trapped here? Indeed, I was pursued and left with no options. Brought here by Xueling, but it too has sustained injuries. While it managed to enter this barrier, it lacks the strength to exit. Then simply heal its wounds, and it will surely be able to take you out. If it can bring you in, it must possess the ability to lead you out as well. How could it be so simple? Xueling is a spiritual beast, thriving on the essence of heaven and earth. This village, shunned by the gods, is ensnared by a barrier that has left it devoid of spiritual energy, moreover, without abundant spiritual treasures to sustain it. Xueling's survival relies solely on a few items I carry that are rich in spiritual energy, none of which suffice to mend its injuries. I see. However, Ziji, with her cherry lips parted, quickly shifted the conversation. Within this cave, I discovered a peculiar small barrier. Although it appears weak, perhaps even breakable by an ordinary person untrained in cultivation. I have tried multiple times, but found no method to unravel it. Spoke. She stepped deeper into the cave. Wang Wei hesitated for a moment before promptly following her. Initially, I paid little heed to this barrier. Yet a few days ago, I discerned an extraordinarily potent spiritual energy emanating from within. Today, just as on that earlier occasion, the cave resounded with the roar of a dragon, accompanied by a wave of spiritual energy that permeated the air. I am convinced that within this barrier lies some profound secret. Was that strange roar not emitted by you, little white beast? Wang Wei scratched his head, chuckling awkwardly as he reached out to touch Xue Ling. However, before his hand could graze even a single hair, the slumbering Xue Ling sensed his presence, opened her eyes, and bared her teeth at him. The cave was rather cramped, making navigation difficult. Wang Wei followed Ji, stumbling several times against the surrounding stone walls. Curiously, he found the pain less intense than he had anticipated. As they ventured deeper, the wind within the cave grew stronger, causing the torch to flicker precariously. Seemingly on the verge of extinguishing. In a moment of panic, Wang Wei hastily shielded the flame with his other hand. Fortunately, after a few more steps, they arrived at the location Ji had mentioned. The torch ceased its wild swaying, and in the dim light, Wang Wei discerned several lampstands around them that he approached and lit each one, revealing the entirety of the space before their eyes. Before them stretched a passage wide enough for 4 people to walk side by side. Its square form unmistakably crafted by human hands. The marks on the walls resembled long, knife-like cuts, leaving Wang Wei in awe of the craftsmanship. After traversing a dozen steps along the passage, a stone door barred their way. Wang Wei, feeling helpless, turned to Ji. "This is the barrier I mentioned." Upon saying this, Ji extended her hand towards the stone door. As her hand made contact, a faint light veil sprang forth from the door. Although it appeared on the brink of dissipating, within this seemingly fragile veil emerged a gentle force that repelled Ji's delicate hand. Ji looked at Wang Wei, her eyes filled with resignation. Wang Wei shrugged and remarked, "You know, I came from Beijing. Don't expect me to break this barrier." With that, he took a couple of steps forward, curiosity compelling him to test the barrier's texture. And he placed his hand upon the stone door. This, Ji, equally astonished, wondered aloud if the barrier had truly dissipated. In disbelief, she pressed her hand against the door once more, only to find that, like before, she could not advance an inch. A light veil flickered past, once again repelling her hand with a gentle force. She then turned to Wang Wei, her expression filled with perplexity. "This barrier poses no obstacle to you?" Wang Wei was about to respond when Ji interjected, "Wait a moment, though. The village of Xinqi has been isolated from the outside world for over 300 years. You appear to have just reached adulthood. How could it allow you to pass?" Wang Wei awkwardly scratched his head and extended his right hand, saying, Could someone explain this to me?" Ji shook her head. "That I have no idea why this is happening. Since the barrier acknowledges you, why not venture inside? Perhaps we might uncover a way to escape Xinqi village." With this thought, he tightened his grip on the torch, stole a glance at Ji's inscrutable expression, silently encouraged himself, and stepped boldly into the stone door's barrier. Chapter 5. The Strange Old Man. Tick-tock. Tick-tock. As Wang Wei stepped into the barrier, the only sounds accompanying the flickering of the torch in his hand were the dripping of water and the rapid beating of his own heart. A testament to his anxiety. By the feeble glow of the torch, he discerned that he was in a cavern adorned with stalactites. The air within was damp, and a thin layer of water coated the ground. After taking a few steps forward, his shoes were nearly soaked through. Reluctantly, he lowered the torch, striving to tread upon the drier patches of ground, all the while cursing the inhabitants of this world in his mind. His grievances echoed the sentiments of ancient times, lamenting how people here, much like their forebears, donned cumbersome garments that were long in the sleeves and short in the hem, forcing him to use one hand to lift his attire, leaving him unable to steady himself against the wall. Suddenly, the darkness enveloped Wang Wei, but he was not afraid of the shadows. What irked him was the absence of light, blundering forward like a blind man. He had barely taken 10 steps when he had already bumped his head 5 or 6 times. Just as he was pondering whether to proceed further, a series of heavy breaths echoed through the cavern. The sound approaching with an indistinguishable origin, man or beast. Wang Wei's heart raced, and he scanned his surroundings with trepidation. Yet despite the increasingly labored breaths drawing nearer, he could discern nothing, a mix of anxiety and irritation swirling within him. Suddenly, an oval-shaped ethereal glow illuminated above him, startling Wang Wei so much that he staggered back, colliding with a sharp stone protruding from the cavern wall, causing him to gasp in pain. Yet, in the throes of his fright, he quickly forgot the ache in his back. Almost immediately, 2 orange-hued lights flickered into existence to the left and right of the oval glow, and before Wang Wei could fully process this revelation, he beheld an array of colors shimmering across the stone walls, akin to scattered neon lights. These vibrant hues transformed the cavern into a breathtaking spectacle, simultaneously revealing everything within the cavern to Wang Wei's astonished gaze. This is a dragon, a creature straight from textbooks and films. Wang Wei's heart raced with a mix of excitement and trepidation, had it not been for the fear of confronting such a formidable being. He might have been tempted to reach out and touch it. The dragon, oblivious to the awestruck figure before it, who appeared as if he had never encountered the blazing sun, hesitated momentarily before it spoke. "Who are you?" At that moment, Wang Wei was genuinely startled. The dragon could speak. He glanced around the cave, thoroughly scrutinizing his surroundings, and confirmed he was alone with this magnificent creature. "Who are you? How did you breach the barrier?" It inquired again, its voice deep and resonant. "I have no idea. I just stepped in," Wang Wei replied, leaning against the rock wall for support. The dragon hesitated for a brief moment, then suddenly opened its jaws wide, its tongue flicking out, and without any resistance, Wang Wei was swallowed whole. This truly frightened Wang Wei that he struggled desperately, only to find himself nearly exhausted, still tightly ensnared by the dragon's enormous tongue. Fortunately, the colossal beast did not appear eager to swallow him, granting Wang Wei some futile opportunities for resistance. With a splutter, the dragon expelled him from its maw, as if spitting. Ouch! As he landed, Wang Wei found himself perched upon a protruding stone, the pain igniting a sensation in his backside akin to being struck by a rocket, causing him to leap high into the air. Enraged, he turned to confront the source of his predicament, only to discover that the massive dragon had vanished without a sound. The dragon's sudden appearance and disappearance left him with a multitude of questions. Yet at that moment, he was too captivated by his surroundings to ponder them. Beneath him lay a vast cavern capable of housing 400 to 500 people. What astonished him was not merely the cavern's size or the vibrant colors within, but rather the fact that deep within this seemingly barren mountain village existed such a meticulously arranged and lavishly decorated space. The walls of the cavern were adorned with crystals of various sizes, glimmering with brilliance, and the size of these crystals suggested great value to Wang Wei. The stone tables and benches, along with the pavilions and water features, were arranged with both ingenuity and elegance. Exuding a romantic ambience, he was overwhelmed with excitement. This cavern was brimming with untold wealth. As he gazed around in awe, his eyes eventually turned to the smooth stone wall on his right. Upon closer inspection, he discerned faint silhouettes within the walled. At the base of the wall sat a crystal throne, seemingly carved from a single block of crystal. Wang Wei smacked his lips, hesitating for a moment before striding towards the throne. "Who are you?" Wang Wei was startled by the sudden voice, a chill running down his spine that he then beheld an elderly man materializing from the throne, his gray hair and gaunt features accentuated by hollow, murky eyes that fixed intently upon him. Wang Wei felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, as he was nearly stepping onto the steps leading to the throne. "Are you man or ghost?" To his surprise, the elder did not respond to his inquiry, but instead echoed a question reminiscent of the dragon's. "Who are you, and how did you breach that barrier?" As Wang Wei finished speaking, the elder gestured with his hand, and he found himself involuntarily propelled forward, the elder firmly grasping his left shoulder. In that instant, a surge of electricity coursed through him. Wang Wei attempted to scream, but the only sounds escaping his lips were pained groans. "Indeed, it is the bloodline of my kin," the elder's voice brimmed with delight. "You possess the protection of the thunder spirit within you. You must surely hold a noble identity. Pray tell, to which branch of my lineage do you belong? Who do you think you are, shocking someone upon first meeting? Even if I knew, I wouldn't bother telling you." Wang Wei, ever the cunning negotiator, discerned the elder's evident joy and urgency in the realm of commerce. This was a golden opportunity for bargaining as a sales supervisor. He certainly possessed the skill to read the room. Impudent, who would have thought that Wang Wei miscalculated, as the elder, defying all expectations, unleashed a thunderous roar. In that instant, Wang Wei felt an overwhelming force crashing upon him like a colossal wave, causing his eyelids to flutter incessantly. This left him momentarily subdued, and he quickly replied, "I truly did not know. When I awoke, I found myself lying beside a small creek not far from the forsaken village. I cannot recall any previous events. I entered out of sheer curiosity, drawn by the sound of the dragon's roar, and certainly did not intend to offend." When questioned by the elder, Wang Wei resorted to the village chief's evasive words to placate him. Observing the elder's expression, he sensed that the elder was inclined to believe in it is. "Yet you are undoubtedly of my clan. Come here," Wang Wei approached cautiously, still harboring doubts. What do you intend to do? He inquired. Kneel and bow your head. The elder's words were as startling as they were commanding. Wang Wei had never knelt before anyone in his life, save for the occasional homage to the god of wealth at a temple. Noticing Wang Wei's hesitation, the elder frowned slightly. Kneel. The elder's tone was inflexible, imbued with an irresistible authority. For a fleeting moment, Wang Wei felt his knees weaken, as if succumbing to the elder's will. Yet he clenched his teeth, resolutely resisting the overwhelming force that sought to compel him. Despite the mounting pressure, he managed to keep his legs steady, his forehead beating with sweat and his breath growing heavy. Nevertheless, he persevered, determined to hold his ground against the formidable force. Maintaining a posture of slightly bent knees. Chapter 6. The reluctant apprenticeship. The elder nodded in approval, and Wang Wei instantly felt a wave of relief wash over him as the oppressive force dissipated. He gasped for breath, though dissatisfaction lingered in his heart. The display of the elder's might rendered him speechless. I am a descendant of the Thunder clan, and I shall not be cowed by the might of others. Although the elder's tone had softened, the earlier display of power had left Wang Wei considerably more compliant and courteous. Esteemed elder, I did not mean to offend. I truly stumbled upon this place by accident. I hope you can forgive my intrusion. Upon hearing Wang Wei's words, the elder chuckled softly. Whether by intention or accident, it is fate that brought you here. This barrier I have erected can only be crossed by those of the Thunder clan. Wang Wei clasped his hands together, mimicking the gestures of ancient propriety, infusing his words with sincerity. I humbly request your assistance, esteemed elder. The defense barrier surrounding the Forsaken village was established by me in my youth. You need not worry. As for your memories, you must seek them out on your own. Throughout their conversation, the elder remained seated upon the crystalline throne, exuding an air of authority that left no room for arrogance in Wang Wei's eyes. If you assert that I am of the Thunder clan, then I shall address you as my elder. With that, Wang Wei performed a deep bow, not out of genuine identification with the Thunder clan, but rather to honor the noble lineage of the body he currently inhabited. This gesture was also a sign of respect towards the elder, who had claimed to have established the defense barrier of the Forsaken village, thus revealing himself to be a benevolent yet formidable figure. Who would have thought that after so many years, I would still encounter someone from the Lei clan? My long wait has not been in vain. I am Lei Chun. May I ask your name, young one? Lei Chun inquired, fully aware that Wang Wei had lost his memory. Senior Lei, my name is Wang Wei. This is the only thing I can recall. As for the name of this body, Wang Wei was oblivious and could only feign ignorance. Wang Wei, from the Wang lineage. The elder furrowed his brow, pondering for a long time, but failing to recall any noble family of the Lei clan that bore the Wang name. Perhaps, after such a lengthy passage of time, an exceptional cultivator has indeed emerged from my Lei clan's Wang lineage, leading them down the path of nobility. Wang Wei did not expose Lei Chen's conjecture. Seeing the elder's vivid imagination, he refrained from discussing further matters, lest he provoke more wild thoughts. Senior, didn't the village chief of Xinxi village say that after you valiantly repelled formidable foes that you had exhausted your strength? Wang Wei spoke cautiously, gesturing towards the crystalline throne beneath Lei Chun. Back then as he recalled the events of your, Lei Chun seemed to struggle to articulate his thoughts before finally speaking. The world claims that I intervened and cast a barrier to shield Bai Yin Jiyu from its plight out of compassion. But in truth, how could one willingly offend various factions merely due to a fleeting sentiment of kindness? My ability to single-handedly repel all forces on that island was driven by my own indignation, and the monumental barrier I erected was merely a means to prevent those powers from returning, as well as to protect my own soul from dissipating. Although Lei Chen recounted the past in just a few sentences, Wang Wei was left profoundly shaken. To repel myriad heroes with one's own strength may sound simple. Yet to actually accomplish such a feat requires an extraordinary prowess, or else it would be tantamount to courting death. Wang Wei noticed a hint of sorrow on Lei Chen's visage as he spoke, and he refrained from offering consolation, for he was at a loss as to how to comfort such a remarkable figure. Young Wang Wei, would you be willing to become my disciple? After a brief silence, Lei Chun initiated the conversation. Wang Wei could not fathom why the elder would suddenly wish for him to become his apprentice, but out of respect for the esteemed figure seated upon the throne and in awe of the elder's inscrutable abilities, he quietly voiced his uncertainty. I am unworthy and lacking in virtue. How could I dare to be your disciple, esteemed elder? Perhaps sensing Wang Wei's apprehension, or perhaps realizing the abruptness of his proposal. Lei Chun continued, though you have lost your memory, you are nonetheless a member of my Lei clan, and your presence within my barrier is fate's decree. Accepting you as my disciple is not solely based on your commendable aptitude. There is also a matter for which I require your assistance. In exchange, I shall impart my lifelong knowledge to you, ensuring that you benefit immensely. Master, please allow me to bow before you. The elder merely nodded lightly. Wang Wei, I perceive that although you have a lightning spirit safeguarding you, that power is on the verge of dissipating. Before arriving here, you must have suffered severe injuries, and your amnesia is likely a consequence of those wounds. I, the Thunder Clan's Thunder Spirit, possess the ability to protect the heart and soul, yet I cannot shield the entire body's sinews and bones. However, your physique appears robust, likely due to the armor that has provided some defense. As Thunderchin spoke, he cast a fleeting glance at Wang Wei. Armor? Where? Wang Wei tugged at his clothing, inspecting it inside and out, yet he found no trace of the armor he had envisioned. Your armor is affixed to your very skin. It can only be activated upon reaching the realm of inquiry. Now that you have lost all your spiritual energy, it remains invisible to you. Nevertheless, this armor possesses extraordinary defensive capabilities, making it a valuable treasure in its own right. Wang Wei was not astonished by the armor, but rather by his master's mention of spiritual energy. However, he soon found solace in the realization that he had indeed crossed into another realm. There was little left to surprise him. Then, how can I restore my spiritual energy? Your spiritual energy has been utterly depleted, so naturally, you must start from the beginning. Fortunately, your aptitude is commendable, and your recovery should proceed swiftly. Wang Wei's expression turned one of despair, akin to a gamer who has tirelessly ground through levels in a single-player game, only to have the power cut out and discover there were no saved files. Wait, that leveling up wasn't solely his effort. Before I assist you in restoring your spiritual energy, I must first elucidate the classification of spiritual energy. Thunderchin gestured for Wang Wei to approach and take a seated position on the stone steps beside the crystal throne. Spiritual energy is an indispensable element for cultivators on the Tianyuan continent. It is through the absorption and refinement of this energy that we become stronger. The understanding and cultivation of spiritual energy vary, and its levels are divided into 9 realms: the Spirit Disciple Realm, the 100 Battles Realm, the Inquiry Realm, the Demon Breaking Realm, the Dan Transformation Realm, the Sea Condensation Realm, the Boundless Realm, the Infinite Life Realm, and the Supreme Saint Realm. Each of these realms comprises 9 levels, totaling 81 in all. Martial artists across the world strive diligently in their cultivation, pursuing the exalted 81 levels, yet throughout millennia. Among billions of souls, those who truly break free from their shackles to attain the Supreme Saint Realm are exceedingly rare. Wang Wei listened attentively, and as Thunderchin paused, he seized the opportunity to inquire, Master, what exactly is a barrier? A barrier is a construct created by ancient warriors who harnessed the principles of spiritual energy's existence and flow by employing incantations. They transform the existing elements of the world into a specific space. Barriers can vary in size and strength, depending on the skill of the person who establishes them. Your primary task is to restore your spiritual energy. The study of barriers will be taught to you at the appropriate time by your master. For now, pondering it serves no purpose. As he spoke, Thunderchin's tone grew notably stern. Wang Wei discreetly stuck out his tongue and replied, I was merely curious. Speaking of restoring spiritual energy, what should I do first? Without uttering a word, Thunderchin summoned with a gesture a white jade lotus platform that materialized in the open space before them, though its jade quality did not match the pure and crystalline brilliance of his crystal throne. The faint aura of spiritual energy emanating from it indicated that it was anything but ordinary. Sit upon it and cross your legs in meditation. Thunderchin's command left no room for dispute. Wang Wei pondered whether the Lian Tai would be as frigid as the cold ice jade bed of the little dragon maiden. However, after cautiously seating himself upon it, he discovered that the temperature beneath him was not markedly different from ordinary jade. Yet, after merely a brief meditation, a wave of comfort enveloped him, likely due to the influx of spiritual energy. Closing his 6 senses, he focused his intent to guide the energy within him to rise from this point. The energy traversed through the meridians of his face, necessitating that he open his mouth to expel the turbid air from his body, and then close his mouth to inhale the spiritual energy through his nostrils, depositing it into his Qi-Si Dantian. This process continued in a cyclical manner, essential for solidifying his Dantian and laying a firm foundation. It was fortunate that Wang Wei had dabbled in martial arts novels. television, and games, for he comprehended the method of unblocking the Ren and Du meridians with ease. After Lei Chen finished speaking, he closed his eyes to cultivate, and a quarter of an hour later, he suddenly opened his eyes, nodding approvingly at Wang Weiat that moment. Wang Wei felt a subtle tremor within his dantian due to the absorption of several strands of spiritual energy. This was understandable, as his dantian, like that of an ordinary person, could not initially absorb such an abundance of spiritual energy. Although it was merely a few strands, it was enough to cause him discomfort, feeling anxious. Wang Wei found himself unable to awaken from this state during his first attempt at absorbing spiritual energy, recalling Lei Chen's recent instruction on controlling the energy within him through intent. He gritted his teeth and concentrated, directing the excess spiritual energy to surge through his meridians till a wave of relief coursed through his body from his dantian, and amidst this delightful tingling sensation, Wang Wei opened his eyes. Remarkably, he had managed to intuitively guide the spiritual energy, indicative of a natural instinct developed through years of dedicated cultivation. Oh, this is the sensation of absorbing spiritual energy. Thank you, Master, for your guidance. Wang Wei clasped his hands in gratitude towards Lei Chen. Lei Chen waved his hand and continued, on the path of cultivation, one must possess unwavering determination and diligent practice. Today, I have imparted the foundational methods. In the future, you must seek your own understanding and not falter midway. I shall remember it well, Master. By the way, Master, didn't you mention that the village of Shinchi lacks spiritual energy? How is it that the barrier you established can endure for so long? Furthermore, from where did the spiritual energy I absorbed originate? Upon being queried by Wang Wei, Lei Chen pondered for a moment before responding. In truth, the Bai Yin Jiyu itself is formed from accumulated spiritual stones, naturally allowing the barrier I erected to persist for such a duration. The spiritual energy you absorbed emanated from the white jade Lian Tai beneath you. It serves as a vessel for spiritual energy containing a purer essence, thus enhancing the efficacy of your cultivation. Since Bai Yin Jiyu is indeed an island of spiritual stones, why do the inhabitants of Shinchi village lack spiritual energy for cultivation? At this juncture, a flicker of regret crossed Lei Chen's face, though it quickly transformed back to neutrality. Years ago, I fought valiantly against numerous foes, and when forced into a corner, I self-destructed my physical form, leaving only a fragment of my soul to escape into the pre-established barrier. However, had it not been for the abundance of spiritual energy in this place over the years, my soul would have dissipated long ago. Reluctantly, I had to seal off the spiritual energy here to nourish my soul gradually, in hopes of encountering a destined individual. After a brief silence, he sighed. Although my actions indirectly saved the people of Shinchi village, I also severed their path to cultivation. Alas, the master has committed no fault. Had it not been for your tireless efforts to establish the barrier back in those years, this spirit stone island would have long been thoroughly divided. And how could the village of the Forsaken now enjoy such a tranquil atmosphere? Lei Chen's expression remained unchanged. After a brief moment, he took a deep breath and gazed upwards at the cave ceiling. It is futile to dwell on regrets now. All you need to focus on is your cultivation. Let the other matters rest for the time being. Yes, Master. Upon uttering these words, Lei Chen, along with the crystalline throne, vanished before Wang Wei's eyes. Surprised for a moment, Wang Wei soon felt at ease. After all, with nothing else to occupy his time, he heeded his master's advice and sat in meditation on the white jade lotus platform to absorb the spirit energy. As time flowed slowly, Wang Wei unknowingly cultivated through the night, unaware that the sun outside had already risen high in the sky. No one knew what transpired behind the sealed stone door within the ancestor dragon cave of the village of the Forsaken. The following day, the village chief led the villagers in a ritual at the cave's entrance, and for the next 3 days, no unusual occurrences were reported within the village. The villagers even came periodically to offer incense and prayers. Ziji did not accompany the group for the ritual, yet she found herself lingering by that stone door each day, for in her heart, she believed that behind it lay her greatest hope of departure from this place. With a heavy exhale, Wang Wei emerged from his meditative state. Although he was unaware that 3 days had passed, upon opening his eyes, he felt an unprecedented lightness and clarity, a sensation of indescribable exhilaration. As soon as he completed his cultivation, Lei Chen appeared, oddly materializing from the void. Master, Wang Wei descended from the white jade lotus platform and bowed respectfully. Excellent. To have reached the second level of the spirit disciple realm in just 3 days of cultivation is commendable. In another 10 days, breaking through to the third level should pose no significant challenge. Wang Wei was taken aback to realize he had been in a meditative state for 3 days. And it was no wonder he felt ravenous. The experience of entering this realm was indeed profound. Aside from possessing greater insights and spiritual awareness than the average person, the need for sustenance remained. Once one reaches the 100 battles realm, one could go without food or water for half a month, and upon attaining the questioning realm, one could sustain themselves solely on spiritual energy, no longer requiring mundane sustenance. It seemed that Lei Chen was eager to answer Wang Wei's inquiries. Perhaps it was the solitude he had endured for too long that led him to find a listener in Wang Wei. Or perhaps he simply enjoyed elucidating mysteries. Regardless, Wang Wei sensed the master's profound suffering from being confined in this place, and curiously, after engaging in cultivation, he felt an inexplicable bond with Lei Chen. As if their bloodlines resonated. Suddenly, a loud thud startled Wang Wei. Upon closer inspection, he saw the lifeless body of a beast the size of an ox lying on the ground, a gruesome wound on its back still oozing blood, clearly indicating it had perished only moments ago. A heavy breath echoed through the air. Wang Wei turned to find it was the deep blue dragon that had brought him to this place. Chapter 8. The Path of Cultivation. Ah, you monstrous creature that brings misfortune. The last time you sent me tumbling, my backside still aches from that fall. At long last, I have the chance to confront you again. And today, you shall receive your due lesson. Upon sighting the colossal dragon, Wang Wei leapt up, shouting with fervor. Although he was acutely aware of his inferiority, he nonetheless adopted a bravado as if to proclaim, "With my master here, who do I need to fear?" Yet, he was merely putting on a brave front, lacking the genuine courage to engage the dragon in battle. The dragon, in its indifference, merely exhaled heavily before rolling into the adjacent water. Whether intentionally or not, sending a cascade of splashes that drenched Wang Wei. How infuriating, he exclaimed. Wang Wei lunged forward, grasping the dragon's tail, which had not yet fully submerged. A jolt of powerful electricity surged through his body, causing him to shudder violently before collapsing to the ground, muttering, "Not this trick again." A month later, Wang Wei sat cross-legged beside a fire in a cave, gnawing on a roasted wild boar leg. "Lan De Kuai, would you care for a bite?" he called out, waving the delectable morsel toward the nearby water pool. Although the dragon remained hidden beneath the surface, the bubbling water suggested that all was not calm below. Lan De Kuai was the name Wang Wei had bestowed upon the dragon. Despite his master informing him that its true name was Yutong, he insisted on his own nomenclature. With his modest education, he felt satisfied with this name, as it made the dragon seem rather foolish, not hungry. "If you don't eat, I shall finish it all myself," Wang Wei shouted, a mischievous grin spreading across his face. He tossed the boar leg high into the air, watching it descend toward the crevice in the cave wall. With a splash, Wang Wei, having meticulously plotted his actions, witnessed Lan De Kuai leap from the water, deftly snatching the wild boar leg in its jaws. In one swift motion, it swallowed the leg whole, then turned its massive head to seize the remaining boar roasting over the fire, devouring it in a couple of bites before promptly diving back into the water. For the past month, apart from absorbing his master's teachings on cultivation, Wang Wei had amused himself by engaging with Lan De Kuai. Despite the dragon's formidable and imposing appearance, Wang Wei remained unperturbed, finding great joy in their playful interactions. I feel invigorated. Lan De Kuai, let us take a stroll to clear our minds. Standing by the water's edge, Wang Wei tossed a stone into the pool. But after a considerable wait, there was no sign of movement. "Hey, are you coming out or not? If you don't, I shall go alone." After declaring this, Wang Wei began to depart, albeit at a leisurely pace. Frequently glancing back at the water, "The roasted wild boar in the woods shall be mine alone." As he walked further away, his voice continued to echo back. With a splash, Lan De Kuai erupted from the water, silently following Wang Wei. With a swift motion, the dragon scooped him onto its back, and together, they vanished into the depths of the cave. The villagers of Shinchi village have inhabited this island for several centuries. Yet they remain oblivious to the vast expanse of forest that lies beyond the rear mountains, for none have ventured to explore the other side. Young hunters from the village, upon delving deep into the back mountain, are often engulfed by dense fog, wandering aimlessly until they find themselves at the foot of the mountain. Though no true danger lurks there, the frequency of such occurrences has instilled a sense of reverence among the villagers, rendering them hesitant to venture too deeply into the mountains. Wang Wei understands that the world concealed behind the rear mountains is a realm sealed away by his master, as it harbors ferocious wild beasts and malevolent creatures. The villagers, unable to cultivate their powers, would be mercilessly slaughtered by these monstrous entities, hence the decision to seal them away. For Wang Wei, however, this forest represents a prime location for cultivation. Here, he can engage in combat with various fierce beasts, thereby enhancing both his physical defense and strength, while simultaneously honing his battle instincts amidst peril. Should he encounter a particularly formidable beast, he would simply cry out, "Wandakwa, I cannot withstand this." And with the dragons soaring overhead, even the mightiest of beasts would be rendered into a delectable barbecue. "Wandakwa, you shall remain here. I am off to battle. Should anything untoward befall me, you must come to my aid." Atop a towering peak deep within the forest, a man and a dragon surveyed the vast woodland below. The dragon, indifferent to his words, exhaled a heavy breath through its nostrils, closed its eyes, and coiled itself upon the mountaintop, as if to slumber. Wang Wei, still gazing down from the peak, noted that his vision had significantly sharpened since he began his training, allowing him to observe every detail within the forest with utmost clarity. What is that?" A glint of excitement flickered in his eyes as a subtle smile graced his lips. He then propelled himself forward, leveraging the protruding rocks and slanting trees of the mountainside, leaping with fluidity and speed. A month of rigorous training had transformed his previously languid and clumsy demeanor. Coupled with his innate talents and the remarkable instincts of his newfound body, he felt a surge of exhilaration. In no time, he vanished into the depths of the woods, panting heavily. A bear covered in rich brown fur was in pursuit of a wild hare. Despite its seemingly clumsy appearance, the bear moved with astonishing speed, quickly closing the distance to its prey. With a resounding thud, it swatted at the hare, which, caught off guard, found its head crushed before it could react, its body flailing helplessly. The brown-furred bear, showing no mercy, proceeded to devour the hare with voracious appetite. Steelback brown bear. Wang Wei, having trained in the forest for many days, recognized the formidable creature at once. This beast boasted a row of thick, coarse brown hairs along its back, its most formidable weapon. Each strand was akin to a steel needle, capable of standing upright for defense or serving as lethal projectiles against foes, making it a challenging adversary among wild beasts. Suddenly, the brown bear lifted its head to gaze at a massive tree behind it, its nose still dripping with the fresh blood of the hare as it panted heavily, cautiously approaching the tree with its bristled fur standing on end. With a resounding roar, a vibrant tiger sprang forth from behind the towering tree, charging toward the steel-backed brown bear with the swiftness of lightning. Sensing imminent danger, the colossal bear let out a deafening growl, rising to its full height before crashing back down to the earth. From its back, sharp steel-like bristles detached, launching in a dense barrage toward the tiger. Although the tiger exerted itself to evade the onslaught, it was ultimately overwhelmed by the sheer number of needles, several piercing its eyes and body. It emitted a low growl, momentarily halting in pain as blood trickled from one eye, while the other glared fiercely at the steel-backed brown bear. At that moment, the brown bear had already pounced, striking mercilessly with its massive claws aimed at the tiger's face. The tiger, refusing to back down, wielded its front paws with agility, engaging in a fierce tussle with the bear. Wang Wei, hidden high among the trees, observed the battle below in awe of the brown bear's formidable power. Within merely 10 breaths, the tiger had sustained numerous injuries, its anger palpable, yet it dared not close the distance to the bear. Wary of the steel needles on its back, after a few more exchanges, the tiger found itself utterly defeated. Wang Wei assessed the situation, estimating the brown bear's strength to be akin to that of a 4th-tier martial artist in the realm of human cultivation. With a thunderous roar, the tiger made a desperate attempt to escape, raising a paw to strike before turning to flee. Seizing the opportunity, the brown bear swiped its massive claw toward the tiger's neck, instantly inflicting 3 deep gashes. As the tiger attempted to retaliate, the brown bear lunged forward, clamping its jaws around the tiger's neck, refusing to relent despite the tiger's frantic struggles. The two remained locked in a stalemate for the duration of half a tea's worth of time, until the tiger's eyes, once filled with fury, now stared blankly. Chapter 9. A pendant. The brown bear reclined against the roots of a tree, licking its wounds from the earlier skirmish, though it had just vanquished an ordinary tiger. The exertion left it slightly breathless. Suddenly, it lifted its gaze toward the treetops, its previously relaxed demeanor shifting to one of tension as it slowly rose to its feet. In a flash, a shadow darted down from the lush branches above. Before the brown bear could react, the figure landed with a roll, delivering a powerful punch to the left side of its neck. The bear emitted a low grunt, using the force of the blow to roll on the ground and regain its composure. Now sizing up the audacious shadow that had dared to attack, this swift and fluid figure was none other than Wang Wei, who, seeing the brown bear seemingly unfazed by his strike, broke into a grin. The brown bear, astonished that the diminutive human had the audacity to meet its gaze, bellowed fiercely, slamming its front paws into the ground. In an instant, the steel needles on its back shot forth, zipping toward Wang Wei. Get away! Wang Wei swiftly assumed a horse stance, raising his hands in a gesture of defense. He chanted an incantation. The remnants of branches and soil at his feet coalesced, rising to form a wall that shielded him from the oncoming barrage of steel needles. This particular technique, known as the earth accumulation art, was originally mastered by Wang Wei, despite appearing to lack potency when Wang Wei executed it. The reality was that his skills were not yet sufficiently profound. His master had informed him that this was an ancient spell. With diligent practice over time, this very technique could enable one to move mountains, shift objects, and erect defenses against foes, making it an unparalleled skill capable of standing alone. The steel-backed brown bear, having failed in its long-range assault, charged forth, its four paws scraping the ground like a small mountain. Wang Wei deftly sidestepped, delivering a powerful horizontal kick with his right leg to the bear's chest. In truth, without its steel spines, the brown bear was only marginally more formidable than an ordinary bear. With a resounding thud, Wang Wei's leg struck the bear's chest like a steel whip, causing the creature to emit a muffled grunt before collapsing to the ground. This was the aspect of his performance that brought Wang Wei the greatest satisfaction. The previous owner of this body had evidently trained quite diligently, leaving behind a physique that was still remarkably resilient, which spared him considerable time and physical conditioning. That he chuckled to himself, considering the steel spines, quite useful indeed. They could be fashioned into concealed weapons, adding an unexpected technique to his repertoire for future encounters. He decided to name it Sleeve of Glimmering Light, for the bear's claws. They could be fashioned into flying talons, serving him well for climbing or subduing foes. The bear's hide? Perhaps a robe. To be called the Great Brown Robe? No, that brings to mind Hot Pot. While he extracted the steel spines from the bear's back, he pondered the various useful items the creature possessed. What's this? Wang Wei noticed a glimmering object around the bear's neck. Upon closer inspection, he discovered a pendant tightly clasped amidst the bear's thick fur, which he had previously overlooked. He removed the pendant, rushing to the nearby stream to cleanse it, only to find that this egg-sized pendant was made of a dark red jade, intricately engraved with mysterious patterns. When illuminated by sunlight, he could discern that delicate lines within the pendant flowed in an irregular, gradual motion. Holding it in his hand, he felt an intense warmth emanating from it, though it was not hot to the touch. He immediately surmised that this pendant was no ordinary piece of jade. Regardless, it was visually appealing, so he decided to wear it, although he was curious as to why this pendant was adorning the bear's neck. Its small and exquisite form prompted him to simply hang it around his own neck. However, it was evident that the pendant had been deliberately placed on the brown bear. Could it have been a pet of someone? A flicker of doubt crossed Wang Wei's mind, but he quickly dismissed these thoughts. With the bear now lifeless, he resolved to erase all traces of it. After disposing of the surrounding evidence, he effortlessly hoisted the bear's corpse and set off along the path he had come. With a clatter, a large bone was cast to the ground, and Lan, the large creature, contentedly licked his lips before settling down beside the fire to rest. Wang Wei sat upon the bear's pelt, holding the jade pendant up to the firelight, scrutinizing it intently. After a prolonged examination, he could discern nothing of note, and in boredom, began to sway the pendant back and forth. From whence did you acquire this item? Suddenly, a gruff voice echoed in his ear, startling Wang Wei and causing him to tremble. Oh dear, master, you nearly gave me a fright. Lei Chen paid no heed to Wang Wei's startled exclamation, instead taking the jade pendant from his grasp, his eyes gleaming with intensity as he examined the object before him. This item? Do you recognize it, master? From whence did you acquire this item? Lei Chen's face was devoid of expression. Since his arrival, he had not cast a glance at Wang Wei, instead fixating intently on the jade pendant. Today, he had hunted a steel-backed brown bear in the forest, and yes, it is the very creature upon which I sit. This trophy dangles from its neck, Wang Wei remarked, patting the bear's skin beneath him while flaunting a steel needle before his eyes. You are certainly courting trouble. Upon uttering these words, Lei Chen gestured with his right hand, and in an instant, the bear skin beneath Wang Wei transformed into human skin. What the hell? Wang Wei leapt up in shock, his entire body prickling with goosebumps. Indeed, one who could adorn such a jade pendant must be a core member of that family. One might even say that your act of killing him could serve as a form of liberation for him. Wang Wei was utterly oblivious to Lycan's discourse, as he was bent over a stone. Retching violently, his exaggerated demeanor suggested he might even expel his very stomach. After all, the barbecue he had just consumed was none other than human flesh, which he had devoured with great relish. Lan Daquan cast a disdainful glance at Wang Wei, fearful that the vomit might splatter onto his scales, and promptly submerged himself in the water. Enough, enough. You too are a practitioner of the arts. Yet you remain so lacking in composure. Lycan placed a pill into Wang Wei's mouth, and immediately, Wang Wei felt a wave of comfort wash over him. Even his trembling stomach settled down, although the nausea had subsided. He still found it difficult to come to terms with the situation. My master, why did you not reveal this sooner? You made me eat so much. Wang Wei appeared somewhat feeble, not solely from the vomiting, but more so from a profound sense of disillusionment, that I thought it best to let you enjoy your meal in peace. Besides, Yutong was well aware it was human flesh and relished it thoroughly. You ought to learn from it. Observing Wang Wei's comically distressed expression, a rare smile graced Lycan's lips, yet to Wang Wei, it seemed merely a fade of mirth concealing deeper mockery. Chapter 10. Thunderous directive night swiftly descended. Only for day to follow in quick succession. The sky remained unchanged, yet in this world, there existed countless matters and places unknown to Wang Wei, some perhaps even unbeknownst to many inhabitants of this realm. In the far west of the Tianyuan continent, within a resplendent palace, an elderly man clad in an extravagant robe sat cross-legged. His white eyebrows and black beard framed a visage that appeared lifeless. Yet, peculiarly, the air surrounding his form shimmered with distortion, as if scorched by intense heat. Reporting to the Grand Mage, news has just arrived from the Soul Pavilion, stating that a youth adorned in peculiar attire stood at the entrance. Momentarily glancing at the Grand Mage before continuing, saying, "It is said that the soul token of the 9th young master has shattered, and he may have met with misfortune." Upon hearing the boy's words, the elderly man suddenly opened his eyes, a piercing light directed at the youth outside. The youth felt a chill run down his spine, and his knees buckled, causing him to collapse onto the ground. The youth was remarkably efficient. Before long, he had ushered a young man clad in golden robes and black armor, whose countenance was both imposing and handsome, to the front of the hall. Grand Mage. "You summoned me." The young man stood at attention, his voice resonating with a melodious magnetism. Ming Fanggang was momentarily taken aback upon hearing the news, but he quickly regained his composure and said with a serious expression, "Yes, Grand Mage." On that bright morning, the radiant sunlight filtered through the dense branches, casting mottled shadows on the ground. Undisturbed, the unknown birds in the forest chirped melodiously, creating a picturesque scene of tranquility. Suddenly, a sharp shout startled the birds, sending them flapping away into the distance. "At last, I've reached the 8th level." The youthful figure seated atop the boulder, filled with joy, was Wang Wei, who had diligently honed his skills in this secluded place. The solitude of the forest and the simplicity of life, combined with months of rigorous training since May, had darkened Wang Wei's skin slightly, adding a rugged charm to his already resolute visage. Bestowing upon him a unique allure, "Lan Dakwa, let us go see Master. We are finally free to venture out." Wang Wei leaped down from the boulder, patted the dragon's neck, and prepared to mount it. However, Lan Dakwa, anticipating his intentions, deftly sidestepped as Wang Wei jumped, causing him to crash heavily onto the ground. As Wang Wei rose, ready to confront the dragon, he was taken aback to see it swiftly dart away, slithering across the ground like lightning, disappearing in the blink of an eye. "Master, I have reached the 8th level. Does this mean I can finally go out?" Standing before Lei Chun, Wang Wei's voice, though strained to remain calm, could not conceal the excitement and anticipation etched on his face. Lei Chun, his expression impassive, paused for a considerable time before responding. "Though you have attained the 8th level, you have only faced beasts in the forest, lacking experience in confronting humans directly. Today, I shall impart to you a self-defense technique. After you have practiced it for a month, we shall exit this boundary. Master, regarding the self-defense technique, I have already cultivated the earth-gathering technique to the 3rd level. Against an ordinary 8th level opponent, I should possess some means to contend, shouldn't I?" "What? Only the 3rd level? I instructed you to practice diligently every day, yet you have squandered your time playing with the Yutong in the woods, seeking a ludicrous sense of invincibility against lowly beasts. Were it not for my patience, I would have long since put an end to your foolishness and awaited the next worthy successor." Lei Chen's voice was filled with agitation, causing his entire being to crackle with arcs of lightning, flickering ominously. Never before had Wang Wei witnessed such fury from Lei Chen. He quickly knelt, bowing his head repeatedly. "Pleading for mercy, master. I acknowledge my error. I promise to intensify my training and will not disappoint your expectations." Observing Wang Wei's earnest and resolute demeanor and admitting his fault, Lei Chen's initially stern gaze softened. Yet he still admonished sharply. "The earth-gathering technique is an ancient spell, and it is likely that there are no more than a handful of individuals in this world capable of mastering it. This technique allows for both long-range and close-range attacks, a harmonious blend of offense and defense. You neglect to learn such a formidable spell while foolishly concocting ridiculous martial arts moves. Do you truly believe I am unaware?" Wang Wei's face flushed with embarrassment as he murmured, "Master, you have known all along." Unbeknownst to him, during his training in the forest, he had recalled the martial arts novels he had previously read, imagining and creating his own techniques, feeling a sense of pride in their effectiveness against beasts, not realizing that his natural prowess alone made him capable of overwhelming the inferior creatures of the woods. At this moment, Wang Wei found himself exposed by his master. Reflecting on the days he had pretended to be a valiant hero battling beasts, he could not help but feel a deeper flush of embarrassment. Realizing that his master had been fully aware of it all, "Master, what self-defense technique are you going to teach me this time?" Lei Chen responded with an indifferent expression, "Follow me." In an instant, he grasped Wang Wei's arm, and in the blink of an eye, the two found themselves in the heart of the forest where Wang Wei usually practiced. Wang Wei silently admired Lei Chen's effortless manipulation of space when he suddenly heard Lei Chen exclaim, "Watch closely. This set of techniques is called the thunderous finger." "Thunderous finger," Wang Wei murmured under his breath, as Lei Chen shifted his stance on the ground and extended his right index and middle fingers. First finger, finger radiance. With a gentle touch on a tree trunk the size of a person, a resounding crack echoed as the trunk was penetrated by an unseen force. Second finger, finger blade. As soon as the second move was executed, Lei Chen's gestures accelerated, and Wang Wei could scarcely discern where his fingers pointed, only feeling a wave of heat enveloping him. Third finger, finger catastrophe. Chapter 11. A disheveled emergence. After demonstrating these three moves, even with his profound mastery, Lei Chen found himself panting heavily. Sighing inwardly over his grievous injuries, he turned to Wang Wei and said, "This thunderous finger is a unique technique of my Lei clan, augmented by the power of our bloodline. Its might is undoubtedly formidable. Today, as I practice this technique with my spirit body, its potency can only reach 1/10 of its true potential. Once I teach you the incantation and mental techniques, you must diligently cultivate without slackening your efforts. Remember, my ancestors of the Lei clan once gained renown with this technique, and in your future ventures into the martial world, it shall undoubtedly enhance your reputation. Master, the thunderous finger, as its name suggests, must harness the power of thunder. However, throughout my cultivation, I have been absorbing spiritual energy and have never comprehended the force of thunder. How can I wield it?" Upon hearing Wang Wei's words, Lei Chen's expression softened somewhat as he replied, "This is something you should take pride in. My Lei clan inherits the bloodline of the ancient thunder god, and countless ages have passed since then. Thus, every member of my clan possesses, to some extent, a trace of thunderous power within their blood. Consequently, the techniques we cultivate are largely associated with thunder. And the comprehension of this power is merely an awakening of the instincts buried deep within our bloodline." With that, Lei Chen ceased further commentary and imparted the methods to comprehend thunderous power and the incantation for the thunderous finger to Wang Wei. Since beginning his cultivation, Wang Wei's mind had become exceptionally clear. He memorized the teachings in one go. Ignoring Lei Chen still standing beside him, he promptly sat cross-legged on the ground, striving to grasp the finger technique, spiritual energy for my own use, guided by the will of thunder. With unparalleled might is my respect, my dual fingers. The incantation for the thunderous finger proved to be quite tongue-twisting, and after numerous silent repetitions, Wang Wei finally managed to wield it with ease. Coupled with the mental techniques of the thunderous finger, Wang Wei practiced diligently day after day, and after 10 days, he finally sensed a hint of thunderous power. Wang Wei shifted his stance, his fingers jabbed into a tree the thickness of an arm, leaving a deep indentation the size of a fingertip in the trunk. However, his fingers were jolted painfully by the impact. Ouch, that hurts. Practicing this technique is truly no trivial matter. Wang Wei gently massaged his aching fingers. then resumed his previous actions, repeatedly practicing his footwork and movements, thrusting towards the small trees in the forest. Day by day, he diligently honed his skills, his fingers swelling time and again, and before he knew it, a month had passed. With his current prowess, he could pierce a tree as thick as his arm with just a single finger. It seems you truly have not been idle this month, Lei Chen remarked, observing the trees punctured by Wang Wei, their surfaces already bearing scorch marks, a testament to their mutual progress in power and cultivation. He nodded in acknowledgement. Who would dare to slack off? This small island is under your watchful eye, Wang Wei muttered under his breath, yet he felt a swell of joy at his master's approval. Wang Wei, having now mastered the thunder finger technique, I have decided to allow you to leave this island for a while, to temper yourself in the outside world, which may greatly enhance your cultivation. As Lei Chen spoke, Wang Wei often found it difficult to discern his master's expression. And this instance was no exception. Master, I certainly wish to leave this island, but you. You needn't concern yourself with me. I have grown accustomed to this place over the years. Moreover, should I encounter enemies upon leaving, I would be unable to protect myself, let alone spare you from harm. As Lei Chen spoke, he retrieved an item from his robe and handed it to Wang Wei. This is the heart-guarding mirror. Keep it on your person, and it may save your life. This mirror does not require spiritual energy to activate. Simply carry it with you, and it will protect its master. Remember, do not casually mention my name while outside, for I have accumulated numerous enemies over the years. Taking the heart-guarding mirror from Lei Chen, Wang Wei observed it to be an ancient, palm-sized object, though referred to as a mirror. One side was intricately carved with auspicious beasts and archaic patterns, while the other side was relatively smooth yet dark, resembling black stone, hardly suitable for a mirror. Fortunately, the tassel attached to its handle felt pleasant to the touch, prompting Wang Wei to tuck it into his robe. Master, you mentioned having many enemies in the past, but what factions do they belong to? I have never ventured out, and perhaps I will encounter these adversaries of the sect in the future. Allow me to think. Lei Chen furrowed his brows, pondering that the passage of time had rendered some names elusive to him. It is rather shameful to admit, but I am unaware of several factions. However, you must remain vigilant against these. The Dragon Clan of the Extreme West, the Thunder Palace of the Sand Ridge, the Guardian of the Giant Crocodile Marsh, and the closest of all, the Heroes Gang. Wang Wei was momentarily at a loss for words. Had he not been in a foreign realm, he might have laughed at the antiquity of these names, devoid of any novelty. Unbeknownst to Lei Chen, Wang Wei's thoughts ran deeper, as he further explained. The Dragon Clan of the Extreme West is one of the 7 great families of this world. Though arrogant and unlikable, its origins are akin to that of our Lei clan. Steeped in history and possessing unfathomable strength, by the way, the one you killed, who transformed into the steel-backed brown bear, was indeed from the Dragon Clan. Given this jade pendant, it likely belonged to the Dragon Clan's young master. So you should refrain from wearing it when you venture outside. Upon hearing this, Wang Wei realized it was a young master and promptly removed the jade pendant from around his neck. Tossing it into a nearby pond, Wang Wei cast aside the jade pendant, and Lei Chen continued. The shocking Heaven Palace, akin to the Dragon Clan, lies a great distance from here. Moreover, the shocking Heaven Palace is ensconced deep within the desolate sands of the northern wasteland, surrounded by treacherous arrays of venomous creatures beneath the arid terrain, making it exceedingly perilous. Should you encounter such a place, it would be prudent to evade it. As for the gatekeepers of the giant crocodile swamp, their origins remain largely unknown. They refer to themselves as gatekeepers, dwelling for years in the depths of the swamp, without declaring any independent faction. Thus, the world remains oblivious to their numbers, and they are simply known as gatekeepers. The Heroes Gang, on the other hand, resides in the demon-subduing mountain by the eastern sea, often harboring outlaws or individuals of ill repute. Although they are ruthless, their strength has diminished considerably. You must take great care not to offend these formidable factions. And you must never disclose my name. In the Battle of Baibo Island years ago, I forged a bitter enmity with these powers. Should you inadvertently reveal any secrets, traversing the world will be fraught with peril. Yes, master, I shall remember, Wang Wei replied, feeling a surge of impatience. The vast unknown world, unfamiliar cultures, and myriad enigmas filled him with excitement. When shall I set forth? If you are ready, you may depart at once. I shall have Yutong accompany you. Once you leave the barrier, I will require your assistance with a task. Yutong will guide you, but I have instructed it that unless your life is in danger, it shall not intervene. Excellent. With Lan Dequai by my side, I shall not feel lonely. Wang Wei nodded with delight. Very well, let us proceed. I shall lead you out." Upon finishing, Lei Chun made to cast his spell. But Wang Wei interjected. "Wait, Master, what is it?" Lei Chun asked, puzzled. "Master, I just remembered that there is a young lady named Ziji in the abandoned village. She was brought here by her spirit beast. Without her, I may not have had the fortune to meet you. I hope you can take her with us." The look of hesitation crossed Lei Chun's face. "I am aware of this young lady, Ziji. Her identity is rather extraordinary. Though she is not my enemy, there is a risk she may divulge information about this place, if she can vow upon her soul to keep this matter secret. I shall, of course, take her with us." That night, Wang Wei emerged from the cave and, cloaked in darkness, approached Ziji's door. He knocked gently. "Who is it?" A faint rustling came from within. "It is I, Wang Wei," he called out, and shortly thereafter, the door opened. Unadorned, Ziji appeared in a thin garment that accentuated her alluring figure. Just as Wang Wei was about to admire the beauty before him, she exclaimed excitedly, "Wang Wei, you've come out of the barrier?" Wang Wei smiled and replied, "Indeed. Otherwise, what would I be doing here in the dead of night, if not as a ghost? Have you found a way to escape?" Her face was alight with anticipation, and in her excitement, she seemed to forget the awkwardness of their late-night encounter. "Dear lady, Ziji, do not be overly excited. I have found a way out, but taking you with me comes with conditions." As Wang Wei spoke, Xueling unexpectedly emerged from an unknown corner, bouncing into Ziji's embrace with her bright eyes fixed curiously on Wang Wei. "Conditions? I am unaware of what Mr. Wang Wei refers to." It was not an excessively unreasonable demand. It was simply that I had made a promise to someone within the confines of the Zulong cave, agreeing that if he were to escort you out, you would vow by your soul not to divulge any information about this place. Gently stroking Xueling's back, Ziji fluttered her long eyelashes and, with her luminous eyes locked onto Wang Wei, retorted, "Do you comprehend the gravity of swearing by one's soul?" "Ah, I do not know." Wang Wei was taken aback by Ziji's inquiry. He genuinely did not understand why his master had insisted that only Ziji's soul vow would suffice for her departure. "Very well, I swear by my soul that I shall not disclose a single word of the memories within the abandoned village of the Azure Eyes. Should I violate this oath, may the celestial 9 realms unleash divine retribution upon me." Wang Wei was utterly astonished by the immediacy of Ziji's vow and the severity of her oath. Was it truly necessary to be so resolute in such a declaration? Mr. Wang Wei cannot claim ignorance. "Well, now that the solemn vow has been made, you should be able to escort me out." Wang Wei was perplexed by the sudden chill in Ziji's tone. "Then let us depart." Thus, Wang Wei led Ziji as they sprinted towards the rear mountains of the abandoned village. The urgency in their pace was due to Xueling's transformation into a ferocious creature the size of a lion upon leaving the village, while Ziji, undeterred by Wang Wei's swift strides, rode atop her. Reluctantly, Wang Wei matched her pace, racing alongside her. With Wang Wei at the helm, they traversed the rugged terrain and arrived at a waterfall, the exit point to the outside world as indicated by Lei Chun. "Master, we have arrived." Seeing no sign of Lei Chun, Wang Wei called out, fully aware that his master could hear him. However, after a considerable pause, no one appeared. "Master, we da." Just as Wang Wei was about to call out again, an immense force surged from the void, propelling both him and Ziji forward and causing them to tumble down the waterfall in unison. Chapter 12. The Seven Wolves Battle the Malevolent Flood Dragon, Part 1. Splash. Emerging from the water, Wang Wei and Ziji surfaced, having unexpectedly found themselves at the outlet of the barrier amidst an endless expanse of sea, leaving them utterly unprepared and quite disheveled. Help. While Wang Wei floundered in the water, Xueling had already soared into the sky with Ziji atop her. Having donned a clean outfit from an unknown source, it was only then that Xueling dove down to grasp Wang Wei and whisk him away from this place. Once they had departed, a middle-aged man clad in a blue dragon robe hovered above the spot where Wang Wei had fallen into the sea, his fiery gaze fixated on their direction as he slightly parted his lips. Adorned with a faint mustache, what a fool indeed! Wang Wei lay on a dry patch of sand, sputtering as water flowed from his mouth, causing him to blink his eyes open. Before him lay a panorama of blue skies, white clouds, the vast ocean, sandy beaches, and lush trees adorned with wildflowers. He was oblivious to his whereabouts. Wang Wei, calling out as he searched, could not discern any trace of Ziji after an extended period of time. Reluctantly, he rose and made his way toward a towering cliff by the sea. Upon closer inspection, he realized he was on a vast island, devoid of any human presence as far as the eye could see. At that moment, he ceased to dwell on Ziji, and, captivated by the beach and the sunlight, he was struck by a sudden inspiration that he dashed into the depths of the forest, hauling out several slender trees. On the sandy shore, he bent, chopped, and whittled them, skillfully employing the techniques of the thunderous blade that Lei Chun had taught him in the span of a meal. The trees transformed into rudimentary lounge chairs and a small table. He then fashioned a large umbrella from twigs and leaves, propping it beside the lounge chairs. Wang Wei reclined on one of the chairs, basking comfortably in the sun, if only Ziji were here. Though I might not behold a bikini-clad beauty, sharing the sun with a lovely companion is far better than languishing alone like a loser. As he sipped coconut juice and nibbled on unknown fruits from the island, he indulged in daydreams facing the sea. After a brief period of sunbathing, he comfortably drifted off to sleep under the warm rays. The splash of cold water jolted Wang Wei awake, and as he attempted to move, he discovered himself suspended in midair, his limbs bound by glimmering chains that were clearly enchanted, rendering his struggles futile. Damn it, from paradise to hell, where has my beach and sunshine gone? This place resembles a prison cell. Just as he silently cursed himself, a slap struck him. The force was bearable, but being a cultivator at the 8th level of the spirit disciple realm, how could he allow himself to be at the mercy of others? This was truly infuriating. You brat, tell me, are you a minion of that vile beast? What nonsense is this? I don't understand a word, Wang Wei retorted. Allow me to inquire, how on earth did you manage to bind me here without my knowledge? Rendering me unconscious, you fell victim to my beastly enchantment incense. I can grant you clarity in death, but you must divulge the whereabouts of that vile creature. What? Beastly enchantment? Fine, I will bear it. First of all, I still do not comprehend what you are saying, and secondly, could you possibly provide me with some clothing? It is rather embarrassing to be in the presence of a lady clad in nothing but these shorts. Absolutely not. Who knows if your clothes harbor any magical artifacts? The girl in armor spoke, her tone sharp yet tinged with a hint of childishness that almost made Wang Wei want to laugh. You can ascertain whether my clothing contains any magical artifacts by simply examining it. You all are cultivators. Surely you can manage even that. The armored girl was momentarily at a loss for words, her cheeks flushing slightly as she turned to the person on her left. Bring his clothes over. Despite the confines of the cell housing only 4 individuals, the 3 sturdy men promptly obeyed the girl's command. Before long, Wang Wei's garments were retrieved and presented to the armored girl. What is this? She exclaimed, carelessly discarding some of Wang Wei's provisions, inspecting the protective mirror with curiosity. Hey, that is my mirror? Please be careful not to break it, Wang Wei implored, more concerned that the girl might covet his mirror than genuinely fearing that the artifact bestowed by his master would shatter easily. What business does a man such as yourself have with a mirror? It appears more akin to a magical artifact. Humph. The young girl clutched the mirror tightly in her hands, clearly resolute in her refusal to part with it for Wang Wei. She casually inspected Wang Wei's garments before instructing the man beside her to don the clothes on Wang Wei's behalf. Hey, you've taken my mirror too. Look at me. I'm not a bad person. Please release me. With that cheeky grin of yours, you hardly seem virtuous. Let us go. Hey, let me go, hey. Hee, lad. You truly are remarkably foolish. Who are you? I don't recognize you. Who am I? I am merely a spectator here to enjoy your misfortune. Ha! The man in the blue robe laughed heartily before vanishing once more. Damn it. You scoundrel. Wang Wei felt his anger boiling over at the echo of that laughter. Yet he found himself powerless to retaliate, forced to endure in silence, confined for the better part of a day. Wang Wei had yet to encounter another soul, and he remained oblivious to his whereabouts. Suddenly, the door to his cell was flung open with tremendous force, and the armored girl stormed in, visibly enraged. This time she was alone, her helmet absent, her hair somewhat disheveled, and the bloodstains on her attire more pronounced than during their previous encounter. She approached Wang Wei and delivered a fierce punch to his abdomen, causing him to gasp in pain, surprised by her strength. Speak. Where is that vile beast's lair? Chapter 13. The 7 Wolves Battle the Evil Serpent. Part 2. The girl's voice trembled with emotion, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, eliciting a pang of sympathy within Wang Wei. What vile creature are you referring to? I truly know nothing. I was brought to this island against my will, and soon after found myself in your clutches. What exactly are you searching for? The vile creature is the one who brought you here, the enchantress. Her beast, unable to contend with the true monster, fled this place, leaving us in dire straits. It turned out that after saving Wang Wei, Ziji had been seeking land. only to encounter a black serpent cultivating its powers across the sea. Mistaking Shui Ling for a spirit beast, the serpent sought to devour both her and Wang Wei to enhance its own abilities. With Shui Ling burdened by the presence of two living beings, she was unable to engage in combat and fled. Upon reaching this island, she swiftly landed, depositing Wang Wei and Ziji before soaring into battle against the black serpent. In a clash between a sea serpent and a beastly spirit king, the two were evenly matched, but ultimately both suffered grievous wounds. Realizing that the battle would yield no clear victor, the black serpent lashed out with its massive tail, striking Ziji. Already possessing meager powers and having ventured away from home without protective talismans, she was instantly injured and lost consciousness. Seeing Ziji harmed by the serpent, Shui Ling withdrew from the fray, carrying her away in haste. The black serpent, unwilling to relent, took flight in pursuit, leaving Wang Wei unconscious on the beach. Despite her injuries, Shui Ling, driven by a fierce loyalty to her master, raced away at full speed, soon causing the serpent to vanish from sight. Enraged, the serpent unleashed its fury upon the island's inhabitants, wreaking havoc upon a small sect known as the Return to Wolf Valley. The Valley of the Return to the Wolves was established by 7 brothers. Upon discovering the imminent peril, they rose valiantly to fend off the onslaught of the malevolent dragon. Fortunately, the dragon, having engaged in battle with Shui Ling, was grievously wounded and could not unleash its full strength. Thus, under the combined might of the 7 wolf brothers, they managed to gain the upper hand. Realizing its impending defeat, the dragon let out a ghastly roar and summoned a peculiar sea beast from the depths of the ocean, which surged towards the Valley of the Return to the Wolves. Wherever it passed, the disciples within the valley suffered great slaughter. The 7 wolf brothers, unwilling to witness their subordinates perish in utter defeat, hastened to slay the sea beast instead. Sensing the disarray among the 7, the dragon seized the opportunity to strike with its massive claws, landing a devastating blow on the 4th brother, who was caught off guard. After this successful attack, the dragon showed no inclination to linger and swiftly retreated, its enormous tail sweeping up the 5th brother as it fled into the deep mountains, with the others in hot pursuit, leaving only the 7th brother to guard the valley and the 8th sister to tend to the injured 4th brother. When Wang Wei came to, the dragon and the sea beast had already retreated. The inhabitants of the valley searched for the whereabouts of the 5th brother and the dragon, only to discover Wang Wei lounging in the sun in nothing but his undergarments. In a place bereft of outsiders. The sudden attack led them to apprehend Wang Wei without discernment. Young lady, please do not be overly agitated. Let us clarify this matter. I am still utterly bewildered. Could you kindly elucidate the situation for me? To his surprise, as soon as Wang Wei finished speaking, the 8th sister burst into tears, overwhelmed with a sense of injustice and helplessness, which only deepened Wang Wei's confusion and frustration. 7th brother is busy restoring the valley, and 4th brother is injured. No one is here to rescue my other brothers. Woe is me, you are all villains. In that moment, the 8th sister tearfully recounted how Ziji had inadvertently drawn the dragon's ire, how the dragon had clashed with Shui Ling, and how, after Shui Ling's escape, the dragon had vented its fury upon the valley, leading to the tragic casualties within. Upon hearing this, Wang Wei realized that it was indeed his group that had attracted the dragon, resulting in this calamity. That a wave of remorse washed over him. Yet he thought to himself, since he had ventured forth into the world, he could not turn a blind eye to injustice if need be. He would draw his sword to assist, even if it meant perishing in the attempt. After all, he had faced death before. Perhaps another world awaited his soul in a waiting corpse. My dear lady, do not lose heart. I am willing to help you find your brothers. Is that truly so? Can you defeat that dreadful dragon? The 8th sister, filled with excitement, momentarily forgot the earlier mistreatment at Wang Wei's hands. She approached a beastly figure protruding from the corner of the cell and turned it, causing the iron chains binding Wang Wei's hands and feet to fall away. The sensation of freedom is truly delightful. Little girl, you are rather naively endearing. Are you not afraid that I might slay you at this very moment and flee? Wang Wei rubbed his wrists, a wicked smile playing on his lips. What? I knew you were no good. Come on. I am not afraid of you. The 8th sister was visibly startled by Wang Wei's sudden movement and quickly raised her spear defensively, her tear-streaked eyes now filled with animosity directed at him. Hey, I was merely jesting. Do you take everything so seriously? By the way, what is your name? Wang Wei found himself apprehensive of this earnest little sister, who was quite formidable in her indignation. You may call me the 8th sister. But tell me, are you a good person or a bad one? Observing the flush of anger on the 8th sister's face, Wang Wei could not help but chuckle. The name 8 Little Sisters is quite melodious. Let us hasten forth and seek your brother." Just as the two were about to exit, a thunderous roar resonated from outside. They exchanged a glance and promptly dashed out, above the valley of returning wolves. A black dragon was circling ominously. The 6 wolf brothers, apart from the 4 wolves, were fiercely engaged in combat with the dark dragon. The dragon's body was as thick as a large water barrel. Its rough skin devoid of scales, yet seemingly indomitable. Its head resembled a colossal cauldron, adorned with a pitch-black horn and eyes that glowed like 2 crimson lanterns, exuding an air of ferocity. With a thunderous roar, the ferocious dragon unleashed its might, shrouding the sky in ominous clouds. In an instant, the heavens darkened. Lightning crackled as bolts struck towards the brothers, who quickly brandished their weapons to defend themselves. However, the relentless power of the thunder was overwhelming, and the wolf brothers found their techniques countered by the tempestuous lightning. If the battle continued, defeat was inevitable. Earth-gathering technique. Arise. Wang Wei had been observing the battle for quite some time. Witnessing the wolf brothers falter, he swiftly channeled his spiritual energy to execute the earth-gathering technique. After being chastised by Lei Chen previously, Wang Wei had diligently practiced this technique, and under the guidance of the Thunder God's swift teachings, he had mastered it to the 5th level. As he invoked it, fragments of stone and debris were manipulated by him, rapidly coalescing into a large earthen shield before the wolf brothers. Simultaneously, Wang Wei shifted his stance, his fingers dancing rapidly, conjuring arcs of deep blue lightning that shot forth toward the dragon's massive head. With a resounding roar, the dragon opened its colossal maw, unleashing a wave of sound that radiated from its head in all directions. The lightning arcs emitted by Wang Wei collided with the sound waves, dissipating into nothingness amid a cacophony of crackles. The earthen shield that had protected the 6 wolf brothers was likewise shattered into dust by the sonic assault. It was at this moment that Wang Wei comprehended the vast chasm between himself and this monstrous creature. Before he could react, the wave of sound surged toward him, crashing heavily against his chest. With a spurt of blood, Wang Wei was sent reeling backward, landing amidst a pile of rubble. The 6 wolf brothers, having gained a moment's respite from Wang Wei's shield, sprang into action. The eldest wolf retrieved a black orb the size of an egg from his bosom and bellowed, "Summon the wolf spirit." Instantly, the 7 brothers halted their actions, and even the severely injured 4th wolf struggled to rise, joining the others in a meditative stance, chanting incantations. In an instant, ethereal blue wolf apparitions emerged above the heads of the 7 brothers, racing through the air before merging to form a colossal wolf's head. Once the wolf's head was fully formed, it let out a piercing howl and lunged at the dragon's nape. This seemingly slow motion was, in truth, a swift strike. The dragon could not evade. Attempting to lash out with its tail, it found itself ensnared by the wolf's head, which clung tightly with unyielding strength, tossing the dragon about in the air despite its frantic howls. Before long, the dragon let out a mournful cry, its 4 claws thrashing helplessly in the air, clearly realizing that it could no longer resist. Abandoning all semblance of dignity in its desperate struggle for survival, a resounding roar echoed from beyond the valley, drawing the attention of all present as they beheld the fierce clash between a wolf and a dragon. The hearts of those within the valley trembled, and aside from the 7 wolves and the 4 wolves, the remaining 5 wolf brethren furrowed their brows, their faces etched with concern. The elder wolf bellowed, "Let us strike swiftly and decisively." The incantations of the 7 wolves quickened, their wolf heads radiating a vibrant azure light as they pressed their advantage, forcing the malevolent dragon to emit low, mournful growls as if it were already lamenting its fate. The 4 wolves, their faces flushed and on the brink of collapse, resolutely held their ground, reminded of the battle's significance. At that moment, a horde of marine beasts surged into the valley, eager to devour and tear apart the defenders. The valiant men of the Wolf Valley, resolute and unyielding, immediately grasped their magical artifacts and collectively charged at the sea creatures. In a matter of moments, the battlefield was littered with severed limbs and drenched in blood. Witnessing the carnage unfold, Wang Wei, filled with righteous indignation, disregarded his injuries sustained from the dragon's assault and plunged into the fray. Employing his mastery of earth techniques and thunderous strikes in concert with one another, within the span of mere moments, he felled over 10 marine beasts. Yet another furious roar resonated through the air, revealing amidst the throng of sea creatures a black dragon. Strangely, this malevolent dragon did not charge forward. Instead, it whistled, summoning a cluster of marine beasts to gather around it, issuing low growls to command the more formidable creatures to attack the wolf heads. intent on rescuing the dragon that was barely clinging to life in the AIR.IN truth. During their previous encounter, the 7 wolves had united to assault the dragon, which, sensing its impending defeat, had injured the 4 wolves and retreated to its lair. The elder wolf, leading the 2nd, 3rd, and 6th wolves, pursued it relentlessly. Upon reaching the dragon's lair, a fierce battle ensued between the 5 wolves and the solitary beast. The 5 wolves were rescued. Yet the ensuing chaos caused the dragon's lair to collapse, resulting in the death of its young. In despair, the dragon fled to the depths of the sea, evading the onslaught of the wolf brethren. Little did anyone expect that this dragon was a pair, a male and a female. The male dragon had engaged in battle, while the female remained in the deep sea, capturing marine beasts rich in spiritual energy to nourish her offspring. Overjoyed, she emerged from the water clutching several marine beasts, only to discover the devastation of her lair. Panic-stricken, she unearthed the lifeless body of her child from the rubble and let out a heart-wrenching wail. Though the male dragon had hidden in the deep sea, the power of her cries pierced the depths, prompting him to rise. Believing she too was under siege, he surged forth to assist her, while the female, intending to hold him accountable, was taken aback by his grievous wounds. Inquiring about the identity of their adversary, her fury ignited as she soared ahead toward the Wolf Valley. The male dragon, seeing her pursue vengeance, could only race after her, his injured form unable to take flight. At that moment, several grotesque marine beasts lunged at the wolf heads, each unleashing their strength, biting, clawing, and striking, forcing the wolf heads to falter. The female dragon seized the opportunity to dart towards the male dragon's side. With a sudden cough, the 4 wolves expelled a mouthful of blood, their incantations disrupted, causing the wolf heads to sway perilously. Sensing weakness, the 4 sea beasts intensified their assault, and in a heartbeat, the wolf heads morphed into 7 azure wolf shadows, who howled in unison, rejoining the battle against the relentless marine beasts. A mournful howl echoed as a silhouette of a wolf suddenly vanished into the void, revealing that the 4 wolves could no longer withstand the onslaught and had collapsed to the ground. Wang Wei, engrossed in the battle against the sea beasts before him, remained blissfully unaware that his allies in the skies were on the brink of defeat. He fought with fervor, sensing a subtle indication of a potential breakthrough in his own realm. Yet was compelled to focus solely on vanquishing the multitude of sea creatures arrayed against him. With a resounding thud, a 3-toothed, 4-eyed azure sea beast succumbed to a strike from Wang Wei's finger, crashing heavily to the earth with a mournful cry. Just as Wang Wei prepared to eliminate another beast, a creature resembling a rhinoceros burst forth from the throng of sea beasts, with a black head and horns. It charged forward, using its fins as legs, colliding into Wang Wei before he could react. The impact forced Wang Wei's body to crash against the massive skull of the beast, sending him hurtling backward into another sea creature. In a moment of urgency, he summoned his internal spiritual energy to protect his vital organs. Thanks to his robust physique and his cultivation having reached a commendable level, he avoided being crushed into oblivion. Yet even so, his back was left bruised and numb from the collision. In the sky, only 4 wolf silhouettes remained in combat, while on the stone steps below, the 7 wolves and 3 wolves bore pallid expressions, blood trickling from the corners of their mouths. Meanwhile, the big wolf, 2nd wolf, 5th wolf, and 6th wolf, although fiercely engaged in battle, also appeared ashen and drenched in sweat, clearly suffering from their exertions. Heavy, labored breaths echoed from afar, and Wang Wei sensed the presence of a colossal beast behind him. Yet he found himself propelled backward, unable to turn and ascertain the situation. A thunderous roar confirmed his fears. It could only be the malevolent flood dragon. Wang Wei thought to himself, "This is the end." Surrounding the flood dragon lay the fallen bodies of 30 to 50 disciples from the return to the Wolf Valley, many of whom were seasoned practitioners. Despite the flood dragon being gravely injured, it wielded an overwhelming advantage against these ordinary cultivators. With a swipe of its 4 claws, it swiftly rendered several individuals armless or legless. When Wang Wei was shoved forward by the grotesque beast, the flood dragon scarcely spared him a glance. With a flick of its forepaw, it aimed to tear him apart like the insignificant insect he appeared to be. However, Wang Wei noticed that the creature's speed had suddenly diminished, allowing him a moment to turn and grasp the surrounding chaos, only to be met by an enormous black claw descending upon him. It truly seemed like the end was nigh. Chapter 15. Sudden change. Although the 8th sister was merely a girl of 16, having followed the 7 wolf brothers, she possessed an innate resilience akin to that of a wolf, imbued with an indomitable spirit. When the sea beasts attacked the return to the Wolf Valley, she brandished a crimson spear, which seemed incongruous with her petite frame, skillfully navigating through the throng of sea creatures with a valor that rivaled any man of the valley. Little did she know. As she charged forward, she was ensnared by a formidable sea beast. After only a few exchanges, she found herself forced to retreat, perilously close to Wang Wei, when the massive claw of the flood dragon descended upon them. Leaving her with no means of escape, it appeared inevitable that she and Wang Wei would perish together under the dragon-esque grip. Eighth sister. No, the third wolf was the first to notice the dire predicament of the eighth sister and Wang Wei. He let out a frantic roar, prompting the other brothers to glance over, their expressions a mixture of shock and fury. Yet, engrossed in their own fierce battles, they were unable to divert their attention to assist. At this critical juncture, a milky white light shield emanated from the body of the eighth sister, enveloping her entirely. With a resounding crash, the monstrous claw of the evil dragon struck the light shield. Yet it could not advance further. However, under the immense force, the eighth sister was still unable to control her body and was sent flying backwards. It must be the heart-guarding mirror. Wang Wei, relieved by the timely arrival of the eighth sister, was suddenly caught off guard as her delicate form collided with him, sending him crashing into the sea beast behind. The beast, robust as an ox with a single horn upon its head, met Wang Wei's impact with its dark, hard horn right at his rear. "Damn it," he shouted, clutching his backside, before swiftly turning around like the wind, his fingers striking with the speed of lightning, and in the blink of an eye, a gory hole appeared on the sea beast's head. It let out a mournful wail and collapsed to the ground. Roaring in fury, the evil dragon, having missed its strike, was incensed to see the corpses of sea beasts scattered throughout the Wolf Valley while the humans remained undeterred in their fighting spirit. It let out a deafening roar and swung its claws, one aimed at Wang Wei and the other at the eighth sister. In this perilous moment, Wang Wei did not resign himself to fate. Instead, he summoned his earth-shielding technique to create a barrier, and then rapidly channeled the spiritual energy within him to unleash his most powerful strike. Finger calamity. In the past few days, he had practiced this technique, succeeding only 1 or 2 times out of 10. However, faced with imminent danger, his determination to survive sharpened his focus, and thus the power of his strike reached its zenith. A bolt of lightning, as thick as a barrel, erupted from his fingers, radiating an almost blinding brilliance. The evil dragon tore through the earthen shield. The thunderbolt collided with its massive claw. Yet, what appeared to be an overwhelming force merely caused a momentary pause in the claw's advance, which continued to lunge at Wang Wei. Exhausted from battle and having depleted his spiritual energy in a desperate effort, Wang Wei found himself utterly drained, with no strength left to move his legs. As the evil dragon's claw approached with lightning speed, he could only mutter damn it in resignation and close his eyes, awaiting his fate. Suddenly, a blue arc flashed past, and Wang Wei was astonished to see the once mighty evil dragon cleaved in two. Its vitality extinguished in an instant, leaving behind only its unyielding, lantern-like eyes. The surrounding sea beasts either lay in shattered remnants or half-broken on the ground, groaning in pain. Taken aback by this turn of events, Wang Wei scanned his surroundings but could not discern the identity of the formidable figure who had aided him. Struggling to reach the eighth sister, he discovered her lying on the ground, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth, clearly having sustained internal injuries from the dragon's shockwave. Amidst the sea beasts, the female dragon observed the male dragon being effortlessly severed, and, realizing she was no match for her foes, let out a mournful wail, summoning the sea beast to retreat into the depths of the ocean. The hasty departure of the sea beast restored a sudden calm to the Wolf Valley. The 7 wolf brothers were all breathless and pale, with the exception of the 7th wolf, who remained by the 4th wolf's side, tending to his wounds, while the others sat in place, taking the opportunity to regain their spiritual energy. "Ha ha ha, Wang Qing. This little place of yours is indeed hard to find." A raucous laughter echoed throughout the valley of the returning wolves. The elder wolf was the first to open his eyes. And there, in the sky, appeared 5 sword-wielding figures clad in flowing lavender robes, gracefully riding on flying swords. The remaining wolf brethren immediately stood, their gazes fixed upon the heavens, as the second wolf turned to the elder. "Heh, Wang Qing, were it not for the favor of my family's young mistress, I would not waste words on you. Quickly surrender the token, or face dire consequences." The foremost swordsman, appearing to be in his 60s, bore a seemingly amiable countenance, yet his words were laced with a harsh and cold undertone. "I possess nothing that Elder Quan has mentioned. How can I possibly hand it over? Refusing a toast is tantamount to demanding a penalty drink." "Li Feng," Elder Quan interrupted Wang Qing's speech, Evidently growing impatient, he gestured towards a square-faced swordsman behind him, who responded with a cruel smile. Swiftly drawing his longsword and sweeping it downward, a crimson blade of energy surged forth, instantly claiming the lives of half the inhabitants of the Valley of the Returning Wolves. Quan Shizhen, do not overstep your bounds. As the elder wolf witnessed the devastation wrought upon his brethren, fury welled within him, compelling him to speak again. However, Li Feng, with another cruel smile, unleashed another streak of blood-red energy towards the remaining disciples, resulting in further carnage. The residual wave of that crimson energy swept towards Ba Mei and Wang Wei. In a moment of desperation, Wang Wei, despite his grievous injuries, positioned himself protectively in front of Ba Mei, fully prepared to sacrifice himself. To his astonishment, as the blood-red energy passed, both he and Ba Mei emerged unscathed. Unbeknownst to him, due to his inadequate cultivation level, he failed to perceive the faint thunderous shield that had materialized before him, absorbing all the impending harm. The others remained oblivious to the miraculous event that had transpired around Wang Wei. Only the elder wolf, who was deeply concerned for Ba Mei's safety, caught sight of the protective thunder shield, leading him to surmise that Wang Wei must have secretly summoned a powerful guardian to shield himself. In that moment of despair, a sudden idea sparked within him. Second brother, discreetly activate that teleportation array and send Ba Mei and that young man away. Today, it seems, we shall meet our end. The situation had deteriorated to its nadir, but he reassured, do not worry. That young man is under the protection of a formidable guardian and will not abandon us in our time of need. After uttering these words, the elder wolf launched an unexpected assault, a dazzling circular light emanating from his palms, forming a barrier between his brethren and the members of the Ziji Sword Sect, just as all eyes were momentarily blinded by the radiant glow. The elder wolf hurled a black orb towards Wang Wei, landing securely in his right hand. What is this? Wang Wei pondered as he opened his palm to reveal an orb the size of an egg, intricately engraved with strange patterns, within which 7 wolves seemed to writhe. Driven by curiosity, he held the object up to the sun. The Wolf Fang Token. Elder Quan, it is indeed the Wolf Fang Token. Among the members of the Ziji Sword Sect was a lean, dark-skinned swordsman with sharp, piercing eyes who was the first to recognize that Wang Wei held the very token they sought. Second wolf. Now, the great wolf let out a resounding roar, and the second wolf crushed the talisman in its grasp. The brilliant aurora surged towards Wang Wei and the little sister Ba, and in an instant, the two vanished before the eyes of the onlookers. Chapter 16. Magma, Stone Monsters. Where is this? The sudden turn of events left Wang Wei somewhat bewildered, for the scene before him was no longer one of shattered stones and severed limbs, but rather a circular stone cavern. In truth, Wang Qing had misjudged. There was indeed a powerful protector beside Wang Wei, but at the moment of the teleportation, this so-called guardian looked utterly confounded in the shadows, unaware of how Wang Wei had been transported or to where they had been sent. Hey, are we still on the island, with no one else around? Wang Wei could only pose the question to Ba. At that moment, Ba lay weakly on the ground, yet her stubborn spirit remained undiminished. I am not He. I am Ba, and I too do not know if we are still on the island. You don't know? Surely we aren't still in the Wolf Return Valley. That would spell our doom. Wang Wei quickly surveyed his surroundings. He discovered that he and Ba were standing upon a circular stone platform capable of accommodating 10 individuals. The platform was inscribed with an intricate array of symbols, whether scripture or script remained unclear. Surrounding the platform were 4 stone niches, evenly spaced, which also bore the marks of AGE.AT. The center of the cavern ceiling were 7 luminous orbs, illuminating the enclosed space as brightly as day. What is that? Wang Wei noticed that each of the 4 niches seemed to emanate a light, each of differing hues and intensities. Could these possibly be treasures? Wang Wei mused as he approached for a closer look, but the gaps in the niches were too narrow to discern the nature of their contents. Only their radiance was visible. That a soft murmur caused Wang Wei to turn around, only to find that Ba had fainted at some point. Her lips moved as if she were speaking, yet when Wang Wei leaned in to listen intently, he could make out nothing but incoherent sounds. With a sigh of resignation, Wang Wei removed his robe, rolled it into a bundle, and placed it beneath Ba's head to provide her some comfort. What exactly was this thing? The subsequent 5 figures in purple seemed to regard it with great interest. Yet why would those from the Wolf Return Valley toss it to me? Wang Wei weighed the wolf tooth token in his hand, glancing once more at the light above. This time, he saw no wolves darting about within the orbs. How is it that I find myself trapped in this cavern again? Alas, my fate. He carefully stowed the wolf-tooth token, sighing as he paced in search of an exit. To his dismay, the small cavern appeared entirely isolated from the outside world. After much knocking and searching, he could not locate even the slightest crack. Ultimately, he turned his attention to the four niches. Despite pushing, prying, and ramming against them, he found no trace of a mechanism, nor could he discern what lay within the niches after much effort. Seeing that Ba remained unresponsive, Wang Wei decided to sit cross-legged and restore some of his strength and energy. Feeling significantly more at ease, he again scrutinized the niches. Now, to be honest, I am loath to cause any destruction, but I must strive for survival. Thus, regardless of whose esteemed territory this may be, I shall have to offend the elders. After a lengthy soliloquy, Wang Wei sat cross-legged upon a stone platform inscribed with intricate runes. He performed a series of gestures, and a blade of energy shot forth from his fingertip, transforming into 4 bolts of lightning that struck the 4 stone niches. A resonating hum enveloped the area around the niches, manifesting a luminous circle that shrouded the entire runic platform. When Wang Wei's energy attack collided with the circle, it vanished as if absorbed by a bottomless sea. Quickly, he cradled the young girl, Ba Xiaomei, in his arms, preparing for any imminent danger. As the runes illuminated, a piercing sound seemed to emanate from the depths of the earth, and in an instant, the landscape shifted, revealing that he and Ba Xiaomei had been transported to another realm. Judging by the surroundings, they appeared to still be deep underground, confronted by an immense pool of molten lava, which rendered the atmosphere unbearably sweltering. Wang Wei, unwilling to release Ba Xiaomei or advance further, felt a growing sense of unease due to the sudden change in scenery and the perilous unknown of the lava-filled abyss. After a brief pause, he resolved to seek an escape route and cautiously began to tread forward. Suddenly, a bubble of lava burst, its eruption seemingly inconsequential amidst the gently undulating magma. Yet, for the tension-stricken Wang Wei, the minuscule sound captured his attention. How foolish of me. I've frightened myself with tales of monsters from novels, he mused, only to be interrupted moments later when a large stone hurtled toward him from just 3 paces away. Instinctively alert, he sidestepped the incoming projectile and steadied himself to observe the rock, which, to his astonishment, revealed itself to be a 4-legged creature the size of a monkey. Its skin blended seamlessly with the surrounding environment, and its eyes glowed a vibrant crimson, reminiscent of flowing lava. At that moment, it opened its gaping maw, emitting a cacophony of discordant chuckles. What a diminutive creature you are, with such sluggish speed and your meager stature. What are you trying to intimidate me with? Wang Wei scoffed, preparing to dispatch the creature with a swift jab of his fingers. However, from the direction he had just traversed, a multitude of similar creatures began to emerge from the ceiling and the ground, each camouflaging itself as a mere stone, now awakening and revealing their eyes in the molten cavern, which already resembled a hellish realm. What in the world? Wang Wei sighed heavily. While he could easily eliminate this single creature, the prospect of facing an entire horde was unfathomable, not to mention the lurking possibility of other beasts within the surrounding magma. In a panic, he sought refuge in a narrow passage, unsure of how many of these stone monsters awaited him within. As he fled, he felt the relentless pursuit of the creatures intensifying, forcing him to navigate the labyrinthine passages with Ba Xiaomei in his arms, ducking and weaving through each intersection to every opening. He employed his earth-concealing technique to barricade the path with loose stones. Though the makeshift barriers could not withstand the onslaught of the stone monsters for long, each successive layer created a greater distance between him and the encroaching horde. Panting heavily, despite having attained the 8th level of spiritual adeptness, Wang Wei found himself increasingly fatigued from running while carrying Ba Xiaomei, compounded by the constant expenditure of spiritual energy to maintain his defenses. Moreover, what infuriated Wang Wei was that, from the moment he was transported to this place, to the point of losing consciousness and subsequently being carried away, the blood-red spear in the hands of the 8th sister remained firmly gripped. Not only was it a hindrance, but it had also nearly obstructed their escape. Just moments ago that he contemplated discarding it, yet upon seeing the 8th sister faint, he could not bring himself to let it go. Damn it, this persistent spirit just one fade away. But where exactly am I? Wang Wei dashed into a slightly larger cave, where vast pools of molten lava continued to churn. However, the temperature within this cavern was significantly higher than in other locations. Fearing the presence of those stone monsters again, he cautiously advanced. A muffled grunt suddenly emanated from ahead, and to Wang Wei's astonishment, a stone giant, approximately 20 times larger than an ordinary person, rose from the adjacent lava. As the giant stood, molten rocks splashed everywhere. It stretched its neck and exhaled heavily, booming in a voice akin to thunder. Are you a descendant of the four sacred clans? Chapter 17. The Crystal Tower, are you? Perhaps a descendant of the four sacred clans? Faced with the emotionless inquiry of the stone giant, Wang Wei furrowed his brow, pondering. The four sacred clans? I have never heard of them. I am at a loss for how to respond. Two of the clans have perished, one has submitted to another, and one remains largely secluded, making the descendants of the four sacred clans a rarity indeed. The stone giant appeared unsatisfied with Wang Wei's silence. After standing in the molten lava in contemplation for a moment, it suddenly swung its massive hand towards Wang Wei and the eighth sister. Wang Wei had already been on high alert upon encountering the stone giant. And now, with the giant's sudden aggression, he summoned his strength and swiftly leaped to the nearby open ground while cradling the eighth sister. However, despite its immense size, the giant was surprisingly swift. It seemed to have anticipated Wang Wei's maneuver. Altering its trajectory mid-air. As Wang Wei landed, the giant's colossal hand enveloped the two of them. The intricate patterns within the palm of the giant pulsated, and Wang Wei found himself unable to summon any of his spiritual energy. Despite his futile struggles against the giant's grasp, he felt a sense of relief that, while the giant's hold was formidable, it did not harbor any intent to kill, and the eighth sister's injuries had not worsened. With a resounding splash, the giant plunged Wang Wei and the eighth sister into the molten lava. Initially, Wang Wei feared that his inability to channel his spiritual energy would lead to injury from the molten rock. But soon he discovered that a milky white shield had enveloped both him and the eighth sister, protecting them from the searing heat. Below the molten surface lay a world ablaze with crimson light. Wang Wei was uncertain of where the giant was taking them or their current location. After what felt like the duration of a meal, the lava became less viscous, and his vision began to clear. As a result, he noticed a flickering light not far beneath them, suggesting the presence of some structure. The closer they drew, the better his sight became, and to his astonishment, a grand edifice emerged before him, a towering nine-tiered crystal tower of blue. Standing resolutely at the bottom of the molten lava, it was almost unimaginable how such a magnificent and luminous structure could exist in the intensely heated depths of the molten rock. What purpose does such an immense crystal tower serve? Positioned here in this manner, one cannot help but ponder the immense wealth required to procure such an abundance of crystal materials. Wang Wei smacked his lips in contemplation, sighing at the lavishness of the tower's owner. Yet a question lingered in his mind. What could the intention be behind the stone giant bringing the two of us here? The stone giant moved through the molten lava with such swiftness that Wang Wei had no time for further reflection, swiftly transporting him and his companion, Ba Xiaomei, to the vicinity of the crystal tower. This is no mere crystal, Wang Wei mused. Cough, cough. The tower's body is suffused with rich spiritual energy, undoubtedly a formidable spiritual artifact. Ba Xiaomei, clearly more knowledgeable than Wang Wei, was nonetheless taken aback by the towering edifice before her. As they conversed, the stone giant had already guided them toward the 9th level of the crystal tower. From a distance, the entrance to the 9th level appeared to be barely wide enough for two individuals to pass through, yet upon closer inspection, Wang Wei was astonished to discover that the stone giant, whose size was nearly 10 times that of an average person, could effortlessly glide through the opening without any hindrance. The stone giant ushered Wang Wei and Ba Xiaomei through the grand entrance of the 9th level. A faint sound echoed, and Wang Wei realized that he had set Ba Xiaomei down on her feet. Upon turning around, he found that the stone giant had vanished without a trace. Wang Wei was entirely unprepared for the revelation that the interior of the crystal tower constituted a world of its own. After they entered, the surroundings shifted dramatically, transforming into a classical courtyard replete with floral fragrances. The courtyard featured crimson walls and glazed tiles, tall trees and low flowers, along with long corridors and short bridges, a serene abode befitting a wealthy family. Suddenly, a melodious tune resonated through the air. Wang Wei turned towards the sound, where a lake, surrounded by vibrant flowers and unusual grasses, lay at the end of a gentle stream. In the center of the lake stood a diminutive pavilion, furnished with intricately arranged stone benches and tables. The slender figure clad in a loose, dark blue robe was gracefully gesturing with both hands, clearly captivated by the ancient zither resting on the stone table. The music began softly, gradually evolving into a captivating melody, with the notes rising and falling, intoxicating all who heard it. Wang Wei had never before encountered such enchanting music. He felt as though he had forgotten his surroundings, lost in the desire to listen to this melody for eternity. Suddenly, a chill coursed through his mind, and Wang Wei shivered involuntarily, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. He quickly focused his thoughts and realized that the black bead he held was emanating a glow. It must be this unassuming object, known as the wolf tooth token, that was preserving his sanity. Wang Wei, sensing the urgency of the situation, hastily summoned his spiritual energy in preparation for any unforeseen circumstances. At that moment, the music ceased, and the slender figure rose elegantly, making no visible motion. Yet Wang Wei and Ba Xiaomei were instantly transported to the pavilion in the center of the lake. Put her down, the child is quite injured. Without further inquiry, the slender figure revealed himself to be a serious-looking middle-aged man, possessing eyes that glimmered with an ethereal light and a sparse mustache that formed a distinctive shape. He appeared to be a man of few words. Noticing Wang Wei's delay in action, he reached out and lifted Ba Xiaomei, gently placing her on the stone table, while the ancient zither vanished from sight. Wang Wei and the little girl, Ba Xiaomei, observed as he extended his hand to seize something from them, initially intending to resist. However, both found themselves utterly immobilized, unable to move, and thus had no choice but to submit to his will. This led to the usually loquacious Wang Wei and the typically assertive Ba Xiaomei falling into an unusual silence. The man, too, was not one for idle chatter. He casually plucked a delicate, pale yellow flower with 5 petals from a grand vase beside the railing and gently placed it on Ba Xiaomei's chest, with a flick of his right index finger against her forehead. The flower vanished in a manner akin to magic, leaving Wang Wei and Ba Xiaomei astonished. Ba Xiaomei, initially puzzled, suddenly sensed a peculiar change in her body. As she shifted slightly, she was astonished to find no pain whatsoever. With newfound courage, she stood up, only to discover her strength fully restored, her injuries healed as if they had never existed. "Thank you, esteemed elder, for your assistance," she exclaimed joyfully, smiling brightly as she clasped her hands in gratitude towards the stranger who had mended her wounds. "Such formalities are unnecessary," replied the middle-aged man, his tone somewhat icy. He then turned his gaze towards Wang Wei and continued, "This place is accessible solely to the members of the 4 sacred clans. One of you bears the blood of the Thunder clan, while the other possesses a soul unlike any other. Neither of you belong to the 4 sacred clans. What, pray tell, brings you here?" With that, the chill in the man's eyes intensified, and Wang Wei felt as though he were pinned to the ground by the piercing light within them. "Esteemed elder, since entering the crystal tower, Wang Wei had been beset by an overwhelming drowsiness. Had it not been for the unassuming black orb nestled in his bosom, which provided a refreshing coolness, he feared his soul might have already succumbed to the depths of this enigmatic realm. We truly do not know how we arrived here. Not long ago, we were in Guilang Valley, battling sea beasts. Having been healed by the middle-aged man, Ba Xiaomei, with her innocent disposition, had come to regard the mustachioed stranger as the finest person in the world. Guilang Valley? The man frowned, seemingly unfamiliar with the location. Before he could speak, Ba Xiaomei chimed in again. "Indeed, Guilang Valley is wonderful. I have 7 brothers there. My brothers, having endured severe injuries, unconsciousness, and the shock of this small world." Ba Xiaomei was momentarily lost in her surroundings. It was only upon uttering the word brothers that she recalled her siblings were still in peril, prompting a wave of sorrow that caused her to lean against Wang Wei's shoulder and weep. As a young girl cherished by the 7 wolf brothers since childhood, the abrupt upheaval left her feeling utterly helpless. "Do not fret, Ba Xiaomei, we are equally unsure of how to leave. Let us first consult the esteemed elder," Wang Wei said, gently patting her head as he glanced at his now damp shoulder, shaking his head softly. "Esteemed elder, we truly did not intend to come here. I only remember that we were in Guilang Valley, vanquishing sea beasts and monstrous serpents, when 5 formidable individuals appeared. They unleashed their sword aura, wounding many, and while we were evading that overwhelming force, I found this orb in my hand, and then, quite inexplicably, we arrived here." As he spoke, Wang Wei produced the wolf tooth token from his garment. "I harbor little interest in the experiences of the 2 of you. Since your presence here is rather inexplicable, I shall erase your memories and send you on your way." However, upon hearing the accounts of Wang Wei and Ba Xiaomei, the middle-aged man initially intended to escort them out. Yet, in the next moment, his gaze fell upon the black orb in Wang Wei's hand. His expression hardened, and he halted his words. Wang Wei was oblivious to how the middle-aged man managed to seize the orb from his grasp. Yet the reality was that, despite his intention to speak, his hand was now empty, and he had not even witnessed the man's movement. Thus, with astonishment etched on his face, he looked up at the middle-aged man, only to find him equally astonished. "This is Qing Jun?" Although the middle-aged man attempted to temper his tone while speaking, a palpable excitement and a hint of tremor seeped through as he intently scrutinized the seemingly inconspicuous black orb in his hand, suddenly inquiring, "From whence did you acquire this object?" "This thought was tossed to me by one of her brothers, just before we were instantaneously transported here. Moreover, I believe I overheard one of the 5 later arrivals exclaiming, 'What is this Wolf Fang token?'" The middle-aged man appeared to have disregarded Wang Wei's words, his focus unwaveringly fixed on the object in his possession. "Without a doubt, it is Qing Jun. Young lady, what manner of person is your brother? I perceive that your soul is not of the Wolf clan. How then could your brother possess such an item?" The man's tone had evidently softened, and his gaze towards Wang Wei and Ba Xiaomei was no longer as piercing, instead imbued with a sense of benevolence. "My 7 brothers undoubtedly belong to the Wolf clan, yet I am not of their kind. According to my elder brother, I was discovered atop a tree, and having been unwanted, I was brought to Guilang Valley to be nurtured. As for this orb, I have never encountered it before." Ba Xiaomei, her injuries fully healed and her demeanor restored, chattered away a few words regarding her lineage, showing no signs of sorrow whatsoever. "The Wolf clan, you say?" The middle-aged man pondered briefly before speaking again. "What is the current state of the Wolf clan? Who is the present leader?" "The Wolf clan's influence has waned considerably, their territories ever shifting, and my brothers are cautiously managing Guilang Valley. However, I am unaware of the current leader of the Wolf clan." "What? Territory shifting? Where have the wolves from Chuemo Ridge and the White Snow Mountains gone?" "Chuemo Ridge is guarded by human experts at the Imperial Palace, and the White Snow Mountains have long served as a place of banishment for the Bear clan. I have never heard of any traces of the Wolf clan in these regions." The Imperial Palace, the place of banishment. Ba Xiaomei could distinctly sense a change in the middle-aged man's demeanor, making it increasingly difficult to breathe as she edged closer to Wang Wei. "Where are Kanair and Jiuyi? What of Zhongyu? Where have the experts of the Wolf clan gone, allowing other clans to occupy the ancestral lands of the Wolf clan?" A hint of anger laced the middle-aged man's voice, and Wang Wei and Ba Xiaomei exchanged puzzled glances, each perceiving the confusion mirrored in the other's eyes. "Elder, I have indeed heard of Wolf clan Zhongyu, but those tales are from 5 centuries past." "Speak," the middle-aged man exclaimed sharply, causing the young girl to instinctively shrink back, tightly clutching Wang Wei's sleeve. With palpable anxiety, she spoke. "It is said that in the far west, Zhongyu battled the Dragon clan's Qing Ming in the Dragon Palace, and was sealed and scorched to ashes by Qing Ming's dragon flames for a century. Young Zhongyu actually." Upon hearing the news of Zhongyu's demise, the middle-aged man fell silent for a moment, then regained his composure and asked, "There must be reasons behind the decline of the Wolf clan. Have their masters done nothing over the years? It is rumored that in the battle between Zhongyu and Qing Ming, a significant number of the Wolf clan's experts perished in the far west. Since that battle, the Wolf clan has been in disarray, gradually weakening to the point of seeking to retreat and preserve themselves." After the young girl finished speaking, the man's expression grew wearied. He gazed into the distance and sighed deeply. "Alas, what becomes of the Wolf clan in the future has little to do with me. Young lady, what is your name?" "I am called Ba Xiaomei, and this is my friend Datom." "What was your name again?" "I am not I am Wang Wei." Wang Wei rolled his eyes at Ba Xiaomei. Since arriving at the Wolf Valley and fighting sea beasts and malevolent dragons alongside her, they had been transported to the magma realm with little opportunity for conversation, resulting in Ba Xiaomei not even knowing the name of the person who had saved her multiple times until this moment. Chapter 19. The Heartbroken Senior. "I have a thought that I am uncertain whether to express." Wang Wei stepped forward, clasping his hands in respect as he addressed the middle-aged man, who wore a stoic expression and forced out a single word. "Speak." "Senior, it is indeed inappropriate for us to intrude upon your seclusion. Considering that we did not intend to disturb you, we humbly request your assistance in escorting us from this place." As he spoke, Wang Wei felt a tinge of nervousness. His lack of proficiency in the language made his speech seem somewhat awkward, likely due to the novels he often read. "Do not worry. Since you arrived here without intent, I shall naturally see you both safely away." The middle-aged man replied coolly, his right hand already forming a gesture to erase their memories of this place. "By the way, uncle." At that moment, Hua Xiaomei interjected. You have inquired so much about the legends of the Wolf Clan. Could it be that you require assistance? My brothers are all members of the Wolf Clan and might be able to help. Upon hearing her words, the middle-aged man fell silent once more. Assistance? What skills do your brothers possess? Could they truly undertake the heavy responsibility of reviving the Wolf Clan? I have faith in my 7 brothers. They're all exceptionally skilled. Exceptionally skilled. If they were truly so formidable, how is it that you two arrived here as if fleeing for your lives? Well, the situation was special. Nevertheless, it would not hurt to enlist your help. I had little desire to concern myself with the outside world, but with the Wolf Clan's decline and the 4 sacred clans offering no assistance, and with young Zhong you having been slain by the Dragon Clan, perhaps I need not remain here any longer. That lad from the Thunder Clan, I had a close friendship with your leader, Lei Gu. You ought to pay your respects to me. Wang Wei was taken aback. The old man's thoughts were quite erratic, but adhering to the stature of the Thunder Clan, he respectfully bowed to the middle-aged man. Respected senior, Wang Wei extends his greetings. The middle-aged man nodded slightly. This bow is not intended to take advantage of you. I perceive a thunderous spirit safeguarding your being, which signifies your esteemed status within the Thunder Clan. Before his demise, that rascal Lei Gu entrusted me with a tome of Thunder Clan techniques, bidding me to pass it on to a fated individual from the clan. Here, take it, fated one. As he spoke, the middle-aged man tossed a book to Wang Wei, who hastily caught it. Upon inspection, he found the tome to be 2 fingers thick, composed of an unknown material, with the cover adorned by 2 ancient black characters. Thunder Technique. Thank you, esteemed senior, for your generous gift. Should you require any assistance, do not hesitate to inform me. I shall certainly lend my aid within my capabilities. Wang Wei cradled the Thunder Technique, eager to peruse its contents, only to discover it was sealed, allowing him to only flip through the initial 3 pages. However, the material within was richly illustrated and meticulously recorded. You, like an insignificant insect, what assistance can you provide? Granting you the Thunder Technique is merely a gesture of goodwill, a fleeting encounter that I find somewhat agreeable. Wang Wei ceased his conversation, immediately performing a respectful salute. Does the elder genuinely require our assistance? Observing the exchange between Wang Wei and the middle-aged man, the young girl, the 8th sister, had grown quite impatient. Noticing a jade cup and pot atop the stone table, she poured herself several cups of the beverage to quench her thirst. The taste was rather bland, prompting her to pout in dissatisfaction. Indeed, there is a matter at hand. I have lingered here for over a millennium. 1,000 years ago, the Lion Clan rampaged, wreaking havoc upon our kind in the demon realm. The leaders of the 4 sacred clans invited me to join them in eradicating the threat to the populace. Utilizing the power of my Wolf Clan's moonlight and the sacred artifacts of the 4 sacred clans, we established a barrier that suppressed the Lion Clan deep within the molten rock. Since then, every century, the 4 sacred clans would dispatch someone to activate the sacred artifacts, reinforcing the barrier's strength that I could then gradually draw upon the natural spiritual energy to diminish the Lion Clan's ferocity. However, it has been 500 years since anyone last visited, leaving me to uphold the barrier alone, gradually depleting my spiritual power. If no external reinforcement is provided, the barrier's strength will inevitably wane, and the Lion Clan shall resurface, plunging the world into chaos once more. Wang Wei found himself at a loss for words, while others effortlessly acquired immense powers upon their arrival in a new world. Leaving their names etched in history, he felt as if he were merely dreaming, listening to tales. Fortunately, having spent considerable time in this realm, he had grown accustomed to such fantastical narratives. Why not simply eradicate the Lion Clan? Although he listened calmly, Wang Wei could not restrain his curiosity from asking. The middle-aged man fell silent for a moment, fixing his gaze upon Wang Wei as he replied. Ultimately, we share a common ancestry as demonkind. I cannot bear to see the Lion Clan, with its countless kin, extinguished. Their bloodline merely harbors a greater ferocity. It is merely a matter of altering their habits. Wang Wei inwardly admired this perspective, while feeling embarrassed by his own naive thoughts. Who says that powerful races have the right to determine the fates of others? This seemingly cold-hearted middle-aged man could indeed be seen as a champion of higher ideals. Currently, there are 2 methods to aid me. One is to seek out a powerful elder from the 4 sacred clans to activate the sacred artifacts and reinforce the barrier. The other is to procure a celestial-grade spiritual artifact for me to replenish the barrier's spiritual energy. However, based on your current levels of cultivation, neither of these solutions seems feasible. So, what do you say? Are you still considering assisting me? The middle-aged man spoke softly of these two methods, leaving Wang Wei in a state of partial understanding. The first was simply seeking assistance from others. But what of the second? What exactly is a celestial-grade spiritual artifact? Uncle, is it truly necessary to obtain a celestial-grade spiritual artifact? Upon hearing the middle-aged man's words, the little girl gaped in astonishment, her jaw nearly dropping to the floor. Indeed, without a celestial-grade or higher spiritual artifact, this matter seems nearly impossible. The middle-aged man cast a glance at the little girl, his tone resolute, yet somewhat rigid. Wait, what exactly is this celestial-grade spiritual artifact you speak of? I have sustained some injuries, and most of my memories have faded away. Wang Wei interjected awkwardly, gesturing to his own head as he spoke. The middle-aged man looked at Wang Wei with a hint of confusion. Just as the little girl began to chatter away, a celestial-grade spiritual artifact is well. Spiritual artifacts are classified as inferior, medium, superior, celestial, divine, and sacred. In this world, spiritual artifacts are already scarce. In our entire Guilang Valley, only the elder brother possesses an inferior-grade spiritual artifact, which is quite remarkable. Having a spiritual artifact in the same realm can essentially secure the top position. Impressive, isn't it? Thus, when the uncle mentioned needing a celestial-grade spiritual artifact, it is indeed a daunting task for us to find one. Listening to the two methods proposed by the middle-aged man and the little girl's explanation of the classifications of spiritual artifacts, Wang Wei pondered deeply. The four holy clans have declined, some retreating while others have fallen. The first method is certainly unfeasible, and as for the second, perhaps after we emerge, I could consult my master for further understanding. It's possible that what seems unattainable for them, the celestial-grade spiritual artifact, my master could procure with ease. After all, he was quite a formidable figure in his day. Chapter 20. A New Wave of Teleportation Elder. Leave the matter of seeking a celestial-grade spiritual artifact to us. The moment Wang Wei thought of his master's illustrious past, he felt assured that acquiring such an artifact would be a simple task, and he immediately patted his chest in affirmation. Upon hearing Wang Wei's decisive agreement, the little girl widened her eyes and scrutinized him up and down, her expression rife with skepticism, as if to say, "How could a pauper whom I have already plundered possibly find this legendary item? Do you truly believe you can locate a celestial-grade spiritual artifact?" The middle-aged man's tone carried a hint of excitement. Yet the inexperienced Wang Wei and the little girl remained oblivious to it. I think so. Although my memory is partially impaired, after hearing the little girl's explanation, I seem to have a vague recollection of spiritual artifacts. My master has an extensive collection, and I believe he possesses several high-grade artifacts. While Wang Wei was not entirely certain, having even a whisper of information regarding such artifacts was preferable to waiting idly while depleting vast amounts of spiritual energy. The middle-aged man began to place his hopes on these two young individuals. In that case, I entrust the search for the celestial-grade spiritual artifact to you. However, this child has suffered significant damage to her soul during her youth and requires a period of tranquility for recovery. In my opinion, it would be best for her to remain here for some time to recuperate. Once you return with the spiritual artifact, I shall ensure her full recovery. The middle-aged man spoke while gesturing towards the little girl. "Ah, you intend to keep me here." The innocent Ba Xiaomei believed that the middle-aged man genuinely intended to heal her wounded soul, unlike Wang Wei, who immediately sensed the man's ulterior motives. Ba Xiaomei remained oblivious to the true nature of the middle-aged man's intentions. It was clear he sought to take her hostage. With your brother's capabilities, it is still a formidable challenge to navigate this calamity, and you must find a way for both of you to escape. Should you venture forth again, not only will you be of no assistance to your brothers, but your actions may also place them in jeopardy. Would you truly wish to witness such an outcome? The middle-aged man had long recognized Ba Xiaomei's naivety. His calm demeanor and rational arguments left her speechless. She stammered, "Senior, I will certainly endeavor to procure a celestial-grade spirit artifact for you. But I implore you to safeguard Ba Xiaomei's well-being. Once I acquire the spirit artifact, I sincerely hope her spiritual wounds can be healed." Wang Wei wished to contest the middle-aged man's assertions, yet he realized he was dealing with an ancient fox, one who had lived for millennia. If he had set his mind on using Ba Xiaomei's leverage, no amount of persuasion would sway him. Recognizing Ba Xiaomei's trust in him as a friend, Wang Wei felt compelled to exhibit the courage and dignity befitting a man. Despite his average abilities, he must not appear too weak. The middle-aged man cast a penetrating glance at Wang Wei, paused in contemplation, and a subtle smile graced his lips as he spoke. "Indeed, you are a noble of the Thunder clan. protected by the essence of lightning. Your audacity to challenge me already places you ahead of many of your peers. Rest assured, the Wolf Clan values its promises. I, Han Lang, would never stoop to deceive you. A junior, this child will be returned to you unharmed. Upon hearing Han Lang's pledge, Wang Wei felt a measure of relief and promptly declared, Ba Xiaomei, I shall procure the celestial-grade spirit artifact in the shortest time possible. Senior S. Noble intentions to heal your soul must be met with your utmost compliance. Very well. You are indeed a decisive individual. I shall see you safely on your way. I hope you return soon with the artifact, Han Lang replied, with a swift gesture of his right hand. The entire lake transformed into a colossal whirlpool, seemingly powerful, yet leaving the surrounding landscape untouched. What is this? Wang Wei turned to Han Lang, his face etched with confusion. Just leap in. Remember to keep this item safe. No matter where you find yourself, shattering it will instantly transport you back here, Han Lang instructed, handing Wang Wei a light blue crystal shard, which he accepted with solemnity before preparing to leap into the whirlpool. Wait, Ba Xiaomei approached Wang Wei. Gazing at the innocent girl before him, Wang Wei felt a twinge of reluctance. However, a glance at Han Lang reminded him that further words would be futile, and he simply cast a deep look at Ba Xiaomei before leaping into the great whirlpool. As the lake's surface gradually returned to tranquility, Ba Xiaomei stood transfixed, lost in contemplation. Han Lang glanced at the lake before closing his eyes. Though silent, he murmured to himself, Shui, today I deceived someone. A young man of such humble cultivation. I wonder if you will reproach me for this. Yet, to save you, I would sacrifice anything, even my own esteemed reputation. After Wang Wei leaped into the vortex, he remained ever vigilant against any unforeseen calamities. However, apart from feeling slightly dizzy from the swirling motion, his body sustained no significant injuries. All he perceived was a shroud of misty whiteness enveloping him. It was uncertain how long he had been spinning, but eventually, he sensed the vortex's force diminishing. At last, he came to a halt. The vortex vanished, and he found himself once more upon solid ground. That night, the wind howled mournfully, and the atmosphere was somewhat chilly. Wang Wei cast a glance around the dilapidated dwelling he occupied and surveyed the ground beneath him. He stood upon a circular stone platform, which bore mottled patterns and resembled the very stone slab to which he had been initially transported by Erlang to the depths below. However, unlike that earlier platform, this one was devoid of stone niches and instead surrounded by 4 statues, each standing at a man's height, depicting the azure dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird, and black tortoise. This place appeared to be a forsaken altar, reminiscent of a temple long abandoned, were it not for the scurrying rats making their incessant squeaks. Wang Wei might have thought this eerie locale was devoid of any living creature. Peering through a gaping hole in the roof to assess the state of the night sky, Wang Wei intended to seize the moonlight to seek a nearby inn for refuge. However, just as he contemplated stepping outside, an odd sound emanated from the courtyard, prompting him to swiftly concentrate his senses, hold his breath, and conceal himself behind a pillar to observe the stirring in the yard. Squeak, squeak. So it was merely the rats. How amusingly he had frightened himself. Just as Wang Wei prepared to step out, a white shadow darted past the door, and a chilling wave washed over him. Instantly, the 2 rats outside were frozen solid. Where do you think you're going, foul creature? A voice roared from beyond the door, resonating like the roar of a tiger or the growl of a dragon. In an instant, a flash of azure light surged forward, aimed at the white shadow. This seemingly desolate and unvisited altar suddenly erupted with commotion. Bang! The white shadow unleashed a wave of icy air, colliding with the azure light, causing a tremendous energy ripple to disperse throughout the courtyard, and half of the dilapidated structure where Wang Wei stood was abruptly toppled. By the moonlight, Wang Wei discerned that in the southwest corner of the courtyard, facing west, the menacing white shadow was not a person at all, but rather a beast covered in white fur, resembling a cheetah, with 2 hauntingly green eyes fixated on a figure wielding a spear. You, wretched beast, who have preyed upon the innocent and wreaked havoc upon the world, shall be condemned by all. This night, I shall not allow your escape. Behold my spear. Under the moonlight, the spear-wielding man brandished his weapon, took 3 strides, and leaped high into the air, launching an assault on the white cheetah. Though the white cheetah appeared ordinary, it sensed the man's movement as the spear was thrust towards it, and with a swift scrape of its hind paws against the ground, it evaded the lethal strike like a spectre. In the next moment, it swiped with its forepaws, unleashing 4 blood-red ice blades that shot forth, targeting the man's forehead, throat, chest, and groin. Seeing the cheetah evade and retaliate with such speed, the spear-wielding man hastily twirled his weapon, creating what appeared to be a shimmering silver shield before him, with a series of sharp clangs. The icy blade struck against the spear, producing 4 crisp sounds. Yet, instead of being deflected, it swiftly adhered to the spear, transforming it into a frosty staff in the blink of an eye, significantly diminishing its wielder's speed. Under the moonlight, the man was exerting his power to dispel the chilling aura, but the ice spirit leopard seized the moment to launch another attack, its gaping maw hurtling towards him, intent on shattering his skull. A sense of panic surged within him. The ice spirit leopard, which had been grievously wounded before encountering him, had refrained from a desperate assault until now. However, the crimson ice blade it unleashed was indeed a source of great distress for him. As his martial arts were countered by the frigid ice, TNT anticipated that the ice spirit leopard could wield such a formidable technique, as the creature approached with alarming speed. He swung his spear with all his might. The ice spirit leopard deftly evaded the strike, landing behind him and leaping up to attack his neck with even greater swiftness, leaving him with little time to react before facing impending doom. In the shadows, Wang Wei had been observing the entire confrontation, well aware that this ice spirit leopard was a menace to humanity. Witnessing the man in peril, he acted decisively. A flash of lightning surged forth, leaving a startling scar across the leopard's right eye. The creature, taken aback by the ambush, felt its fury escalate and let out a roar as it charged towards Wang Wei. With a swift incantation, Wang Wei summoned the earth itself. Remnants of shattered stone and debris rose at his command, coalescing into a massive fist that descended upon the charging ice spirit leopard. The impact resonated. Thud, the leopard groaned in pain, tumbling several times before managing to regain its footing. Yet, before it could stabilize, the man had cleansed his spear of the ice, and as the leopard rose, he recited an incantation, summoning a gust of wind beneath his feet. The spear, glowing with a cerulean radiance, pierced through the leopard's back and emerged from its chest, leading to its immediate demise. Phew! After several days, this beast's power has indeed amplified significantly. It must have consumed numerous lives. The man muttered to himself as he withdrew the spear, wiping the tip casually before turning to Wang Wei. My friend, I owe you a debt of gratitude today. Otherwise, I would have encountered considerable trouble. I am Cui Mingjun, and I wish to call you my friend. Accompanying his hearty words was a beautifully carved gourd, which Wang Wei grasped in his hand, looking at Cui Mingjun with a hint of confusion. Fine wine, a rarity indeed. It is not something the average person can indulge in. Skeptical yet curious, Wang Wei uncorked the gourd and took a sip, the sharpness causing him to involuntarily grimace. Ha ha ha, quite potent. Isn't it? This is the strongest liquor in Xinjiang City. Cui Mingjun laughed heartily, seizing the gourd and taking a hearty swig, releasing a satisfied sigh. Observing this, Wang Wei thought to himself that this was indeed a jovial young man. And his spirits lifted slightly. He reached for the gourd from Cui Mingjun's grasp and took a generous gulp. Delightful. I am Wang Wei. Come, let us drink again. Certainly, let us drink. Cui Mingjun, already delighted by the sight of Wang Wei drinking heartily, was overjoyed when invited to join. Naturally, he could not contain his excitement as he took the gourd of wine and poured it into his mouth. As the night deepened, illuminated by the moonlight, the two continued to drink with increasing fervor. Cui Mingjun even sliced some leopard meat and roasted it over a green flame. They indulged in a delightful feast of wine and meat, blissfully unaware that the gourd in Cui Mingjun's possession seemed to hold an endless supply of wine. They drank well into the night, and yet the gourd continued to provide as usual. As the moonlight gradually dimmed and the first light of dawn filled the sky, the remnants of the Four Saints' altar appeared even more dilapidated than the previous day. The aftermath of last night's battle had intermingled the chilling essence of the ice spirit leopard with Cui Mingjun's fiery heat, resulting in the once verdant grass now devoid of color, leaving the courtyard a desolate yellow. The lifeless ice spirit leopard lay amidst the withered grass, its body grotesquely disfigured, with entrails spilling forth from a gash in its belly, creating a scene both gruesome and repulsive. Although Wang Wei and Cui Mingjun had spent the night consuming strong liquor, at this moment, their presence was nowhere to be found. A sudden gust of wind swept through, revealing a figure among the grass. With a furrowed brow and a rigid expression, he bore a black iron chain about his waist, thick as a baby's wrist, which clinked incessantly with every movement. He crouched down to inspect the wound on the ice spirit leopard's chest. Qingyan spear, Cui Mingjun, he exclaimed. Realizing that the ice spirit leopard's gallbladder had indeed been seized by him, his hand traced the wound, discerning the identity of the assailant, and then moved to the charred patch of fur on the chest. This did not appear to be the work of the green flame alone. It seemed the beast had not been slain solely by Cui Mingjun, suggesting that his mastery of the Qingyan spear had not progressed so rapidly after all. Muttering to himself, the newcomer elegantly stepped through the dilapidated wooden door of the altar. Another gentle breeze swept by, and the figure vanished, leaving behind the impression that no one had ever been there. Chapter 22. Brotherhood. A loud bang jolted Wang Wei awake. Opening his eyes, he found himself lying on a soft bed, surrounded by delicate gauzy curtains, vermilion furniture, and an elegantly arranged room that a low stool at the head of the bed held an incense burner, the fragrance wafting through the air, refreshing his senses and banishing any discomfort from the previous night's indulgence. This must be the abode of a wealthy family, Wang Wei mused. But wait, how did he end up in bed? In a wealthy family's bed, no less. The clamor outside interrupted his thoughts. Who on earth is making such a racket? Are they tired of living? Voices erupted from outside. How dare you? When has it ever been your place to meddle in my affairs? You insolent girl. It's early morning, and everyone is still asleep. What madness is this? What if you disturb my guests? Humph, this is my home. I can do as I please. Besides, even pigs wake up earlier than you. Wang Wei couldn't help but chuckle at this exchange. This woman not only insulted others, but included herself in the fray. Shaking his head, he pushed the door open. You that good men don't quarrel with women, that if you continue this nonsense. Wang brother, as Wang Wei stepped outside. He was met with the sight of a heated argument. His astonishment. The person embroiled in the dispute was none other than Cui Mingjun, with whom he had shared drinks the previous night. Opposite him stood a woman clad in red, her sleeves rolled up and hands firmly on her hips, exuding an air of fury akin to that of an enraged she-wolf, poised to pounce at any moment. Upon noticing Wang Wei's emergence, Cui Mingjun ceased his verbal sparring with the woman and made his way directly to Wang Wei's side. I beg your pardon, brother Wang. My younger sister has always acted without restraint, and I fear she may have disturbed your peaceful slumber. Do not trouble yourself, Cui brother. I have always appreciated forthright individuals. That it is of no consequence, Wang Wei replied, surveying the chaos before him, the remnants of a scuffle and the charred remnants of a low wall. It was evident that the earlier loud bang was linked to the current disarray. Without a doubt, it was the work of the young girl, no more than 15 or 16, whose youthful visage belied her tempestuous nature. Hey, who do you think you are? Just because you are more handsome than my brother doesn't mean I will be courteous to you. Step aside, young lady. With that, the woman in red strode boldly past both Wang Wei and Cui Mingjun, dramatically flicking her cloak, which landed squarely on Wang Wei's face. You. Wang Wei intended to admonish her, but, upon seeing Cui Mingjun's apologetic expression, he could only mutter inwardly, I shall endure this, you wretched girl. Do not mind her, Wang brother. This girl has been spoiled by my father since childhood. Besides my mother, everyone in the Cui household indulges her. You worry too much, Cui brother. How could I possibly stoop to quarreling with a young girl? By the way, how much did we drink last night? I can hardly recall a thing. Cui Mingjun let out a hearty laugh, his feet springing lightly off the ground as he exclaimed, Come, dear brother Wang. Follow me. Wang Wei watched as Cui Mingjun sprang up and effortlessly vaulted over two high walls. Confused yet intrigued, he gathered his strength and leaped forward to keep pace with Cui Mingjun. It must be said, this was Wang Wei's first encounter with the grandeur of a wealthy family's estate, though he had previously wandered through royal gardens and the remnants of famous figures. Those places lacked vitality. Now, weaving through the myriad of buildings in the Cui estate, he could not help but lament, alas, after years of toil and sales, I have yet to save enough for a down payment in the city center. While here stands row upon row of magnificent residences, though, the irony of fate. In no time at all, the two arrived at a small square. On either side stood an array of weaponry, swords, spears, halberds, all meticulously arranged in 2 rows, each shimmering with an ethereal glow, clearly low-grade magical artifacts. At the center of the square loomed a massive black stone, its surface marred with countless impressions, fist and foot marks, blade and sword imprints, along with other indiscernible marks, densely scattered across every inch. Most striking was a colossal handprint at the center, sunk a full foot deep, while the other impressions, though numerous, barely reached half a foot in depth. Cui brother, this must be your family's training ground. Indeed, What a question. However, I was inquiring about how much we drank last night. Ha ha ha. You are a straightforward man. Brother Wang.my wine gourd is a treasure, capable of holding 100 jin of wine. Last night, only 10 jin remained, and I consumed just over 3. The rest, my dear Wang brother, was all for you. In the city of Xinyang, who does not know that I, Cui Mingjun, the master of the Qingyan spear, am a connoisseur of fine wines. Last night, I discovered that Brother Wang's capacity for alcohol surpasses my own. Therefore, I have resolved to pledge brotherhood with you. What do you say? Ah, Wang Wei seemed momentarily taken aback. Were we not discussing the matter of drinking? How did we arrive at the topic of brotherhood? Wait, how much did I actually drink? Over 6 jin, and I'm still standing. Brother Cui, the truth is, I'm not entirely certain of my own tolerance for alcohol. As for the brotherhood, the matter of brotherhood is settled, not solely based on your drinking prowess, but primarily due to your assistance in eliminating the ice spirit leopard, a dreadful menace. You strike me as a man of resolute character. Why then do you dither over such a decision? If you hold me, Cui Mingjun, in contempt, feel free to act as you wish. Upon uttering these words, Cui Mingjun's face turned cold. Wang Wei was stunned. The conversation had been amicable, yet the mood shifted abruptly. Brother Cui, you've misunderstood. Very well, I consent to our brotherhood. To demonstrate my sincerity, I shall drink a jin of wine myself. Hand me the gourd. Ah, now that is the mark of a true hero. Here you go. Upon hearing Wang Wei's agreement to the brotherhood and his request for wine, Cui Mingjun's expression brightened immediately, and he prepared to pass the wine gourd. Wait, what now? Haha, Cui Mingjun smirked and said, the matter of drinking shall not be delayed. However, as this wine is of mediocre quality, for our first brotherhood ceremony, we must celebrate with the finest wine. Come, let us perform the rites of brotherhood first. Wang Wei could tell that Cui Mingjun was genuinely pleased. His earlier displeasure had been a deliberate act stemming from Wang Wei's hesitation that he chuckled softly, shaking his head, and imitated Cui Mingjun's demeanor, bowing deeply 3 times before the great black stone, then kneeling before the newly risen Sun by the ancestral stone as witness, with heaven above. I, Cui Mingjun, hereby take Wang Wei as my brother today. We shall share wine and uphold our bond of loyalty until the heavens cease to exist. This vow shall remain unbroken. Wang Wei, having only seen such ceremonies on television, had never experienced one firsthand. He assumed Cui Mingjun was well versed in the customs, so he quietly inquired, what should I say? Is it the same as what you said? Of course, just follow my lead. Ahem, by the ancestral stone as witness. Oh, wait, this ancestral stone is not from my family. Does that make it invalid? I'm not sure, since the ancestral stone is a sacred object of every cultivation family. That's why I proposed it as a witness. Just repeat after me. By the ancestral stone as witness, with heaven above, I, Wang Wei, today take Cui Mingjun as my brother. We shall share wine and uphold our bond of loyalty until the heavens cease to exist. This vow shall remain unbroken. As soon as Wang Wei finished speaking, Cui Mingjun leapt for joy and promptly pulled Wang Wei up with him. Haha, splendid. From this day forth, we are brothers. I am 16 this year, and you appear to be a bit older than I. Thus, you shall be my elder brother. In the future, within the city of Xinyang, should my elder brother wish to make his mark, I, the younger brother, will be the first to clear the way for you. As he spoke, Cui Mingjun leaned back against a stone bench, opened the wine gourd, and took a swig. Wang Wei found his audacious manner somewhat endearing, yet undeniably innocent, and he couldn't help but tease him. Why do you make me sound like a bandit? But if you truly possess such prowess, how about lending your elder brother a hand? Cui Mingjun, with a mouthful of wine, mumbled, Brother, you speak as if we're strangers. Do not hesitate to express your needs. I can handle it. Wang Wei pondered for a moment before responding earnestly. I require a celestial grade spiritual artifact. Cui Mingjun spewed out his wine in surprise. What? A celestial grade spiritual artifact? Chapter 23. Turmoil in the marketplace. Cui Mingjun was taken aback by Wang Wei's words. Indeed, possessing even a single celestial grade spiritual artifact would be sufficient to uphold a sect of moderate strength. Wang Wei seemed to take it so lightly. Brother, do you think this is as easy as picking radishes? A celestial grade spiritual artifact is not something one can simply demand. The highest tier spiritual artifact in the entirety of Xinyang City is merely the upper tier defensive artifact held by the city lord. And even that is just a pseudo upper tier artifact. It is already quite remarkable. Wang Wei scoffed. I knew it. You are not omnipotent, and it seems I cannot rely on you for this. Now, let me ask you about something else. Are you familiar with the Guilang Valley or the Bayan Isle? Upon hearing the first part of Wang Wei's inquiry, Cui Mingjun shrugged and continued to drink. However, upon hearing the second question, he furrowed his brows and replied hesitantly, I have never heard of Guilang Valley. But I believe I've heard of Bayan Isle. It is said that 300 years ago, a formidable elder battled the elders of several ancient clans at Bayan Isle. In the end, as his soul was about to disperse, he waved his hand and erected a barrier, sealing Bayan Isle within the vast East Sea, rendering it unfathomable to outsiders. Why? Are you planning to seek it out? Wang Wei felt vexed upon hearing this and waved his hand dismissively. I was merely inquiring casually. A friend from Guilang Valley mentioned it to me. I just wanted to know what sort of place it is. By the way, didn't you say you could help me navigate through difficulties? Come on, take me for a stroll in Xinyang City. I happen to need a suitable weapon. Let us see if we can find one. Cui Mingjuan's eyes lit up at the prospect of exploring the city, and he quickly put away his wine gourd, nodding towards Wang Wei. Absolutely. I will show you around. Xinyang City has much to offer. Let us go. With that, Cui Mingjun pulled Wang Wei towards the door. Indeed, as Cui Mingjun had rightly pointed out, Xinyang City, though a border town, was a bustling metropolis. Broad streets crisscrossed one another, with buildings of varying heights standing in close succession. Whether on the main thoroughfare or in the alleyways, the sides of the roads were brimming with an array of splendid goods, and shop signs fluttered in the breeze from the eaves of the buildings. At the roadside stalls, the sounds of haggling, inquiries, and transactions filled every corner of the city, while within the shops, patrons gathered for feasting, tea, and music, bringing life to a vivid tapestry of human existence. Wang Wei and Cui Mingjun walked through the center of the road. The throngs of pedestrians made Cui Mingjun cautious, fearing that Wang Wei, who was distractedly gazing about, might get lost. Brother, why are there so many people in this small city? Wang Wei asked, feeling somewhat irritated by the crowding. Haha, I'll keep you in suspense. You'll find out soon enough, Cui Mingjun replied with a hearty laugh, seemingly intent on withholding the answer. Wang Wei, feeling helpless, shot him a glance and pressed on with his questions. With so many people, why is no one leaping or soaring through the air? Wang Wei remarked, as he noticed they had been walking for quite some time, yet the street ahead seemed endless, prompting him to wish to employ his lightness skills to traverse more swiftly. Cui Mingjun found himself overwhelmed by the throngs of pedestrians, a look of helplessness etched upon his face. In response to Wang Wei's inquiry, he remarked, My dear brother, you may not be aware, but aerial movement is strictly prohibited within the confines of Xinyang City, a decree issued personally by the city lord. Should anyone be discovered soaring through the skies within the city, the enforcers will arrive post-haste, and there will be no mercy. Wang Wei was taken aback by this revelation. What? The enforcement is so severe? It seems that the absence of airborne activity is merely a silent adherence to the prohibition. Then, how astute! Yet, a flicker of doubt lingered in Wang Wei's mind, prompting him to further inquire, what could possibly motivate the city lord to issue such a command? Cui Mingjun shrugged nonchalantly, spreading his hands as he replied. Who can say? Those lofty dignitaries simply issue commands, and we are expected to comply without question. There's little point in pondering the reasons behind it. Suddenly, a cacophony of gongs resonated from ahead, interrupting their idle chatter. Instantly, a surge of people in the crowd began to gravitate towards the source of the sound. The results have been announced. Come, brother, let us witness the excitement. Hearing this, Cui Mingjun seized Wang Wei and pulled him into the throng. With no choice but to follow, Wang Wei rolled his eyes but acquiesced. They eventually jostled their way to a short stone bridge, where Wang Wei beheld a grandiose stone platform at the street corner. Upon the platform rested an intricately carved wooden board, adorned with a sheet of azure paper, upon which 10 names were meticulously inscribed. Another round of failures. What a pity. It's fortunate, they all faltered. How delightful. What joy do you find in that? Even zhong baiting has failed. You would only meet a more dismal fate. Amidst the crowd, voices intertwined in lively discussion centered around the wooden board. And like everyone else, Wang Wei's gaze was drawn to it. Zhong baiting, Ji Quan, Li Chongyi, Situ Sheng. Cui Mingjun chuckled suddenly, prompting a puzzled expression from Wang Wei. What do you mean by that, brother? With a glimmer of mirth. Cui Mingjun replied, Are you aware of what this list signifies? No, I do not. This, dear brother, is the engagement list for the City Lord's daughter. A month ago, the City Lord disseminated invitations throughout the city, seeking young talents under the age of 30 to compete in both literary and martial prowess for the hand of his daughter. Those who prevail shall wed her and become the esteemed son-in-law of the City Lord. This list represents the participants in the competition, yet the blue paper indicates they have all failed. Only the red paper signifies those who have been selected. Feeling parched, Chui Mingjun took a swig from his wine gourd and continued. Now do you understand why, despite its small size, Shenyang City is bustling with people? Heh, I ask you, brother, does this not pique your interest? The City Lord's daughter, if one were to secure such a connection, how many years of struggle could be alleviated? With a mischievous grin, Chui Mingjun glanced at Wang Wei, occasionally taking sips of his drink. Wang Wei shot him another disapproving look and retorted, the fact that so many talented youths have failed only indicates that the City Lord's daughter is also quite extraordinary. I am well aware of my own capabilities, so do not attempt to ensnare me in your delusions. Upon hearing Wang Wei's words, Chui Mingjun hastily swallowed a mouthful of wine, raised his thumb towards Wang Wei, and exclaimed, Brother, you are truly humble. I must learn much from you. You are absolutely right. Although the City Lord's daughter is merely in her early 20s, her cultivation has already reached the 3rd level of the 100 Battles realm. Furthermore, her wealthy and influential father, the City Lord, spared no expense in commissioning a low-grade spiritual weapon from a master craftsman. Consequently, it is nearly impossible to find someone under 30 capable of defeating the City Lord's daughter. I cannot fathom where Zhong Baiting and Ji Chuanji find the audacity to accept the humiliation from that little demoness. Upon hearing this, Wang Wei could not help but shake his head, sighing, such is fate. Some toil for years, yet remain trapped at the bottom of the world, while others are born into opulence, effortlessly commanding the elements with a mere flick of their hand. Noticing Wang Wei's distracted demeanor, Chui Mingjun gently leaned against him and remarked, Brother, there is no need for self-deprecation, that I see that your mastery of lightning energy is quite refined. Your cultivation must have undoubtedly reached the pinnacle of the spirit apprentice realm, which is quite remarkable among the youth. Wang Wei laughed heartily. Brother, I am not as pessimistic as you suggest. I was merely contemplating other matters. Come, let us peruse the weapon shop. Indeed, I nearly forgot your important task. Chui Mingjun replied. In this Shenyang City, the weapons from Jinshin Pavilion offer the most reasonable prices and the finest quality. Let us hurry, or they may close before we arrive. With that, under Chui Mingjun's guidance, the two maneuvered through the crowd. And after roughly the time it takes to enjoy a meal, Wang Wei finally beheld the 7-story Jinshin Pavilion standing at the intersection. Manager Tan, quickly bring forth some fine weapons. This young master today. Lo Wei, Chui Mingjun shouted as he burst into Jinshin Pavilion, his boisterous demeanor suggesting that this grand and luxurious establishment was their own, completely disregarding the feelings of those around him. However, as he surveyed the surroundings, he noticed a youth clad in brown, observing a blood-red long knife, whose complexion appeared somewhat unnatural. Humph, I thought I heard a wild dog barking upon entry. The brown-clad youth did not even glance up. Yet his tone was laced with a calmness that was nevertheless sharp, instantly provoking Chui Mingjun's ire. Lo Wei, cease your cryptic remarks before me. If you dare, let us step outside and have a contest. I shall see to it that your foul mouth is silenced. Fuming, Chui Mingjun rolled up his sleeves, ready to engage in a fierce confrontation with Lo Wei. Yet, Lo Wei remained unfazed, responding in an unperturbed tone. To speak with bravado is the most primitive form of communication, and only someone of your ilk would relish such games. You. Chui Mingjun's blood boiled at Lo Wei's words, his face flushing crimson. He shoved aside a chair in front of him, preparing to charge forward. Stop right there. A commanding voice rang out from the back room, and Wang Wei felt a wave of energy accompanying the shout that stirred his very blood. He quickly gathered his energy to withstand the force, seizing the opportunity to glance at Chui Mingjun and Lo Wei, both of whom wore equally unnatural expressions, clearly affected by the admonishing voice as well. Immediately thereafter, Wang Wei beheld a gaunt old man emerging from the back hall. Clad in a blue robe adorned with numerous intricate black patterns, the elder's visage bore a yellowish hue, yet exuded a gentle kindness. His hair, much like his sparse beard, was a mix of white and gray, and he appeared to be a capable steward. Master Tan, Chui Mingjun, regaining his composure, offered a respectful salute to the newcomer, having shed the previously carefree demeanor he possessed upon arrival. Luo Wei, with a disdainful snort, cast a hostile glance at Chui Mingjun before striding out of the Jinshin Pavilion. Master Tan, seemingly unperturbed by Luo Wei's huff and departure, smiled faintly at Cui Mingjun and remarked, I did not expect Master Cui's visit. I apologize for my oversight. Is today a day for savoring wine or unraveling a chess conundrum? Cui Mingjun responded with a hearty laugh, saying, Master Tan, you misunderstand. I have not come today to indulge in wine, nor to solve a chess puzzle that I merely wish to procure a suitable weapon for my elder brother as a friend of Master Cui. You are indeed a distinguished guest of Jinxian Pavilion. Pray tell, what sort of weapon does this young brother require? Master Tan inquired gently of Wang Wei, his gaze betraying a flicker of joy, tempered by an undercurrent of barely contained excitement. Ultimately, he could only helplessly reply, I have never wielded a weapon. I would appreciate Master Tan's guidance. Wang Wei's surprise. Master Tan readily acquiesced. Very well, please follow me. After his agreement, Master Tan led Wang Wei towards the back hall. Cui Mingjun attempted to follow, but unexpectedly, the usually amiable Master Tan turned cold, saying, Master Cui, please take a moment to sit. Once I have selected a weapon for this young brother, I shall bring him out. With that, Master Tan disappeared into the back hall. Wang Wei, bewildered, glanced at the back hall and then at Cui Mingjun, shrugging in resignation. Cui Mingjun gestured with his chin, urging Wang Wei to follow him into the back hall. And thus he did as Cui Mingjun pondered. A young servant entered with a wooden tray, presenting a green wine flask, which he placed on the side table beside Cui Mingjun, saying, The master has instructed that Master Cui partake of this wine while waiting. With that, he turned and left. Upon seeing the green flask, Cui Mingjun's eyes sparkled with delight, and he immediately poured himself a cup to taste. Is this Qinghe? He exclaimed, his eyes widening in awe, before he began to drink directly from the flask. Oblivious to the astonished gazes of other patrons in the establishment, Wang Wei entered the back hall, and, after navigating past an exquisitely carved screen, spotted Master Tan standing with his back to him beside a rack of weapons. Master Tan, Wang Wei called softly. Suddenly, Master Tan turned, dropping to his knees before Wang Wei, respectfully bowing 3 times in quick succession. When he finally raised his head, Wang Wei noticed 2 distinct tear streaks on his face. Young master, I never imagined I would have the fortune to reunite with you in this lifetime. The heavens truly have eyes. Wang Wei, taken aback by the sudden kneeling and bowing of Manager Tan, found himself utterly bewildered, akin to a monk unable to comprehend a matter. In his astonishment, he hastily helped Manager Tan to his feet, exclaiming, Dear Manager Tan, you must be mistaken. My name is Wang Wei, and this is my first visit to Xinyang City, as well as my first encounter with you. Such actions might truly overwhelm me. Upon hearing Wang Wei's words, Manager Tan paused in confusion, scrutinizing Wang Wei closely, even going so far as to grasp his wrist. Only then did he assert with unwavering certainty, Indeed, you are undoubtedly the young master. Although I may have forgotten my own surname, I could never forget my master. Young master, could it be that your memories have suffered some harm? At this remark, Wang Wei's mind began to grasp the implication. Could it be that the soul of this body belonged to Manager Tan's master? Reflecting on this revelation, he replied, Manager Tan, please allow me to explain my memories have indeed been impaired, and I can recall only events from the past 6 months. Please rise, even if I am indeed your young master. Given my current state of memory, I will require some time to fully accept your unwavering loyalty. Surely, you cannot be in such a rush. As he spoke, Wang Wei assisted Manager Tan to his feet. As long as the young master is well, I, as your devoted servant, have no need to rush. Manager Tan finally managed to compose himself, and then, as if struck by a sudden thought, said, right, young master, please wait a moment. Before turning to a vase of half a person's height, he reached inside and rummaged about, revealing a square wooden weapon rack that had been concealed against the immaculate wall. Upon the rack lay 2 weapons, a brilliant blue sword and a broken spear. What a beautiful sword! Wang Wei gazed upon the sword, its blade shimmering with a radiant blue hue. Although he could not discern the material, it was evident that it was no ordinary item. Delicate silver patterns intricately adorned the blade, while 2 diminutive beastly heads flanked the guard. Exuding an air of majestic power, the hilt was elongated, with an orange-yellow tassel dangling from its end, while the tassel appeared mundane. The star-speckled black bead threaded through its center was quite captivating, that in stark contrast to the resplendent sword. The broken spear beneath appeared rather dull, with even its tip bearing noticeable nicks. Wang Wei pondered why Manager Tan would choose to store such a seemingly worthless weapon in such a hidden place. While Wang Wei was deep in contemplation, Manager Tan approached him, cradling the sword with both hands, his expression grave. "Young master, this sword is called Liatian and was your treasured blade 6 months ago, during a fierce battle. When your life hung by a thread, the sword spirit, in a fervent attempt to protect you, intercepted a deadly strike, resulting in its own destruction." Wang Wei felt a tumult of emotions upon hearing Manager Tan's words, shock intermingled with a profound sense of gratitude. He understood that Manager Tan believed him to be the young master who had miraculously survived, yet in truth, his original self had perished. The noble sacrifice of the sword's spirit stirred him deeply, and Manager Tan's act of retrieving and reforging the sword moved him profoundly. Thus, he resolved, vengeance must be sought. However, how could someone who has just transitioned from the periphery to the center of the matter possess a clear comprehension of the entire situation? With a sense of frustration, he remarked, "What a shame. I cannot even recall who my adversary is, Master Tan. Do you know who it was that harmed me 6 months ago?" Upon hearing Wang Wei's inquiry, Master Tan's expression turned icy as he replied, "Humph, how could this old servant be unaware? It was none other than Sidu Lai, the lord of Xinyang City, who ambushed and grievously injured the young master 6 months prior." Chapter 25, The Young Master, Part 2. What? Wang Wei was utterly astonished, his jaw nearly dropping in disbelief that if the previous owner of this body had indeed clashed with Sidu Lai, the lord of Xinyang City, then remaining in Xinyang City posed a significant danger to him. "Young master need not worry. My injuries have fully healed, with my cultivation at the 5th level of the demon-breaking realm, I assure you." A mere 3rd level Situ Lai cannot maintain his arrogance for long. Master Tan, having endured the test of time, swiftly noticed Wang Wei's flicker of trepidation. Although a sense of unease lingered in Wang Wei's heart, he remained undaunted and pondered Master Tan's words intently. Logically speaking, as someone at the 5th level of the demon-breaking realm, overpowering a 3rd level Situ Lai should be a simple task. Why then does Master Tan exhibit no confidence? Master Tan cast a glance at Wang Wei, his eyes betraying a hint of confusion. After a brief silence, he spoke, "Is it possible that the young master is unaware that Situ Lai possesses a counterfeit upper-grade spiritual artifact?" Master Tan resumed pacing and continued, "For the past 6 months, this old servant has remained hidden within Xinyang City, nursing my wounds while keeping a watchful eye on Situ Lai. However, the entirety of Xinyang City lies within Situ Lai's perception range. I cannot employ lightness skills to evade him, nor can I unleash any fluctuations of spiritual energy for fear of triggering the spiritual tracking talisman embedded within me, thus exposing my presence. Therefore, I have concealed the young master's sword here, devising plans day and night on how to eliminate that old scoundrel." After hearing Master Tan's account, Wang Wei was filled with righteous indignation, deeply grateful for Master Tan's loyalty. He clasped his fists and bowed respectfully to Master Tan. "What merit do I possess to have you risk your life for me, since this old scoundrel Situ has a vendetta against me? I cannot let this matter rest. Just give the command, Master Tan, and although I may be lacking in ability, I shall endeavor to inflict harm upon that old villain." Upon hearing Wang Wei's declaration, Master Tan nodded in approval, his eyes gleaming with confidence and fervor for the impending battle. Naturally, this old servant cannot bear to see the young master confront Situ Lai directly. However, Situ Lai seldom leaves the city, and if we engage him within the city walls, his wife and allies will undoubtedly come to his aid, but in such a case, I would have no chance of victory, so it would be prudent for the young master to devise a strategy to delay his wife's assistance. Wang Wei nodded in agreement and inquired, "What level of cultivation does his wife possess?" Master Tan replied, "She is at the 1st level of the demon-breaking realm." "What? The 1st level of the demon-breaking realm? With my current cultivation, I might not even know how I was obliterated before I even approached. Indeed, the disparity between a 9th-level spiritual apprentice and a 1st-level demon-breaking cultivator was vast. Had it not been for Master Tan's serious demeanor, Wang Wei might have thought this elderly gentleman was merely boasting. Upon hearing this, Tan Zhongguo was taken aback, expressing his bewilderment as he inquired, "How could that be?" The young master's cultivation tea then paused for a moment. Placing his right hand upon Wang Wei's chest, Wang Wei felt a small fish emerge from Tan Zhongguo's palm, swiftly traversing through the entirety of his blood vessels. The young master's cultivation, that how could it be? In truth, Tan Zhongguo had just employed a secret method to assess Wang Wei's cultivation. Yet the result left him in a state of shock, sorrow, and rage, causing 2 streams of hot tears to cascade down his cheeks. That old scoundrel Situ. I shall ensure he meets a fate of utter annihilation. This seemingly simple test ignited a surge of fury within Tenjongui. With a mere gesture, he shattered the wooden table before him into splinters. Cui Mingjun, who had been reclining and drinking in the hall, immediately sat up upon hearing a dull thud from the inner chamber. He wiped his mouth, set down the wine jug, and fixed his gaze toward the inner room. After a brief moment of contemplation, he rose and made his way over. Elder brother? As Cui Mingjun cautiously entered, he remained vigilant of his surroundings, gently caressing an ancient bracelet on his left wrist, his storage ring, where the Qingyan spear was conveniently stowed. Oh dear, I sincerely apologize. I hope I did not startle young Master Wang. Upon entering, Cui Mingjun observed Tenjongui, who was holding a beautiful sword and continuously smiling at Wang Wei. Offering repeated apologies, Wang Wei, seeing Cui Mingjun enter the inner room, quickly played along with Tenjonggui's charade, helping him up with both hands and smiling as he said, "It is of no consequence." "No consequence at all. Tenjongui, you are making me blush." At that moment, Tenjongui noticed Cui Mingjun's arrival and addressed him. "Ah, young Master Cui, I truly beg your pardon that I was merely demonstrating the power of this sword to young Master Wang. But alas, I failed to control it properly, resulting in such a commotion that I am here to offer my sincerest apologies." Hearing Cui Mingjun's words nearly made Wang Wei burst into laughter. Tenjongui had just shed tears, once out of joy and once out of excitement. But this fellow assumed Tenjonggui's display of emotion was merely to convey sincerity in his apology. Alas, what a foolish mind. This interpretation also left Tenjongui feeling quite embarrassed. After a moment of awkwardness, he replied, "Thank you, young Master Cui, for your magnanimity. Henceforth, any weaponry or refining materials purchased by the Cui residents at the Jinshin Pavilion shall receive a 20% discount." As soon as Tenjongui finished speaking, Cui Mingjun leaped with joy. "Wonderful! I have long coveted the Mingyan stone at Jinshin Pavilion, and though I have saved quite a bit, it still falls short. If there is a 20% discount, let me calculate that just enough?" He suddenly paused. "Wait a moment, Tenjongui, how much is the sword my elder brother has taken a liking to?" Upon hearing that he could acquire the Mingyan stone to enhance the Qingyan spear's offensive power, Cui Mingjun felt a surge of excitement. However, upon glancing at Wang Wei standing beside him and then at the sword in Tenjonggui's hand, he surmised that it must be Wang Wei who had taken a fancy to the sword, prompting Tenjonggui's demonstration that he had previously promised that in this city of Xinyang, he would protect Wang Wei, and now that the two had just sworn brotherhood on his own territory, it was only fitting to present a respectable gift to his elder brother. The sword before him, upon inspection of its craftsmanship and embellishments, was undoubtedly of considerable value. Should he purchase the Mingyan stone, it would indeed be a challenge to afford such a gift given his own meager resources. Master Tan, possessing profound cultivation and extensive worldly experience, upon hearing what Cui Mingjun had said and observing his expression, could not help but commend the young master's friend in his heart. Deducing from Cui Mingjun's mention of the price of the Mingyan stone, he surmised that the young man must possess 5,000 spirit stones. The sword had yet to be named, awaiting a fated owner. Today, having inadvertently startled this young brother, he decided to offer a preferential price to young Master Cui. 5,000 spirit stones. Although he had anticipated the sword's considerable price, upon hearing the specific amount from Master Tan, Cui Mingjun felt a tinge of disappointment, though it was but a fleeting moment, quickly cast aside. "Very well. Let us procure this sword for my elder brother. Here, please accept 5,000 spirit stones." As he spoke, Cui Mingjun reached for his wristband to retrieve the spirit stones. "Hold on a moment, second brother." Wang Wei interjected, stopping Cui Mingjun in his tracks. "There is no need to rush. I have merely glanced at the sword and do not necessarily wish to purchase it." With that, Wang Wei turned to Master Tan. "Master Tan, please set aside the Mingyan stone for my brother. As for the sword, I kindly request that you refrain from selling it just yet. I shall return to purchase it within a month." Upon hearing Wang Wei's words, Cui Mingjun was not pleased and was about to protest when Wang Wei continued, "Do not be headstrong, second brother. As your elder brother, you must heed my words. Besides, I have never practiced swordplay, and this sword may not even suit me. I am already quite content to have met such a good brother like you upon my arrival in Xinyang City. However, I lack the means to present you with a suitable gift. Since you have acquired the Mingyan stone today, let it be regarded as a gift from your elder brother. Shall we?" Upon realizing that the sword would not be purchased, Chui Mingjun's expression soured. And he replied, "But Dada, you must listen." Wang Wei smiled gently, promptly interrupting him. "Very well then, Master Tan, 5,000 spirit stones." Chui Mingjun produced a radiant bag filled with shimmering stones and handed it to Master Tan, who accepted it without even glancing at its contents. His movements were so swift that neither Wang Wei nor Chui Mingjun could catch a clear sight of what transpired, but neither paid it any mind. Moments later, a servant emerged from the back room carrying a pitch-black tray, upon which rested an unsightly stone emitting a blue glow. Indeed, it was the Mingyan stone. Chui Mingjun accepted the Mingyan stone, his eyes betraying a hint of delight. "Since you two have acquired your desired items, and the evening is drawing near, I shall not impose any longer. Please, take your leave." As twilight approached, and the Jinshin Pavilion prepared to close, it was only natural for Master Tan to see his guests off. Chui Mingjun and Wang Wei clasped their hands in farewell. Just as they were about to exit the shop, Wang Wei heard Master Tan's voice echo in his mind. "Young master, I shall come to find you before midnight tonight. Remember." Master Tan had seen Wang Wei's gesture but did not comprehend its meaning, pondering with furrowed brows. This should be taken as an agreement. I suppose. In the past 6 months, Wang Wei spent a significant portion of his time honing his skills under the tutelage of the old man on the island. After leaving the island, he engaged in fierce battles against sea beasts, malevolent dragons, stone monsters, and ice leopards. Through numerous trials of combat, his experience in warfare steadily increased, while his cultivation also deepened significantly. Now, as he settled into a state of tranquility for meditation, he felt each stream of spiritual energy within him flowing as smoothly and comfortably as a brook winding through a mountain gorge. As time gradually passed, Wang Wei became immersed in the perfection of his training. Oblivious to the fact that it was already the witching hour outside, that he sensed that his cultivation state tonight was exceptionally sublime. Waves of spiritual energy seemed to have been activated, coursing through his meridians and nourishing every inch of his skin and muscles, nurturing each pathway of energy within his body. Suddenly, he felt the pace of the spiritual energy's movement accelerate. Lacking experience in cultivation and without a master by his side, he found himself at a loss. Allowing the rapidly flowing currents of energy to surge towards his dantian, the spiritual energy within him swirled faster and faster until dozens of streams began to revolve continuously within his dantian. He felt an overwhelming heat enveloping him, as beads of sweat trickled down his forehead. Initially, the streams of energy spiraled independently, but gradually, they converged into a thicker stream that rotated smoothly within his dantian. The speed of this rotation stabilized, neither increasing nor decreasing, and the intense heat that had engulfed him began to recede. Wang Wei experienced an indescribable sense of ease wash over him. Unconsciously, he stretched, preparing to rise from the bed to move his legs. "Congratulations, young master, on ascending to the 100 Battles realm." Mr. Tan, draped in a cloak, suddenly materialized from the air, startling Wang Wei so much that he sat bolt upright in bed. "Oh dear, my heart. After being frightened daily on the island by that old man, I never expected to be startled again here. Well, at least my heart is still quite resilient." Mr. Tan, slightly embarrassed by Wang Wei's reaction, recognized that he was not one to be easily flustered and clasped his hands in respect. "This old servant noticed significant fluctuations in your spiritual energy during the day, young master, and I anticipated a breakthrough tonight. I have come to assist you in solidifying your cultivation." "What? I've broken through to the 100 Battles realm?" Wang Wei sprang up from the bed, keenly attuned to the newfound power and energy within him. "Indeed, the spiritual energy has stabilized considerably, and my strength has increased significantly. What a delightful sensation." This marked his first independent breakthrough without a master's guidance, and his elation was palpable. However, upon hearing Mr. Tan's words, a flicker of doubt crossed his mind. "Mr. Tan, what do you mean by needing to solidify my cultivation after a breakthrough? What does that entail?" Mr. Tan's demeanor remained composed as he understood that Wang Wei had lost both his cultivation and his memories. Witnessing the young master's multitude of questions transported him back in time, reminiscent of the days when he served the curious young boy who incessantly inquired about everything. The 100 Battles realm signifies the unification of spiritual energy, harnessing it through the body to engage in combat across all directions. While the realm of spiritual apprentices focuses on gathering spiritual energy, the 100 Battles realm requires one to unify all the spiritual energy within, storing it in the dantian. thereby cultivating the ability to command spiritual power in battle. In simpler terms, the 100 Battles realm necessitates a series of confrontations to elevate one's cultivation level. Listening to what Master Tan had said, Wang Wei began to comprehend that the spiritual energy slowly swirling within his dantian was accumulated continuously during his time in the Spirit Apprentice realm. Thus, to fully harness the power of this energy, it was indeed essential to enhance his training and reinforce his foundation. However, Master Tan, where could one consolidate their cultivation at such a late hour? Surely, fighting is prohibited within the city. Naturally, fighting is not permitted within the city. Every practitioner at the battle-ready realm must register at the designated training grounds in Xinjiang City for their cultivation, and there are strict time restrictions. Engaging in combat at night is certainly not allowed, for the patrolling law enforcers would undoubtedly bring about considerable trouble. Just as Wang Wei felt a spark of desire for battle igniting within him, Master Tan's words dampened his spirits. Yet, Master Tan immediately reassured him, "Young master need not be disheartened. While combat within the city is forbidden, this old servant shall devise a way to take you outside the city. But at this hour, the gates must surely be closed, and there are law enforcers on guard." No sooner had Wang Wei voiced his concern than Master Tan produced a stack of garments and handed them to him. This is an invisibility cloak. It not only conceals one's presence, but also dampens minor fluctuations of spiritual energy. "Young master, do put it on and see." Upon seeing the cloak that Master Tan had revealed, Wang Wei's eyes brightened. This was something he had only heard of before, and now he finally beheld it. Trying it on, he found it quite fitting and promptly expressed his gratitude to Master Tan. "Young master is too courteous. Now, let us be on our way." With that, Master Tan leaped gracefully out the window. Observing the elegance of Master Tan's movements, Wang Wei hesitated no longer and followed suit, gently leaping out of the window. Chapter 27. The Name of Destiny. That night, Xinjiang City transformed from its daytime clamor into an eerily quiet scene. The streets, devoid of bustling vendors, appeared significantly more spacious, and the windows of countless households emitted not a single glimmer of light. Although the moonlight was faint, it sufficed to illuminate the path beneath their feet. Despite the absence of lamps in the night, the law enforcers patrolled the city continuously, their movements considerably quieter than during the day. A sound erupted from the eaves of a tavern, yet this noise attracted no attention, even from the mice hiding in the rafters, who continued to peek out, undisturbed. "Master Tan, do you truly believe we won't be discovered?" As the words fell, two figures cloaked in darkness spoke. Indeed, even if someone stood directly opposite them, they would hardly discern the presence of the two donning invisibility cloaks. These two figures were none other than Wang Wei and Master Tan. "Young master, rest assured. Have you not observed how we are leaping across the rooftops without disturbing a single law enforcer?" Master Tan deliberately slowed his pace to allow Wang Wei to keep up. Yet even then, Wang Wei lagged behind considerably. Indeed. But, Master Tan, it will take quite some time to leap out of the city. Why don't you share with me the tale of my past? Wang Wei followed Manager Tan as they leaped towards the outskirts of the city. Seizing this opportunity, he sought to gain a deeper understanding of the owner of this body, lest he encounter enemies akin to Sidu Lai, the lord of Xinjiang City. Given his current meager capabilities, he doubted he could even contend with a single foe, which would certainly spell trouble. Without hesitation, Manager Tan readily agreed. "Very well. Since the young master is currently suffering from memory loss, this old servant shall do my utmost to assist you in your recovery. Fortunately, I have been by your side since your birth, and I can certainly help recount much of your past." Thus, as they leaped, they engaged in a question-and-answer exchange, thoroughly recounting the life and deeds of Wang Wei's predecessor. Through Manager Tan's meticulous narration, Wang Wei learned that the original owner of this body was named Lei Qiyun. Within the ancient Lei clan, which revered bloodlines above all, his lineage was deemed weak and of low status. However, he had persevered from a young age, reaching the pinnacle of the Wanjia realm at an early age, and needed only a fortuitous opportunity to step into the realm of demon breaking. The Lei clan was renowned as a powerful ancient family, teeming with prodigious talents. Lei Qian understood that he could never match the cultivation speed of his peers by remaining in the comfort of his clan. So he had pestered Manager Tan until he finally managed to escape the confines of the Lei clan and embark on a journey into this vibrant world. Unfortunately, fate was unkind to this youth. After a chance separation from Manager Tan, he fell victim to Situ Lai's treachery. Manager Tan chose not to elaborate on the subsequent events, but Wang Wei understood that Lei Qiyun had perished, and by some twist of fate, he had found himself inhabiting Lei Qiyun's body. This secret must not be revealed lightly. Otherwise, not only would he face dire consequences from the Lei clan, but even Manager Tan would pose a significant challenge to him. So, it seems I left home in a fit of rebellion, Wang Wei mused, feeling somewhat vexed to discover he was now a wayward youth. Manager Tan, with a hint of discomfort, replied, not entirely. It was the young master's desire to experience the world beyond. But the family head disapproved, hence the young master sneaked out. With a faint smile, Manager Tan added, what matters to me are not names or titles, but the happiness of the young master. They conversed and walked. They soon arrived at the city wall, where the number of enforcers had increased. Judging by their imposing auras, it was evident that their cultivation levels were formidable. Although Wang Wei wore an invisibility cloak, he remained cautious, wary of making any excessive noise. However, Manager Tan seemed unconcerned by the enforcers. Had it not been for Wang Wei's dignity, he would have whisked him through the area without delay. Unwilling to squander precious time, after deftly navigating through the patrols of enforcers, Wang Wei hastily leaped down from the wall. Upon landing outside the city, he felt an exhilarating rush akin to breaking free from prison. Manager Tan gestured towards a direction, and the two continued to leap with renewed vigor. Having just ascended to the 100 Battles realm, Wang Wei found himself soaring effortlessly through the air, feeling as light as a feather. He sensed that with a few more levels of cultivation, he would be able to leap through the skies with ease. As they distanced themselves from Xinyang City, Manager Tan removed the invisibility cloak, allowing Wang Wei to do the same. From seemingly nowhere, he produced a sword and handed it to Wang Wei with both hands. What is this? Under the gentle caress of the moonlight, Wang Wei observed closely that in the hands of Elder Tan lay the exquisite sword he had seen earlier that day at the Jinshin Pavilion. Elder Tan presented the sword to Wang Wei and remarked, during the day, I informed the young master that this sword, originally your possession, is named Lai Tian. After it was shattered by Sido Lai, I arranged for its reforging. Yet it remains unnamed to this day. As Wang Wei held the sword, a mere daytime glance had not prepared him for the weightiness it possessed in his grasp. The coldness that brushed against his skin was unexpectedly profound. The name Lai Tian, imbued with a sense of valor, also bore an air of dominance. Yet I desire not only for this sword to split the heavens, but also to challenge the very laws of this world, to dictate fate and sever the heavens. Thus, I shall bestow upon this sword a new name. Juetian, Chapter 28. Battle, battle, battle. On the outskirts of Xinyang City lies a dense and shadowy forest. A century prior, this locale served as a royal hunting ground for humanity, but for reasons unknown, it has since fallen into neglect, allowing nature to reclaim its hold. Trees have ascended and weeds have run rampant, blending seamlessly with the surrounding mountains and woodlands. The forest is replete with rare herbs and peculiar flora, yet it is also a haven for numerous beasts that have gathered over the years. Consequently, merchants within the city, seeking to forage for medicinal herbs, often employ cultivators as escorts. Thus, within the confines of this modest city, numerous regulations and customs abound, while outside its borders, the practice of hiring mercenaries flourishes. Various mercenary groups occupy the hills, adhering to their own unwritten codes as they engage in their perilous trade. Elder Tan guided Wang Wei deeper into the forest, explaining the surrounding conditions and the distribution of mercenary groups. Suddenly, he halted, urging Wang Wei to crouch down and listen intently. Noticing the seriousness in Elder Tan's demeanor, Wang Wei strained his ears, yet aside from the distant chirping of birds and the soft whisper of the wind, he perceived nothing. Suddenly, a flurry of wings erupted in the distance, but still, no further sounds reached his ears. They are coming, Elder Tan whispered sharply to that moment. Wang Wei discerned a heavy breathing sound approaching from ahead. Moments later, the underbrush stirred, and in the dim light of the moon, he beheld a white-necked, flower-backed rhinoceros, roughly the size of a small elephant, ambling leisurely towards them. A level 4 beast, the white-ringed rhinoceros. Elder Tan evidently recognized the creature, telepathically relaying all pertinent information to Wang Wei while reclaiming the Juetian sword from his hands. The blood of such a mere level 4 beast is unworthy to tarnish the Juetian sword. The white-ringed rhinoceros possesses formidable defenses. Exercise caution, young master. Earth-gathering technique. Rise. With a thunderous command, Wang Wei sprang forward into a bow stance, his hands weaving intricate patterns. The stones and broken timber beside the white-ringed rhinoceros soared into the air, coalescing into a colossal fist that plummeted towards the creature's midsection. With a resounding crash, the rhinoceros was struck, flipping over and rolling thrice upon the ground before coming to a halt. Wang Wei's sudden maneuver caught the lumbering beast off guard. It was only upon being upended that it began to react. Roar! Having been ambushed by Wang Wei, the white-ringed rhinoceros seethed with rage, its massive head shaking violently as it charged forward, resembling a small mountain in motion. Despite its cumbersome physique, the beast's speed was astonishing. Upon witnessing its rapid approach, Wang Wei dared not linger. He stepped forward, grasping the rhinoceros's horn, and with a surge of strength in his legs, managed to withstand the creature's momentum. However, the force of the impact revealed the rhinoceros's immense power. Had it not been for his robust physique, he might have sustained internal injuries. The rhinoceros, feeling its horn restrained, summoned all its might to surge forward. Wang Wei, straining with a low shout, found his strength inadequate against the brute force of the beast. As the rhinoceros pressed on, his feet were dragged across the ground, carving deep grooves into the earth. Before he could devise an escape, the rhinoceros shook its colossal head from side to side, causing Wang Wei's lighter form to sway precariously in the air. Seizing the opportunity as the rhinoceros tossed its head to the right, he released his grip, executed a somersault in midair, and landed securely atop the creature's broad back. Quickly, he brought his fingers together and chanted an incantation, unleashing a beam of energy that struck the rhinoceros precisely at the spine. The impact produced a brief flicker of electrical arcs, leaving behind a darkened mark that suggested the blow had merely tickled the beast's thick hide. Ah, such resilient skin! Though Wang Wei had anticipated the rhinoceros's formidable defenses, the failure to penetrate its hide left him feeling a surge of self-doubt. The white-ringed rhinoceros, not allowing Wang Wei a moment to contemplate, was incensed by the assault and, with a violent shake, dislodged him from its back. Fortunately, Wang Wei was no ordinary adversary. Leveraging the descent, he shot another beam of energy aimed directly at the creature's eyes. Thanks to the rigorous training under Lei Chun's watchful eye, his thunder finger technique, albeit not yet fully developed, was precise, and one eye of the rhinoceros was immediately pierced, blood gushing forth. A grievous injury indeed. Infuriated by the loss of vision, the rhinoceros entered a frenzied state, channeling all its strength towards Wang Wei. Having witnessed the beast's power and resilience, Wang Wei sought to avoid a head-on clash. As they neared collision, he suddenly arched backward, allowing his body to glide between the rhinoceros's legs. Simultaneously, he summoned all his spiritual energy, unleashing a sharp energy blade that sliced from the rhinoceros's throat down through its abdomen. With a thunderous crash, the rhinoceros barreled into a sturdy tree, uprooting it with ease. Yet, its momentum did not wane. It continued its assault, toppling 3 more trees before finally coming to a halt. Wang Wei exhaled, relieved at having seemingly brought the creature down. Had it managed to rise again, he would have been ill-equipped to defend himself, relying solely on brute strength, which would likely lead to his demise. Swiftly, he settled into a meditative posture, seeking to restore his depleted spiritual energy to its peak state. Indeed, while my young master's cultivation has severely regressed, his combat memories remain intact. I firmly believe that he shall once again become that prodigious youth. As Tan Lao observed Wang Wei recovering his powers, he took the opportunity to sit beside him, safeguarding his progress. By the way, Tan Lao, you mentioned that the Bai Wangxi is a 4th-level demon beast. Do beasts in the forest also possess classifications? Wang Wei, having little understanding of the hierarchies of beasts in this realm, had never inquired about such matters during his battles on the small island of Bianju with the old man and Lan Dakuai. Now, with Tan Lao shedding light on the subject, his interest was piqued. Fortunately, Tan Lao had already come to terms with his young master's amnesia, and thus naturally shared this knowledge with Wang Wei. The Tianyuan continent is home to a plethora of races, yet among them, the human race flourishes the most, showcasing unparalleled strength. The beast race can be sequentially categorized based on their might into ordinary beasts, demon beasts, spirit beasts, and divine beasts. Of course, particularly powerful singular beast clans can exist independently, such as the once dominant wolf clan, along with the equally formidable lion and bear clans. After a brief pause to gather his thoughts, Tan Lao continued, setting aside these powerful singular beast clans, the ordinary beasts within other clans are easily manageable, even by those who do not cultivate. Demon beasts are abundant, capable of absorbing spiritual energy and converting it into demonic power to enhance themselves, thus exhibiting greater aggression. Spirit beasts possess higher intelligence and stronger spiritual power, yet are inherently weaker in strength. With their aggressiveness contingent upon the thickness of their spiritual energy, they are quite rare. And those with profound cultivation can even practice human martial arts. Divine beasts, on the other hand, are exceedingly scarce, revered as sacred, and often found as guardians of ancient families. Upon hearing this, Wang Wei gained a rudimentary understanding of beasts. Given his current realm at the first level of the 100 battles stage, he could only vanquish weaker 4th level demon beasts. Facing those of a higher tier would likely overwhelm his spiritual energy. Acknowledging his limitations ignited a surge of determination within him. Since the 100 battles stage necessitates continual combat for the enhancement of one's cultivation, let the tempest intensify. Come, Tan Lao, let us seek the next target and continue our battles. Chapter 29. Farewell to friends on the outskirts of the city. From that point onward, Wang Wei accompanied Tan Lao each night to the forests on the outskirts of Xinyang City to slay demon beasts. While by day, he would either indulge in wine or roam the streets of Xinyang City with Cui Mingjun. 3 months passed, and Wang Wei's cultivation had ascended to the 3rd level of the 100 battles stage. Observing his good brother Cui Mingjun idly drinking and loitering day in and day out, he could not help but feel a twinge of concern. I say, second brother, engaging in such perpetual revelry not only hinders your cultivation, but does your father not reprimand you? Wang Wei and Cui Mingjun reclined upon the ridge of a loft in the Cui residence, leaning against opposite corners, tossing a gourd of wine back and forth, having evidently been drinking for quite some time. A hiccup, Cui Mingjun gulped down a mouthful of strong liquor, releasing a lengthy belch. Elder brother, you are unaware. Due to the nature of my cultivation method, I must drink daily to solidify my foundation. My cultivation is not hindered. You are overly concerned. With that, Cui Mingjun carelessly tossed the wine gourd over, which Wang Wei deftly caught, delaying his own drinking to inquire further, to require wine for the reinforcement of your cultivation. Could it be that azure flame? Cui Mingjun turned to glance at Wang Wei, a trace of surprise evident in his tone. Elder brother, your wisdom is commendable. My indulgence in wine is not merely for the purpose of cleansing the stomach. I can absorb as much as I consume. While wine is not the sole foundation of my cultivation, it undoubtedly aids in its enhancement. After carefully pondering Cui Mingjun's words, Wang Wei mused. Could it be that drinking to elevate one's cultivation is akin to the principles behind drunken boxing? Nevertheless, despite his thoughts, he harbored concerns. Surely, excessive drinking day after day would ultimately be detrimental to one's health. As he posed his question, he secured the wine gourd with the cork that had been tied to its mouth. Cui Mingjun let out a hearty laugh, snatched the gourd back, uncorked it once more, and after taking a sip, he continued, You speak the truth, elder brother. Overindulgence can indeed lead to excessive internal heat, resulting in an imbalance of yin and yang, ultimately harming the body. Therefore, I also make it a point to periodically absorb rare materials imbued with substantial cold energy to maintain the equilibrium within. He then reminisced. Do you recall the first time we met, when we joined forces to slay that severely injured ice spirit leopard? That creature was a 1st level spirit beast. I harvested its leopard gall, which will suffice for my absorption for half a year. Upon hearing Cui Mingjun's earlier words, Wang Wei felt a twinge of fear. That white leopard was, in fact, a 1st level spirit beast. Fortunate was he that it had been in a weakened state. Otherwise, with his reckless charge at that time, he might have been felled by a single swipe of its paw without even realizing it. Now, having reached the 3rd stage of the 100 battles realm, he could only dare to confront 5th level demon beasts, and even then, he would have to exercise caution. I recall that Zhu Yi was also pursuing the ice spirit leopard, but ultimately, I managed to strike first that I must remain vigilant of him in the future, lest he seek petty revenge. As Cui Mingjun chuckled, he continued to pour wine into his mouth. Wang Wei, observing his foolish merriment, shook his head and chose to ignore him. Daylight swiftly passed, and night fell, enveloping Xinyang City in its customary tranquility. Wang Wei was well acquainted with nocturnal wanderings, deftly evading the patrolling enforcers within the city. He swiftly scaled the city wall and made his way to the forest on the outskirts. Whistle, whistle. Wang Wei softly blew a whistle, and in a matter of moments, Old Tan appeared before him. The two lifted their cloaks of invisibility, exchanged no further words, and proceeded deeper into the forest, one following the other. What? Are you leaving? Upon hearing Wang Wei's farewell, Cui Mingjun nearly sprang from his chair. Wang Wei, wearing a resigned expression, told a white lie. Indeed, elder brother, I have urgent matters to attend to. You recall my inquiries about the whereabouts of the Wolf Valley for over 3 months. I have found no leads, thus I intend to seek information elsewhere. Seeing Wang Wei speak with such gravity, Cui Mingjun felt it inappropriate to directly dissuade him, yet he was reluctant to see him go. However, after venturing into the Jianghu, there will be ample opportunities. Second brother, you must seize the chance to cultivate diligently. Who knows, there may come a time when you need to lend me a hand in a confrontation. Wang Wei wrapped an arm around Cui Mingjun's shoulder as a form of consolation. Though Cui Mingjun was loath to part with him, he understood the urgency of Wang Wei's matters and refrained from further insistence. That very night, he laid out an abundant feast to bid farewell to Wang Wei. Though Wang Wei disapproved of wastefulness, he could not refuse the earnest hospitality of Cui Mingjun, and thus he spent an entire night conversing and drinking with his sworn brother. The following day, as Cui Mingjun accompanied Wang Wei out of the city, he insisted on pressing 1,000 spirit stones into Wang Wei's hands at their parting on the outskirts. Elder brother, do not decline. The last purchase of the Mingyan stones nearly depleted my savings, and this 1,000 spirit stones are what I have recently gathered. When one is away from the comforts of Xinyang City, having some funds is always beneficial. Wang Wei felt a surge of emotion. In this world, he had few acquaintances, yet he was fortunate to have found such a good brother who provided for him, shared in his merriment, and offered such thoughtful support at their farewell that in his past life, he would have never believed such individuals existed. Noticing Wang Wei deep in thought, his eyes shimmering, Cui Mingjun lowered his voice and said, "Come, elder brother, I shall watch you depart. Take care on your journey." "You too, dear brother." Wang Wei understood that any further words would verge on sentimentality, so he simply clasped his fists in salute, uttering a farewell, and strode purposefully along the ancient path. Chapter 30. The moonlit solitude strums the lute with a swift thrust. A beautiful dagger found its mark, piercing the heart of the beast with unerring precision. The creature let out a mournful cry before collapsing lifelessly. "Old Master Tan, this is the 5th beast I've slain today. If I continue, I fear I shall have no strength left to withstand another." The youth collapsed beside the carcass, gasping for breath. The young master had been stagnant at the 6th level of the 100 Battles realm for over a month. If he could not find a breakthrough soon, the old servant feared it would adversely affect the young master's future cultivation. The two engaged in conversation were, of course, Wang Wei and Old Master Tan. Since parting ways with Cui Mingjun, Wang Wei had been diligently training with Old Master Tan in the forest on the outskirts of the city for 4 months. Each day brought him progress, yet in the past month, despite his relentless efforts to hunt beasts, his cultivation seemed to have reached a standstill. Initially, Old Master Tan suspected it was due to the inadequacy of the beast's levels and urged Wang Wei to boldly confront a 9th-level short-tailed gray monkey, which nearly proved fatal. This left the knowledgeable Old Master Tan perplexed. Never before had anyone become stuck at the 100 Battles realm. What could be the reason? Never mind, he thought. I shall not fight today. I am utterly exhausted. As Wang Wei lay on the ground, mid-sentence, his words were swiftly replaced by the sound of snores. After an entire day of battling, he succumbed to slumber almost instantly. What could be the cause? Old Master Tan mumbled to himself, observing Wang Wei fast asleep. He removed his cloak and draped it over the young man. What could be the reason? Who knows? Perhaps the moon tonight holds the answer. But alas, Old Master Tan does not understand the language of the moon, nor could Wang Wei comprehend it. The moon hung high, exuding an unparalleled grace, much like a sage who has witnessed all of life's intricacies yet remains silent. The moonlight tonight was truly exquisite, as white as mutton-fat jade, surrounded by a gentle halo, illuminating the sky with an ethereal brightness. Yet, even in such beauty, few in the forest surrounding Xinyang City could appreciate it. For apart from the multitude of beasts, there were only rugged men like Wang Wei and Old Master Tan. Clang! A sudden melody from a zither resounded deep within the forest, startling a flock of birds into flight. It seems that this night, the outskirts of the city forest are anything but tranquil. Quickly, keep up with her. Do not let her escape, shouted 6 robust men clad in tight-fitting attire, brandishing long swords. As they ran, resembling hunters in pursuit of their prey. Indeed, they were in hot pursuit, for just 50 paces ahead of them, a woman dressed in a pale blue gown clutched a long zither. Leaping forward with great urgency, damn it, even injured she dares to retaliate. Brothers, muster your strength. She cannot flee for long. One of the sword-wielding men, with a portion of his left ear severed and his face smeared with blood. Appeared particularly fearsome. Fueled by his injuries, he surged forward with unrelenting fury, closing the distance to the woman to a mere 20 paces. The zither resonated once more. The woman suddenly spun around, her right hand deftly plucking the strings, sending a stream of dark ethereal light racing towards the foremost swordsman. Under the moonlight, her pallid visage bore an expression of grave determination, while dried blood at the corners of her mouth indicated she had recently sustained injuries. Though her eyes reflected a flicker of pain, the resolve within them shone as fiercely as any present. The dark ethereal light struck the leading swordsman, producing a sharp hissing sound as it sliced through his clothing. Years of honing his reflexes through perilous encounters allowed him to react swiftly. He pivoted just in time to avoid being cleaved in two, yet, despite his quick response, the dark light still grazed his left arm. With a cry of anguish, the swordsman watched as his severed arm fell heavily to the ground. The excruciating pain, coupled with a surge of fury, propelled him forward, closing the gap to the woman in an instant. "Die," he bellowed, enduring the agony of his wound as he swung his sword towards her head. Though gravely injured, the woman, in a desperate bid for survival, raised the tail of her zither to block the descending blade, then swiftly plucked the strings to unleash a lethal counterstrike. In the brief distance between them, the swordsman beheld another stream of dark light emanating from the zither. Intending to evade, he found himself too slow. Helplessly watching as the blade-like light struck toward his neck, with a resounding thud, the swordsman's body and head fell to the ground in succession. The woman, having slain one assailant, had wasted precious moments, allowing the remaining 5 men to close in by another 20 paces. With just a few more leaps, she would undoubtedly be overtaken. "Brothers, execute the combined attack." Flying blades. Suddenly, one among the 5 issued the command, prompting the others to respond in unison. They formed a circle while running, leaping into the air, their swords clashing together. After a full rotation, they simultaneously unleashed a combined sword energy aimed directly at the woman's back. The forces collided with a tremendous roar, shaking loose numerous leaves from the surrounding trees. The woman could no longer endure, and a mouthful of fresh blood spurted forth, staining a significant portion of the long zither. "Humph, you witch, is this the moment you finally falter?" The brothers warned each other to be cautious, for this sorceress was full of cunning. In the brief moment she knelt on the ground to recuperate after sustaining injuries, she found herself surrounded. The leader among the 5 shouted at her, "Witch, surrender the woodwolf chart and the ghost divination sword manual, and we shall grant you a dignified death." Though trapped, the woman displayed no fear. She defiantly cursed her adversaries while maintaining a battle-ready stance, her hands clutching the zither. Chapter 31. The witch missteps into the ancient vines. The night air was slightly cool, and the moon hung high in the sky. Deep within the forest on the outskirts of Xinyang City, the woman, with her long zither in hand, had her hair disheveled, and the blood that had not yet dried at the corner of her mouth released a faint metallic scent into the air. Despite her unwavering smile in the face of formidable foes, beads of sweat trickled down her forehead incessantly. "Witch, daring to infiltrate our purple sword sect to steal, tonight you shall become a soul beneath my sword." The 5 who had formed a circle around her brimmed with confidence, for they were disciples of the illustrious purple sword sect, although they belonged to a small branch located on a mountain just outside Xinyang City. The sect's renown was sufficient for them to boast of it for a lifetime. Just a bunch of trash from a pitiful gang, yet they possess such audacious confidence. It truly beggars belief. The woman mocked her opponents while keenly observing their movements. Seeing their overconfidence lead to a moment of slackness, she swiftly plucked the strings of her zither, targeting one man's throat. Caught off guard by the sudden assault from a woman they thought had no escape, he hastily stumbled backwards to evade a fatal wound, but ended up losing a significant portion of his nose, blood gushing forth profusely. "I will kill you. Brothers, form up, and let us slay this witch right here." Enraged, the man, now disfigured, quickly regained his stance, eager to exact revenge. But the woman was ready, using words to enrage her foes, while waiting for the opportune moment to strike as soon as he established his position. The other 4 teammates had yet to fully set their formation, and the woman again struck the strings, aiming for the man's throat once more. This time, although he attempted to evade, he was ultimately a beat too slow, and the spectral light severed his head cleanly from his body. Point 4 formation. Celestial Rain Sword Technique. Unleash. The remaining 4 reacted with remarkable speed. Witnessing yet another comrade fall, they swiftly altered their formation and leaped into the air, their long swords swirling, creating a dazzling display of silver light under the moonlight, resembling countless raindrops descending .100 stabs. With a loud shout, the silver droplets surged downward, crashing towards the woman's head. Having witnessed the might of the Purple Sword Sect's formations, she quickly retreated 3 steps, simultaneously tossing her zither into the air and utilizing its rolling motion to deflect the raindrop-like attacks. Bang! A fractured sound echoed through the air, revealing that the long zither, which was tumbling in midair, had lost one of its strings. The entire instrument was then swept up by a long sword and hurled towards the woman's face. Without hesitation, she caught the flying zither and swiftly tore off the severed string, her right hand moving incessantly to cast the broken string into the midst of the opposing formation. Silk thread, binding force. As her words fell, a swordsman found himself ensnared by the string around his neck, abruptly breaking free from the formation. Despite his initial intent to disregard the string, it tightened relentlessly, nearly suffocating him, compelling him to urgently use his left hand to remove the bothersome string. Having fought fiercely for so long, the woman would not squander such a prime opportunity for attack. The man struggled to free himself with his left hand. His demise became inevitable, although the zither was now missing a string. Under her powerful plucking, it still emitted a spectral glow that directly severed the man's head from his shoulders. 3 Flowers formation. Transform. Flowers bloom in the mortal realm, flourishing for a century. The remaining 3, witnessing the loss of yet another comrade, swiftly altered their formation. This was the formidable essence of the Purple Sword Sect. Regardless of the number of allies, they could always arrange themselves into an appropriate formation to confront their foes. Individually, their swordsmanship might not be particularly impressive, but when combined with the strengths of their comrades within the formation, their overall combat prowess ascended to greater heights. Furthermore, the efficacy of a formation could not solely be judged by the number of participants. While a larger group could indeed amplify its power, a smaller contingent could execute more intricate swordplay, making the formation more challenging to breach. In the blink of an eye, the 3 had descended from the air, rapidly positioning themselves back-to-back on the ground. One of them called out a command, and instantly, all 3 began to dance their swords, turning to the left. Their footwork was remarkably swift, and in mere moments, they had reached the woman's side. Viewed from above, the 3 formed a mesmerizing display, akin to 3 resplendent flowers swaying together in the breeze. However, the beauty concealed within harbored lethal intent. The woman observed as they wielded their swords in a protective manner, occasionally launching powerful strikes that, if evaded too late, would lead to significant peril. Indeed, before she could discern any flaw in the 3 flowers formation, one man's sword tip pierced her left shoulder, causing her movements to falter. In quick succession, she was struck in her side and right thigh. Within moments, her body was marred with bloodstains, and she was beginning to feel the weight of fatigue. Continuing the battle would surely lead to her demise. Therefore, she exerted all her strength to wield the zither, blocking the incoming strikes, and swiftly retreated. Pulling a small projectile from her waist, she hurled it before her, clutching the zither, now with 2 more strings severed. As she fled desperately into the depths of the forest, the 3 members of the Purple Sword Sect were poised to launch a fatal assault when, unexpectedly, the woman threw the projectile. In an instant, a violet mist enveloped the battlefield, forcing them to retreat from their sword formation. Damn it, that's the same smoke she used when she escaped from the sect. The 3 were incensed, having been deceived twice by the same trick. Now, the woman had vanished deep into the forest, where the clustered beasts roamed. Pursuing her further could indeed pose a grave danger to their lives. So, shall we continue the chase? One of them inquired. Regardless, that sorceress has stolen the wood wolf diagram and the ghost occupation sword manual from my sect, destroyed countless herbs belonging to the elders, and injured 8 of my fellow disciples. As a disciple of the Purple Sword Sect, even if it costs me my life, I resolutely cannot allow her to escape unscathed. A seemingly young man, with a resolute gaze, declared this with conviction. He tightened his grip on the sword in his hand and, without hesitation, plunged deeper into the forest. The other 2 exchanged glances, confirming the determination reflected in each other's eyes, and followed the man ahead. Under the moonlit forest, the flora appeared ghostly pale, and the blood staining the flowers and grasses trickled along the veins of the leaves, creating an eerie yet poignant spectacle. Some keen-sensed beasts, catching the faint scent of blood in the air, began to stir, searching for the source of this tantalizing aroma. A woman clutching a zither dared not pause her steps. She was unaware of what lay ahead, nor did she know the dangers that lurked in this forest. where the cries of birds and beasts echoed faintly. Yet, she understood that if she could not quicken her pace, she might truly perish within these woods. As dawn gradually broke, she was already drenched in sweat, her throat parched. The extreme exhaustion from her exertion, compounded by her internal injuries, caused her vision to blur. Thus, when she ran past a colossal stone partially obscured by weeds, she completely overlooked the weathered inscription upon it. Ancient Vines Forest, death awaits those who enter. Chapter 32. 3 Feet of Heaven's Decision to Save the Fair Lady. Part 1. Old Tan? Old Tan? Wang Wei had risen early, and aside from the heavenly sword beside him, all that remained was the charred remnants of last night's campfire. Old Tan, however, was nowhere to be found. Could he have gone off to hunt down a level 9 beast again? Suddenly, he recalled Old Tan's incessant murmurs before sleep, lamenting his stagnation in strength. Did he wish for him to break through amidst desperate combat once more? The mere thought sent shivers down Wang Wei's spine. Forget it. I'll seek out the beasts myself for training. That old man surely brings back the most monstrous of foes. As he muttered to himself, he stood up, stretching lazily towards the half-risen sun. Feeling a wave of relief wash over him, for the past 4 months, Old Tan had led Wang Wei through the forest in search of beasts, honing his combat skills, for convenience, wherever they went. They made their temporary abode. Last night, fortune smiled upon them, and they discovered a small cave nestled high on a cliff, arguably their best dwelling in months. The elevated position of the cave provided a unique vantage point over the surrounding forest. Wang Wei gazed down upon the expanse, recalling that this very spot was one Old Tan had shown him just the day before. According to Old Tan, he himself was uncertain of what lay in this area. The cave's height offered an excellent view, piquing Wang Wei's curiosity. That area seems promising. It looks like a patch of vines. A few of those would make for a splendid hammock. Since entering the forest on the outskirts of the city under Old Tan's guidance, Wang Wei had been engaged in battle. Now that Old Tan was conveniently absent, his restless spirit began to stir once more. Having spotted some intriguing vines in the distance with his keen eyesight, he immediately exited the cave, heading toward the vine-covered expanse. The vine forest appeared deceptively close, yet traversing it revealed its true nature, an arduous journey. With Wang Wei's current cultivation, he leapt through the woods for over an hour before reaching the outskirts of the vine forest. The vegetation was lush and dense, casting a veil of darkness. Even the slender vines on the periphery dangled to the ground, forming a formidable barrier. Impatiently, Wang Wei selected several longer, yet less robust vines, his fingers crackling with lightning. In an instant, numerous vines fell. Splendid. These vines possess remarkable resilience. They would make an excellent hammock. Perhaps I should gather a few more for Old Tan, allowing him to savor the delights of this otherworldly experience. The more he contemplated, the more pleased he became. And with fervent motions, he collected an abundance of vines. Amidst them, a figure clad in a cerulean robe seemed to hang from one of the vines. The sudden peculiarity heightened his alertness. He dropped the vines in his hands, drawing his sword with his right hand while forming a seal with his left, cautiously advancing into the depths of the vine forest. Crossing the outer barrier, Wang Wei was rendered speechless by the sight before him. This was no mere vine forest. A colossal old vine tree, broad enough to be embraced by 30 individuals, stood just 50 paces away, its sprawling branches weaving an expansive network of vines. Suspended above one of these branches was a woman, appearing exceedingly frail, ensnared by the vines and unconscious. Beneath her lay a long guqin, its strings severed and stained with blood. Just as Wang Wei intended to rush forward to rescue the woman, he sensed a disturbance behind him. Instantly, he turned, unleashing the thunder finger technique with his left hand, a beam of lightning shooting forth to strike the creeping vine. The vine, already resilient, merely recoiled slightly from his hasty attack. Undeterred, the vine seemed to possess a will of its own. Perceiving Wang Wei as a formidable opponent, it transformed its approach from entanglement to assault, aiming for his throat. At the same time, several other vines surged from the ground, weaving through the withered foliage to ensnare his legs, waist, and arms. As the vines converged from all directions, Wang Wei pressed forward rather than retreating. He sidestepped the oncoming thrust of one vine, grasping it firmly with his left hand, channeling his strength through his arm as he propelled himself forward along the vine. In that moment, the remaining vines struck, but all missed their mark. The severed vines fell almost simultaneously with Wang Wei's decisive action, seemingly recognizing his prowess. For no further assaults came from the remaining vines. Seeing that the old vine tree remained still, He cautiously approached the bound woman in the cerulean robe, fingerblade, upon reaching the vines and snaring her. He thrust his sword into the ground and, with both hands poised, attempted to sever the robust vines on either side of her. However, despite the arc of lightning that coursed through, the vines only charred slightly, showing no signs of breaking. Realizing the ineffectiveness of the fingerblade, Wang Wei leapt into the air, manifesting the finger catastrophe against the vines. Yet, even as the lightning pillar, as thick as an arm, appeared formidable, the vines merely shed their outer layer of withered skin. Alas, it seems my cultivation remains insufficient. This Thunder Clan's ultimate technique, the Thunder Finger, cannot even sever such vines that I am truly sorry. Master, as Wang Wei silently lamented his insufficient cultivation, he activated the earth accumulation technique. Instantly, the withered branches and fallen leaves on the ground coalesced before him into a colossal hand, which grasped the Jutian sword and soared high into the air, slicing directly towards the vines that bound the woman in the azure robe. With a resounding crack, the vines snapped, and the giant hand wielding the Jutian sword continued its onslaught that in just a few strokes. The woman was liberated, plummeting from the skies. Wang Wei hastily rushed forward, using his left hand to catch her while his right grasped the Jutian sword. The mastery of the earth accumulation technique at the 6th level was a remarkable enhancement. The manipulation of objects became significantly more effortless. However, he truly admired Elder Tan. He had scarcely utilized the Jutian sword before and had not realized its sharpness exceeded his expectations. Wang Wei sat down against a moss-covered stone, cradling the woman in azure, and fed her a spirit-consolidating pill. He then went to retrieve the broken zither, prior to bringing the woman over. Wang Wei had already assessed her vital signs and discovered that she had merely fainted from exhaustion and injuries sustained during her battle with the disciples of the Demon Sect. None of her wounds were critical. After administering the pill, he began meditating nearby, awaiting her awakening. After a while, the woman in azure stirred, letting out a soft moan as she regained consciousness. Upon realizing she was seated on the ground, she instinctively grasped the zither beside her, her right hand hovering over the remaining 4 strings, eyeing the man before her, who was cradling a sword in his arms, with wariness. Who are you? Chapter 33. The 3-foot Jutian rescues the fair lady. Part 2. Who are you? The woman maintained her poised grip on the strings, her voice edged with caution. Did you save me? Seeing no malice in Wang Wei, her tense demeanor slightly relaxed, though her hand remained poised. Yes? Oh, thank you. After expressing her gratitude, she attempted to rise but winced in pain, as if a knife had sliced through her chest. She realized this was a remnant of her battle with the disciples of the Demon Sect. She had felt no pain during the fight, but after fainting and resting against the stone for a brief moment, the severity of her injuries had manifested. It would be wise for you to refrain from moving. Your internal injuries appear quite severe that if not treated promptly, they may leave lasting repercussions, Wang Wei cautioned her, refraining from assisting her up, aware she might misconstrue his actions as inappropriate. Hey, are you even a man? Can't you help me up a bit? Despite her grave injuries, the woman's tone remained defiantly bold. Wang Wei was momentarily taken aback, caught off guard by her words. He had not fully processed the situation. In his attempt to avoid arousing suspicion, he had inadvertently been perceived as discourteous. With a resigned expression, he assisted her to her feet. The woman appeared fatigued, her hair and attire disheveled, yet her spirit remained intact. Thank you for saving my life. That I have no means to repay such a great kindness. So please accept this family heirloom sword manual as a token of my gratitude. Wang Wei observed that she was no longer in grave danger, and he felt a measure of relief this moment. As she extended to him a book with a black cover, he first glanced at the title, which bore 4 striking silver characters. Gui Zhan Jian Pu, the Ghostly Sword Manual. Being an heirloom of the young lady, it was something he could never accept. To assist someone in distress was merely an act of kindness, and her gratitude was more than sufficient. He dared not wish for more. This Gui Zhan Jian Pu was, in fact, a tome that the young woman had pilfered from the Demon Sect. Now, having been saved from peril, she casually fabricated a story, claiming it was a family treasure, intending to bestow this useless item upon Wang Wei. Little did she expect that he would refuse it. What? Do you disdain the sword manual? The young woman could not fathom that there existed individuals who would save others without seeking any recompense. So when she inquired of Wang Wei, her irritation was palpable, and she regarded him with a wary gaze, prepared for any sudden aggression. Wang Wei suddenly adjusted his perspective. The young woman turned to follow his line of sight. only to be struck with cold sweat. The very trio who had pursued her the previous night was now approaching. Realizing that in her current state of hunger, fatigue, and pain, she was utterly incapable of fighting as she had the night before. She felt an overwhelming sense of dread. The three men, brimming with murderous intent, advanced, and she knew she could not even attempt to flee. "Enchantress, we have finally found you. Let us see how you escape this time." As they drew closer, they confirmed her identity and swiftly positioned themselves, encircling Wang Wei and the young woman. The younger man among them warned Wang Wei to keep his distance from the enchantress, lest he suffer the same fate. Wang Wei was unaware of the entanglements between them and intended to step outside the circle for a better view. However, after taking a few steps, he was struck by a sense of familiarity with their attire and the swords they wielded, prompting him to halt and scrutinize them closely. "Hey, didn't you hear me? I told you to move aside." Another man barked at Wang Wei. It was then that Wang Wei definitively recognized their identities. Indeed, they were clad in the same garb as the group that had suddenly descended upon Guilang Valley to wreak havoc. The trio appeared perplexed by the mysterious smile that suddenly graced Wang Wei's face. But as he remained stationary, their patience wore thin. Sharing a glance among themselves, they promptly began to encircle Wang Wei and the young woman. Sensing their intent, Wang Wei, while remaining on guard, inquired, "Which faction do you belong to?" Instead of an answer, he was met with a sudden onslaught of cascading sword blossoms. Wang Wei hastily dodged to evade the attack. "Behold, Zhejiang Sect, three-flower formation." With this declaration, one of the men unleashed another sword flower. This time, Wang Wei could not evade. He drew upon his right hand, slicing through the air with a flash of lightning to counter the descending sword blossom. Crackling sounds erupted as the lightning met the iron sword, scattering brilliant arcs of electricity in all directions. The clash between the two was evenly matched. Despite the two previous sword blossoms failing to affect Wang Wei, the trio swiftly altered their swordplay. Two of them danced forward, conjuring a flurry of sword blossoms, while the third remained still, poised to strike at the opportune moment. As they steadied themselves, they lunged rapidly in Wang Wei's direction, executing a deadly strike known as flower-like needle. Piercing strike. As Wang Wei approached, the swordplay of the two individuals in front became increasingly swift, while the person behind seized the opportunity to launch a vigorous strike aimed directly at Wang Wei's face. Wang Wei deftly turned his head to evade this lethal blow, raising his right hand to deflect the thrust with the divine sword of judgment. However, the remaining two sword dances had already arrived. In a moment of carelessness, the sleeve of his right arm was slashed open, and simultaneously, the skin on his left thigh was grazed. It was then that Wang Wei truly comprehended the formidable nature of his adversary's sword formation, prompting him to adopt a more serious approach. As he retreated, he cast his sword to the ground and, with a deft gesture of his hands, employed the earth-gathering technique, collecting the dried branches and fallen leaves around him to form numerous fists of varying sizes, which he then launched toward the sword formation of the three members of the Purple Sword Sect. As the three were preparing to initiate their next round of assault, they were suddenly besieged by a multitude of fists flying in from all directions, compelling them to shift their formation and temporarily concentrate their defensive efforts on the projectiles composed of twigs and leaves. Seizing the moment when their attention was diverted, Wang Wei swiftly altered his finger movements to unleash the thunderclap finger, targeting the trio preoccupied with fending off the onslaught of fists. Meanwhile, the woman in the azure robe cautiously maneuvered her steps to avoid being caught in the fray of the intense battle. However, grievously wounded, she could only lean on her long zither as she slowly moved to the side. Suddenly, a small object fell from her, a palm-sized square wooden board engraved with a wolf's head pattern. Landing precisely on a thick vine sprawled across the ground. It was the wooden wolf diagram. One of the combatants engaged with Wang Wei noticed the fallen board and exclaimed in surprise, drawing the attention of the other two to yet. In that fleeting moment of distraction, Wang Wei unleashed a slicing finger blade, the arcs of lightning finding their mark through the gaps in the trio's defenses, striking each of them squarely in the chest. The three were sent hurtling backwards, and the sword formation was shattered in an instant, just as Wang Wei prepared to advance and deliver a decisive blow to his opponents. The eyes of the wolf engraved on the wooden wolf diagram emanated a green light. Following this, lines of green patterns illuminated the vines surrounding the diagram, resembling the veins of the vines themselves. A series of ominous clattering sounds echoed from below, as if the surrounding trees were about to spring to life. Faced with this sudden anomaly, Wang Wei was compelled to halt, focusing his attention and vigilance. Channeling his energy to protect himself, ready to confront whatever change might ensue at last, the clattering ceased, and the original thicket of vines formed a relatively enclosed space, shrouded in profound darkness. With a thunderous roar, the ground unexpectedly opened up beneath them, and all 5 individuals plummeted into the abyss below. Chapter 34. The Secrets Beneath the Ancient Vines. Wang Wei, the woman in the azure robe, and the 3 members of the Purple Sword sect fell into the cavern below the vine thicket almost simultaneously. The descent was slanted, and thus, the unprepared individuals all tumbled downwards without exception. Illuminated by the dim glow of embedded stones along the walls, the cavern revealed a wide sloped path, allowing ample space for all 5 to roll down in unison. Wang Wei exhibited a remarkable swiftness, halting his movement immediately after rolling twice. Utilizing the faint glimmer within the cave, he located the unconscious woman in the blue attire, who was freely tumbling downward. With a swift leap, he embraced her with one arm, while grasping a protruding stone on the wall with the other. The trio from the Purple Sword sect, however, lacked Wang Wei's agility, although they had formed a sword formation capable of contending with him. Each of them possessed merely the strength of a 4th-tier warrior in the 100 battles realm. Furthermore, having pursued and battled throughout the night, they had already exhausted a substantial amount of stamina and spiritual energy. Their recent confrontation with Wang Wei had left them injured, and now, faced with the unexpected descent, they were unable to halt their rapid roll, inevitably crashing into the jutting stones of the sloped path and losing consciousness. The numerous vines on either side of the slope began to writhe, intertwining and sprawling over the top of the incline, sealing the cave's entrance tightly. Wang Wei, cradling the woman in blue, navigated the various protruding stones of the slope and leapt downwards. Upon reaching the lower section, he discovered that it was narrower than the incline above. However, a meticulously crafted passage, wide enough for 3 to traverse simultaneously, indicated that it had been intentionally left as an escape route. The 3 members of the Purple Sword sect lay strewn haphazardly at the base of the slope, appearing far from ready to awaken. Wang Wei tightened his grip on the unfortunate woman, casting a glance at the incapacitated trio before surveying the dark passage within. Realizing there was no better option, he hesitated only briefly before stepping inside. The passage felt damp, the sounds of cockroaches, mice, and ants scuttling beneath suggesting it had been long untouched by human presence. With no frantic escape from the creatures to be heard, the entire corridor was shrouded in dimness, with the faint light from a dust-covered luminescent stone embedded in the ceiling visible only after several paces. Paying no mind to the wet, soft earth beneath his feet, Wang Wei cautiously advanced, guided by the meager illumination. After approximately the duration of a tea ceremony, Wang Wei arrived at a relatively bright, square stone hall. 3 additional small passages led from the other walls of the hall, each opening into different spaces. In the center stood a stone monument, deeply inscribed with powerful characters that read, I, Kin'er of the Wolf Clan, fought valiantly against the human royal guard leader Bai Zhao at the Emerald Desert Ridge, but was overwhelmed and grievously wounded. I have dwelled here in hiding for over a decade, surviving in shame, and now, as a member of the Wolf Clan's Hall of War Spirits, I dare not speak of the heavy responsibility of protecting my kin. This monument is erected to express my shame and indignation, as I relinquish my powers to atone for my ineptitude. At the end was inscribed, Kin'er's final words. After absorbing the words on the monument, an unsettling feeling stirred within Wang Wei. The phrase I, Kin'er of the Wolf Clan, reminded him of the time in the crystalline tower beneath the molten magma when the Cold Wolf had inquired about the Wolf Clan expert Kin'er, as well as the whereabouts of Jiu Yi and Zhong Yu. It seemed evident that Kin'er had perished here long before the decline of the Wolf Clan, rendering him unable to assist in the great battle between the Wolf Clan and the Dragon Clan. Wang Wei clearly disapproved of Kin'er's actions. He pondered that had Kin'er not secluded himself in this forest, he might have been able to make some contribution to the conflict between the Wolf Clan and the Dragon Clan 500 years ago. Although he too had sustained severe injuries at the time, given his prowess as an expert of the Wolf Clan, he surely would have been able to exert significant effort. Having expressed his lament, he noticed a long stone bench placed in the corner and gently laid the woman in the blue robe upon it. He tested her breath and pulse, both of which appeared to be normal. However, it seemed unlikely that she would awaken anytime soon. After ensuring the woman was comfortably settled, Wang Wei strode towards the narrow path in the center. The path was not extensive. After taking about 20 steps, he reached its end, where a stone wall stood, devoid of any other features. Why is there only a wall here? What purpose did the Elder Khaner have in creating this path? Could it be another barrier? With a mindset of experimentation, Wang Wei approached the stone wall to touch it. Unlike his previous encounter in Xinchi village, this time his hand made solid contact with the wall without passing through. Left with no other options, he resorted to old tactics and decided to employ the thunderclap finger technique. Confounded by the enigma of various mechanisms, Wang Wei fervently hoped the stone wall would not be too resilient, wishing that a single thrust of his finger could breach it. Thus, he positioned his fingers accordingly, adjusted his stance, and unleashed a strike against the stone wall. However, after a brilliant flash of lightning, the path fell silent once more, and the wall showed no signs of being breached or toppled. Yet, the overwhelming force of the thunderclap finger had dislodged a significant amount of dust from the wall, revealing intricate carvings. Upon closer inspection, he discerned the depiction of an old wolf lying curled in slumber, with nothing else present. Gazing at the suddenly unveiled carving, Wang Wei remained perplexed, but as he studied it further, he noticed that despite the wolf's slumber, its claws were tightly gripping an object, a small square piece, roughly the size of a palm, which appeared to bear the engraving of a wolf's head. What could this be? The more he scrutinized the square piece clutched by the wolf's paw, the more it resembled the wooden board adorned with a green-eyed wolf's head that had fallen from the woman in blue during their fierce battle against the 3 members of the Demon Sect. They had referred to it as the wooden wolf diagram. If memory served correctly, it must indeed be the wooden wolf diagram. It occurred to him that their descent into this cave might have been triggered by this very object falling onto the ancient vine, activating the mechanism that led to the cave's opening. Could it be that the secret to unlocking this stone wall lies with the wooden wolf diagram? Elated at the prospect of unveiling the mechanism to open the stone wall, Wang Wei reached out to touch the carving of the wooden wolf diagram on the stone wall, confirming that it was indeed recessed, further validating his hypothesis. Without delay, he retraced his steps to the incline below to retrieve the wooden wolf diagram. Fortunately, after making contact with the ancient vine, the eyes of the wolf depicted on the diagram had remained a vivid green, allowing him to quickly locate it beside the foot of one of the Zhejiang disciples. Upon re-entering the passage, Wang Wei took a moment to glance at the 3 Zhejiang disciples outside and the unconscious woman in blue lying in the center of the stone chamber. Ignoring them entirely, he proceeded directly to the stone wall at the end of the narrow path. Following the contour of the wooden wolf diagram etched into the wall, Wang Wei gently pressed the wooden board into the recess. Before long, a cracking sound echoed from an unknown source, and the stone wall parted in two, revealing the scene within as it slowly unfolded. Chapter 35. The Right Eye of Ken Erd I. In the forest on the outskirts of Xinyang City, beneath the ancient vine tree, lay the tomb of Khaner. Wang Wei had successfully used the wooden wolf diagram to unlock the stone wall within the narrow path, specifically the secret door to a stone chamber in this stone hall. The stone chamber, having been sealed for an extended period, was remarkably free of dust. The luminous stones embedded in the ceiling illuminated the entire space with a radiant glow. The first sight to capture the eye was a skeletal remains draped in a cloak of deep black and violet. Positioned atop a platform directly ahead, the remains were sprawled across the surface, and although their size was indeterminate at first glance, the enormity of the skull and the sharpness of the elongated fangs clearly indicated that these were not the bones of a human. Could this be the remnants of a wolf kin, known as Canis Residuum? With 2 other stone chambers yet to be opened within this grand hall, Wang Wei found himself unable to ascertain whether the remains before him indeed belonged to Canis Residuum. Time was of the essence, and Wang Wei's attention was drawn to additional curiosities. Firstly, situated in front of the remains on the platform was a small black box that appeared to be locked, emanating a subtle, flowing darkness, suggesting it was infused with spiritual energy. Secondly, resting against the stone platform was an unremarkable bone staff, roughly half a person's height, slender in the middle with bulging ends, its coarse texture leaving one to wonder about its purpose. Lastly, beneath the skeletal remains lay 3 books, whose material remained a mystery, showing no signs of decay or damage even after 5 centuries. The sight of such a plethora of artifacts stirred excitement within Wang Wei. He speculated that the box surely contained treasures. However, the dark energy swirling around it instilled a sense of caution. The skeletal remains resembled those of a wolf. Thus, he presumed them to belong to Canis Residuum. Considering that Canis Residuum had dwelled in solitude for 500 years, it seemed fitting that this place was solely his domain. and the wolf remains corresponded with his lineage, convinced that since Canis Residuum had departed from this world 5 centuries ago, and by mere chance he had stumbled upon this site, it would be excusable for him to take some items. He resolved to first retrieve the 3 books nestled beneath the remains. Esteemed Canis Residuum, you have long since passed into the beyond. Now that I find myself fortunate enough to be here, I hope you will not be displeased should I take a few of your belongings, Wang Wei said, bowing in respect to the skeletal remains before attempting to extract the books. However, the book trapped beneath the wolf's skull appeared to have a torn page, and he feared that removing it might cause further damage. Instead, he decided to lift the skull to retrieve it. Clang! Just as Wang Wei raised the wolf's skull, an object tumbled from the eye socket on the right. Upon inspection, his heart raced with alarm as he discovered it to be an eyeball. The round, glossy orb lay on the ground, its dark pupil fixated on Wang Wei, sending shivers down his spine. Esteemed Canis Residuum, please do not frighten me. I mean no harm. I merely wish to take a glance. A sudden realization struck him. Why should he be afraid? He was a seasoned individual, having traversed realms, encountered dragons, and reached the 100 battles realm. His strength may wane, but his courage remained. Resolute, he mustered the nerve to glance once more at the eyeball on the ground, which, though still dark, exhibited an eerie emptiness devoid of expression. It turns out he was merely frightening himself, and no matter how he looked at it, it resembled nothing more than a solitary eyeball, capable of snapping at him with a mouth. The more Wang Wei pondered, the less fear he felt, and he boldly stepped forward to retrieve the eyeball. Surely, this could not be genuine. How could an eyeball endure when every shred of flesh had perished? Yet, the chilling sensation, could it be a stone or perhaps jade? The craftsmanship was remarkably lifelike. Wang Wei muttered to himself as he grasped the eyeball in his hand, attempting to peer through the luminous stone atop the chamber. But alas, he could see nothing. Undeterred, he disregarded the filth from its fall, bringing it closer to his eye for a better inspection. To his astonishment, the moment he positioned the eyeball beside his eye, it vanished without a trace. In the next instant, a crimson haze clouded his right eye, which swiftly subsided, restoring normalcy. Simultaneously, his right eye's vision was significantly enhanced. Previously, he could only discern the rough texture of the stone wall, but now he could perceive each individual grain of sand with intricate clarity. Although this enhanced vision faded shortly thereafter, the sensation of abnormality lingered, alongside the crimson hue and the wall's texture. He also glimpsed a plethora of other objects, spirit stones, herbs, garments, and numerous unfamiliar items, even a substantial pile of gold coins. Bewildered, he wondered from whence these items originated. Could it be that the eyeball had lodged itself within his eye, transferring its memories to him? Certainly not. Although astonished, he retained his capacity for thought. Was it possible that the objects he had seen were now under his control? He was startled by his own audacious conjecture, and in a fleeting moment, a thought crossed his mind. 2 spirit stones emerge. To his astonishment, 2 spirit stones indeed leaped forth from his right eye, which he instinctively caught. Examining them closely, they were indeed spirit stones of commendable quality. If that were the case, then he had struck it rich. He realized this was a right eye capable of storing items. His fortune was truly extraordinary. Elder Kinnear, I am profoundly grateful to you. To have inherited such a precious storage and amass so many treasures, your generosity towards me is immeasurable. In a surge of excitement, Wang Wei respectfully bowed thrice before the remnants of the wolf skeleton. Then, with a blink, he stored all the items in the chamber, including the remains of Kinnear, within his right eye. Elder Kinnear, you do not belong in this desolate place as a master of the wolf clan. Your resting place should be within the territory of your kin. Rest assured, should the opportunity arise, I shall ensure you receive a proper burial in the ancestral grounds of the wolf clan. The right eye left by Kinnear, along with the treasures in this chamber, would undoubtedly serve him well on his future path of cultivation. Thus, he felt an earnest gratitude towards Kinnear, leading to his intention of a grand burial. The stone chamber had been thoroughly plundered, leaving only a stone platform behind. Alas, he could not suppress his curiosity about the next chamber. What should he do? Amidst his elation, Wang Wei strolled while engaging in a soliloquy, conversing with himself in a manner both whimsical and carefree. Wang Wei, you are but a mundane being, lacking in nobility. How is it that upon encountering treasures, you can no longer restrain your feet and hands? He mused. Alas, I am indeed trivial. Only the ordinary are fortunate enough to stumble upon such fortunes. Otherwise, in a few years' time, would not all these treasures be buried beneath the earth? A lamentable fate. Suddenly, The exuberant Wang Wei, having unexpectedly ascended to newfound wealth, became somewhat oblivious to his surroundings as he continued his self-dialogue while making his way to the next stone chamber. In Chapter 36, Deception, Wang Wei thoroughly scavenged the stone chamber directly ahead and prepared to explore the one to his left. As he passed through the stone hall, he playfully blinked, committing the inscription of the stone tablet, which bore the remnants of a final message, to memory. Ahem. Just as Wang Wei had secured the stone tablet and was about to venture into the next chamber, a young woman in a blue robe, reclining on a long stone bench, stirred and awoke with a series of coughs. "Miss, you are awake." Wang Wei, no longer in haste to enter the stone chamber, approached to assist her. "Where's this place?" The young woman, upon opening her eyes, beheld the stark, rectangular stone hall, its damp and dimly lit atmosphere causing her discomfort as she emerged from her daze. "Where? You ask where this is? Had it not been for your troublesome tablet, would we have plummeted into this abyss?" Wang Wei expressed his anger, chastising the young woman and brandishing the wooden wolf diagram for emphasis. I had no inkling that such a calamity would ensue. Moreover, with you embroiled in a skirmish with those members of the Purple Sword Sect, how could I not seek refuge? If I hadn't, would that tablet have fallen? The young woman, noticing Wang Wei's indignation, felt emboldened to deflect the blame back onto him. What? What do you mean? I was embroiled in a conflict with the three from the Purple Sword Sect. Hey, do you possess any semblance of conscience? Had I not rescued you, you would still be hanging from the vines. Were it not for my intervention, you would have been diced into pieces by the trio from the Purple Sword Sect. Wang Wei, genuinely incensed, found it incredulous that there existed individuals so unreasonable. After all, the trio had referred to her as a sorceress. Could it be that she truly was a villain, while the Purple Sword Sect were the virtuous ones? The young woman seemed to sense her own fault but refused to concede, muttering softly, "It's not as if I compelled you to save me. Since our encounter, I have merely allowed you to assist me once." Wang Wei felt himself bested by her retort. Her words somehow diffused his anger. After all, she had not explicitly asked for his help. It was he who had meddled unnecessarily, deciding to let bygones be bygones. Especially given the bountiful treasures he had acquired that day, he chose not to engage in further argument. With that thought, he turned his back to the young woman and sat at one end of the stone bench. Remaining silent for an extended period. Well, I admit my fault. Here, take this ghostly as an apology, if you will. The prolonged silence rendered the young woman uneasy, and acknowledging her earlier misstep, she presented the ghostly, a family heirloom she had pilfered from the Purple Sword Sect, as a gesture of reconciliation. No, thank you. It would be wise for you to maintain your distance from me. I shudder at the thought of being burdened with a reputation for meddling and receiving undue benefits. Who does not possess a temper? Faced with the accountability of the woman in the blue robe, Wang Wei found himself irate. Now, just when she sought to pacify him with offerings. Humph, I am not one to be easily swayed. Noticing that Wang Wei continued to ignore her, the woman in the blue robe made a face at his retreating figure and tucked away the ghost occupation sword manual. She retrieved an orange pill from her bosom, swallowed it, and then sat cross-legged to cultivate her energy. Immediately, she felt a significant alleviation of her internal injuries. The healing elixirs of the Purple Sword Sect are indeed remarkable. Even as the medicine entered her system, she could sense the diminishing of her wounds, and her body felt considerably more at ease. Thus, she mused within herself. Wang Wei, observing the woman in blue remaining silent for an extended period, turned to see her meditating. This infuriated him. Rather than mere anger, it was urgency that consumed him. He was eager to venture into the next stone chamber in search of treasures, yet the key to the door, the wooden wolf diagram, had just been taken by the woman in blue, leaving him with no choice but to wait idly. The woman took a full meal's duration to heal her wounds, and when she finally emerged from her meditative state, she found her injuries had healed considerably, with her spiritual energy restored to about 70 to 80%. Not only could she walk, but she was also capable of contending with the three-flower formation of the Purple Sword Sect once more. "Oh, you are still upset. Pray tell, what is your name?" The woman in blue attempted to poke Wang Wei, only to have him evade her touch. "I do not go by He. I am called Wang Wei. I am Li Xiaoqiu." "Thank you. Thank you for what? For saving me." "Nonsense, I merely meddled. How could I presume to claim I saved you?" "Oh dear, I have already admitted my fault. Why must you be so petty?" During their exchange, Wang Wei maintained his posture with his chin resting on his right hand, while Li Xiaoqiu, from behind him, endeavored to shake him and find ways to appease his ire, seeing that he remained unperturbed. She grasped his right arm with both hands and feigned a pout, finally pushing Wang Wei past his limits. All right, I concede. Stop shaking me. I am no longer angry. Li Xiaoqiu flashed a charming smile. Realizing that men often succumb to a woman's whims, once Wang Wei felt the tempest of emotions had subsided, he found his thoughts lingering on the treasures within the adjacent stone chambers. Thus, he addressed Li Xiaoqiu. While you were unconscious, I took the liberty to explore a bit. There is a stone chamber within this narrow passage, which I managed to open using your wooden wolf diagram. But alas, it contained nothing of worth, only this large bone club. Should you desire it, feel free to take it.in matters of cunning. Though Li Xiaoqiu was reputed as a sorceress, Wang Wei, having lived 2 lives, possessed a shrewder disposition. The rough, large bone club appeared to be of little utility, and he could easily present it as the sole item within the chamber. However, with the right eye of the remnant ear possessing superior storage capabilities, and with Wang Wei's quick wit, by the time he faced Li Xiaoqiu, he had already discreetly retrieved the large bone club while his back was turned. What? You say the wooden wolf diagram can unlock the stone chamber door? No, I must see for myself. I refuse to believe that such a vast space contains only a large bone club. Li Xiaoqiu's time spent honing his skills outside was no shorter than Wang Wei's. Despite Wang Wei's seemingly honest demeanor, she was not one to be easily deceived by such a person. With purposeful strides, she made her way toward the stone chamber at the center. See, I told you there was nothing. Right? As Wang Wei rummaged through the stone chamber, her mind turned to the impending confrontation with Li Xiaoqiu. After all, the wooden wolf map had been brought by him. It was only logical that Li Xiaoqiu should have possessed the key to unlock the door before distributing any items. Now that Wang Wei had arrived first, she resolved to feign ignorance that I refused to believe that such a vast stone chamber would contain only a single large bone club. You must be hiding something on you. When Li Xiaoqiu had stolen the wooden wolf map, she had initially thought it was a treasure containing profound secrets, only to discover that it was merely a key. Furthermore, in such an expansive stone chamber, the presence of only one large bone club was simply unbelievable to her. If you don't believe me, then search me, I assure you. All you will find are the things you can see. Shall I strip off my clothes for you to examine more closely? Wang Wei, emboldened by her confidence, placed her hands on her chest, appearing genuinely ready to disrobe. Chapter 37. The Ownership of Fiery Trees and Silver Flowers. Wang Wei, with her hands poised at her collar, feigned an intention to undress in order to intimidate Li Xiaoqiu. However, to her surprise, Li Xiaoqiu was unfazed and took the initiative, lunging forward to grasp Wang Wei's belt, seemingly on the verge of unfastening it. Hey, what do you think you're doing? Wang Wei exclaimed, startled by the sudden movement, swiftly evading Li Xiaoqiu's grasp by jumping backward. Undressing, aren't you? You wanted to show me. So let me assist you in the process, and I can search you as well. Astonishingly, Li Xiaoqiu spoke these words with an unflinching composure, her demeanor entirely natural. Hey, I'm genuinely frightened by you. How can a girl be so shameless? I truly have no place to hide anything on me. Just look, I'm hardly wearing anything at all. Let us just drop this, shall we? I do have my dignity. Wang Wei wrapped her arms around her chest, firmly refusing to inch any closer to Li Xiaoqiu. If you want to let me look, then consider this a reprieve. I'll take it as repayment for your earlier rescue. Li Xiaoqiu, unfazed by Wang Wei's theatrics of feigned modesty, took the large bone club from Wang Wei's hands, inspected it thoroughly, and upon confirming its lack of utility, tossed it back to her. Wang Wei caught the bone club, reluctant to stow it away in her right eye just yet, for fear that her secret would be unveiled. Well then, can we proceed to the next stone chamber now? Wang Wei felt a tinge of urgency, though it was more a reflection of her mounting anticipation. It is a curious aspect of human nature. Despite having already acquired several remarkable treasures, the more one sees and possesses, the greater the yearning for yet more. Ultimately, human greed knows no bounds. Li Xiaoqiu did not contest Wang Wei's eagerness this time, and together they approached the stone chamber on the left. Wang Wei employed the same technique, first shaking off the dust from the stone door. The depiction of an elderly wolf adorning the door matched perfectly with the one on the door of the central chamber. Observing this, Li Xiaoqiu pressed the wooden wolf map against it, and the stone door opened with a resonant sound. As soon as the stone chamber on the left was opened, the two individuals were momentarily blinded by a brilliant light, unable to open their eyes. After a considerable time, their vision finally adjusted to the radiance. Everything within the stone chamber was laid bare under the illumination, but the most captivating sight was undoubtedly the flowering tree at the center. Its trunk was a fiery crimson, and upon closer inspection, one could see a delicate yellow liquid coursing through its core, giving the trunk the appearance of molten lava emerging from the depths of the earth. Adorning the tree were 7 silver blossoms, each the size of a human ear. Despite their diminutive stature, the petals unfurled flawlessly, devoid of any blemish. And the silvery luminescence emanating from them revealed the extraordinary elegance of these flowers. This is the fire tree and silver flowers. After scrutinizing the magnificent tree, Li Xiaoqiu, filled with excitement, rushed to its side, yearning to touch it. Yet, fearing that her mere presence might taint the petals, she merely gazed at it, tears welling in her eyes. Wang Wei, observing Li Xiaoqiu's reaction, was perplexed. Even if this flowering tree was indeed a treasure, was it worth shedding tears over? Had this girl truly never encountered anything of value in her life? Seizing the moment while Li Xiaoqiu was lost in awe before the fire tree and silver flowers, Wang Wei surveyed the chamber. Aside from the remarkable tree, there were stone platforms arranged around the room. On the platforms flanking the entrance lay a small jade box on one and a dagger on the other, while 2 inner platforms held a beautifully carved gourd and one that was empty. Just as Wang Wei finished examining the chamber's contents, Li Xiaoqiu emerged from her reverie, gazing up at Wang Wei with tear-filled eyes and a look of pitiful longing. "Can I have the fire tree and silver flowers? I promise to offer you more for the other items." Wang Wei, taken aback by the sorrowful expression on Li Xiaoqiu's face, found it difficult to refuse. However, her curiosity was piqued. What manner of treasure could evoke such reverence? "Then you must first explain what this fire tree and silver flowers truly are." At this, Li Xiaoqiu hesitated for a moment. Her eyes locked onto Wang Wei's as she continued. "I have searched tirelessly for a year, evolving from a naive child to the 7th level of the 100 Battles realm, solely to find a petal from the fire tree and silver flowers. According to the physician, only by using this petal in a medicine can there be hope to save my father. Now that I have found it, my father has a chance to live. Therefore, I implore you, allow me to take the fire tree and silver flowers. I will forever remember your kindness." Upon hearing that Li Xiaoqiu sought the fire tree and silver flowers to save her father, Wang Wei's heart softened with compassion. She thought, let her have it. After all, she had no use for it, and there appeared to be other treasures in the chamber that she could claim. Very well. "The fire tree and silver flowers are yours, but you must give me 3 of the blossoms, and I will choose 2 more treasures from what remains." Wang Wei was not one to make a losing deal. Though she had claimed all the treasures from the central stone chamber, how could she let this opportunity slip by? I can give you 3 blossoms, but I need to see the other items first before making a decision. "You might as well forego that necklace. It clearly suits me much better." As Li Xiaoqiu laughed and conversed with Wang Wei, she had already adorned her neck with the necklace. Remarkably, despite the disheveled appearance resulting from the earlier skirmish, her beauty remained untouched by any dirt or grime. Donning the necklace only accentuated her ethereal allure. Wang Wei felt a sense of helplessness. After all, it was hardly appropriate to wrest a necklace from a young lady. He resigned himself to the notion that it was hers to keep, especially since there was still a gourd and a dagger in play. Before Wang Wei could make a move, Li Xiaoqiu dashed over to the gourd. Upon opening it, she was astonished to find it brimming with spirit liquid. "Hey, that gourd belongs to me, so don't even think about taking it." Wang Wei, seeing Li Xiaoqiu rush to the gourd, genuinely worried that it might be claimed once more. "Oh, I see," she exclaimed as she closed the gourd again. "What have you understood?" Wang Wei felt a nagging sense of foreboding. "Look at the arrangement of these items. The fiery tree of silver flowers is positioned centrally. Beneath it lies a distinctly different type of soil, surrounded by a dagger, a gourd, and a jade box. So what? I now comprehend the environmental requirements for the fiery tree of silver flowers. The dagger represents metal. The flower tree embodies both wood and fire. The spirit liquid in the gourd signifies water, and the soil is, naturally, earth. Only an environment harmonious with the 5 elements could be the preferred habitat for the fiery tree of silver flowers." Li Xiaoqiu, as if she had discovered a new world, radiated joy akin to that of a child. Chapter 38. 2 newly rich individuals. While Li Xiaoqiu reveled in her discovery of the fiery tree of silver flower secrets, Wang Wei voiced his doubts. "And what of the jade box and the necklace around your neck? Moreover, can simply placing a dagger suffice as representing metal among the 5 elements? Wouldn't it be better to just place a piece of iron?" Wang Wei remained unconvinced. Li Xiaoqiu's explanations felt far too tenuous for him to accept. "Well, that's all right. Even if these treasures were not deliberately arranged according to the 5-element positions, consider this. The dagger is exquisitely crafted and delicate. clearly not befitting you. Besides, do you not already possess a beautiful longsword? You surely wouldn't be accustomed to wielding a dagger. It would be far better suited for my self-defense after acquiring the necklace. Li Xiaoqiu believed, as Wang Wei had suggested, that the remaining gourd and dagger should rightfully belong to him. Yet the allure of the spirit liquid within the gourd and the dagger's exquisite design stirred her desire, compelling her to devise a means to claim these items for herself. As for the gourd, I must confess, it contains an inner space capable of storing only liquid, yet its capacity surpasses that of an ordinary gourd. It holds approximately 1,000 drops of spirit liquid, which I suspect is intended for nourishing this fiery tree. Ridiculous. Do you take me for a fool? This tree has thrived for 500 years without a drop of water. Does it truly require spirit liquid for sustenance? In a fit of exasperation, Wang Wei inadvertently revealed the 500-year secret, having momentarily forgotten his knowledge of the cave's master point. 500 years. How do you know this tree has gone without watering for so long? Upon being questioned by Li Xiaoqiu, Wang Wei instantly realized he had misspoken. However, he adeptly concealed his emotions and replied, based on the environment of the cave and the accumulated dust on the stone door. I deduce that no one has visited this place for approximately 5 centuries. What of it? Can't you ascertain this? He insisted. No, I must have that gourd. What did you say? To store everything within the necklace. Does that imply that this necklace? Noticing that Wang Wei had comprehended his meaning, Li Xiaoqiu smiled and nodded emphatically. Indeed, this necklace was a storage necklace. In fact, the secret of this necklace was something Li Xiaoqiu had only recently discovered. She had sensed that it was somewhat extraordinary, and, upon channeling her spiritual energy, confirmed her suspicions. It was indeed a rare storage necklace. The crafting process of storage devices is rather intricate, leading to the prevalence of common storage items made from silk or leather, typically in the form of bags, which can hold no more than the equivalent of 3 adult cattle. More advanced items, such as storage bracelets, rings, and pendants crafted from metal, can offer a spatial capacity of approximately 2 zhang per side, equivalent to a square room of about 50 square meters by Wang Wei's calculations. Even more sophisticated storage devices are scarce, but vary greatly in type. For instance, the crystal storage device worn by Li Xiaoqiu boasts an internal space of 10 zhang per side. This implies that, at this moment, if Li Xiaoqiu wished to transfer the entire stone chamber into the necklace, she could accomplish it given sufficient strength, having inadvertently revealed the secret of 5 centuries. Wang Wei recalled the scene of rummaging through the central stone chamber. After contemplation, he decided against pursuing it further. After all, he had already acquired numerous treasures and had nothing to complain about. Besides, there was still one stone chamber left to explore, which was sure to yield further delights. Thus, he permitted Li Xiaoqiu to store all the items within this stone chamber into her storage device. And the two proceeded to the next stone chamber. As they walked toward the stone chamber on the right side of the stone hall, Wang Wei occasionally cast glances at the necklace adorning Li Xiaoqiu's neck, which contained a considerable trove of treasures. Oh dear, do not keep staring at my neck. While it may be fair and lovely, your persistent gaze might just make me blush. Li Xiaoqiu feigned shyness. Utterly delighted with her necklace of priceless treasures, her joy almost causing her to beam uncontrollably. Hee, you too can feel bashful? Just moments ago, when you were about to remove my clothing, I did not see you shy away. Besides, what I am truly concerned about is that gourd and those spiritual liquids. Do not read too much into it. Despite their playful banter, Li Xiaoqiu quietly tightened her grip on the dagger in her hand. During the earlier collection of items, she had remained vigilant. Years of navigating perilous situations had instilled in her an instinctive wariness. Although Wang Wei appeared amiable, one could never fully discern a person's intentions. With such a valuable array of treasures draped around her neck, there was no guarantee that Wang Wei would not harbor ulterior motives. Before long, the two entered the stone chamber on the right side of the stone hall, where the treasures within were equally impressive, for they discovered 4 spiritual artifacts. Spiritual artifacts hold a unique significance in this realm, as they possess the extraordinary ability to significantly enhance one's combat prowess. Moreover, the treasures left behind by the formidable warrior, Heir, of the Wolf clan, who once roamed the land in battle, are undoubtedly of exceptional quality. Within the stone chamber lie 4 spiritual artifacts: the celestial grade 9 realms tower, the superior grade phoenix feather bow, the superior grade wind chasing boots, and the medium grade setting sun spear. In a corner of the chamber rests a large jar, its mouth sealed with clay, yet upon closer inspection, a faint aroma of wine wafts from it. During the distribution of the spiritual artifacts, a quarrel inevitably ensued between the two, culminating in a mutually satisfactory arrangement. From the left chamber, Wang Wei claimed a silver flower and 300 drops of spiritual liquid, while the Nine Realms Tower, wind-chasing boots, setting sun spear, and the jar of wine from the right chamber all belonged to him. Additionally, in a theatrical manner, Wang Wei produced a volume of the 7-string song manual from his possession and presented it to Li Xiaoqiu. This manual, of course, was one of the 3 books that had been pressed beneath Kinair, and Wang Wei decided to gift it to Li Xiaoqiu, recognizing her affinity for the zither. Although Li Xiaoqiu felt displeased at having 3 spiritual artifacts taken from her by Wang Wei, the acquisition of the exquisite treasures brought her immense joy. Once they had divided the spoils and exchanged promises to keep each other's secrets, they prepared to exit the cave as they approached the incline leading out. Wang Wei was astonished to discover that the 3 individuals who had previously collapsed at the bottom of the slope had now mysteriously transformed into 2, while the cave entrance remained firmly shut. This indicated that the one disciple of the Purple Sword sect who had awakened was still within the cave. Instantly, both became vigilant and alert. Chapter 39. The Lost Heavens Sword. The sudden disappearance of a disciple from the Purple Sword sect caused Wang Wei and Li Xiaoqiu to heighten their guard. They thoroughly searched every corner, both inside and outside, yet the individual remained elusive. Could it be that he had already managed to escape? Li Xiaoqiu picked up the long zither that had fallen below the incline. It was her weapon. Though it now bore only 4 strings, it could still wield half its potential power. Very well. If he has fled, then let it be. He must possess great fortune. After uttering these words, Li Xiaoqiu, under Wang Wei's astonished gaze, plucked a few strings of the zither directed at the 2 fallen disciples of the Purple Sword sect. The vibrant notes reverberated, and in their dazed state, the 2 disciples quietly met their demise. For those who had already succumbed to death, this might be considered a merciful end devoid of suffering. However, to Wang Wei, this woman appeared perilously dangerous. Despite the duo's evident incapacity to fight, she still chose to eliminate them. Hey, are you out of your mind? Humph, I am not insane. They were the ones who pursued me like mad dogs last night. You truly are a heartless woman. Is that so? Have you gained a newfound understanding of me? You heard them call me a demoness, for I have never been a virtuous woman. As she spoke, Li Xiaoqiu's tone shifted to one of cold indifference, starkly contrasting her earlier playful demeanor with Wang Wei. This transformation left him feeling unsettled. After finishing her words, Li Xiaoqiu gracefully leaped up the protruding stones of the incline, ascending to the upper slope, where she retrieved the wolf diagram to open the cave. Wang Wei emerged from the underground cavern, while Li Xiaoqiu had already begun to move forward on her own that he wished to call out to her, but was at a loss for words. He opened his mouth, yet ultimately chose silence as he watched her walk away. Hee, where has my heavenly sword gone? The setting sun filtered through the layers of tree shadows and fell upon the sheer cliff, which appeared like a rugged, undulating curtain, animating every tree and blade of grass in the forest. The dying sun was beautiful, for it shone like golden light, and its hue was reminiscent of blood staining the vast sky. Yet, it was not favored by many, as it heralded the sun's descent, its crimson hue all too vivid. Beneath the cliff, the blood of old Tan had stained the surrounding earth, creating a mottled pattern akin to plum blossoms. Opposite him stood 11 men clad in purple attire, 10 of whom held long swords, standing in 2 neat rows, their expressions devoid of excess emotion, while the leader disdainfully regarded Old Tan. Though this sword was not a spiritual artifact, it was exquisitely crafted and vibrantly colored, making it a splendid gift. You claim it to be your young master's sword, yet when I discovered it in the ancient vine forest, it lay there forlorn amidst withered branches and fallen leaves. What evidence do you possess to prove that this sword indeed belongs to your young master? The leader scrutinized the blue sword in his grasp, his gaze fixated on the blade, never once deigning to look at Old Tan. This sword, of course, was Wang Wei's heavenly sword. Last night, Li Xiaoqiu had infiltrated the Purple Sword sect to steal, and after being discovered by several Night Watch disciples, the 2 parties had pursued each other to the outskirts of Xinyang City. The disciples of the Purple Sword sect, underestimating Li Xiaoqiu's cunning despite her modest cultivation, found their numbers dwindling as the chase continued. When only 3 disciples remained, the youngest among them discreetly signaled for help, prompting the sect to dispatch a protector accompanied by 10 disciples. By the time this protector and his disciples arrived at the ancient vine forest, Wang Wei and Old Tan had already reached the underground remnants. The Purple Sword sect's party could find no trace of their disciples, but stumbled upon Wang Wei's heavenly sword amid a pile of dead branches and leaves. Thus, the protector claimed the beautifully crafted sword, intending it as a gift for his junior sister. Subsequently, the protector and his disciples scoured the area for their comrades, only to discover Wang Wei and Old Tan taking refuge at the sheer cliff. Upon noticing the approaching strangers, Old Tan initially intended to evade, but when he saw the leader wielding the heavenly sword, he assumed Wang Wei had fallen victim to their attack and charged forward. At this moment, the protector, brandishing the heavenly sword, pointed it at Old Tan and remarked, "Or perhaps, what ability do you possess to take this sword from my hands?" His words dripped with mockery, and Old Tan, already seething with indignation, could no longer contain himself, spewing forth a copious amount of blood. "Enough, enough. The Purple Sword Sect does not intimidate others with its power. Today, in light of my good mood, I shall not hold you accountable for too much." The protector, having had his fill of amusement, had no intention of annihilating Old Tan, for the latter's cultivation level was at the 5th stage of breaking demons. Provoking him to desperation might result in heavy casualties for them. With a gentle motion, he sheathed the sword, preparing to depart. "Wait." Old Tan struggled to rise to his feet. Although he had faltered during the previous encounter due to his anxiety being exploited by his adversary, he was nonetheless a practitioner of the 5th level of the demon-breaking realm, and a single strike was not sufficient to render him powerless. The protector of the Purple Sword Sect intended to depart, but upon witnessing Old Tan stand once more, it became evident that his opponent would not relent easily. This infuriated the protector, who deemed that anyone bold enough to rise and provoke him after sustaining injuries must not be granted a chance at survival. In that instant, the protector gripped the Ju Tian sword with his right hand and hurled it fiercely toward Old Tan, intent on claiming his life. "Since you hold this sword in such high regard, let it be the instrument of your demise." The Ju Tian sword, devoid of any spirit, advanced with remarkable speed, reaching Old Tan in the blink of an eye. It seemed inevitable that blood would be spilled in the next moment. Gathering Technique. With a resounding shout, fragments of stone and debris around Old Tan's sword into the air, coalescing into a massive hand that grasped at the Ju Tian sword. In nearly the same breath, a wall of stones erupted before the members of the Purple Sword Sect, crashing down upon the 11 individuals. The sudden turn of events caught Old Tan off guard, yet from the depths of the forest came another commanding voice. "Old Tan, hold tight." Accompanied by this exhortation, a vine shot forth, ensnaring Old Tan. Understanding the intent, he tightened his grip on the vine with his left hand and struck the ground forcefully with his right. Propelling himself along the vine's momentum deeper into the forest. In the heart of the woods, beads of sweat trickled down Wang Wei's forehead. The long-distance use of the earth-gathering technique had drained him considerably. Having pulled Old Tan to his side, he had already plotted their escape route. The members of the Purple Sword Sect, caught off guard by the barrage of sand and stones, scrambled to respond. Leaving them disheveled and covered in dirt, which only served to heighten the protector's fury, he dispersed the swirling dust with a surge of his energy, only to find that Old Tan had vanished, leaving behind the elegant blue sword embedded in the spot where he had stood. Pursue. The recent events had confirmed to the protector that Old Tan had an ally, yet the fact that this ally had not dared to reveal themselves suggested that they were not formidable. He was determined to seize this opportunity to capture the wretch who had dared to toy with him. With a command from the protector, the members of the Purple Sword Sect sprang into action, scouring the direction from which the vine had come. "Quick, pursue." They had barely taken a few steps when sounds of rustling emerged from the underbrush, believing that Old Tan and his companion were fleeing in that direction. They hastily quickened their pace. Regrettably, after a prolonged chase, the Purple Sword Sect members ultimately captured only a thrashing, squealing wild boar, with no sign of Old Tan or his allies, while the members of the Purple Sword Sect busied themselves with the wild boar. Wang Wei and Old Tan had stealthily moved far away. Given Old Tan's grievous injuries, finding a place to recuperate was paramount as for revenge and reclaiming the sword. Wang Wei resolved to set those thoughts aside. Engaging in battle with his current abilities would be tantamount to delivering himself into the jaws of death. Purple Sword Sect, consider this debt noted to in the future. When the opportunity arises, I shall see how I can disrupt your sect. Wang Wei shares a profound connection with the Zhejiang sect. During their return to the Wolf Valley, it was the sudden emergence of a few members from the Zhejiang sect that compelled the 7 Wolf brothers to teleport Wang Wei and the 8th sister. This morning, in a desperate attempt to rescue Li Xiaoqiu, he engaged in a fierce battle against 3 members of the Zhejiang sect. At this moment, he finds himself being relentlessly pursued by the sect's protector. Forced to flee through the forest, which intensifies his deep-seated animosity towards the Zhejiang sect. Seeing Wang Wei unscathed, Elder Tan felt an immense sense of relief once they had escaped to a relatively safe distance. Elder Tan began to meditate and recuperate. After rummaging through his right eye space for a while, Wang Wei discovered a healing elixir imbued with restorative spiritual energy after administering it to Elder Tan. In the span of a single meal, the Elder's internal injuries had remarkably healed by 80%, leaving him astounded. Naturally, he inquired about the origin of the elixir, to which Wang Wei could only fabricate a story, claiming it was a gift from a previous master. Following the ingestion of the elixir, Elder Tan devoted another quarter of an hour to recuperation. This moment, he felt a surge of spiritual energy within him and was free from the earlier concerns. He no longer feared confronting the 11 members of the Zhejiang sect. Having devised a strategy to deal with them, Elder Tan, accompanied by Wang Wei, made his way back toward their previous location. Cloaked in invisibility, they leapt nimbly between the trees and soon arrived at the site where Elder Tan had battled the Zhejiang sect. Below the demonic breakthrough realm, practitioners can only traverse or engage in combat through walking or leaping. Upon reaching the demonic breakthrough realm, one begins to grasp the art of stepping on air, enhancing their attacks during combat. By the time one reaches the 5th level of the demonic breakthrough realm, they can walk on air, significantly increasing their speed in both battle and travel. While Elder Tan could indeed walk on air, he chose to leap alongside Wang Wei to accommodate his speed. Wang Wei, being exceptionally diligent in his training, had garnered a reputation for his swiftness among peers of the same realm, which allowed them to catch up with the Zhejiang sect's members in no time. The Zhejiang sect was not idle. They were besieging a second-tier spirit beast. At the forefront stood the protector, whose sword danced around the spirit beast like drifting snowflakes, while the remaining 10 formed a sword formation, periodically delivering heavy blows to the creature. Concealed in the shadows, Wang Wei and Elder Tan observed closely. Despite several members of the Zhejiang sect having sustained injuries, the spirit beast was also in dire straits, being firmly suppressed by the protector's sword. Unless unforeseen circumstances arose, it seemed inevitable that this second-tier spirit beast would meet its demise here. It was a second-tier spirit beast, the red-tailed fox. Elder Tan instantly recognized the creature under siege and subtly informed Wang Wei, advising him to closely observe the changes in the Zhejiang sect's sword techniques and their combat responses against the spirit beast. Wang Wei had already experienced the Zhejiang sect's sword formation earlier that morning, which was indeed unpredictable and relentless, showcasing commendable qualities in its execution. As dusk descended, moments slipped by, and the Zhejiang sect managed to fell 2 of the red-tailed foxes, although the protector suffered injuries as well. Evident from the deep claw marks etched into his left wrist, it was clear that had the marks been any deeper, he would have rendered his left hand useless. The condition of the red-tailed fox is quite dire. It has been besieged by the sword formation of the Purple Sword sect, and in its panic, compounded by its inherent disadvantage, it now bears 5 or 6 harrowing sword wounds on its front and back. Elder Tan, I wish to rescue that red-tailed fox. It appears to be relatively young. At long last, Wang Wei could no longer bear to witness the desperate struggles of the red-tailed fox and urged Elder Tan to take action. Elder Tan had initially intended for the fox to exhaust the combat strength of the Purple Sword sect members, allowing him to conserve his spiritual energy while eliminating them. However, seeing the fox fight alone stirred Wang Wei's compassion, prompting him to implore Elder Tan to intervene sooner. Elder Tan, who always heeded Wang Wei's words, immediately ceased his concealment, rising into the air and unleashing a series of 8 palm strikes directed at the disciples of the Purple Sword sect, who were forming an 8-person sword formation. The 8 members of the Purple Sword sect, fully focused on their assault against the red-tailed fox, only realized the danger when Elder Tan's powerful palm strike struck them. Yet, given Elder Tan's formidable prowess, each of his strikes, delivered with great force, felled one disciple at a time, throwing the sword formation into chaos. Today, I shall engage you all in a relentless struggle, Elder Tan proclaimed with a resounding voice, his words echoing into the distance after he dispatched the 8 disciples. As night gradually descended, the forest grew dimmer than the outside world, and the air was filled with the faint sounds of various birds and beasts. Larger creatures had begun to wander in search of food. The members of the Purple Sword sect, initially engrossed in their battle with the red-tailed fox, found themselves further beleaguered when Elder Tan suddenly emerged, disrupting their already difficult fight. The sect's protector, witnessing the downfall of his fellow disciples, intended to rush to their aid. However, the red-tailed fox, being a second-tier spiritual beast, sensed the diminishing pressure and launched a fierce counterattack against the protector. Momentarily unable to extricate himself, the protector gritted his teeth to fend off the fox's assault, helplessly watching as Elder Tan's palm shattered a disciple's skull. Retreat. Seeing the battle turn unfavorable, the protector commanded a withdrawal, intending to retreat westward. Yet, the red-tailed fox, swift as the wind, pursued him relentlessly. Just as the protector had taken 3 steps back, the fox was upon him, clawing fiercely at the top of his head. Although the red-tailed fox was no larger than a wildcat, its delicate, snow-white claws possessed tremendous strength. A full strike could potentially cleave the protector's head in two. In a moment of peril, the protector rolled to the side, narrowly evading the fox's claws. Enraged and unable to disengage, he flicked his long sword, drawing blood from his left hand as it grazed the blade. He propelled the blood forward with his palm energy, while his right hand twirled the sword, unleashing an invisible sword chi imbued with the blood, creating a miasma of iron scent in the air. Unprepared for such a swift counterattack from the protector, the red-tailed fox was caught off guard, unable to evade in time, and was struck squarely in the chest by the blood-laden sword chi. With a plaintive cry, the fox was propelled backward by the force of the strike, landing right at Wang Wei's feet. The protector of the Purple Sword Sect, having successfully landed a blow, hesitated no longer. As he maneuvered amidst the sword formation established by Elder Tan and the remaining 7 disciples of the sect. He summoned all his strength and fled westward. The Purple Sword Sect is most renowned for its unpredictable sword formations to ensure that the disciples can adeptly and seamlessly shift between formations. The sect mandates that every disciple learn to obey commands and follow orders upon entering the sect. Thus, when the protector of the Purple Sword Sect shouted for a retreat, the other disciples promptly consolidated their sword formation, preparing to withdraw together. Yet, how could the 7 disciples, merely at the pinnacle of the realm of inquiry, hope to escape from Elder Tan, whose prowess had already reached the 5th level of the demon-breaking realm? The injuries Elder Tan sustained in the previous battle were partly due to his lack of focus, but more importantly, the 3rd level of the demon-breaking realm possessed by the protector of the Purple Sword Sect rendered the sword formation less effective. At this moment, the protector had already taken the lead in fleeing westward, leaving the remaining disciples exposed like lambs awaiting slaughter beneath Elder Tan's onslaught. 7-star formation. Meteoric Celestial Rain. The 7 disciples of the Purple Sword Sect, initially intending to retreat, found themselves unable to extricate themselves due to Elder Tan's relentless palm strikes. One of them shouted loudly, prompting the group to hastily re-establish their sword formation, stepping into the 7-star stance. Their swords piercing outwards, the 7 long swords struck out like raindrops aimed at Elder Tan's eyes, nose, mouth, throat, chest, abdomen, and knees. Their synchronized movements were a breathtaking display of swordsmanship. Had they faced an opponent at the 1st level of the demon-breaking realm, they might have posed a challenge. However, against Elder Tan, their efforts fell woefully short in both power and technique, for the disparity in cultivation level was unmistakable. The 7 swords flew towards him. Elder Tan did not flinch. Instead, he pushed forward with both hands, conjuring an invisible force that formed a wall of resistance before him, effectively halting the advance of the long swords. When the 7 disciples saw a barrage of iron projectiles hurtling towards them at high speed, it was too late to evade. They could only watch helplessly as the iron drew nearer. Thud, thud, thud. After a series of muffled sounds, the 7 members of the Purple Sword Sect braced themselves for impact. Convinced they had been struck fatally, yet the excruciating pain radiating from their left shoulders revealed that they were alive, albeit having lost their left arms. The 7 disciples cried out in pain. Although trained from a young age, instilled with the resolve and courage to face death, the physical injuries inflicted upon these robust men were unbearable. Previously, the Purple Sword Sect had sought to spare his life. Now, Elder Tan remarked, "I return your 7 lives in kind. Should we meet again, should you dare to wield the power of your sect to oppress in this realm, I shall strike you down without hesitation. Now, begone." With their lives spared by Elder Tan, the 7 disciples hastily dragged their broken bodies westward. Once they had fled a safe distance, Elder Tan approached Wang Wei. Why had Elder Tan chosen to let them go? Crouching down to inspect the injuries of the red-tailed fox, Elder Tan continued, "As for those 7 disciples at the pinnacle of the realm of inquiry, in their current state, they are no longer fit to serve the Purple Sword Sect. and can only wander this forest in search of survival. In truth, it would be more merciful for them to be slain. Yet in this world, even the most intrepid warriors, unafraid of the heavens and the earth, bow their heads in the face of death. They may have lost an arm, but with their current cultivation, they can more than adequately sustain themselves in this forest. Wang Wei nodded thoughtfully. Since Elder Tan had expressed such sentiments, he felt it inappropriate to elaborate further. However, the thought of the Juetian sword being taken away by the protector of the Zijian sect left him with an unsettling feeling. During a lull in their conversation, Elder Tan had already pressed several vital acupoints on the Chiwei fox, staunching the flow of its blood. Yet, due to the forceful nature of Elder Tan's touch, the gravely injured creature could not withstand it and promptly fainted, leaving Wang Wei no choice but to cradle it in his arms. You were right. That lad was solely concerned with his own escape during the retreat, disregarding even his own disciples. How could he muster the courage to return? With that, he resolved to pursue him, to exact revenge and reclaim the sword. At this juncture, Elder Tan, no longer hesitating, declared, I shall pursue him first. You follow closely behind. And then he leapt into the air, heading westward. Witnessing Elder Tan, who had just been so astutely analyzing their situation and preparing to wait for an opportunity, suddenly expose a flaw when questioned, Wang Wei couldn't help but feel a wave of frustration. Elder Tan, could you not be a little more reliable? Chapter 42. A stubborn confrontation with the Zijian sect, Part 2. Bang. In the darkness of the night, a massive black bear lay sprawled upon the ground, its gaze fixed upon a leopard whose eyes glimmered with a green light, despite the stark difference in their sizes. It was evident that the leopard emerged victorious in this encounter. With the black bear down, its 3 cubs, now bereft of their mother's protection, trembled in fear, appearing utterly pitiable. Yet, the leopard advanced and swiftly dispatched them with its paw. This exemplifies the brutal reality of the forest. Regardless of one's size or the feigned ferocity or helplessness, all is rendered illusory in the face of true power. The dynamics between hunter and prey remain unchanged, indifferent to any masquerade of strength or vulnerability. The protector of the Zijian sect felt as if he were the hunted. In the recent skirmish, he had abandoned the last 7 disciples of his sect to save himself. And ultimately, it was only through employing the Zijian sect's secret technique, the blood talisman, that he managed to injure the Chiwei fox and seize the opportunity to escape from Elder Tan. However, he was acutely aware that Elder Tan, having reached the 5th level of the demon-breaking realm, would soon close the gap with his ability to traverse the air. Without the formidable support of the sword formation, he stood no chance against Elder Tan. Although the protector had begun to grasp the basics of aerial movement, he was still unable to truly traverse the air. He could only jump with slightly increased speed. Elder Tan, on the other hand, was genuinely capable of moving through the air, his speed elevated to an entirely different echelon. Though dealing with the 7 disciples of the Zijian sect and attending to the Chiwei fox had cost him some time. Once Elder Tan commenced his pursuit, the protector was no match for him. As the protector of the Zijian sect fled in desperation, he contemplated pausing to regain some of his spiritual energy. However, the moment he halted, he noticed Elder Tan soaring towards him from above. The sight struck terror into his heart, and he dared not linger any longer, focusing solely on his flight for survival. Zijian sect madman, halt and accept your fate. The guardian of the Zijian sect was indeed fleeing with all his might, yet the distinction in speed between traversing the ground and soaring through the air remained fundamentally significant. Allowing the Elder Tan to pursue him relentlessly, with a desperate resolve, the guardian turned and unleashed a strike with his sword, aimed at the Elder Tan who had already positioned himself above him. The Elder Tan, upon sensing the fierce sword energy approaching, gracefully evaded it and, as he descended, retaliated with a palm strike against the guardian. A resounding thud echoed as Elder Tan's palm struck the guardian squarely in the chest, causing the latter to expel a mouthful of blood and stagger several paces backward. Just a moment. Elder Tan, intent on pressing the attack further, was halted as the guardian of the Zijian sect rose from the ground, coughing up blood while pleading, "It is merely one sword. I shall return it to you. Please spare my life." Inwardly, the guardian felt profound regret. He had initially believed the sword to be a lost artifact when he had picked it up, never anticipating that Elder Tan would pursue him so tenaciously. Upon realizing that Elder Tan had no intention of letting him go, the guardian hastily declared, "I had intended to spare your life. But you da-da." Before he could finish, Elder Tan's palm struck his face, sending him tumbling several times before coming to a halt. The The grace of your mercy has already been repaid to your 7 disciples. It is simply that you ran too swiftly, and I could not catch up to you in time. Moreover, setting aside your despicable act of abandoning your companions to save yourself, given the recent transgressions of the Demon Sect, it is only just that I take your life. Elder Tan stored the Jutian sword within his storage ring and gazed upon the bloodied guardian lying on the ground, his visage betraying not a trace of compassion. Coughing violently, the guardian of the Demon Sect managed to prop himself up against a moss-covered stone and lamented, "In the end, I merely took your sword. What does my sect have to do with this? The Demon Sect has stood for a millennium. You lack the authority to judge us." Observing the guardian's unwavering dedication to uphold the honor of his sect even in the face of death, Elder Tan silently admired the Demon Sect's rigorous discipline and moral teachings, which had evidently instilled unwavering loyalty in its disciples. However, upon reflecting on the actions of the Demon Sect's upper echelons, Elder Tan felt a twinge of pity for individuals like the guardian. The Demon Sect that you revere as divine is, in my eyes, merely a den of filth. In recent years, in pursuit of some hidden secret, they have mercilessly slaughtered countless members of the wolf tribe and disrupted the lives of innocent civilians. Tell me, do you not deserve to perish? Gazing into Elder Tan's cold eyes, the guardian of the Demon Sect suddenly broke into laughter, exclaiming, "Ha, how utterly laughable. In this world, strength reigns supreme. Our Demon Sect boasts a multitude of disciples and a renowned legacy. Even the once mighty 4 holy clans dare not provoke us lightly. And now, to deal with a mere remnant of the wolf tribe. What pretense of righteousness can we discuss?" With that, Elder Tan, disregarding the guardian's disdainful rhetoric of so-called righteousness, raised his hand once more, poised to end the guardian's life. Yan Yin, fire sword technique, just as he prepared to strike. A voice echoed from above the forest, and before he could react, a flaming longsword descended, illuminating the night sky in a blaze of crimson. The fiery sword surged forth with ferocity, leaving Elder Tan little time to evade. He could only retreat while attempting to parry. The void-dispelling palm. Elder Tan, a master of palm techniques, found the might of the fiery sword too overwhelming to counter with his hands, thus resorting to the void-dispelling palm to deflect the sword's strike. "Ha ha ha, Tan Pavilion Master. It seems you have been absent from the Jinshin Pavilion for quite some time. What brings you to this desolate wilderness?" With a fit of raucous laughter, a figure descended from the treetops. And upon recognizing the newcomer, Elder Tan's already cold gaze turned even icier. Situ Lai. Chapter 43. The identity of Situ Lai. Situ Lai, the lord of Xinyang City, had been meditating in his residence when a sudden urgent voice emanated from the jade ring on his left hand. "Situ, come quickly and save me." His thoughts stirred, and he retrieved a sound transmission talisman from the ring, its surface marked with a blood-red arrow pointing eastward, indicating that the sender had activated a secret technique. If aid were not rendered in time, the technique's duration would expire, resulting in a significant reduction of the sender's cultivation, putting them at a disadvantage in battle. Chang Tianyang had encountered dire peril. Eastward lay the forest at the outskirts of Xinyang City. Without hesitation, Situ Lai rose and departed, following the direction indicated by the talisman as he traversed the air towards the outskirts. Shortly after leaving the city, he beheld Elder Tan poised to strike a heavy blow against Protector Chang. With no time to directly halt Elder Tan's actions, he could only bellow a warning before launching an offensive of his own, opting for attack as a means of defense to temporarily spare Protector Chang's life. "Situ Lai, you dare to traverse the void?" Elder Tan marveled incredulously. 6 months prior, Situ Lai's cultivation had only reached the 3rd level of the demon-breaking realm, rendering him incapable of such aerial movement. However, witnessing Situ Lai descend from the skies, it was evident that he had elevated his cultivation to the 5th level of the demon-breaking realm in that short time. While Elder Tan had dedicated himself to instructing Wang Wei over the past 6 months, leaving little time for his own cultivation, he remained stagnant at the pinnacle of the 5th level of the demon-breaking realm. Showing little change, faced with Situ Lai, who had also attained the 5th level of the demon-breaking realm, Elder Tan felt no confidence in his chances of victory, especially considering Situ Lai wielded a pseudo-supreme spiritual artifact. Forgive me, Pavilion Master Tan, for my modest improvement of merely 2 levels of cultivation. I certainly do not presume to compare myself with you. Did I imagine your own cultivation has progressed significantly in these past 6 months? Situ Lai spoke with a seemingly genuine smile, yet his eyes were rife with murderous intent. That I, in truth, While one could not discern the precise level of another's cultivation, the fluctuations of spiritual energy during a confrontation could unveil a rough estimate of their prowess. Situ Lai had perceived that Elder Tan's spiritual energy was likely at the peak of the 5th level or perhaps the 6th, which emboldened his audacity. It appears that Sinyang City is indeed a place rich in spiritual energy. Your swift advancement in such a short time deserves hearty congratulations from the Jinshin Pavilion. Elder Tan dared not rashly engage Situ Lai, well aware that he would face a disastrous defeat. Congratulations are unnecessary. I simply ask that Pavilion Master Tan hands over the nearly lifeless Protector Chang to me. As Situ Lai cast a glance towards Old Tan, his expression was tinged with a hint of amusement. For before him stood a once defeated adversary, now rendered utterly incapable of posing a challenge. During their conversation, Old Tan took a few steps to the side, effectively transferring the responsibility of Chang Hufa to Situ Lai. A wave of astonishment coursed through Old Tan. Within this brief encounter and exchange, he gleaned 3 crucial pieces of information. First, he realized that Situ Lai had been aware of his presence at the Xian Pavilion in Sinyang City all along. Second, Situ Lai had ascended to the 5th stage of the Broken Demon Realm. Lastly, you discern Situ Lai's status as the protector of the Zhejiang sect. Allow me to share yet another revelation. Having reached the 5th stage of the Broken Demon Realm, I am poised to ascend from protector to home master, and that is what you ought to congratulate me on. Observing the fluctuating emotions on Old Tan's face, Situ Lai felt a surge of satisfaction. Having long occupied a position of power and privilege, he found himself somewhat elated when faced with those of lesser cultivation and rank. Those who hold titles conferred by the royal family are forbidden from assuming positions in other sects. Thus, the fact that the Lord of Situ City divulged such significant news to an old man like me suggests that my days may be numbered. Upon seeing Situ Lai maintain his sinister smile, Old Tan knew that the day would not end well for him, as he anticipated. After Old Tan's remark, Situ Lai burst into laughter once more and stated, "You may be clever, but regardless, you must die today. While I cannot act against you within Sinyang City, in this desolate forest, the demise of an inconspicuous old man will go unnoticed. How audacious of Lord Situ, though I am aware that I am no match for him. Escaping his clutches remains within my capabilities." Throughout their exchange, Old Tan had remained vigilant and tense, fully aware of his opponent's formidable strength. Is that so? Master Tan possesses remarkable confidence. I shall indeed witness your skills in fleeing. Situ Lai, already in a position of dominance, was eager to engage, yet he did not hesitate to taunt his adversary in hopes of unsettling him. However, Old Tan, being well versed in such tactics, was not easily deceived. Before Situ Lai could finish his taunts, Old Tan closed the distance, his palms moving in a flurry towards Situ Lai's face. With a thunderous shout, Old Tan unleashed a series of 24 powerful palm strikes, each aimed at Situ Lai's forehead, temples, and throat. Witnessing the ferocity of Old Tan's attack, Situ Lai hastily attempted to evade, but the sheer force and speed of the palm strikes proved overwhelming. In a moment of miscalculation, he was struck squarely on the face, feeling as though his visage had been slammed by an iron plate. The pain was excruciating, and to his dismay, blood streamed from his nose, leaving him in a rather disheveled state. Stung by the blow, Situ Lai could no longer afford to be arrogant. He swiftly shifted to a more serious approach. After being hit, he retreated a few steps to widen the gap between them, then brandished his long sword, unleashing a flurry of fiery sword energy that illuminated the night sky. Skyward Palm. Chapter 44. Sword Technique versus Thunder Technique. Old Tan, possessing the formidable cultivation of the 5th level of the demonic realm, exhibited a strength that far surpassed Wang Wei, particularly in terms of his robust thunder force. The Thunder Finger technique he unleashed was fundamentally distinct from that employed by Wang Wei as Old Tan pursued Chang Hufa through the air. His speed left Wang Wei far behind. Under the faint glow of the moonlight, Wang Wei, already somewhat winded, pressed on with all his might through the forest, cradling the injured red-tailed fox in his arms. He needed to pick a path that would allow for easier navigation, thus his pace was somewhat hindered. Finger calamity. As Wang Wei approached the vicinity of Old Tan and the others, a thunderous column, as thick as a water barrel, shot forth through the woods. Surrounding trees, robust and sturdy, were instantly reduced to splinters by this immense force of thunder, illuminating the night sky as if it were daylight. Wang Wei instinctively squinted at the blinding light. Is this truly the might of the Thunder Finger technique? Wang Wei murmured in astonishment upon witnessing the power unleashed by Old Tan's finger calamity. Crack. Following the finger calamity, a faint yet distinct sound of shattering resonated 30 paces away. Situ Lai gripped his sword, embedded in the ground, his face a mask of disbelief as he watched the fiery shield surrounding him gradually crumble. The reputation of the Thunder Clan's thunder technique is indeed well-deserved, but let me demonstrate the prowess of the sword technique of the Demon Sect, having just exerted his full strength to withstand Old Tan's finger calamity. Situ Lai's complexion was somewhat pale. However, being on par with Old Tan in terms of cultivation, he was not gravely injured despite the extraordinary power of the attack. The sword transforms into infinite forms. Sunblaze, Flame Phoenix Strike. Just after fending off Old Tan's formidable blow, Situ Lai soared into the air, rapidly closing the distance to Old Tan. With swords gripped firmly in both hands, he executed a flourish. And as he approached within 5 steps of Old Tan, the long sword danced in a mesmerizing display. The sword's movements morphed into flames that swiftly coalesced into a magnificent flaming phoenix in the blink of an eye. With a piercing cry, the flaming phoenix took flight, aiming directly at Old Tan's head. Aware of the power behind the flame phoenix strike from their previous encounter, Old Tan did not dare to underestimate it. He stepped back 2 paces, concentrating his thunder force to conjure a thunderball that surged forth to meet the fierce flaming phoenix. Boom! Sizzle! The collision between the flaming phoenix and the thunderball unleashed a widespread shockwave. Toppling trees of various sizes in the vicinity of a vast, barren space materialized around Old Tan and Situ Lai, marking their battleground. Summoning the thunderball to counter the flame phoenix strike was no effortless task for Old Tan either. That seemingly fist-sized sphere had consumed 30% of his thunder force and 40% of his spiritual energy to match the formidable power of the flame phoenix strike. Zhejiang Divine Sword Technique. Just as Old Tan braced himself against the flame phoenix strike, before he could catch his breath, Situ Lai's next assault followed in swift succession. His face now radiated a faint purple aura, and his long sword had transformed entirely into a deep violet hue. As he chanted the sword incantation and forcefully swung his blade toward Old Tan's, Situ Lai's assault appeared deceptively simple. The purple longsword merely sliced through the air at an angle. Yet, Old Tan discerned the truth. That seemingly straightforward slash unleashed a formidable purple sword chi, whose power was far from negligible. The speed of the purple sword chi seemed unremarkable, but Old Tan felt distinctly ensnared by its presence. The spiritual energy in the surrounding air thinning considerably, he recognized that evasion would only lead him to be pursued relentlessly by the sword chi. Hence he transformed his hands into palms, striking repeatedly in the air before him. Old Tan's attack seemed somewhat chaotic, giving the impression of futility, for none of his strikes landed in the path of the advancing sword chi. Nevertheless, Situ Lai grew increasingly focused, for each of Old Tan's palms managed to intercept a fraction of the aggressive force emanating from his sword chi. After dozens of strikes, the sword chi had notably weakened. Now perilously close to Old Tan's body, iron palm shocking the floating pagoda, Old Tan unleashed a flurry of strikes, and as the sword chi approached, he brought his hands together, effectively clamping down on the encroaching force. With a resounding poof followed by a hissing sound, arcs of lightning flickered around Old Tan's hands to halt the advance of the sword chi. He had channeled half of his remaining thunderous energy into his palms. Situ Lai, however, was not one to allow Old Tan such an easy victory over his sword chi. Seizing the moment while Old Tan valiantly contended with the sword chi, he lunged forward, aiming a thrust at Old Tan's throat. Observing the impending strike, Old Tan exerted even greater force, managing to control the relentless sword chi. He then maneuvered the purple sword chi upward, effectively blocking Situ Lai's thrust. As the sword chi stalled in its advance, Situ Lai found himself momentarily unprepared. His longsword was firmly grasped by Old Tan's hands. It was unclear what kind of palm technique Old Tan practiced. But despite the blade's edge grazing him, it did not break the skin. With a mighty shout, Old Tan exerted force once more, shattering Situ Lai's longsword into 3 fragments. The sharp sound of the sword breaking echoed, startling Situ Lai. He had believed that while wielding the purple sword technique, his blade was as resilient as the sword chi itself. Never did he anticipate it would be shattered by Old Tan's bare hands. Momentarily dazed, he found himself at a disadvantage. Seizing the opportunity, Old Tan struck at Situ Lai's chest with a powerful palm. With a resounding poof followed by a cry of pain, Situ Lai felt the full weight of Old Tan's formidable strength. Even without the use of his thunderous technique, few could withstand even a few of Old Tan's strikes. Now, with both men nearly equal in realm, Old Tan unleashed his full power, infusing his palm with a significant amount of thunder energy. As a result, C2 Lai felt his entire being rocked by the impact, his body involuntarily trembling. In the fleeting moment that C2 Lai was unable to retaliate, Old Tan unleashed several more palm strikes, causing C2 Lai to spew blood and be propelled backward through the air. With a resounding thud, C2 Lai crashed heavily to the ground. The continuous assault of thunder and spiritual energy from Old Tan took a toll on him as well. And if C2 Lai were to rise and unleash a fiery phoenix strike or the purple sword divine technique, Old Tan would find himself utterly defenseless, as he too approached the limits of his strength. Old Tan was determined to end C2 Lai's life as a consequence of the current situation. Thus, he steeled himself and made his way toward the spot where C2 Lai had fallen. At this moment, C2 Lai was engulfed in a myriad of frustrations. He could not fathom how, despite sharing the same cultivation level of the fifth realm of demon breaking, he had sustained such severe injuries without inflicting even a scratch on his opponent. It appeared that Old Tan had merely experienced some minor depletion of his thunder and spiritual energy during his formidable onslaught, which could be swiftly restored with a brief period of meditation. In contrast, C2 Lai had not only exhausted his spiritual energy, but had also seen his proud purple sword divine technique effortlessly countered by Old Tan's bare hands, leaving him utterly perplexed. Old Tan, however, was not as contemplative as C2 Lai. His singular focus was on eliminating him swiftly. This was driven both by a desire for vengeance on behalf of Wang Wei for the grievances in the East Sea, and by a necessity to eliminate C2 Lai to prevent further troubles from the Purple Sword Sect in the future. As he approached within a mere step of C2 Lai, Old Tan hesitated no longer. With arcs of lightning flickering in his hand, he delivered a heavy strike aimed at C2 Lai's head. However, just as his palm was about to connect, it was abruptly halted by an invisible force. Alarmed, having previously engaged with C2 Lai, Old Tan recalled that C2 Lai possessed a pseudo-supreme spiritual artifact that it was only now, as his attack was thwarted, that he grasped the situation. Yet, C2 Lai did not grant Old Tan the luxury of time to react. As soon as Old Tan's hand was obstructed, C2 Lai had already begun his countermove. Rising swiftly from the ground, he produced a short sword, which he plunged accurately into Old Tan's chest. A piercing cry escaped Old Tan's lips as he stumbled backward. Chapter 45. Slaying a guardian. While Old Tan was gravely injured by C2 Lai's cunning maneuver, Wang Wei observed from behind a large tree. Witnessing the unfolding events with clarity, C2 Lai appeared to be severely wounded as well, having only managed to stab Old Tan once before delivering a punch to his chest, after which he ceased his assault. The forest returned to tranquility, punctuated only by the distant calls of birds and beasts, as the recent skirmish had frightened the lower-level demon beasts away from the area. The moonlight gradually brightened, casting a soft glow over the battleground where the dust had yet to settle, creating an ethereal atmosphere. Coughing repeatedly, Guardian Chong steadied himself against a stone and rose to his feet. Although he had endured Old Tan's full-force strike, it was not fatal. While he could not exert much of his cultivation power at the moment, he was still capable of delivering a couple more strikes to the now helpless Old Tan. Humph! Dare to oppose the Purple Sword Sect? You shall perish, Guardian Chong declared, as he eyed the motionless Old Tan and without hesitation lunged his long sword towards Old Tan's throat. Upon observing Guardian Chang's impending action, Wang Wei had already begun to brace himself. Seeing that Chong had decided to take Old Tan's life, he no longer concealed himself. With a powerful thrust of his feet against the surrounding tree trunks, he leaped high into the air. With a pointed finger, Wang Wei, with his fingers aligned, unleashed a beam of energy toward Guardian Chong as he descended. Just as Guardian Chong was set to strike down Old Tan, he sensed movement behind him and swiftly turned to investigate, only to be confronted by a lightning bolt the width of a thumb hurtling toward him. Were it any other time, the elder Chong would have deemed such a feeble and insipid attack, lacking in both thunderous force and spiritual energy, as unworthy of defense. However, the circumstances were starkly different now. Having sustained grave injuries from the blows of Elder Tan, he found himself compelled to confront even this modest assault with utmost seriousness. Swiftly, he positioned his longsword before him to intercept the strike. The clash resonated with a crisp sound as the lightning met the blade, causing Elder Chong to be propelled several steps back. Though he remained unscathed, Wang Wei had no illusions that his finger beam could inflict any harm upon a master of the break magic realm. his only hope was to divert Elder Chang's attention, thereby buying time to preserve Elder Tan's life. Yet, Wang Wei was not one to yield easily. Following his initial assault, he unleashed another finger blade without allowing his previous attack to settle. Elder Chang hastily summoned his spiritual energy to counter with his sword. But the effort caused him to cough up blood anew. The commotion from Wang Wei's assault was significant. Hearing it, Situ Lai, who had been drained of spiritual energy from his fierce battle with Elder Tan, slowly propped himself up to observe. Upon noticing Wang Wei's cultivation level at merely the 6th layer of the 100 Battles realm, he could not help but exhale in relief, closing his eyes to meditate and restore his energy. Gathering Earth Technique. Mountain Shaking Fist. Wang Wei attacked Elder Chang head-on with his thunderous finger while subtly channeling his spiritual energy to execute the Gathering Earth Technique, manifesting a colossal earthen fist behind Elder Chang, which then descended with tremendous force upon his head. Elder Chang, seasoned in combat, was acutely aware of the gathering of the earthen fist behind him. Yet, weakened from his injuries and with his spiritual energy significantly depleted, he was already drenched in sweat merely defending against Wang Wei's thunderous finger, leaving him with little strength to counter this impending onslaught as the earthen fist coalesced and struck with blinding speed. It generated a sound of ruptured air. Hearing the imminent crash above, Elder Chang executed a long-distance roll to the left, narrowly evading the earth-shattering blow. With a resounding crash, the earthen fist collided with the ground, causing the earth to tremble momentarily and creating a substantial crater, scattering dust and debris in all directions. Cough, cough. Are you not the one who dared not reveal himself deep within the forest at dusk? Recognizing Wang Wei as the practitioner of the Gathering Earth Technique, who had previously orchestrated chaos to save Elder Tan from the joint assault of himself and 10 other disciples of the Purple Sword Sect, Elder Chang felt a surge of recognition to his astonishment. He found Wang Wei's cultivation level to be so low. It was indeed a disgrace for the Purple Sword Sect. Cough, cough. How infuriating. I am a master of the 5th layer of break magic. Yet I find myself toyed with by a mere fledgling at the 6th layer of the 100 Battles realm. Should this boy truly manage to slay me, not only would I suffer a loss of face, but my life would be at stake. Humph. What is so impressive about the Purple Sword Sect? Mark my words. I am Wang Wei, and my technique for your demise is called the Finger Calamity. Wang Wei had no desire to engage in further frivolous conversation. After executing the simple techniques of Thunder Finger and Earth Gathering, he realized the significant gap between their realms. Although the guardian of the Purple Sword Sect before him appeared to be at the end of his strength, he adeptly countered all of Wang Wei's assaults. Elder Tan's injuries seemed quite severe. If not treated promptly, they could prove life-threatening, prompting Wang Wei to seek a swift resolution. Despite the disparity in cultivation levels, the absolute difference in power between the Finger Calamity he unleashed and Elder Tan's technique was evident. However, the Thunder Finger, revered by all within the Thunder Clan as an ancient and formidable skill, retained its potency, regardless of any perceived weakness. Seeing Wang Wei's attack considerably more formidable than before, the Guardian hastily summoned all his spiritual energy to prepare for defense. Unable to mount an effective counterattack, he recognized that he could not evade the onslaught of the Finger Calamity and resolved to brace himself for the impact. With a resounding boom and crackling sounds, the Guardian concentrated all his internal energy into the longsword he gripped tightly. As the Finger Calamity approached, he crossed his sword before him, chanting incantations, and barely managed to conjure a spiritual energy shield. All the force of the Finger Calamity collided with the shield, shattering it into fragments that dispersed in the air. The lightning energy penetrated the shield and struck the Guardian squarely in the chest, sending him flying several paces back. Upon being hit by the lightning, the Guardian immediately spat blood and fell to the ground. Convulsing, his longsword lost to the chaos.in truth. This attack also left Wang Wei astonished. Having been stuck at the 6th level of the 100 Battles realm for over a month without a breakthrough, he now realized that he had not been stagnant. The power of the Finger Calamity was something he could not have achieved previously. After a fit of convulsions, the Guardian lay motionless. Wang Wei approached and observed that the Guardian's eyes were wide open, devoid of life, with only exhalation escaping his nostrils, indicating that he had been killed on the spot by the Finger Calamity. The look of disbelief etched on his face, and his unwillingness to close his eyes suggested he had died with lingering regret. I can't believe I have slain a master of the 3rd level of the demon-breaking realm. Although Wang Wei's act of killing the Guardian while he was gravely injured could be deemed opportunistic, in the struggle between life and death, Only victory mattered. The exhilaration of having fought and defeated someone far beyond his level filled Wang Wei with joy, just as he reveled in his triumph. A cold voice pierced the air from behind him. Despite its low tone and slow pace, it sent a shiver down his spine, reminding him of the imminent danger he had forgotten, the figure of Situ Lai, who had attacked Elder Tan moments earlier. He quickly turned around, only to find Situ Lai standing right behind him. Chapter 46. The terrifying power of the celestial-grade spirit tool with a sudden motion. As Wang Wei turned, Situ Lai struck him squarely in the chest with a palm. Although Situ Lai had been gravely injured by Elder Tan, his fifth-level cultivation in the demon-breaking realm still allowed him to harness enough residual strength to eliminate Wang Wei. The blow sent Wang Wei hurtling backward, crashing to the ground, where he coughed up blood. "How dare you kill a guardian of the Purple Sword Sect in front of me? You truly possess audacity beyond measure." Situ Lai struck with precision, refraining from exerting excessive force to TO him. Wang Wei was merely an inexperienced youth with inferior cultivation, not warranting significant caution. Although currently gravely injured and devoid of spiritual energy, Wang Wei was still no match for him in terms of sheer physical strength. Coughing violently, Wang Wei spat out a copious amount of blood as he struggled to sit upright. The previous blow had been exceedingly severe. When Situ Lai's palm force had impacted him, he felt as though his internal organs had shifted an inch backward, and his vital energy surged tumultuously, nearly causing him to faint. Wang Wei fought to stand, gasping for breath as he spoke. Despite the world spinning before his eyes, he was resolute in facing his adversary. "Humph, you stubborn brat. Prepare to meet your end." Situ Lai, devoid of any trace of spiritual energy, relied solely on his formidable physique to handle Wang Wei without needing to exert much effort. He thrust his longsword forward, channeling his palm force to propel it directly toward Wang Wei's throat. As the sword approached, Situ Lai exhibited no extraneous emotion. To him, slaying Wang Wei was akin to exterminating an ant. However, the scene before him left him disillusioned. The sword pierced Wang Wei's body. Yet no corpse fell, no blood spattered, and no cries of agony echoed. Instead, the sword passed through Wang Wei, embedding itself into the ground. The figure of Wang Wei before him was merely an afterimage. Situ Lai immediately became vigilant. Despite the myriad questions swirling in his mind, it was evident that Wang Wei had effortlessly evaded his attack, which indicated that the suddenly vanished Wang Wei could launch a counterattack at any moment. "Old fool, though I know not who you are, dreaming of killing me is folly. Prepare yourself." How could Wang Wei move so swiftly? Swift enough to leave only an afterimage in his wake. Swift enough that even the fifth level of the broken demon realm Situ Lai could only hear his voice without discerning his presence? While Situ Lai battled with Tan Lao, Wang Wei had already prepared to flee should he find himself unable to prevail. Thus, with a blink of his right eye, he retrieved the superior spiritual artifact, the wind-chasing boots, obtained from the remnant ear ruins, and donned them. Since his regular protector had sustained more severe injuries, Wang Wei had not utilized the wind-chasing boots during his fight. But now, facing Situ Lai, who could send him flying with a single strike, it was evident that the disparity between them was vast. Wang Wei had no choice but to employ this artifact for his survival. Consequently, he activated the wind-chasing boots with his spiritual energy, instantaneously vanishing from Situ Lai's line of sight. Situ Lai could no longer perceive Wang Wei's whereabouts, but he knew that as soon as Wang Wei launched an attack, he would be able to locate him. He intended to use Wang Wei's assault to ascertain his position for a counterstrike. However, Wang Wei, aware of the overwhelming strength of his foe, unleashed his most formidable attack, Finger Calamity. Situ Lai felt the terrifying force within the Finger Calamity and, without hesitation, activated his defense, foregoing any attempt to block it with a technique. Boom! The power of the Finger Calamity struck heavily against Situ Lai's protective barrier. Yet the barrier remained unyielding, dissipating the force of the attack into nothingness as Situ Lai smirked, looking at Wang Wei with an expression that conveyed, "What can you possibly do to me?" The protective barrier he had activated was a pseudo-superior spiritual artifact, a palm-sized, ancient jade engraved with dragon patterns that had saved his life on numerous occasions. This ancient jade was fortuitously acquired by Situ Lai, and within it lies a defensive formation, infused with a substantial amount of spiritual energy that cannot be leaked, thereby stabilizing the array. Thus, whenever danger arises, he can summon this ancient jade. Since the jade is inherently attuned to spiritual essence, it only requires a drop of blood for its master to activate it at will. Therefore, even in the absence of spiritual energy within him, Situ Lai can effortlessly invoke the Jade's defensive array. What exactly is that turtle shell-like object? Just now, Old Tan's attack was also repelled by it. Naturally, Wang Wei was quite displeased that his most formidable strike had been thwarted. He scrutinized the protective shield surrounding Situ Lai and conjectured that it must be a defensive spiritual artifact of considerable rank. However, having previously wielded high-tier artifacts, he could readily discern that the spiritual artifact on Situ Lai was inferior to any of his own. Ignorant child, let you perish in understanding. Situ Lai, wield a spiritual artifact known as the Jade Dragon Shield. After Wang Wei launched his attack, he inadvertently revealed his position at that moment. With Situ Lai successfully defending himself, he swiftly retaliated. Sensing the unfavorable turn of events, Wang Wei activated his wind-chasing boots to make a hasty retreat. But Situ Lai's assault was already upon him. Gritting his teeth, Wang Wei had no choice but to muster all his strength to counter. When Situ Lai's palms collided with Wang Wei's fist, the sheer force propelled Wang Wei backward, causing him to crash onto the ground and spit out blood. Fortunately, Wang Wei's physique was a result of Lei Ku Yun's cultivation at the peak of the Wanjie realm, rendering him significantly sturdier than the average warrior of the 100 Battles realm. Thus, although he was sent flying and injured by Situ Lai's blow, the damage was not excessively severe. Yet, the impact caused his entire body to reverberate with pain. In truth, Situ Lai was also far from unscathed. Having already sustained grave injuries from Old Tan, he was now engaged in a strenuous contest with Wang Wei, leading to excessive depletion of his stamina, making it difficult for him to eradicate Wang Wei completely. Cough, cough. Old man, you truly strike with pleasure. Although Wang Wei was coughing up blood, he recognized that his body was largely intact, indicating that Situ Lai's assault had lost its potency against him. As long as he could endure, he would undoubtedly be able to exhaust Situ Lai. However, the predicament lay in the fact that Situ Lai was protected by a pseudo-superior spiritual artifact, making it no easy feat for Wang Wei to overcome him. Observing that Old Tan had been unconscious for quite some time, and if not treated soon, he might face real danger, Wang Wei resolved not to linger excessively in battle with Situ Lai. He promptly retrieved the celestial-grade spiritual artifact, the Nine Realms Tower, which he had obtained from the remnant Ear Ruins. As soon as Wang Wei brandished the celestial-grade artifact, Situ Lai immediately sensed its extraordinary nature and began to feel trepidation. This is a celestial-grade spiritual artifact. Who exactly are you to possess such a rare treasure? Fearful, Situ Lai was apprehensive not only that Wang Wei could wield the celestial-grade artifact to eliminate him, but also that a person capable of casually producing two high-tier spiritual artifacts must be a scion of the core family of the Lei clan. And killing him would undoubtedly invite significant trouble. Listen well. I shall repeat myself. I am Wang Wei. Situ Lai attempted to flee, but the Nine Realms Tower suddenly emitted a beam of light that immobilized him completely. Leaving him frozen in place, he could only watch helplessly as the Nine Realms Tower expanded in the air and bore down upon him. Chapter 47. A single thread pulls the whole body. The celestial-grade spirit artifact, being a rare treasure on the Tianyuan continent, possesses an immensely powerful force, despite Situ Lai exerting every ounce of his strength to activate the defensive capabilities of the Wonglong Ancient Jade. Such a level of protection appeared somewhat inadequate against the might of the Nine Realms Tower. The tower descended ominously from above. Situ Lai, though gripped by fear, found himself utterly helpless under the immense pressure. Regret washed over him for not fleeing during the battle between Wang Wei and Chang Hufa. Now locked in the tower's sights, he could not even close his eyes, left only to watch helplessly as the terrifying celestial-grade artifact inched closer and closer. Crack, 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 crack. The defensive power of the Wonglong Ancient Jade lasted but a few breaths before signaling its inability to withstand the pressure. However, being a pseudo-top-grade spirit artifact, it would not shatter instantly. After all, the Nine Realms Tower was not solely an offensive artifact, and Wang Wei's spiritual energy had yet to reach the level required to fully harness its potential, despite the fear churning within him. Situ Lai discerned that Wang Wei was struggling to control the Nine Realms Tower. The tower loomed directly above him. He felt no physical harm, merely an inability to move. How could a mere child like you hope to wield such a high-tier artifact? You cannot take my life. Seeing Wang Wei rendered powerless, Situ Lai burst into joyous laughter. Old fool, if you dare not open that turtle shell, Watch as I crush you into a meat pie with the Nine Realms Tower. Then, we shall settle both old scores and new. Wang Wei, straining with every fiber of his being to manipulate the Nine Realms Tower, was drenched in sweat as Situ Lai had observed. Wang Wei still had no means to deal with him. While the Wonglong ancient jade showed signs of strain, it ultimately withstood the downward pressure of the Nine Realms Tower, filling Situ Lai with delight. Yet, this joy was fleeting, soon overshadowed by the sound of cracking. Crack, 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 crack. The protective shield emitted several sharp cracking sounds before vanishing entirely. The Wonglong ancient jade, worn from excessive expenditure of spiritual energy, dimmed significantly, rendering it incapable of conjuring another protective barrier for the foreseeable future. Exposed beneath the beam of the Nine Realms Tower, Situ Lai barely had time to utter another word before he was engulfed by the light and drawn into the tower. This sudden turn of events left Wang Wei momentarily stunned. Yet the sight of Situ Lai vanishing into the beam filled him with a mix of surprise and elation. Has he been captured? Humph. Old fool. While I cannot take your life, I can certainly take you with me. Unfamiliar with the full extent of the Nine Realms Tower's powers, Wang Wei temporarily set aside concerns for Situ Lai's fate, as his thoughts turned to Elder Tan, who lay on the ground. Uncertain of his condition, that he retrieved the Nine Realms Tower and rushed to examine Elder Tan's injuries. Old Master Tan had always been one to expend considerable amounts of thunderous energy and spirit. Yet he could restore his strength after a brief period of recuperation. However, when Situ Lai launched a desperate counterattack, his blade struck a vital area, the chest of Old Master Tan, causing Wang Wei to feel a deep-seated concern. After all, this elder had cared for him like a relative, imparting wisdom, alleviating his worries, and sharing in his burdens. Their relationship, though ostensibly that of a servant and master, bore a closer resemblance to that of a mentor and disciple. Given the severity of the wound, such an assault could have easily pierced the heart. Old Master Tan, you must muster your strength. Fortuitously, the dagger wielded by Situ Lai had only come within half an inch of Old Master Tan's heart. Had Old Master Tan been brimming with thunderous energy, such an injury would have merely left a scar akin to a tattoo etched into his flesh. Yet, having expended all his energy in battle against Situ Lai, his physical prowess was merely a shade stronger than that of an ordinary person. Thus, when pierced by the dagger, he too would bleed, potentially to fatal consequences. Wang Wei, bearing the elder, gradually made his way into the depths of the dark forest. Disappearing from sight, the battlefield had fallen into silence, the surrounding air becoming increasingly humid. Before long, a mist began to envelop the entire forest, the moonlight cascading down, rendering the fog hazy, as if a shroud of smoke were rising amidst the trees. From behind a tree, a figure emerged, lifting the invisible cloak from his head. Bathed in the moonlight, it became evident that he was the youngest among the 3 disciples of the Purple Sword sect who had pursued Li Xiaoqiu to the Remnant Ear Cave earlier that day. He was also the individual who had gone missing just before Wang Wei and Li Xiaoqiu exited the cave. Wang Wei, Old Master Tan, Jinshin Pavilion, he muttered slowly, as if he needed to engrave each word in his memory. After a lengthy pause, he retrieved a crystal chip from his pocket and activated it with his spiritual energy. The chip illuminated brightly as he spoke into it. Investigate the background of Old Master Tan from Xinyang City's Jinshin Pavilion. Also, look into a man named Wang Wei and ascertain whether he is a member of the Thunder Clan nobility. Once he had finished speaking, he returned the chip to his pocket, listened intently to the distant sounds of birds and beasts, donned his invisible cloak once more, and vanished into the forest. For reasons unknown, during his cultivation that day, Wang Wei felt an overwhelming surge of energy within him, as if it were on the verge of eruption. The spiritual energy coursed through his meridians, becoming increasingly difficult to control. Yet, in the face of this potential outburst, Wang Wei remained calm. He invoked the thunder technique, diligently guiding the energy into his dantian, and then methodically dispersing it throughout his meridians. After a sustained period of concentration, the tumult within him finally settled. As Wang Wei sat in meditation, he focused inwardly, noting that the energy in his dantian had coalesced to the size of an egg. Emanating a faint bluish glow, he had directly ascended to the 9th layer of the 100 Battles realm. Gazing at his own cultivation level, Wang Wei could scarcely believe it. Just days prior, he had been stagnating at the 6th layer of the 100 Battles realm, causing distress for both Old Master Tan and himself. To his astonishment, The accumulation of time and the fierce battle against two formidable adversaries from the demon-breaking realm had propelled his cultivation by 3 layers. This outcome filled Wang Wei with immense joy. In truth, he remained unaware that the vessel left behind by Lei Koyan was, in fact, a body at the pinnacle of the Wanjie realm. Now, as he embarked on the path of recultivation, the requisite spiritual energy and combat experience would undoubtedly be more substantial. Previously, Wang Wei had exerted himself to absorb spiritual energy, yet under the protection of Elder Tan, he had not engaged in a truly arduous battle. Through today's confrontation, this hurdle was decisively overcome, and the accumulated spiritual energy naturally facilitated his ascent by 3 realms. Lost in the exhilaration of his elevation, Wang Wei was oblivious to the events unfolding in the pale moonlit forest this night. On this very night, nearly half of the mercenary groups surrounding the outskirts of Xinyang City received a mission to seek out Lei Clan's Tan Feng and Wang Wei, dead or alive, to be delivered to the Zhejiang sect in exchange for a low-grade spiritual artifact. Although the task issued by the Zhejiang sect was somewhat hastily arranged, the allure of that low-grade artifact compelled every mercenary group undertaking this mission to mobilize their entire forces for an overnight search of the forest for Wang Wei and Elder Tan. Indeed, he had tugged at a single thread, and the entire tapestry unraveled. Chapter 48. An unexpected trouble. The morning dew dampened the soil deep within the forest. As the sun ascended, the moist earth released its humidity into the air, rendering the entire forest refreshingly pleasant. The birds chirped more joyfully, and humans found themselves roused from slumber earlier. When Wang Wei awoke, the sun's rays were just beginning to spill into the cave entrance. He rose to check on Elder Tan, who, after a night of recuperation, appeared slightly improved, yet remained in a state of unconsciousness. With Elder Tan still unresponsive, Wang Wei chose not to venture outside. Instead, he settled into meditation at the mouth of the cave. Suddenly, a flurry of wings erupted in the forest as a flock of birds took flight. Wang Wei opened his eyes to observe a group of individuals meandering through the depths of the woods, moving somewhat slowly and seemingly in search of something. Encounters with such groups were not uncommon in the forest, as many mercenary bands frequently sought out spiritual herbs and beasts. However, Wang Wei wished to avoid unnecessary entanglements that could lead to trouble. Thus, upon noticing the individuals gradually approaching the precipice, he retreated further into the cave to continue his cultivation. "Boss, there's a cave up ahead." While he was immersed in his practice, Wang Wei heard someone exclaiming outside the cave. Xiao Lu, go check it out," a voice commanded from outside, followed by the sounds of 2 individuals scrambling up to the cave entrance. As they emerged, they beheld Wang Wei meditating within the shallow cave, alongside Elder Tan and the red-tailed fox lying behind him. The 2 men exchanged a momentary glance, their expressions reflecting surprise, and one of them shouted down below, Boss, it's them, the Wang Wei and Tan Feng from the bounty notice." Wang Wei, already irked by the intrusion, could no longer maintain his focus upon hearing their loud proclamation about the bounty. With a sense of agitation, he opened his eyes. The 2 individuals standing at the cave's entrance donned similar attire, though rough. It was clearly suited for mobility, marking them as typical attire for mercenaries in the area. Wang Wei had not yet taken the opportunity to scrutinize the 2 individuals when he heard commotion outside the cave. Before long, several mercenaries ascended to the cave's entrance, one of whom leapt in with agility, indicating that he was likely their leader. Given the way the others surrounded him as the mercenaries entered, Wang Wei remained seated in meditation. Curious to discern their intentions, the mercenary leader observed Wang Wei's unmoving demeanor and hesitated for a moment. But upon noticing the pale countenance of the elderly Tan behind him, it became apparent that Wang Wei had sustained injuries. Presuming that Wang Wei's reluctance to rise was due to his wounds, the leader commanded, "Take him down." Suddenly, at his command, the mercenaries brandished their gleaming blades and closed in on Wang Wei. That moment, his anger flared. These mercenaries had intruded upon his sanctuary with such rudeness, and now they sought to subdue him without cause, assuming he lacked the fortitude to resist. Gather Earth Technique. Whirlwind of sand and stone. Wang Wei invoked the technique, and instantly, the stones and fine sand within the cave coalesced around the entrance, forming a tempestuous wall. The nearest mercenaries were struck by the debris, eliciting cries of pain as they were battered about. "Humph, a pack of fools, retreat." The mercenary leader, enraged by Wang Wei's effortless dispatch of his subordinates, gathered his spiritual energy and thrust his palms towards the whirlwind. Sand dispersing palm, shatter for me, with a powerful push. The tempestuous wall dissipated, and he reveled in his moment of triumph. Yet, before the other mercenaries could cheer for him, a fist made of compacted sand and stone descended from above, crashing heavily into his face, sending him sprawling at the cave's entrance and resulting in his immediate demise. Humph, foolish creature, to think you could dismantle my whirlwind of sand and stone with your meager cultivation at the 5th level of the 100 Battles realm. How naive. The remaining mercenaries, still reeling from the shock of their leader's sudden death, now found themselves retreating collectively towards the edge of the cave that a step further back and they would plummet into the abyss. The Iron Blade mercenary group has no cowards among us. I shall fight you. The first to ascend the cave's entrance, a mercenary named Xiao Wu, suddenly shouted, raising his blade to strike at Wang Wei's head. With a swift motion, a bolt of lightning erupted from Wang Wei's hand, sending Xiao Wu hurtling backward with a scream as he fell from the cave's precipice. Everyone, attack together. We shall fight, one among the mercenaries shouted, leading the charge as they all lunged toward Wang Wei with their blades drawn. Blade of Thunder, Wang Wei called out, invoking his thunder finger technique, and before the mercenaries' weapons even grazed him, a surge of lightning erupted, sending their blades flying from their hands and out of the cave. Having dispatched them with ease, Wang Wei did not indulge in excessive elation. After all, aside from their leader, who was at the 5th level of the 100 Battles realm, the rest were merely at the 1st or 2nd levels. With his own cultivation at the 9th level, the disparity in their powers rendered this victory less than remarkable. He approached the corpse of the mercenary leader and rifled through his belongings. Most items held little value for Wang Wei, and he casually discarded them until he uncovered a piece of high-quality paper, meticulously folded several times. He promptly unfolded it to examine its contents. This is a bounty notice, its contents rather sparse, with 2 portraits illustrated on either side at its center. Beneath the images, in a vigorous script, it reads, Zisu N 597, search for Lei clans TNF Ing and Wing WI. Regardless of life or death, bring them to ZGN Sect, and 1 lower-grade spiritual artifact may be exchanged for the bodies of both individuals. The bounty is signed, ZGN Sect. How generous of the ZGN Sect. If it were in the past, my worth might have been equivalent to a lower-grade spiritual artifact. However, as of now, I am one who possesses a celestial-grade spiritual artifact. To think they would dare to exchange my life for a mere lower-grade spiritual artifact is infuriating. Oh, ZGN Sect, you have truly provoked my ire. W, I instantly recognized that the portraits depicted both himself and Elder Tien. He pondered who could have rendered their likenesses so meticulously, and why the ZGN Sect would issue such a command, insisting on bringing him and Elder Tien in, come what may. Although I was oblivious to the origins of this predicament, he realized that since the ZGN Sect had left him no avenue for escape, a bitter enmity was now inevitable between them. The TDO Mercenary Corps, is it? Very well, since you dare to accept this bounty, let us see just how bold you truly are. I am eager to discover what sort of reckless individuals would dare take on such a commission. From the engagement of the TDO Mercenary Corps, I understood that incessant troubles lay ahead. With troubles looming, he resolved to eliminate them, until no one dared to accept the bounty or provoke him further. Chapter 49. Unending troubles. The forest on the outskirts of Ying City has long been the domain of mercenaries. It is not that the mercenaries here possess remarkable prowess, but rather that they are numerous and widely dispersed. However, their endeavors are typically limited to gathering herbs, mining, or hunting low-level beasts, resulting in their infrequent ventures into the depths of the forest. The cave where WI resides can be considered on the very edge of the forest's inner sanctum, seldom revealing the presence of mercenary groups. The allure of a lower-grade spiritual artifact was sufficient to entice the TDO Mercenary Corps to disregard the lurking dangers. Some speculated whether those capable of prompting the ZGN Sect to forsake a lower-grade spiritual artifact in pursuit were indeed of considerable cultivation. Nevertheless, the ZGN Sect had declared that the 2 individuals were of low rank and had sustained severe injuries. If they were to act promptly, capturing them would be entirely feasible. Consequently, mercenaries were eager to locate WI and TNF swiftly. If too much time elapsed, allowing their injuries to heal, capturing them would become increasingly difficult. Move faster, at this rate. When will you manage to apprehend WI? In the forest, a man clad in black shouted, chastising and kicking several of his subordinates ahead of him. The man who received the kicks was also dressed in black. Yet his garments bore multiple tears, appearing tattered and filthy. Despite the kicks from their leader, he did not flinch, appearing utterly exhausted. Above this group, perched upon a high branch, I lay listening to their conversation, realizing they were yet another set of troublemakers seeking him out. With that, he leaped down from the branch. Who are you? I's sudden descent startled the group, and their leader, Tngling, drew his blade without even glancing back. Who am I? Open your eyes wide, and see clearly. Am I not the very Wang Wei you seek? Wang Wei harbored no intention of sparing these individuals. He had resolutely decided to deliver a swift and merciless end to any who sought his life. Leader Wang, that is who he is. He is Wang Wei. After a brief moment of bewilderment, the group of dark-clad men recognized Wang Wei, and the leader promptly bellowed, "Seize him." "Humph, I shall see what you intend to use to capture me." As the black-clad men began to move, Wang Wei's feet had already begun to shift, his fingers dancing in the air. Instantly, a vast expanse of lightning arcs radiated from Wang Wei's center, and before the dark-clad men could evade, they were struck down by his thunderous might, their lives extinguished in an instant. On the empty ground, only the astonished leader Wang remained, gaping in shock. "Pray tell, what mercenary group do you belong to?" Wang Wei inquired with a nonchalant tone. In truth, he need not ask, for he was well aware that a mercenary group like the Iron Blade would dare to accept the bounty. And surely many others would follow suit. Gulp. Leader Wang swallowed hard, glanced at Wang Wei, and suddenly knelt before him. "I am but the leader of the Nightingale mercenary group, and it was our captain who ordered the search and capture of you. I implore you, spare my life." Wang Wei found amusement in Leader Wang's actions. Despite his own cultivation being at the 7th level of the 100 Battles realm, he found it comical that this man, only 2 levels above him, chose to kneel without hesitation, evoking not only laughter but also disdain within Wang Wei. "What is the cultivation level of your captain?" Although Wang Wei looked down upon such a spineless figure, he refrained from immediately eliminating him, for it was from such individuals that he could glean the information he sought. "We have 2 captains. The second captain is at the pinnacle of the 9th level of the 100 Battles realm, while the Grand Captain is at the 2nd level of the Questioning realm. They seldom venture out of the group." Leader Wang continued to speak while kneeling, but suddenly sprang to his feet and attempted to stab Wang Wei. Yet how could Wang Wei be caught off guard? The moment he perceived the murderous intent in Leader Wang's eyes, he was already on high alert. As Leader Wang made his move, Wang Wei deftly evaded the attack, swiftly striking his fingers upon the man's head. Finger radiance. With a soft exclamation, a blood-soaked hole was shot through Leader Wang's head. Thud. Leader Wang collapsed to the ground, and without even a glance back, Wang Wei resumed his journey toward the forest's edge. From morning until dusk, Wang Wei encountered 7 or 8 search parties from various mercenary groups. Among them were 4 teams from the Iron Blade mercenary group, 2 from the Nightingale mercenary group, and the remaining 2 were from the Bloodstone and Black Gun mercenary groups. Out of all these teams, the highest cultivation level belonged to the seemingly pathetic Leader Wang of the Nightingale mercenary group. To Wang Wei, the rest were mere lowly fish, all of whom he dispatched without exception. Soon, darkness enveloped the sky. Wang Wei cradled the crimson-tailed fox in his left arm, while carrying the unconscious Tan Lao on a wooden frame over his right shoulder, and he settled beneath a grand tree to rest. Along the way, he encountered numerous low-tier beastly creatures. Most were frightened away by his presence, while a few stubborn ones met their demise at the point of his finger. At this moment, he kindled a roaring fire and commenced roasting a wild boar he had just captured. During their time on Bayan Island, he and Lan Dakwai often prepared various game together. So now, this wild boar was expertly positioned over the flames. Before long, the tantalizing aroma of roasted boar wafted throughout the surroundings. Perhaps enticed by the savory scent, the red-tailed fox opened its eyes, slowly dismounting from Wang Wei's embrace and approaching the fire pit. Were it not for the heat emanating from the flames, it would likely have rushed forward to devour the meat directly. "Do not rush. It is being prepared for you. Exercise a little patience. It is not yet ready." Observing the fox's eager demeanor, Wang Wei smiled to himself, thinking that this little creature was quite similar to Lan Dakwai in its impatience. Noticing that Wang Wei showed no intention of offering it food, the red-tailed fox nestled on Wang Wei's knee, fixated on the dripping boar meat. The mouth-watering aroma soon permeated the nearby areas, drawing various demonic beasts closer, their eyes glimmering green and red in the depths of the surrounding forest. accompanied by low, restless growls. If they approached any nearer, one might even witness the drool escaping from their mouths. Chirp. Wang Wei understood that the fox had just released its spiritual beast's oppressive aura. Old Tan had mentioned that beasts are categorized by their levels, and lower-tier demonic creatures instinctively feel fear in the presence of a spiritual beast's aura. Although the red-tailed fox was gravely injured, it was still a second-tier spiritual beast, and the pressure it exerted was sufficient to send many of the surrounding demonic beasts fleeing in terror. All right, go ahead and eat. Wang Wei removed the roasted boar from the fire and placed it in the nearby grass. The red-tailed fox, having grown impatient, dashed forward the moment Wang Wei set the meat down, opening its mouth wide to feast. Hey, save a piece for me. Just as the red-tailed fox began to relish the wild boar meat, a woman's voice emerged from the left, in the midst of savoring the crispy, oily meat. The fox perked up, baring its teeth upon hearing the alluring voice. Are your paws dirty? Leave me 2 pieces. Wang Wei clearly saw a woman emerge from behind a large tree, clad in a form-fitting black outfit, draped with a black robe adorned with white embroidery. What captured Wang Wei's attention was not her curvaceous figure or her exquisitely delicate features, but rather the silver whip coiled around her waist, its handle intricately carved in the likeness of a nightingale, appearing both dainty and enigmatic. With a swift motion, the woman reached for the boar meat, causing the red-tailed fox to protest vehemently, emitting a series of warning growls. Oh, come now. Don't be so stingy. Give your sister 2 pieces. The black-clad woman chuckled, reaching out to stroke the fox's head. Squeak. As her hand brushed the top of the fox's head, it let out a mournful wail, quickly retreating from her touch to seek refuge at Wang Wei's feet. Since her arrival, Wang Wei had been on high alert. However, seeing her desire for meat, he refrained from engaging her further. Yet, witnessing her stroke the fox, which subsequently cried out, he could not help but seek clarification. Hey, if you want to eat meat, just do so. Why hit it for no reason? Ultimately, it's because you stole its food. Wang Wei's judgment is not mistaken. The woman in black appeared to have merely touched the red-tailed fox, yet unbeknownst to others, her palm was subtly channeling spiritual energy, and the force she applied was not insignificant. Under normal circumstances, the red-tailed fox would not fear such strength, but given its grievous injuries, even this force would cause it pain. Did I strike it because this beast lacks manners? It devours meat, yet fouls it with its filthy paws, tainting the very food. The woman in black disregarded Wang Wei's admonition, tearing off a piece of wild boar meat and shoving it into her mouth without a hint of concern for its cleanliness. Yet this meat was prepared by me. You pilfer my food and offer so many excuses. How can such an unreasonable woman exist in this world? Encountering such a woman left Wang Wei quite helpless. Not only had she stolen his meat, but she also struck the red-tailed fox, which displeased him greatly. Unreasonable. There are many unreasonable individuals, and I am one of them. What will you do about it? The woman's manner of eating was anything but graceful, with her left hand grasping a wild boar's leg and her right tearing off a substantial chunk to stuff into her mouth. One could hardly expect even the roughest of men to consume meat in such an unseemly manner. What a pity her delicate features and perfect figure were marred by such behavior. Having lived 2 lives, Wang Wei was acutely aware that no woman in the world could be reasoned with. So he cast a glance at the woman in black, stepped forward, and pulled over the remaining half of the wild boar, placing it before the red-tailed fox for it to eat. This time, the woman in black did not interfere. The red-tailed fox, fearing further complications, eagerly opened its mouth and devoured the food with great speed. Before long, the wild boar's leg in the woman's hand and the majority of the wild boar before the red-tailed fox had been consumed. I am so full. Wang Wei now lay on the grass. Beside him, the red-tailed fox sprawled out after overeating, and 5 steps away, the woman in black leaned against a tree trunk, sated. After quite a while, none of them made a sound, simply remaining in tranquil silence. The moonlight poured down upon this ancient, profound forest. The sky above was pristine, and from the ground, the mottled shadows of trees intertwined, revealing only a few patches of white light at the very top, resembling a light frost or a gentle snowfall over the forest. Hey, the meat you roasted is quite delicious. Would you consider becoming my subordinate? After resting for a while, the woman in black felt less stuffed and initiated conversation with Wang Wei. Huh? Not interested. How absurd. If you become my subordinate, I want to kill you. After all, I have yet to taste such delightful roasted meat. The woman in black continued to speak nonchalantly, gazing into the forest's expanse as if discussing the most ordinary and effortless matter. Yet upon hearing her words, Wang Wei immediately grew agitated. What? Oh, in the dead of night, you come to steal my roasted meat, strike an injured red-tailed fox, and now you even intend to kill me? How utterly ridiculous. Such a beautiful woman is actually a mercenary. By her attire, Wang Wei could fairly deduce her profession. You are from the Nightingale mercenary group, are you not? The handle of her silver whip was intricately carved with a nightingale. Wang Wei mused. That must be the emblem of the Nightingale Mercenary Corps. I am Nightingale, the leader of the Nightingale Mercenary Corps. Nightingale was not at all surprised that Wang Wei discerned her identity. She continued to speak in a calm tone, her expression suggesting she was deep in thought. Oh dear, truly, for the sake of a low-grade spirit artifact, should I really consider eliminating such a remarkable barbecue master? Nightingale's words astonished Wang Wei. The leader of the Nightingale Mercenary Corps was, in fact, a woman. This woman was quite intriguing. Yet, her subsequent remarks incensed Wang Wei. How could Nightingale, with such profound cultivation, dare to belittle his prowess? Ultimately, it all boils down to that low-grade spirit artifact. Come on, I shall accept the assault from the Nightingale Mercenary Corps, recognizing the hostility of her approach. Wang Wei deemed confrontation inevitable and retrieved an ordinary longsword from his ring space. Though it was labeled as an ordinary longsword, given that Kan-Ir was a master of the Wolf clan, how could a mere ordinary weapon be truly ordinary? As the longsword was drawn, it shimmered with a dazzling firelight, standing out brilliantly against the night sky. Your sword is indeed a commendable weapon. The fiery glow emanating from Wang Wei's longsword naturally caught Nightingale's attention. Having navigated the mercenary world for years, she could easily discern the weapon's extraordinary nature. Wang Wei assumed Nightingale was impressed by the longsword and was eager to offer her insights, but her words took a turn that nearly caused him to stumble. It should serve splendidly for roasting meat. It seemed Nightingale had not yet abandoned her hopes of having Wang Wei as her barbecue master. Hey, if you're going to strike, then do so. Why all the unnecessary chatter? Since you are a woman, I shall allow you to strike first. Nightingale's demeanor and speech indicated she regarded Wang Wei with utter contempt, which he perceived as an affront to his dignity. What a stubborn individual. Being a barbecue master for a beauty would be your fortune. Since you do not cherish it, then you shall meet your demise. Nightingale languidly lamented Wang Wei's refusal, gently loosening her silver whip at her waist. In the next instant, her gaze shifted, and a murderous intent emanated from her as her right hand wielded the whip with force aimed at Wang Wei. The whip struck with both swiftness and ferocity, and Wang Wei merely saw a flash of silver dart past him. He recognized the immense power contained within the whip and could not afford to be careless, promptly raising his fiery longsword to block. Clang! The whip met the sword with a crisp metallic clash. Wang Wei instantly felt a jolt in his arms, his entire body involuntarily sliding back several paces. Now, do you still refuse to consider my invitation? Nightingale inquired sweetly, a smile playing at the corners of her mouth. Chapter 51. The Playful Duel with Nightingale. Having been repelled by Nightingale's strike, Wang Wei acutely sensed the disparity in cultivation levels between them. He realized that Nightingale had clearly refrained from using lethal force. Otherwise, their earlier engagement would not have merely resulted in his retreat. Gazing at Nightingale's gentle smile filled him with trepidation, yet he was not one to yield so easily. Earth-gathering technique. Wang Wei, after arduous cultivation, has ascended to the 9th level of the 100 Battles realm, yet he is yet to encounter an opponent of the Inquiry realm. Although he learned from the ineffectual Captain Wang of the Nightingale Mercenary Corps that Nightingale possesses only the 2nd level of the Inquiry realm, such cultivation is still regarded as formidable in Wang Wei's current perspective. At this moment, Wang Wei employs the earth manipulation technique, commanding the rubble beneath him to coalesce into a colossal hand that firmly grasps the fire sword. Launching an assault against Nightingale, rather than being held by the hand formed of stones, the fire sword appears to be ensnared within the massive palm's grasp, as it is too large to wield the sword properly. As the fire sword hurtles towards her, Nightingale deftly wields her long whip, parrying the fiery blade in midair, creating a cacophony of clashing sounds. Is this the extent of your skills? You underestimate the disparity in our cultivation. Nightingale retorts to Wang Wei's assault with an air of nonchalance, clearly dismissing his earth manipulation technique, while simultaneously mocking him. You truly believe that the earth manipulation technique possesses so little offensive power? Unfazed by Nightingale's derision, Wang Wei remains resolute, for his earth manipulation has yet to reveal its full potential. Mountain-shaking fist, Wang Wei bellows, as the immense hand clutching the fire sword transforms in midair, flinging the fire sword towards Nightingale, while simultaneously delivering a punch aimed at the top of her head. Initially, Nightingale perceives no real threat in Wang Wei's assault. Had she not been intent on making him her personal roast chef, she would have unleashed her most potent attacks by now. However, as the colossal stone hand morphs into a fist hurtling towards her, she senses the significant force behind the blow and raises her long whip in preparation. The stone fist descends with great velocity, and although Nightingale's agility should allow her to evade it, for reasons unknown, after deflecting the fire sword with a whip strike, she instinctively positions her whip against the descending fist. Perhaps underestimating the fist's might, Nightingale pales as she is struck, but before she can react further, the stone fist loses its momentum, and a cascade of rubble tumbles down upon her, leaving her face besmirched with dirt. The debris rains down upon her, mingled with a cloud of dust. It is an indignity no woman can tolerate, especially one as delicate as Nightingale. Wang Wei, I no longer require you as my roast chef. I shall slay you. Enraged, Nightingale declares, for she would rather forego such a cook than endure the humiliation of being so thoroughly besmirched. With a furious shout, she whips her silver long whip, each strike imbued with extraordinary power. Capable of inflicting grievous wounds upon Wang Wei as her onslaught intensifies, Wang Wei finds himself compelled to evade the relentless strikes, leaving him no opportunity for retaliation. Despite his evasive maneuvers, he is struck on the back by the whip, the force propelling him to roll across the ground multiple times. Wang Wei cries out in pain, scrambling to his feet. Yet, no sooner has he risen than Nightingale's assault re-engages, and he catches but a fleeting glimpse of silver before her whip lashes across his left shoulder. The blow sends him spinning through the air twice before he lands, and he realizes with dismay that his left shoulder, and indeed his entire left arm, has gone numb. Such overwhelming power, Wang Wei mused, as he propped himself up with his right hand, channeling all his spiritual energy into his arm. In the instant he rose, a beam of finger light shot towards Nightingale's face. Nightingale launched her attack. She caught a glimpse of a lightning flash and hastily reclined backward, narrowly evading Wang Wei's assault. However, the essence of Wang Wei's thunder strike lay in its swiftness. Following the lightning, he unleashed a finger blade attack. Your attack, to me, is akin to a jester's dance, utterly futile. You have left me in such a disheveled state. I shall not let this matter rest today, Nightingale exclaimed angrily, brandishing her long whip as if wholly intent on taking Wang Wei's life. With a resounding crack, the whip lashed out, and Nightingale clearly observed Wang Wei getting struck, yet he did not get knocked away. Instead, he simply vanished. The strike connected with nothing but an afterimage. Humph, do you think I am so easily humiliated? You were so arrogant just now. Watch as I teach you a lesson. Is that not a spiritual weapon? With her extensive experience, Nightingale immediately recognized that Wang Wei was employing a spiritual artifact to contend with her. Although she could not discern the precise nature of the artifact, its emanating spiritual energy indicated that it was of considerable quality. Think you possess such a treasure. If I capture you, I shall simultaneously acquire a barbecue master and a high-tier spiritual weapon. Nightingale's initial reaction to the revelation of Wang Wei's spiritual weapon was not fear, but exhilaration. She had no desire to serve the Purple Sword sect. She had accepted the bounty merely to provide some benefits for her mercenary group, as even a low-tier spiritual weapon would be sufficient to spare them years of struggle. How naive! Just as she was contemplating how to seize Wang Wei, she suddenly heard him bellow, and as she turned to locate him, it was already too late. Wang Wei had struck first. Crack! Wang Wei delivered a resounding slap to Nightingale's well-formed posterior, causing her to freeze in shock. Throughout her life, no one had ever dared to strike her there, not even her parents. Yet now, an unfamiliar man from the bounty notice had done so. Nightingale let out a piercing scream, the suddenness of which startled Wang Wei, prompting him to leap back a considerable distance. That I will kill you. Nightingale's face turned pale as she swung her silver whip wildly, the dance of death. In a frenzy, her whip lashed out in the darkness, striking everything in its path: trees, grass, stones. Anything that was hit shattered and splintered. Wang Wei was taken aback by the woman's sudden, frenzied onslaught. He quickly retreated, evading her attacks as best he could, then jumped onto a distant branch, calling down, Hey, is this really necessary? I didn't even strip you of your clothes. Why are you so suddenly deranged? Nightingale, consumed by resentment that Wang Wei possessed a spiritual weapon to escape, longed to strangle him with her whip. Yet, she knew she could not catch him, so she could only glare at him with wide eyes. Hey, I say, you were so brutish when you devoured meat. Why are you so concerned about this, wretched scion? Do not utter more words. Prepare to face my wrath. After being playfully slapped on the backside by Wang Wei, Nightingale perceived him as an utterly unreasonable rogue. Unwilling to engage in further discourse, with a flick of her whip, it shot forth like a silver serpent aimed directly at Wang Wei. Crack! A sturdy branch was severed by the whip, yet Wang Wei had already leapt to another tree. With the swiftness of his wind-chasing boots, he could undoubtedly escape alone, but Nightingale was astute. Upon noticing his evasion of her attack, she approached Elder Tan and cradled the red-tailed fox in her arms, thus ensuring that Wang Wei could not flee, leaving him to endure her presence. Hold on a moment. Wang Wei, unable to overpower her, unable to escape, and incapable of launching a surprise attack on a woman, had no choice but to devise an alternative strategy. How about this? I possess a number of spirit stones. You may take them as a modest compensation for the life of your subordinate that I have taken. If you spare me today, I shall certainly remember your kindness. Nightingale, already somewhat fatigued from pursuing Wang Wei, paused upon hearing his proposition and inquired, "How many spirit stones?" Wang Wei, observing her reaction, hastily retrieved a large pouch of spirit stones from his spatial ring. "Here, I have 2,000 spirit stones. Although it may not be a substantial amount, it constitutes my entire fortune." Nightingale, eyeing the pouch, commanded, "Hand it over." Elated, Wang Wei tossed the spirit stones toward her. Nightingale caught them and stowed them away in her waist pouch, only to instantly change her demeanor. "You shameless wretch, to think you could absolve yourself with spirit stones. What a delusion!" With that, she lashed out at Wang Wei's position with her whip. Crack! Another mighty tree was cleaved in two. Infuriated by Nightingale's deceit and the loss of his 2,000 spirit stones, Wang Wei's patience wore thin. "If you persist in your obstinacy, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy." With a sudden burst of speed, he activated his wind-chasing boots, vanishing from Nightingale's sight, and seizing the moment, he launched a counterattack, unleashing a lightning bolt as thick as a man's arm from his fingertips, which raced towards Nightingale with blinding speed. Silver vortex. Nightingale twirled her whip, forming a horizontal whirlpool before her to intercept Wang Wei's lightning strike. She exerted herself to absorb the impact of his attack. Wang Wei swiftly scooped up the red-tailed fox he had discarded and hoisted Elder Tan onto his shoulder, casting a playful grimace at Nightingale as he made his escape. "You scoundrel!" Realizing she had been outwitted, Nightingale brandished her whip in pursuit of Wang Wei, but the silver tendril merely swept through a patch of flowers and grass, with no trace of Wang Wei to be found. Chapter 52. Cultivating the sword technique. Since acquiring numerous treasures from the Remnant Ear Cave, Wang Wei had yet to meticulously tally them. Over the past 2 days, he had battled the members of the Purple Sword Sect and engaged with mercenaries, exhausting himself to the brink. Meanwhile, Elder Tan and the red-tailed fox had sustained severe injuries requiring his care. Consequently, aside from utilizing the Nine Realms Tower, the wind-chasing boots, and the fire sword, he had not taken the time to thoroughly examine the other items within his right eye space. Moreover, in his haste to escape the confrontation with Nightingale, he had even forgotten to retrieve the fire sword, thus inadvertently benefiting Nightingale. The sword manual, now somewhat yellowed, though crafted from durable materials, was ultimately not immune to the ravages of time. The cover is composed of thick material, upon which 4 grand characters are inscribed in a wild cursive script. Feng Mo Jianju. Feng Mo Jianju. Such a domineering title. Wang Wei glanced at these 4 characters, whether it was merely an illusion or reality. He felt as though the book weighed a few more pounds. However, being at the 9th level of the 100 Battles realm, it was inconceivable that a mere sword manual could be too heavy for him to lift. The one who seals demons does so with law, slays demons with a sword, refines the sword with a heart to exorcise, and guards the manual with a resolve to eradicate evil. This sword embodies righteousness, and this manual has the power to quell demons. Wang Wei comprehended the meaning, yet he found it rather futile. He believed that when it came to actual combat, notions of righteousness were nothing but empty rhetoric. He turned to the second page, which marked the true beginning of the discourse. The Feng Mo Jianju consists of 6 levels, each progressively more formidable, capable of shaking the heavens, with deities and demons alike finding it hard to withstand. The first level, Wind and Moon Long Sky / The manual meticulously recorded the heart techniques and sword techniques of the first level of the Feng Emojianju. Wang Wei studied intently, committing to memory the usage of spiritual energy and the meridian pathways for the Wind and Moon Long Sky / He was prepared to continue turning the pages. However, no matter how he tried, he could not unlock the subsequent layers. As if they were sealed, he attempted to channel his spiritual energy, yet there was still no progress. Perhaps one must complete the first level before advancing to the second. Wang Wei mused, and without hesitation, he placed Tan Lao and the red-tailed fox upon a large rock and commenced his training of the sword manual. The Feng Emojianju was anything but easy to practice. The complex meridian pathways alone caused Wang Wei considerable distress, yet he remained undeterred. If he could not master the first level, how could he hope to learn the subsequent techniques? In Xinjiang City, at the Chui residence, Chui Mingjun sat atop the roof, drinking fiercely, clutching a bounty notice that depicted none other than Wang Wei and Tan Lao. The Purple Sword Sect. Humph, what a grand spectacle, even issuing a bounty to hunt down my brother. He tilted his head back for another gulp of liquor, his gaze sharp as he stared towards the forests on the outskirts of the city, filled with murderous intent, in the study of the Chui residence. Thud. Chui Mingjun knelt upon the ground, while behind the desk sat a refined middle-aged man. Father, my brother is in peril. I must go to his aid. Please allow me to go. The middle-aged man was none other than Chui Mingjun's father. Chui Zhong, the head of the Chui household, this moment. He was perusing through books on the shelves, not sparing a glance at Chui Mingjun. Have you reached the Wanjia realm now? Chui Zhong seemed to have found the book he was looking for. Hastily taking it down to examine, not yet. I am at the pinnacle of the 8th level of the 100 Battles realm. Chui Zhong finally lifted his head to regard Chui Mingjun. Then are you going to add chaos or trouble to your so-called brother? Just as Chui Mingjun was about to speak, Chui Zhong interjected. Tan Feng's cultivation is at least at the 5th level of the breaking demon realm. With him present, why do you worry that the mercenaries in the outskirts can pose any threat to Wang Wei? Chui Zhong's analysis was not without merit. Yet Chui Mingjun, glancing at the signature at the bottom of the bounty notice, remained unconvinced. But this bounty was issued by the Purple Sword Sect, which is teeming with experts. I fear for my brother's safety. If even Tan Feng's cultivation cannot ensure Wang Wei's safety, then would your presence not merely be a burden? As Chui Zhong spoke further, his tone suddenly grew stern. And he added emphatically, not allowed to go means not allowed to go. With the time spent shedding tears, you might as well focus on enhancing your cultivation. Although Chui Mingjun felt utterly helpless, he ultimately acquiesced, storming out of the study in a huff to practice his skills. In a meadow on the outskirts of the city, Li Xiaoqiu sat upon a stone, engrossed in the study of the 7-string song manual. Beside her lay the bounty notices issued for Wang Wei and Old Tan. Sighing, she set the manual aside and picked up the bounty notice. I had long warned you that those from the Purple Sword Sect are no good. Yet you refused to listen and even blamed me for their demise. Now, look what has happened. You've become the target of a massive manhunt. Are you enjoying your escape? Gazing at Wang Wei's portrait, despite her verbal reproaches, her brows knitted tighter in concern. You mustn't let them capture you. It would be such a shame to lose so many precious treasures. Sighing again, she muttered to herself while listening to the wind strumming the strings of her instrument, producing a melodious sound. After a night had passed, Wang Wei's training finally yielded some results. Although he was not yet proficient in the Wind and Moon Long Sky / its preliminary power was commendable, and a determined strike could rival the might of a finger's grasp. Thanks to the Thunder Clan's power coursing through his body, Wang Wei had acquired an additional skill in his training. If utilized correctly, the combination of thunder and spiritual energy would undoubtedly grant him an edge over his peers within the same realm. Coughing lightly, Wang Wei turned to see Old Tan awake, prompting him to cease his training and hurry to the elder's side. Where is that scoundrel Sidu Lai? Old Tan, why do you inquire about Sidu Lai, the lord of Xinjiang City? Without reason, Wang Wei had been a mere observer during the battle between Old Tan and Sidu Lai, unaware that the latter was his sworn enemy. The memory of that confrontation only fueled Old Tan's ire. Wang Wei was both astonished and secretly pleased by Old Tan's words, having long sought an opportunity for vengeance, only to have stumbled upon it inadvertently. Now, the life of his adversary rested in his hands. Though he wished to keep the secrets of the remnant ear and the cave hidden, he pondered Old Tan's palpable hatred and finally spoke. So he is Situ Lai. And I ultimately took him down. What? What do you mean you took him down? Realizing that mere words would not convince Old Tan, Wang Wei summoned the Nine Realms Tower. The night before last, after you were wounded by Situ Lai, I intended to assist you. However, the Sword of Absolute Decay was not at hand, and while rummaging through my ring for a weapon, I discovered this rare treasure that I used it to crush the man from the Purple Sword Sect on the spot. Situ Lai possessed a defensive spiritual artifact, and with my abilities, I could not defeat him outright. So I merely subdued him. In response to Old Tan's inquiry, Wang Wei recounted the premeditated rationale he had prepared, lying without a hint of shame. What? An immortal-grade spiritual artifact? Old Tan was taken aback by Wang Wei's revelation. His expression filled with excitement as he nearly leapt from his seated position. Chapter 53. The Iron Blade Mercenaries Come Knocking. Old Tan gazed incredulously at the richly infused Nine Realms Tower in Wang Wei's hand. It was undoubtedly a celestial-grade spiritual artifact. He could hardly believe that Wang Wei had the fortune to acquire such a treasure. Observing that Old Tan remained unable to rise, Wang Wei brought the Nine Realms Tower closer to him. Old Tan attempted to reach out and touch it, but ultimately refrained, merely gazing at it without taking action. Given the current cultivation level of his young master, it was imperative not to expose the secret of celestial-grade spiritual artifacts in public. Otherwise, the allure of such a treasure might tempt even the most formidable experts of the Ninghai realm to attempt to seize it. A celestial-grade spiritual artifact could undoubtedly support a medium-sized sect. Thus, it was entirely reasonable for Old Tan to be concerned. He did not wish to place Wang Wei in a perilous situation. Rest assured, Old Tan, I use the Nine Realms Tower only when no one is watching. Speaking of which, Situ Lai is currently confined within the tower. Please take a look. Wang Wei promptly summoned his spiritual power, and, with a mere thought, the scene within the Nine Realms Tower was presented before both him and Old Tan. Situ Lai had already awakened and was now meditating on the first floor of the tower. Wang Wei knew that, despite Situ Lai's meditation, he could not absorb even a trace of the spiritual energy within the Nine Realms Tower. His stillness was merely an effort to quell his boredom in the vast emptiness of the tower. Humph, that insidious scoundrel, relying on his tortoise shell, he acts so arrogantly. Yet now he pretends to be calm. How truly laughable. Old Tan glanced at the scene before him and then turned to Wang Wei, asking, by the way, this old thief Situ was previously the protector of the Purple Sword Sect. His cultivation has now advanced to the 5th level of the demon-breaking mirror, granting him the status of a hall master within the sect. With you imprisoning him in this tower, the Purple Sword Sect will undoubtedly launch a thorough search. You must be cautious in the coming days. As soon as Old Tan uttered these words, Wang Wei retrieved a bounty notice from his ring and unfurled it for Old Tan to see. The notice featured vivid likenesses of both individuals, glaringly revealing the culprits who had recently kept Wang Wei on his toes. The Purple Sword Sect. Upon seeing the bounty notice, Old Tan immediately understood everything. Since the bounty had been issued, the enmity with the Purple Sword Sect had deepened, leaving no room for reconciliation. How long have I been in slumber? Old Tan closed his eyes, realizing that Wang Wei's possession of the bounty notice indicated that someone must have accepted the task from the Purple Sword Sect. Consequently, Wang Wei must have faced considerable challenges in recent days. You have been in a deep sleep for a day and 2 nights. Wang Wei assisted Old Tan in sitting up and offered him a medicinal pill. Feeling unable to assist Wang Wei and fearing that his presence might inadvertently embroil him in trouble, Old Tan felt significant remorse, and as he spoke, his face was filled with regret. Wang Wei, upon hearing Old Tan's words, was not pleased. Old Tan, how can you say such things? You have nurtured and protected me since my childhood. Now, in this unfortunate time of pain, I am pained for you and would never consider you a burden. Old Tan did not speak further. Indeed, Wang Wei was someone he had raised since childhood. Observing Wang Wei now capable of standing on his own filled him with immense joy, yet he felt a pang of sorrow at Wang Wei's cultivation, which had plummeted from the pinnacle of the inquiry realm to the present state of the 100 battles realm. Chirp, chirp. The red-tailed fox scampered over to Old Tan, nudging its head against the back of his hand. This creature, who owed its life to him, was brimming with gratitude. The sensation of its soft fur brought a smile to Old Tan's lips as he looked down to see the red-tailed fox. Ah, you little rascal, you seem to be recovering quite well. Wang Wei, witnessing the delightful interaction between Old Tan and the red-tailed fox, felt his heart warm. He retrieved the roasted meat he had prepared the previous night from his ring space. Chirp, chirp. Upon catching the scent of the meat, the red-tailed fox leaped out from Old Tan's embrace and bounded over to Wang Wei. bouncing joyfully. "You ungrateful little creature, how quickly you forget your savior." Old Tan chuckled softly, his mood considerably lifted. After the red-tailed fox finished its meal contentedly, Wang Wei examined its injuries, ensuring there were no lingering issues before allowing it to frolic on the grass. "By the way, Old Tan, how is your condition? Just how severe is the damage caused by the toxin in your meridians?" Wang Wei recognized that although Old Tan appeared to be in good spirits, the potency of the toxin that had gravely wounded him could not be ordinary. "Do not fret excessively, young master. Though this toxin is indeed troublesome, I possess the knowledge to counter it. During my previous encounter with Sidu Lai, I gained some understanding of this toxin." Old Tan's words undoubtedly alleviated much of Wang Wei's concern. He produced several high-grade spirit stones for Old Tan to absorb, which would expedite the detoxification process significantly. The red-tailed fox played alone in the grass, and Wang Wei chose not to interfere, for it was a second-tier spirit beast, with a cultivation level far superior to his own. Moreover, its injuries were nearly healed, and there should be little danger in this area on the outskirts of the forest. Taking advantage of Old Tan's absorption of the spirit stones, Wang Wei settled down to consolidate his own cultivation. He felt that ever since breaking through to the 9th level of the 100 Battles realm, his training had become remarkably smooth, akin to a fish returning to water. If this progress continued, a breakthrough to the Inquiry realm would be just around the corner. Chirp, chirp. While engrossed in his cultivation, Wang Wei heard the red-tailed fox emit a series of calls. He opened his eyes to see the fox racing toward him, chattering incessantly. Wang Wei, unable to decipher the meaning behind the fox's frantic behavior, one moment chirping at him, the next glancing in the direction from whence it came, instinctively felt that someone was approaching from that direction. He instructed the red-tailed fox to stay by Old Tan's side while he ventured forth to investigate. "Damn it, our Ironblade mercenary group is the undisputed leader of the mercenary scene in the outskirts of this city. Yet the audacity of the visitors from the Purple Sword Sect is simply intolerable, claiming that we must seek them out regardless of the circumstances. That I wonder what the captain is thinking." Bowing and scraping before the people of the Purple Sword Sect like this, 8 mercenaries emerged from the forest, their attire and gleaming long swords indicating that they belonged to the Ironblade mercenary group. The largest faction searching for Wang Wei in recent days. The forefront stood a burly figure, broad-shouldered and with a face adorned by stubble, swaggering with a blade in hand, exuding an air of intimidation as he marched ahead, all the while grumbling incessantly. "Alas, Brother Xiong'er, you must exercise caution. Although this is the outskirts of the city, the disciples of the Zhejiang sect have recently laid numerous eyes in the forest in search of Wang Wei and Tanfeng. You should be wary of speaking so openly, lest you invite disaster with your words." Brother Xiong'er strode confidently forward, flanked by a gaunt, sharp-nosed figure whose voice was shrill and demeanor odious. A quintessential sycophant. "Humph, the captain may fear the Zhejiang sect, but I do not." Upon hearing the remarks of the lean man and the mention of the Zhejiang sect, Brother Xiong'er's bravado faltered slightly. He cast a glance around, attempting to divert the conversation. However, Wang Wei and Tanfeng are truly unfortunate souls. Having offended the Zhejiang sect, did they truly believe any favorable outcome awaited them? A self-imposed death at the gates of the Zhejiang sect would suffice for their apology. Yet here we are, wandering aimlessly in this forest at dawn. It's utterly infuriating. As Brother Xiong'er vented his frustration, he kicked a stone by the roadside, sending it flying into the distance, where it struck a tree trunk with a resounding thud. To utter such words, they certainly deserve their fate. Having kicked the stone aside, he was about to resume his path when suddenly, a voice echoed from the trees ahead, followed by a figure descending from the canopy. "Brother Xiong'er, it is Wang Wei. He is Wang Wei." As Wang Wei landed, the sharp-nosed man immediately recognized him and let out a piercing scream. "Indeed, I am Wang Wei. You are correct. I shall reward you with a whole corpse." A peculiar smile curled on Wang Wei's lips as arcs of lightning flickered between his fingers, aimed squarely at the members of the Ironblade mercenary group. Chapter 54. The Hunter and the Prey. In the past few days, Wang Wei had been besieged by various mercenary groups, and his frustration had reached a boiling point. Just yesterday, he had been forced to flee using the Wind Chaser boots, and he was desperately seeking an outlet for his pent-up anger when he unexpectedly encountered the Ironblade mercenary group. The Zhejiang sect, dissatisfied with the slow pace at which the mercenary groups were pursuing Wang Wei, had dispatched agents to the bases of those who had claimed the bounty to urge them onward. The Ironblade mercenary group, unwilling to confront the Zhejiang sect, was eager to locate Wang Wei quickly in order to claim a low-grade spiritual weapon from them, thus sending the second captain. Xiong out early to search. Ha ha ha. Wang Wei, it is indeed you. Kneel and accept your death. I can grant you a swift end. Just as Xiong was mired in worry over locating Wang Wei, he suddenly spotted him leaping into view. Exclaiming that he had found the proverbial needle in a haystack, he swiftly commanded his subordinates to encircle Wang Wei. The Zhejiang sect had informed them upon issuing the bounty that Wang Wei's cultivation level was only around the 6th or 7th tier of the 100 Battles realm, and the only companion of his, Tan Feng, was gravely injured. Thus, any one of them could easily defeat him. This knowledge emboldened the lower-ranked mercenaries to boldly pursue Wang Wei and his elder. Observing the mercenaries of the Iron Blade group encircling him, Wang Wei glanced around, noting that most possessed cultivation levels around the 3rd tier of the 100 Battles realm, with a couple nearing the 9th tier of the Spirit Disciple realm. The only one with a notably higher cultivation level appeared to be the burly figure referred to as Brother Xiong, likely around the 1st tier of the Boundary realm. Command me to kneel. You are quite confident. It seems you have already perceived me as your prey, have you not? As Wang Wei spoke, he keenly observed the movements of the imposing Xiong Go. The moment his adversary made a move, he was certain he would react with alacrity. Although he now possessed several advanced spiritual artifacts, employing them against such a lowly opponent would offer little to no benefit for his cultivation. Not to mention that using spiritual artifacts against such a foe would be a grave insult to the artifacts themselves, as well as a slight against Wang Wei. Xiong's tone was utterly arrogant. In his eyes, Wang Wei was akin to a fish ensnared in a net, mere moments away from the inevitable capture by the vice-captain of the Iron Blade Mercenary Corps. His arrogance was infuriating. Sharp blades. Surrounded by these individuals, Wang Wei regarded only Xiong with any seriousness. Dismissing the others entirely to avoid any detriment to his forthcoming battle, he resolutely unleashed the thunderclap finger, and in an instant, a dozen lightning blades erupted almost simultaneously, hurtling towards the members of the Iron Blade Mercenary Corps. Xiong had anticipated that Wang Wei would attempt to flee, but was taken aback by the sudden onslaught. His reaction was slightly delayed, and as a result, 6 of his subordinates perished beneath the dazzling lightning blades. He hastily drew his sword and executed a horizontal slash. The storm of sand and dust. Xiong's attack was of the earth element. Witnessing the demise of his 6 men at the hands of Wang Wei's lightning blades, he realized that if he failed to act quickly, the remaining subordinates beside him would also meet a grim fate. Thus, he unleashed his sword technique. Kid, are you not at the 6th level of the 100 Battle realm? How did you suddenly ascend to the 9th level? The moment Wang Wei struck, his spiritual energy radiated forth, and Xiong instantly discerned his true cultivation level. Taken aback by Xiong's inquiry, Wang Wei felt momentarily disoriented. 6th level of the 100 Battle realm? Who said that? I never claimed such. Yet, Xiong was not foolish. Having engaged in battle with Wang Wei, he had no choice but to proceed as a master of the inquiry realm. Dealing with an opponent of merely the 100 Battle realm should pose no challenge. You all step back and witness how a hunter confronts his prey. With a commanding shout, Xiong dismissed his flanking subordinates, brandishing his long blade before charging towards Wang Wei. The storm of sand and dust. As Xiong advanced, he slashed his sword from side to side, unleashing a barrage of sand attacks that surged towards Wang Wei's face. Blade light. Lightning blades. The tempest of flying sand and stones. Xiong swiftly retreated 5 steps, bellowing as he struck forth with his long blade, unleashing a surge of energy that stirred up a whirlwind of shattered stones and fine sand, hurtling towards Wang Wei. Humph, the storm of sand and stones. I can wield it too. Although Wang Wei was somewhat astonished to see that Xiong's attack bore the same name as one of his own techniques, he reasoned that identical techniques could not be deemed equal without distinction. Therefore, he activated his own technique and summoned a wall of storm to confront the impending whirlwind. With a thunderous crash, the 2 disparate energies collided, producing a resounding noise as their respective storm techniques clashed with equal fervor. The raging sands, finger theft. The 2 seemed to possess an unspoken understanding. Upon realizing that their respective storm techniques had proven ineffective, they each unleashed their most potent strikes. With a fierce howl and a rapid burst, the chaotic energy surged violently, showcasing an immense attacking prowess. Yet, how could the power of the finger strike be any less formidable? The thunderous finger was an offensive skill that Wang Wei had mastered from the very beginning, and now that he had attained the 9th level of the 100 Battles realm, his finger strike could contend with the chaotic onslaught unleashed by Xiong Shan, who possessed only the 1st level of the asking realm. How infuriating! How could he be so strong? Although there was merely a step of difference in their cultivation levels, that step represented a leap into entirely different realms. How could he possess combat capabilities akin to mine? After several rounds of confrontation, it was evident that Xiong Shan was taken aback by Wang Wei's tenacity and incisive strikes. He recalled that during his own time at the 9th level of the 100 Battles realm, he had not been as formidable as Wang Wei. Facing Xiong Shan's relentless attacks, Wang Wei found no ease in the battle. The disparity in their realms had imposed numerous challenges upon him. Firstly, his spiritual power was evidently weaker than Xiong Shan's, and secondly, his perception of the opponent's strikes lacked the finesse that Xiong Shan exhibited. When a hunter becomes too feeble, he risks becoming the prey. One must tread carefully. Wang Wei understood that as long as Xiong Shan, at the asking realm, remained unable to counter him effectively for the time being, a little more effort on his part could tilt the scales in his favor. Mountain Shattering Fist. Xiong Shan heard Wang Wei's thunderous shout, and the surrounding rubble began to rise, coalescing into a colossal earthen fist that hurtled towards him with tremendous speed. Finger strike. After executing the earth-gathering technique and utilizing the massive earthen fist as a shield, Wang Wei immediately unleashed the thunderous finger. The combination of these two potent skills struck towards Xiong Shan simultaneously. Chaotic sandstorm. Faced with the formidable earthen fist, Xiong Shan was compelled to respond with utmost seriousness. He swiftly unleashed a blade of energy, swirling with flying sand to meet the oncoming fist. Boom! The clash of the two techniques resulted in a momentary stalemate, but Wang Wei's finger strike landed squarely on Xiong Shan's chest. Coughing up blood, Xiong Shan was hurled backward, landing 5 steps away. Now, I am the hunter, Wang Wei smirked, taunting Xiong Shan as he lay in disarray. Chapter 55. Severing your iron blade having been struck by Wang Wei's finger strike. Xiong Shan spewed blood and was sent reeling back. Second brother. The few Iron Blade mercenaries who had been saved by Xiong Shan rushed forward to assist him. Get away from me. As the esteemed second leader of the Iron Blade mercenary group, Xiong Shan found it humiliating to require assistance from his subordinates. He picked up his blade and charged towards Wang Wei. Leaping high into the air, Earth Dragon Break. With a mighty roar, Xiong Shan conjured a small dragon formed of sand and stone, lunging at Wang Wei. A dragon? Wang Wei had encountered formidable entities before. The blue behemoth could be considered one, and the evil flood dragon was half a dragon. This diminutive earth dragon was hardly worthy of his regard. A mere small earth snake dares to call itself a dragon? Let me show you how to shatter it. The earth-gathering technique, renowned since ancient times, possessed its unique strengths, and although Xiong Shan's earth dragon break appeared substantial, Wang Wei prepared to meet this strike by channeling the remaining spiritual power within him to execute the earth-gathering technique. The might of his mountain-shattering fist was anything but trivial. With a resounding crash, the earth dragon collided with the stone fist, producing a thunderous noise. However, upon impact, the stone fist shattered into fragments. While the earth dragon surged through the debris, continuing its relentless charge towards Wang Wei. After unleashing the mountain-shaking fist, Wang Wei found his internal spiritual energy nearly depleted, though he still possessed some lightning power to fight. The lack of spiritual energy left him feeling somewhat ineffectual at that moment. As the earth dragon hurtled towards him, he had no time to defend himself and was knocked to the ground. Fortunately, due to the diminished force of the collision, he merely felt a sharp pain in his chest without sustaining any serious injuries that I have already stated. How could a mere earth snake harm me? Wang Wei rose, brushing off the dirt, and continued. What other techniques do you have? I shall withstand them all. Xiong Shan was somewhat astonished that Wang Wei could endure his earth dragon strike, having failed in his initial assault and with his own spiritual energy nearly exhausted. He was unwilling to concede defeat. He brandished his long knife and charged at Wang Wei. I refuse to believe you have any surplus spiritual energy left to battle me, Xiong Shan shouted as he advanced. Wang Wei remained unperturbed, observing Xiong Shan and the several mercenaries rushing in behind him. He proclaimed, Indeed, I have no spiritual energy left, but as a member of the Thunder Clan, I possess a noble aura. The residual lightning power within me is sufficient to vanquish you all. At that moment, Wang Wei formed a hand seal with his fingers, channeling all the remaining lightning energy in his body towards Xiong Shan and the mercenaries. Unleashing a devastating strike, lightning strike. The lack of spiritual energy rendered Wang Wei's Thunder Fingers somewhat diminished in power. However, the intensity of this attack, fueled by his utmost effort, was beyond the capacity of Xiong Shan and the Iron Knife mercenaries to withstand. Xiong Shan bore the brunt of the assault, obliterated by the lightning pillar, while the nearby mercenaries were swiftly dispatched by the residual lightning energy before they could even react. Exhausted from expending all his spiritual and lightning power to eliminate the Iron Knife mercenary group, Wang Wei felt a profound weakness, longing only to lie down. Should another enemy appear at that moment, he would have no choice but to surrender. Yet, the satisfaction of having slain a practitioner of a higher realm with his own strength filled Wang Wei with joy. For this truly represented a genuine battle beyond his level. Unlike his previous encounter with Chang Hufa and the suppression of Sido Lai, where he had relied on superior spiritual and celestial artifacts rather than his true combat prowess. After resting briefly, he retrieved some high-quality spiritual stones from the space within his right eye to replenish his spiritual energy. Before Elder Tan, Wang Wei wished to conceal the secret of his right eye. But with no one around, he felt free to act as he pleased. The treasures within the right eye space were plentiful, many of which he had yet to identify, but being cherished by the elite of the Wolf clan. They were undoubtedly exceptional. In the Tianyuan continent, spiritual stones and artifacts were categorized similarly, ranging from inferior, middle grade, superior, celestial, divine, to sacred. The only distinction was that spiritual stones also included a category of ordinary spiritual stones, which, due to their lack of spiritual energy, were treated as a medium of exchange. Essentially, the currency in Wang Wei's eyes. Of course, high-grade spirit stones can also serve as currency. However, in the Tianyuan continent, strength reigns supreme. And the ability to absorb more spiritual energy is the fervent aspiration of every cultivator. Utilizing high-grade spirit stones as currency is, in fact, a lamentable squandering of precious resources, for absorbing high-grade spirit stones is far swifter than drawing upon the ambient spiritual energy of heaven and earth. And their purity is incomparable. In the right eye space of Canner, there lie over 100 celestial-grade spirit stones and superior-grade spirit stones, while the medium and inferior-grade stones are rather scarce, totaling only about 30 or 40. It is likely that, in the eyes of the powerful, these medium and inferior-grade spirit stones, which ordinary folk covet, are nothing more than trifles, lacking significant utility, given Wang Wei's current level of cultivation. A single inferior-grade spirit stone suffices for several absorptions. Thus, it is unnecessary to squander more advanced stones, as failing to absorb them entirely would lead to a waste of their abundant spiritual energy. Old Tan, since the mercenary groups in this forest have deemed you and me as their quarry, I shall regard all these mercenary factions that have accepted the bounty as adversaries, given your current injuries and limited mobility. Allow me to find a secure location for you to recuperate your spiritual power gradually, while I venture forth alone to teach them a lesson. After all, not everyone is worthy of a bounty. Wang Wei placed the Chi Wei fox beside Old Tan, who seemed reluctant to leave Wang Wei's embrace, leaping back up from the ground. However, with so many mercenary groups in this forest, can you guarantee your safe escape? Old Tan remained apprehensive about Wang Wei's safety, particularly since Wang Wei's cultivation was still at the 9th level of the 100 Battles realm, while most leaders of the mercenary groups here were above the questioning realm. Rest assured, Old Tan, a searching party from the Iron Blade mercenary group, came from the direction indicated by the Chi Wei fox earlier, led by their second captain with cultivation at the 1st level of the questioning realm. I did not employ any spiritual artifacts and eliminated them all. Noticing Old Tan still harbored doubts, Wang Wei continued, moreover, I am equipped with high-grade spiritual artifacts. Should I encounter an overwhelming force, I am more than capable of ensuring my own safety. You need not worry. Old Tan opened his mouth as if to say something further, but ultimately held his tongue. In the past, he had always cared for Wang Wei, and now Wang Wei was capable of looking after himself. Even taking on the responsibility of caring for him, Wang Wei's growth elicited feelings of both joy and melancholy within him. The joy stemmed from seeing Wang Wei mature, while the melancholy arose from the realization that he was falling behind. Wang Wei found a relatively concealed cave for Old Tan, leaving behind ample roasted meat for the Chi Wei fox before departing. With the Chi Wei fox, a second-tier spirit beast, by his side, Old Tan should remain safe for the time being. From the Bear Mountain, Wang Wei procured a detailed map of the forest, which meticulously delineated the territorial divisions of various prominent mercenary groups and the locations of several larger camps. Armed with this map, Wang Wei easily located the position of the Iron Blade Mercenary Group. Humph, Iron Blade Mercenary Group, you have been the most persistent in seeking me these past few days, now that you have incited my wrath. Let us see how I shall sever your iron blade. Wang Wei cast a cold glance toward the depths of the forest, his gaze steely, as he made his way toward the camp of the Iron Blade Mercenary Group. Chapter 56. A disturbance. The Iron Blade Mercenary Group has long been stationed in a central location at the edge of the forest surrounding Shenyang City. The leader, Tai Yulong, possesses a cultivation level of the third realm of the inquiry boundary, making him one of the most formidable figures among the mercenary groups in this region. Consequently, the Iron Blade Mercenary Group has gradually expanded its influence, becoming the foremost authority among the mercenaries in the vicinity. As the group's strength increased and its territory expanded, the surrounding businesses flourished, attracting merchants eager to hire mercenaries, thus giving rise to a prosperous little village in the forest centered around the Iron Blade Mercenary Group. Given that the area around Shenyang City is relatively remote within the entire Tianyuan continent, there are few highly skilled cultivators. Therefore, even mercenaries with moderate abilities can thrive in this locale. At this moment, the headquarters of the Iron Blade Mercenary Group is a rudimentary encampment constructed within the forest, housing over 100 mercenaries of varying ranks. Typically, dawn would be a time for these mercenaries to indulge in slumber. Yet at this hour, a frantic mercenary dashed through the gates of the camp, shouting as he sprinted toward the imposing wooden lodge at the center of the encampment. Report. This morning, it was discovered that several of our brothers who were on patrol last night have been murdered. Their bodies piled beneath the enormous iron blade that symbolizes our territory. The messenger appeared visibly anxious, for it was initially his duty to patrol last night, but a sudden illness had compelled him to send someone else in his stead. Now, with the inexplicable deaths of his fellow patrolmen weighing heavily on his conscience, he felt a surge of dread. Who possesses such audacity to provoke us at our very doorstep? Seated in the center of the wooden lodge on a tiger-skin chair, a burly man covered in dragon tattoos, bare-chested and gnawing on a bone, was Tai Yulong. While the news of the provocation startled him, it was evident that the gravity of the situation paled in comparison to the morsel in his grasp. This seemingly indolent figure was none other than the leader of the Iron Blade Mercenary Group. Report. I am unaware, Commander. Few dared to meet Tai Yulong's gaze directly, for his eyes bore the intensity of a hawk fixating on its prey. A pack of imbeciles. Tai Yulong rose from his tiger-skin chair. Send more men to patrol and investigate the whereabouts of the brothers dispatched in recent days. Why have they not returned with the bodies of Wang Wei and Tan Feng for my perusal? After breakfast, Tai Yulong typically dedicated himself to training, having grown accustomed to delegating such trivial matters to his subordinates. The means of handling these issues mattered little, provided the outcomes were satisfactory. The mercenary kneeling before him felt a sudden pang of anxiety at these instructions. As a mere low-ranking mercenary, how could he possibly dispatch someone to investigate these matters? Observing Tai Yulong striding out of the lodge, he felt compelled to muster the courage to seek assistance from their third commander. However, as he stepped outside, a commotion erupted from beyond the encampment. Fire! Help! Fire! Accompanying these cries was a thick plume of smoke billowing into the air. The messenger, witnessing the unusual scene outside and recalling the gruesome fate of the patrolman, contemplated the dire possibility that trouble had indeed arrived at their doorstep. Just as he contemplated venturing outside to discern the situation, he halted abruptly upon descending the steps of the wooden lodge. If someone were to truly come knocking at the door, would it not be akin to walking willingly to one's demise? He pondered for a moment before deciding to seek out the third commander, who might possess the means to address the current predicament. He promptly changed direction and made his way toward a small courtyard adjacent to the wooden cabin. The third commander of the Iron Blade Mercenary Corps often led his mercenaries into the field, thereby fostering a close rapport with the camp's mercenaries, who frequently jested with him. Thus, in this moment of urgency, he summoned the mercenaries to locate the third commander, rushing in without even knocking on the door. However, as he pushed the door open, he was struck dumb by the scene before him. The cabin was in complete disarray, bearing the unmistakable signs of a recent fierce battle. The third commander sat in a bamboo chair at the wooden table. But there was only a body. His head was conspicuously absent, and blood continued to gush from his neck. Third commander, the messenger cried out, rushing in to support the lifeless body, frantically searching for the missing head, yet finding nothing. Are you looking for this? A voice echoed from above just as the messenger was at a loss. He looked up to see a bloodied shadow descending from the rafters. Instinctively, he reached out to catch it, only to discover that it was the third commander's head. Although he had been searching for the head, the suddenness of it being thrown into his arm startled him. Yet he managed to maintain his composure, refraining from discarding it. You are Wang Wei. Clutching the third commander's head, the messenger lifted his gaze to the newcomer, who was indeed the very Wang Wei they had been hunting down in recent days. It is I appreciate your efforts in seeking me out for so long. I have come to you myself. Wang Wei chuckled lightly as he leaped down from the rafters. Intruder, someone has breached our defenses. The messenger was far from foolish. From the sight of the third commander's demise, he discerned that Wang Wei was not an adversary he could contend with. Thus, upon witnessing Wang Wei's descent, he wasted no time in calling out to rally the elite of the mercenary corps. Alas, considering your loyalty, I had intended to spare your life, but your frantic shouting has squandered that opportunity. Without a flicker of remorse, Wang Wei dispatched the messenger, for the Iron Blade Mercenary Corps was an organization he had vowed to eradicate. He felt no guilt in eliminating such a minor pawn. By the time other mercenaries rushed into the courtyard, Wang Wei had already departed, leaving behind only the headless body of the third commander and the charred remains of the hapless messenger. Report. At the training grounds behind the Iron Blade Mercenary Corps main camp, Tai Yulong was diligently perfecting his swordsmanship when a mercenary came rushing in, shouting, Report, Commander. Just moments ago, the third commander was murdered within the stronghold. His head is missing. With a swift motion, Tai Yulong sheathed his sword and bellowed. What? Repeat that. The mercenary trembled at the force of his voice, stammering, the third commander was just killed, his head is missing. Upon hearing the mercenary relay this dreadful news once more, Tai Yulong's countenance immediately turned ashen, and he brandished his great sword, striding towards the heart of the base. Summon all mercenaries to gather before me. His voice resonated like a thunderclap, echoing from afar. Chapter 57. Bloodbath in your camp. Clear the way. He forcefully pushed the gathered mercenaries aside as he advanced towards the wooden cabin, which elicited an immediate retreat, creating a pathway for him. With this newfound passage, Tai Yulong's vision expanded, revealing two severed heads lying upon the steps of the wooden cabin, a grim emblem of the Iron Blade Mercenary Corps leadership, one of which still dripped with blood. The heads were all too familiar to the members of the Iron Blade Mercenary Corps. They belonged to their second and third leaders. Tai Yulong's fury ignited at this sight, and he approached the gruesome scene, examining the heads before turning to demand loudly, Who dares to be so audacious? His subordinates fell into a heavy silence, clearly unaware of how such a calamity had transpired. In the distance, beyond the camp, thick smoke billowed ominously from the direction of the Iron Blade Mercenary Corps trading area, leaving several small teams to guard the camp. Tai Yulong personally led 50 mercenaries towards the trading zone. Upon arrival, chaos reigned. Flames engulfed the area, and lifeless bodies littered the ground. A closer inspection revealed that the fallen were mercenaries of the Iron Blade Corps, while the other traders and mercenaries who had come seeking business remained unscathed. Actively assisting in extinguishing the fires, Tai Yulong kicked aside an injured mercenary lying on the ground and approached a trade point, now entirely consumed by flames. Speak. Was it the Nightingale Mercenary Corps that did this? His eyes brimmed with rage as he seized an injured mercenary from the ruins of the trading post, his voice booming with authority. In his mind, only the Nightingale Mercenary Corps had the audacity to challenge the Iron Blade Corps in this forest. Other, more powerful cultivators would not stoop to such places, and those of lesser strength would not dare confront the Iron Blade Corps. The only one with the audacity to act so recklessly was the restless leader of the Nightingale Mercenary Corps. Report to the leader. Cough. It was not the Nightingale Mercenary Corps. It was cough. Wang Wei. Tai Yulong's grip tightened unconsciously in his fury, causing the unfortunate mercenary to suffer even more. Wang Wei? Who was he with? Cough. Only he was alone. Alone? Is he not merely an ant of the 6th realm of the 100 battles? How could he have slain both the second and third leaders? Tell me. Why? Tai Yulong's ire escalated. The bounty issued by the Purple Sword Sect had explicitly stated that Wang Wei was merely at the 6th level of the 100 battles realm, while Tin Feng, due to his severe injuries, was incapable of fighting for the foreseeable future. How could a mere Wang Wei inflict such losses upon the Iron Blade Mercenary Corps, taking down 2 of its key leaders and dozens of men? He felt deceived by the Purple Sword Sect. Releasing his grip, the mercenary slumped lifelessly to the ground, having succumbed to Tai Yulong's fury. Convey my orders. All members of the Iron Blade Mercenary Corps are to mobilize and search for Wang Wei. By any means necessary, I demand his death. Report. Commander, a mercenary is rushing over from a distance, his body drenched in blood, his left arm severed. He stumbles before Tai Yulong and exclaims, Commander, Wang Wei has appeared. We cannot defeat him. Upon seeing this mercenary, Tai Yulong immediately comprehends that something dire has transpired within his camp, for this mercenary is among the few with higher cultivation levels, whom he had recently assigned to guard the encampment. Without hesitation, he instructs the others to extinguish the flames while he leaps into action, swiftly making his way toward the camp. Upon arrival, Tai Yulong is met with a harrowing sight. Over 50 mercenaries he had left to guard the camp lie either crushed into the earth or are severely injured. Their bodies charred and battered as if struck by lightning. At the center of the encampment, atop a wooden roof, stands an individual, Wang Wei, the very person they have been desperately searching for. Tai Yulong. Young Master Wang Wei is here. No need for you to search any further. Wang Wei firmly grips his Ju Tian sword, having learned from a mercenary that Tai Yulong, the commander of the Iron Blade Mercenary Corps, is at the third level of the Asking Realm. Faced with such a formidable opponent, far surpassing his own cultivation, Wang Wei refrains from acting recklessly, holding the sword tightly in preparation for any eventuality. Wang Wei. Splendid. Your audacity impresses me, but I assure you that today, your demise will not be a comfortable one. Tai Yulong, already incensed, finds his fury ignited further by Wang Wei's provocation, his teeth nearly grinding to dust. Tempest Gale. Without engaging in further conversation, Tai Yulong swings his long blade towards Wang Wei's position. The wind howls violently as Wang Wei nimbly leaps from the roof. The tempestuous gale obliterates the entire rooftop, scattering it into debris. Hey, that was your house. Don't you feel any remorse? Wang Wei secretly admires the might of Tai Yulong's casual strike, yet he does not refrain from taunting him further. Tempest Gale, provoked once more, Tai Yulong launches another assault. This time, after unleashing the gale, he charges at Wang Wei with his blade drawn. The gleaming longsword moves with astonishing speed. Wang Wei initially employs the earth stabilization technique to deflect the gale's onslaught. But as the blade descends upon him, he raises the Ju Tian sword in defense. Clang, clang. Tai Yulong delivers a ferocious slash, catching Wang Wei off guard, forcing him to stagger back several steps. Tempest Gale. Before Wang Wei can regain his footing, Tai Yulong follows up with a powerful strike, leaving him no choice but to utilize the finger theft technique to block. Bang. The force of the gale exceeds Wang Wei's expectations. He had not anticipated that the two attacks he had successfully evaded contained such tremendous energy. As their strikes collide, his defense shatters, while the Tempest Gale strikes Wang Wei squarely in the chest. Spurt. Wang Wei is sent reeling, blood spewing forth. Humph. I did not foresee your cultivation at the 9th level of the 100 Battles realm. No wonder you have slain so many of my subordinates. However, against me, today you shall find no escape. Upon discerning Wang Wei's cultivation level, Tai Yulong seethes with disdain for the intelligence from the Purple Sword sect, yet the situation is not entirely dire. His own prowess far exceeds that of Wang Wei. Wang Wei has finally learned the true meaning of self-inflicted suffering. He was acutely aware of the vast disparity in cultivation levels, yet he still rushed forward to seek suffering. Now, his chest felt as though it had been struck fiercely by a hammer, causing him to grimace in pain. Cough, cough. I, the young master, intend to use my cultivation at the 9th level of the 100 Battles realm to bring you down. What can you do about it? Wang Wei cleared his throat and stood up. Chapter 58. I take pleasure in kicking someone when they're down. Confronted by the formidable Tai Yulong, whose cultivation far surpassed his own, Wang Wei dared not conceal his intentions. Seizing the moment of Tai Yulong's lapse in vigilance, he launched his attack, that mountain-shaking fist. The earthquaking technique was an ancient spell, known to only a handful of individuals across the entire Tianyuan continent. Its power was undeniable, yet regrettably, Wang Wei's current spiritual energy was insufficient to unleash its true potential. Tai Yulong hardly regarded Wang Wei's assault with any seriousness. What audacity for a mere fledgling of the 100 Battles realm. Tai Yulong bellowed, swinging his long blade, unleashing a wave of earthy blade light aimed directly at Wang Wei. Storm of Fury. With his cultivation at the 3rd level of the questioning realm, Tai Yulong unleashed a powerful strike. And Wang Wei felt that this attack was significantly more potent and rapid than the previous whirlwind assault. With no means of evasion, he swiftly grounded himself, adopting a stable stance and forming hand seals to employ the earthquaking technique as a defense. Whirling sands and flying stones. Faced with such a fierce onslaught, Wang Wei could only rely on his most formidable defense. As Wang Wei's cultivation advanced, the adversaries he encountered grew increasingly formidable, rendering his earthstone shield inadequate. Now his ultimate defense was this whirling sands and flying stones technique. Whoosh! The storm of fury clashed with the whirling sands and flying stones, the opposing forces intertwining to create a deafening howl. The whirling sands and flying stones neutralized the incoming attack through the rapid rotation of wind energy, while the storm of fury, conversely, sought to tear apart its opponent with sheer force. Although it appeared that these two techniques could effectively cancel each other out, the disparity in their cultivation levels was insurmountable. The strength of the storm of fury proved to be more substantial, shattering the whirling sands and flying stones and striking Wang Wei directly. Puffed! Wang Wei spat out a mouthful of blood, and no matter how hard he tried, the gap in realms continually pressed him down, and the combination of physical pain and depletion of spiritual energy left him feeling rather helpless. Yet, he remained standing. He could not concede defeat. Wang Wei grasped the Jutian sword once more and charged at Tai Yulong, channeling all his remaining spiritual energy to unleash his most formidable strike. Wind and moon in the vast sky slash. Upon the execution of this technique, Tai Yulong immediately sensed the transformation of the sword in Wang Wei's hand, that a slender, crescent moon emerged from the blade, gradually expanding toward him, morphing into a sharp stream of sword energy before his eyes. The sword energy was pale, silent, exuding an aura of intimidation while embodying righteous vigor. Feeling the immense power contained within the wind and moon in the vast sky slash, Tai Yulong was astonished. Yet it was not enough to render him helpless. He retreated a couple of steps, his long knife swirling continuously to create a powerful whirlwind before him. The wind swirled, scattering the clouds. Upon closer inspection, this whirlwind was formed by the blade light generated with each swing of Tai Yulong's knife. Although the sword energy of Fengyue Changkong appeared to approach slowly, Tai Yulong nonetheless unleashed his most formidable strike to counter it. Even though executing such a blow would lead to a substantial depletion of his internal spiritual power, he acted without hesitation, for he sensed the unmistakable aura of death emanating from that sword energy. As the sword energy traversed its path, it carved a profound chasm into the ground of the Tai Dao mercenary corps encampment. The sound of clashing echoed as the sword energy met the whirlwind, producing a series of resonant noises. What seemed a gradual process was, in reality, a mere blink of an eye. Upon the convergence of these two forces, Tai Yulong continued to wield his long blade, channeling energy into the whirlwind. For a fleeting moment, the sword energy was momentarily halted, blocked by Tai Yulong's efforts. However, the sealing demon sword technique, a treasure possession of the Wolf Clan's master, Kanair, was not to be underestimated. Tai Yulong could only sustain this defense for a couple of breaths before the sword energy broke through the tempest, striking down upon him with great force. Seeing that he could no longer withstand the oncoming sword energy, Tai Yulong braced himself and met the attack with his long blade. The impact resulted in a spurt of blood from Tai Yulong. Yet he did not find himself in the same dire straits as Wang Wei. His injuries were far less severe. This was not due to the inadequacy of Fengyue Changkong's power, but rather because Wang Wei lacked proficiency in swordsmanship and had trained for a brief period. With insufficient spiritual power to unleash the technique's full might, after executing such a powerful strike, Wang Wei found himself devoid of any spiritual energy, having expended much during his previous battles with Tai Yulong's subordinates using the Thunder Finger technique. Consequently, he was left utterly defenseless. Humph, how foolishly overconfident you are. I wonder how you intend to struggle now. With his cultivation at the third level of the Inquiry realm, Tai Yulong discerned Wang Wei's current lack of combat capability. Despite a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth, he had not sustained any critical injuries. Even if Wang Wei were to unleash the earth-shaking fist now, Tai Yulong could still manage to counter it. Rest assured, I have my own means of survival. There is no need for Captain Tai to concern himself. As Tai Yulong advanced step by step towards him, Wang Wei prepared to activate his wind-chasing boots to escape. Suddenly, a sound of slicing air reached his ears from behind. He swiftly turned to see a silver whip coiling around his waist. The chef of my esteemed mercenary group is not someone who can be easily swayed by others. A melodic voice rang out, and Wang Wei felt a fragrant breeze as he was yanked into the air by the whip. To his astonishment, the one who had come to his aid was Yi Ying. After pulling him beside her, she quickly produced a set of ropes to bind him, leaving Wang Wei, devoid of any spiritual or thunderous power, with no choice but to submit to her whims. Ying, how dare you come alone to disrupt my Tai Dao mercenary corps? Do you believe that I will not annex your Nightingale mercenary corps by tomorrow? Tai Yulong, upon seeing Ying arrive at his encampment, immediately perceived her intentions were nefarious. Ha! You call this a mercenary group? It is merely a pile of ruins. Today, I, the captain, have come to add insult to injury. The clash between Wang Wei and Tai Yulong had left the encampment of the Tai Dao mercenary corps in utter disarray, compounded by the earlier slaughter of numerous mercenaries by Wang Wei. Thus, the entire encampment resembled a desolate wasteland. Wei Ying, you are exceedingly audacious. As Tai Yulong prepared to berate her for her relentless interference, he was abruptly interrupted by her words. How should I proceed? As the leader of this group, I have always possessed great courage, and you are well aware of this. Today, not only do I intend to strike while the iron is hot, but I also seek to avenge the deaths of over 30 brothers who perished at your hands a month ago. Upon hearing Nightingale mention the events from a month prior, Tai Yulong's expression shifted slightly, revealing a hint of discomfort as he retorted, What happened a month ago? I am unaware. Nightingale had anticipated Tai Yulong's denials and chose not to waste her breath further. She bound Wang Wei to a nearby pillar and brandished her long whip, charging towards Tai Yulong. You shameless wretch! I knew you were a cowardly knave. Thus, your demise is imminent. As she spoke, she swung the long whip, aiming a strike at Tai Yulong's head. Chapter 59. Capturing a roasting master to take home. At that moment, Nightingale's attack was nearly upon him, and Tai Yulong dared not be negligent. He hastily raised his long knife in defense. With a resounding clash, the silver whip met the long knife, producing a sharp sound. Tai Yulong had just endured a strike from Wang Wei's wind and moon slash, leaving him depleted of spiritual energy. Thus, in the face of Nightingale's onslaught, he could only defend himself. Given the disparity in their cultivation levels, and with Tai Yulong already injured and low on energy, Nightingale showed no mercy. Death's confusion, Nightingale exclaimed, her long whip transforming into a flurry of silver light, enveloping everything in its path with overwhelming force. Tai Yulong found himself at the epicenter of the whip's assault, feeling as if silver serpents danced around him, occasionally lunging towards his head. In response, he gripped his long knife tightly and swung it in all directions, creating a tight defense. With the remaining spiritual energy at his disposal, he could only execute such a rudimentary technique. He harbored no hopes of injuring Nightingale, but aimed solely to create an opportunity for escape. Tai Yulong's desperate strike managed to tear a gap in Death's confusion, and upon spotting the opening in Nightingale's attack, he wasted no time in channeling all his strength towards that direction to flee. It was far too late to contemplate escape now. Nightingale was taken aback when Tai Yulong unleashed his Gale Whirlwind, not expecting him to still possess the energy for a technique after his battle with Wang Wei. Though she felt no fear of Tai Yulong, she remained cautious. To her dismay, he used the opportunity to flee, leaving her feeling quite dissatisfied. She hurled her silver whip in the direction of his retreating form. At that moment, Tai Yulong disregarded his status as the leader, focused solely on saving his own life, with no thought for his subordinates. Yet, he had barely taken 7 steps when, just as he leapt into the air to vault over the encampment's wall, Nightingale's silver whip struck him, piercing from his back to his chest and shattering his heart. Without even a cry of anguish, Tai Yulong's heart and some of his internal organs were obliterated by the hidden force within the silver whip, causing his body to plummet from the air, hanging lifelessly against the encampment's wall. Roasting master, weren't you quite the sprinter? Let me see you run again. Nightingale sneered as she approached Wang Wei, fully aware that his remarkable speed was due to those very boots. However, she did not hasten to remove Wang Wei's boots. Instead, she first took the ring from his hand. Wang Wei gazed at the fair visage of Nightingale, who had leaned in close, her luminous eyes twinkling as they fixated upon him, the alluring fragrance enveloping him in a state of enchantment. Am I not fragrant? Nightingale purred with a bewitching smile, already adorning her left ring finger with the ring she had taken. Hey, you can take it. But please do not wear it on that finger. After a brief moment of distraction, Wang Wei regained his senses. He was not particularly distressed about the ring Nightingale had appropriated, for such items were plentiful in the realm of his right eye. Moreover, the ring he wore merely contained some provisions and sundries, hardly a handful of spirit stones. However, the fact that Nightingale had claimed the ring and placed it upon her left ring finger meant something entirely different to Wang Wei. For him, his ring belonged solely on the finger of his beloved, and it was not for just anyone to don it there. Nightingale was quite pleased with the ring. The storage device she currently possessed was an unsightly leather pouch, both small and cumbersome. In contrast, this ring was not only far more spacious, but also aesthetically pleasing. Adorning her fair finger, it appeared even more exquisite. Why shouldn't I? I can wear it wherever I please. Given that you are a wanted man, it is quite generous of me not to have killed you, and yet you still prattle on. Finding Wang Wei's incessant chatter tiresome, Nightingale promptly silenced him. Then led him over the rear wall of the Iron Blade Mercenary Corps encampment, pulling him along with her silver whip in the direction of the Nightingale Mercenary Corps, with his mouth gagged. Wang Wei could only express his thoughts through muffled sounds. His hands were tightly bound behind his back, leaving him capable of movement solely with his legs. Yet escape was futile, as Nightingale still held the whip firmly. MMM. Wang Wei hurried to keep pace with Nightingale, voicing his muffled protests. Nightingale halted to regard him. Behave yourself and follow me obediently. MMM. Sensing that Wang Wei genuinely had something to say, she furrowed her brow and released his mouth. You are truly ruthless. Not only have you bound me, but you also deny me the right to speak that I say you. The moment his mouth was freed, Wang Wei erupted into a torrent of invective. Recognizing his words as mere drivel, Nightingale wasted no time in silencing him once more. Oi, I truly have something to say. I shall refrain from cursing. Seeing Nightingale prepare to gag him again, Wang Wei quickly tilted his head to escape, adopting a more docile demeanor. May I request a moment of relief? I am utterly unable to hold it any longer. He squirmed, clearly distressed by his predicament. Observing his plight, Nightingale felt a flush of embarrassment and retorted. Bah, you shameless creature, how can you lack modesty? Just endure a little longer. Where are we headed? Surely to the Nightingale Mercenary Corps, Wang Wei thought, realizing that once they reached the Mercenary Corps, his chances of escape would dwindle. He intensified his squirming that I cannot hold it any longer. If I do, I shall surely wet myself. Unable to bear Wang Wei's predicament any longer, Nightingale conceded defeat. She swiftly removed his windchaser boots and ensnared his neck with her long silver whip. Commanding, go on, do not attempt any tricks, or you shall forfeit a precious top-tier spirit artifact, and my whip could easily sever your head at any moment. The Nightingale untied Wang Wei from his bonds. Unperturbed by the prospect of him attacking her, she had been discreetly observing him during his battle with Tai Yulong, and noted that after launching his final assault, he had expended most of his fighting prowess, rendering him an easy target for her. Nor was she concerned that he might attempt to flee. With the chasing wind boots firmly in her grasp, she could easily pursue him even if he managed to gain a few hundred steps on her. Moreover, she could not fathom that Wang Wei would abandon such a coveted high-grade spiritual artifact in his flight. Swish, swish, swish. From behind a towering tree, the sound of flowing water echoed. The Nightingale clutched her silver whip on the opposite side of the tree. Her cheeks flushed, her mind a whirl of thoughts. Oh dear, why is it that men make such a racket when they find themselves in a moment of convenience? Although she appeared somewhat coarse when indulging in meat, she was, after all, an innocent young girl, lacking in deep understanding of the opposite sex. Thus, the situation with Wang Wei behind the tree left her feeling quite bashful. Tick-tock. Time passed, approximately the duration of a cup of tea, and the sound of flowing water transformed into the sound of dripping droplets. The Nightingale pondered why he was taking so long, but from the sounds, it seemed he was nearing completion. Hey, hurry up. The captain is impatient to continue the journey. You need to speed it up. If you don't finish soon, I might just drag you over here, the Nightingale called out again, tugging at the silver whip, but the other end seemed tightly bound, and she found herself unable to pull it in a hurry. She dashed to the rear of the tree, only to discover that there was no trace of him. Only Wang Wei's coat hung from a branch. The silver whip was tied to a small tree, and the sound of water was emanating from a gourd perched upon it. Drip, drip, the droplets continued to fall. And in a fit of frustration, the Nightingale yanked at the silver whip, snapping the small tree in two. With a swift flick of her whip, the gourd shattered into countless fragments. Chapter 60. The Beauty's Bath. Wang Wei possessed a celestial-grade spiritual artifact that could drive the world to madness. Along with a high-grade and a mid-grade spiritual artifact, he had long experienced the formidable power of high-tier spiritual artifacts. Now, in a moment of carelessness, he had inadvertently lost the chasing wind boots, leading him to scold himself for his foolishness. Yet, such is the nature of this world. The law of the jungle prevails, where the weak are devoured by the strong. Additionally, the The Nightingale had never truly harbored murderous intent towards Wang Wei during their confrontation, a sentiment he keenly sensed, although he could not grasp the reason behind it. This realization lingered in his mind, solidifying his resolve not to employ his celestial-grade artifact against her. Having successfully deceived the Nightingale, Wang Wei donned his invisibility cloak, remaining just 20 steps away from his previous position. Humph, Wang Wei, you may run if you wish, but possessing this high-grade artifact has yielded returns far beyond my expectations. With the Iron Blade mercenary group now effectively defunct, the remaining 50 mercenaries lacked a strong leader, rendering them a disorganized mob. Jin Kai and his companions effortlessly secured victory, assimilating those who willingly surrendered into the Nightingale's mercenary band. While granting a swift end to those who chose to resist, Jinky led the team to bring forth the entirety of the Iron Blade Mercenary Corps remaining assets. On that very day, the Nightingale Mercenary Corps was engulfed in revelry, celebrating until the evening when the members sprawled out to rest. The moonlight of the night remained resplendently bright, illuminating the camp of the Nightingale Mercenary Corps, where intoxicated mercenaries were scattered about in a stupor. Wang Wei located the chamber of the leader, Nightingale, within the confines of the camp, cloaked in an invisible mantle, allowing him to pass by the mercenaries as they toasted each other. Unlike the Iron Blade Mercenary Corps, the central wooden structure of the Nightingale Mercenary Corps was not Nightingale's residence, but rather the Hall of Affairs. Her quarters were situated in a tranquil courtyard not far from this hall. Being still a young girl, Nightingale's abode was far more delicate and refined than the crude quarters of the rugged men in the Iron Blade Mercenary Corps. There were no mercenaries guarding this serene space, which appeared particularly tranquil under the moonlight. The courtyard comprised 4 rooms, of which only one was illuminated. Naturally, Wang Wei made his way toward the brightly lit chamber. He found it peculiar that Nightingale resided in the room at the farthest edge of the courtyard. As he approached, he could perceive a faint fragrance wafting from within, yet he could see nothing else. Swish, swish, swish. It seemed there were sounds of water emanating from the room. Wang Wei strained his ears to listen. No voices were heard from inside. Tap, tap, tap. Finally, some movement could be discerned, indicating someone was approaching the door. Creak. The door swung open, and Wang Wei could clearly see that it was Nightingale who emerged. After glancing around, she hurried to a large water tank in the center of the courtyard, rummaging within for a considerable time before retrieving an egg-sized, oval-luminescent object. Wang Wei was uncertain what it was. Yet Nightingale appeared exceedingly pleased with her find as she rushed back toward her room at that moment. Wang Wei swiftly slipped into the small room ahead of her. Upon entering, he realized it was a bathroom, which implied that Nightingale was currently. Once inside, Nightingale calmly shed her already scanty bathrobe and submerged herself in the water, placing the oval luminescent object at the bottom of the bath. She then settled quietly in a meditative pose within the tub. Wang Wei felt as if he might burst with blood from his nose. Nightingale's form was laid bare before him, her perfectly curved figure causing his heart to race, having never yet experienced the company of a girlfriend. Under the moonlight, the world was tranquil, and so was Nightingale in the bathroom. The only thing unable to remain calm was Wang Wei's restless heart. Thump, thump, thump. He could distinctly feel the force of his heart's pulsation, even counting the beats. Meanwhile, Nightingale's inner world was serene. The glowing oval object was her most treasured possession, typically resting at the bottom of the water to absorb the moon's radiant energy at night. When bathing, she would retrieve it to place at the bottom of the tub, allowing this gem to release the moon's brilliance, which not only brought tranquility, but also rendered one's skin more refined, smooth, and elastic. For a man, such a stone might seem less practical than a blade, yet for the beauty-conscious Nightingale, its value far surpassed that of the swift boots she had recently snatched from Wang Wei. Upon the matter of the wind-chasing boots, the Nightingale had set them aside beside the bath while she indulged in her ablutions. However, Wang Wei, still entranced by the allure of the Nightingale's figure, failed to direct his attention to the missing footwear. Suddenly, the tranquility of the night was shattered by a resonant note from a zither. The Nightingale, seated in meditation, abruptly opened her eyes and retrieved an oval, glowing gem from the depths of the bath. Hastily dressing, she prepared to don her shoes, only to discover that the wind-chasing boots had inexplicably vanished. It was evident that an intruder had entered her chamber unnoticed, indicating that the assailant possessed a formidable level of skill. The Nightingale initially did not suspect the presence of someone cloaked in invisibility, as such artifacts were exceedingly rare, arguably more so than celestial-grade spiritual instruments. This rarity was not merely due to their value, but rather because the craftsmen capable of creating such cloaks had long since vanished from the Tianyuan continent. She found it implausible that an individual capable of donning an invisibility cloak would venture into a relatively obscure mercenary group like hers to commit theft. Clang. How foolish, Wang Wei. You have seen it all. Does your guilt serve any purpose now? You are utterly despicable. The more Wang Wei pondered, the deeper his feelings of remorse for the nightingale grew, prompting him to slap himself in frustration. Upon her arrival at the encampment, the nightingale beheld a woman clad in a pale blue long robe, poised atop the flagpole of her mercenary group, wielding a zither to launch an assault on her comrades. Some mercenaries, still inebriated, were decapitated by the ethereal light emitted from the zither's strings before they could react. Outrageous. Witnessing the woman so brazenly slaughtering her subordinates, the nightingale was consumed by fury and lashed out with her silver whip. Chapter 61. Encounter with Li Xiaoqiu. The intruder was none other than Li Xiaoqiu. Upon seeing the bounty issued by the Purple Sword sect against Wang Wei and Elder Tan, she could have remained an uninvolved party. However, reflecting on how Wang Wei had once come to her aid, and recalling that he had refrained from exploiting her vulnerability in the catacombs, she felt compelled to assist him, though they had quarreled over the distribution of treasures. The overall experience had been quite amicable, leaving her with a favorable impression of Wang Wei. After discovering the bounty, she set out to locate him, eventually arriving at the Iron Blade mercenary group, only to find it utterly decimated. From the merchants lingering nearby, she learned that the Nightingale mercenary group had recently passed through and surmised that Wang Wei might have been subdued by them. Thus, she hastened to the Nightingale mercenary group under the cover of night. Bathed in moonlight, Li Xiaoqiu stood elevated, cradling her zither, as the Nightingale unleashed a strike with her silver whip towards Li Xiaoqiu's position. Behind the Nightingale, a throng of mercenaries awakened from the commotion of battle. Startled by the sight of their comrades' decapitated bodies, the newly awakened mercenaries scrambled to arm themselves against the threat. Crack. The silver whip of the Nightingale struck the flagpole, shattering it with a resounding crack. Li Xiaoqiu executed a somersault, descending gracefully. During her fall, she cradled the zither in her left arm and, with her right hand, plucked the strings to launch an attack against the Nightingale. Li Xiaoqiu's cultivation level rests at the 7th layer of the 100 Battles realm, while Yi Ying's prowess ascends to the 2nd layer of the Inquiry realm. The disparity in their offensive capabilities is stark, as the ethereal light emanating from the strings of Li Xiaoqiu's instrument, though seemingly sharp and enigmatic, is effortlessly deflected by Yi Ying with a mere flick of her whip. How dare one of such lowly cultivation seek trouble within the ranks of my Yi Ying mercenary corps? Who granted you the audacity to do so? After parrying Li Xiaoqiu's assault, Yi Ying sheathed her silver whip, facing her opponent with minimal exertion. That I shall inquire only once. Where's Wang Wei? Li Xiaoqiu was acutely aware that the longer she lingered here, the more disadvantageous it would become for her, as all the mercenaries of Yi Ying's band had awakened, despite her confidence in wielding the superior spiritual instrument. The Phoenix Feather String, she understood that the presence of over 100 mercenaries was not to be underestimated and could indeed pose significant challenges. Wang Wei? He has already consented to be my barbecue master. What? Do you believe you possess the qualifications to question him or the capability to take him away? The mere mention of Wang Wei ignited a fire within Yi Ying, even if she were unaware of his whereabouts. She would never allow just anyone to inquire so casually about him. A barbecue master. Are you not offering a bounty for him? Yi Ying's evasive response irked Li Xiaoqiu, who was not known for her patience. Unable to endure the mockery any longer, she launched another attack against Yi Ying. Observing Li Xiaoqiu's sudden aggression, Yi Ying brandished her long whip to counter the onslaught, choosing not to immediately subdue her adversary. It was evident that Li Xiaoqiu was acquainted with Wang Wei, thus the ire Wang Wei had stirred in her earlier would now be directed towards this woman before her. Indeed, we have placed a bounty on him. Yet we are in no rush to claim the reward. Rather, we have invited him to join our ranks as a barbecue master. While parrying Li Xiaoqiu's strikes, Yi Ying playfully transmitted misleading information. This tactic had its effect on Li Xiaoqiu, who pondered that her brief encounter with Wang Wei had been impulsive. Now that he was serving as a barbecue master, there seemed little reason to act further. If that is the case, then let bygones be bygones. Upon hearing Yi Ying's words, Li Xiaoqiu lost her will to continue the fight. After casting a wave of ethereal light towards Yi Ying, she leaped to depart the encampment of the Yi Ying Mercenary Corps. Yi Ying Mercenary Corps stronghold is not a place you can leave at your whim. Bang! Li Xiaoqiu fell heavily to the ground. and the surrounding mercenaries swiftly closed in. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of several strings resonated, causing those mercenaries who had rushed forward to subdue Li Xiaoqiu to stagger back, only to reveal long, gaping wounds across their chests. Bleeding profusely. Unbridled audacity. Witnessing her subordinates fall, Ying was consumed by rage, her silver whip slicing through the air towards Li Xiaoqiu. Silver serpent strangle, Ying shouted, unleashing her skill attack, causing Li Xiaoqiu to perceive the long whip in Yi Ying's grasp transforming into serpentine silver entities. Flicking their tongues as they lunged towards her point one string, one song. Faced with the onslaught of the nightingale, Li Xiaoqiu dared not to hesitate. She was acutely aware of the disparity in their realms, prompting her to unleash her most formidable attack from the very outset. After Wang Wei presented the 7-string song manual to Li Xiaoqiu, her curiosity compelled her to peruse its pages. However, she found that the manual only contained the initial sections detailing the single-string song. Upon attempting to practice, she discovered its extraordinary power, far surpassing the offensive techniques she had previously mastered. The might of the 7-string song manual exceeded her expectations, thereby enhancing her impression of Wang Wei. Reflecting on her earlier intentions of deceiving Wang Wei with the pilfered ghost occupation sword spectrum from the Demon Sect, she felt a mix of gratitude and guilt, which propelled her to rescue Wang Wei without a second thought. The potency of the single-string song was indeed remarkable as the Nightingale's silver serpents launched their deadly constriction technique. Li Xiaoqiu immediately settled into a cross-legged position, resting her long zither upon her knees. Chanting incantations, she channeled her spiritual energy to activate the strings, releasing a broad, arc-shaped wave of attack. The clash of sound echoed as the arc met the silver serpents, resulting in a simultaneous reduction of both their powers. Their duel turned out to be evenly matched. The Nightingale was taken aback by Li Xiaoqiu's ability to neutralize the constriction attack, in her view. Employing such skills against a low-level cultivator of the 7th tier of the 100 Battles realm was already a significant concession. Little did she anticipate that Li Xiaoqiu possessed the capability to counter such an assault. That technique was impressive, but let us see how you can unleash a second one. Do not underestimate others, lest you find yourself at a disadvantage. Though Li Xiaoqiu had expended a considerable amount of spiritual energy in her previous skill, she remained unfazed, armed with a high-grade spiritual instrument, the Phoenix Feather Zither. Confronted with the formidable Nightingale, she dared not to slacken her resolve. Having witnessed the terrifying power of the Nightingale's attack, she unhesitatingly summoned the Phoenix Feather Zither, preparing to impart a lesson to the Nightingale on proper conduct using the might of her high-grade spiritual instrument. Mountain Shaking Fist. Just as Li Xiaoqiu prepared to launch her attack, a thunderous roar resonated through the night sky. A massive earthen fist hurtled toward the Nightingale, followed closely by Wang Wei's appearance, charging toward Li Xiaoqiu. Taken by surprise by Wang Wei's intervention, the Nightingale hastily retreated 2 steps, brandishing her silver whip to strike at the earthen fist. Boom. Crash. Having previously witnessed Wang Wei's assault, the Nightingale was determined not to emerge in a disheveled state this time. Standing at a distance, she lashed out at the earthen fist with her long whip, shattering it into fragments before it could reach her. Apologies, Nightingale, but I have taken the wind-chasing boots. Here are some spiritual stones left for you as compensation. Wang Wei rushed to Li Xiaoqiu's side, lifting her into his arms, and shouted to the Nightingale while activating the wind-chasing boots, vanishing into the night sky. Chapter 62. Under the Blossoms and the Moonlight. What a delight it is. Wang Wei, you scoundrel, I will surely kill you. While the Nightingale was not surprised by Wang Wei's appearance, she was taken aback by his claim of having taken the wind-chasing boots. Were they indeed that high-grade spiritual instrument? If so, did it mean that Wang Wei had been in the bathroom while she was bathing? This left the Nightingale in a state of profound shame and indignation. The unfamiliar man had subjected her to repeated humiliation, and she felt that even if she were to slay Wang Wei 100 times, it would not assuage her rage. Wang Wei, cradling Li Xiaoqiu, had retreated to a distance. Upon hearing the Nightingale's hoarse cries directed at him, he felt a sudden pang of guilt, causing a cold sweat to trickle down his back as he hastened his pace to escape the area. Wang Wei left behind 10 spirit stones of each grade, upper, middle, and lower, an extravagant gift that far exceeded the worth of a mere low-grade spirit weapon. While spirit weapons undoubtedly enhance one's auxiliary capabilities in battle, they ultimately do not equate to personal strength. In contrast, spirit stones provide a source of absorbable spiritual energy, significantly accelerating the cultivation process, regardless of the circumstances. An increase in cultivation signifies true personal power, distinct from external aids. However, for the already enraged nightingale. These rare high-grade spirit stones, despite their astonishing nature, could not diminish her hatred for Wang Wei by even a fraction. Wang Wei, unaware of the depth of the nightingale's animosity towards him, released Li Xiaoqiu only after he had distanced himself considerably from her mercenary camp. So, you came to rescue me tonight. He had been concealed in the shadows while the nightingale and Li Xiaoqiu conversed. Fully aware of Li Xiaoqiu's intentions, please do not misunderstand. I merely thought that such fine treasures as yours should not be taken by others, and it would be far better for me to claim them myself. Li Xiaoqiu felt a twinge of reluctance about Wang Wei's sudden embrace, given that they had only met twice. Consequently, her cheeks flushed slightly as she spoke to him. Moreover, you did promise to be my barbecue chef. So why should I bother saving you? Li Xiaoqiu's words betrayed her true feelings, her expression revealing a hint of discomfort. Thank you. Wang Wei flashed a sincere smile at Li Xiaoqiu, expressing his gratitude. Since arriving in this world, he had felt a sense of belonging with three individuals. One was Ba Xiaomei, whose youthful innocence belied her fierce loyalty to friends during the battle at the Wolf Valley. When Wang Wei found himself ensnared by sea beasts and on the brink of death, she had rushed to his aid without hesitation, an act of bravery that deeply moved him. Another was Cui Mingchun, with whom he shared a mutual understanding. After fighting together once and sharing a drink, they became sworn brothers, an unreserved trust that reshaped Wang Wei's perception of the phrase brothers across the seas. The third was Li Xiaoqiu, who, despite only having met Wang Wei once, had come to his rescue upon learning of his bounty, wielding her long guqin, though she was known for her ruthless nature in combat, which earned her the moniker Demoness. Her actions were sufficient for Wang Wei to regard her as a friend. Li Xiaoqiu was momentarily taken aback by Wang Wei's sudden expression of gratitude, expecting at least an explanation regarding the barbecue chef matter. Yet, faced with his genuine smile, she refrained from probing further, merely casting him a sidelong glance before settling cross-legged beneath a tree. What are you doing alone in this forest? Wang Wei also sat cross-legged, leaning against the tree. The moonlight in the night sky is exquisite, as the two lean against a tree, savoring the tranquility that the moon bestows upon the world, allowing the gentle breeze to caress them while time quietly slips by. She then turns to Wang Wei, making a playful face. Observing Li Xiaoqiu's mischievous antics, Wang Wei merely smiles without responding. Instead, he closes his eyes, resting his head on his hands against the tree, basking in the lunar radiance. I am quite curious about what you have done to warrant a bounty from the Purple Sword Sect. Offering a low-grade spiritual artifact as a price to they perhaps know the secret of the high-grade spiritual artifact you possess. Li Xiaoqiu was the first to shatter the silence, having once infiltrated the Purple Sword Sect to steal. Thus she understood the formidable nature of the sect. For such a terrifying organization to pursue him, Wang Wei must have committed an egregious act. It's nothing much, just killed one of their guardians and a hall master. But I have no idea how they discovered it. I still cannot comprehend it. What, you killed a guardian and a hall master, and that's all? Please, do refrain from exaggerating. I know you possess the celestial-grade spiritual artifact, the Nine Realms Tower, but I refuse to believe that with your cultivation, you can fully wield such an artifact. The Hall Master of the Purple Sword Sect is at least at the 5th level of the demon-breaking realm. Battling such a master, you would be foolishly gifting your spiritual artifact away. Li Xiaoqiu was, of course, oblivious to the truth surrounding the fates of Chang Hufa and Sidu Lai. She was fully aware of the spiritual artifacts in Wang Wei's possession, having carefully examined each one when they divided their treasures. Given Wang Wei's current spiritual power, the notion of wielding a celestial-grade artifact was utterly preposterous. I never expected you to believe this was solely my doing. Wang Wei shrugged and continued, as you can see, the bounty notice mentions another person. He is my elder. He severely injured those two, which is why I managed to kill one and capture the other. Well, now that sounds more plausible. The thought that Wang Wei could single-handedly kill a guardian and imprison a hall master was difficult for Li Xiaoqiu to accept. Why could he be so exceptional when they were both striving youths? Only after Wang Wei's explanation did she feel a sense of relief. After a spell of conversation, they fell into a brief silence once more. The night was silent, the moon was silent, and the two beside the tree sat quietly, relishing the rare tranquility, not merely due to the serene nightscape, but also because they shared a connection, allowing them to mutually appreciate this calm. That I must take my leave. Old Tan must be anxious by now. Would you care to join me in meeting him? Oh, and there's also an adorable red-tailed fox. This time, it was Wang Wei who broke the silence, having been out for a day and a night. He knew Old Tan would be worried, especially since old Tan was still recuperating from his injuries, which made him somewhat apprehensive. Li Xiaoqiu frowned, reluctant to have Wang Wei utter such disheartening words at such a beautiful moment. Yet she understood that both Wang Wei and Tan Feng were targets on the bounty notice. Although they had eliminated the Iron Blade mercenary group, other mercenary groups were still pursuing the task. And it was only natural for Wang Wei to be concerned about Tan Feng. That I want to be joining you. Li Xiaoqiu was about to suggest that Wang Wei go alone, as she had other matters to attend to. But upon reflecting that her own affairs were nearly settled, she changed her tone and continued. Could you stay with me a little longer? Wouldn't it be delightful for us to linger beneath the blossoms and moonlight? Li Xiaoqiu gazed at Wang Wei, a sweet smile gracing her lips, leaving Wang Wei momentarily spellbound. Chapter 63. The most reluctant farewell, were Li Xiaoqiu to sit quietly beneath the moonlight, allowing the breeze to caress her garments and tousle her hair. She would indeed be an enchanting woman. Yet, Wang Wei understood that her tranquility would not endure for long. What a splendid sight it would be. You and I amidst the flowers and moonlight. He mused. By the way, with your exquisite wind-chasing boots, how could you be frightened into flight by a nightingale? As she drew closer, Li Xiaoqiu spoke with a breath as fragrant as orchids, sending a tickling sensation to Wang Wei's ears. Li Xiaoqiu's mention of the incident only served to deepen Wang Wei's sense of guilt. His tongue tied. He found himself at a loss for words. Is it that the nightingale's beauty leaves you weak-kneed in the presence of a fair maiden? With a melodious sound, the strains of a zither echoed gently through the moonlit forest, which remained undisturbed, instead becoming more serene and tranquil. As the final note faded, Li Xiaoqiu pressed her hands upon the strings, her gaze lifted to the night sky, her eyes reflecting the moon's visage, lost in her thoughts. What a lovely piece. What is its name? Wang Wei inquired, noticing a hint of sorrow and a trace of confusion flickering across her face as she gazed at the moonlit night. Li Xiaoqiu would not allow Wang Wei to evade her scrutiny. She had long since detected his discomfort regarding the nightingale. Seizing the opportunity to tease him, she would not let it slip away so easily. Wang Wei, feeling the weight of her gaze, thought, is it truly necessary to corner me so? By the way, I am being pursued by the Purple Sword Sect, so you should exercise caution. With one less Iron Blade mercenary group in this forest, it is certain that others will take up the contract. And being so close to me could bring you trouble. As he spoke, Wang Wei dared not meet Li Xiaoqiu's eyes, for he could see a glimmer of cunning and mockery within her gaze. Why would I fear them? Li Xiaoqiu retorted, her demeanor nonchalant. Indeed, she was not afraid of the Purple Sword Sect. Although her cultivation was modest, her cleverness allowed her to devise means to infiltrate the sect and pilfer items, albeit never of great value, for those treasures were beyond her reach. While the minions of the Purple Sword Sect harbored disdain for her, their substantial influence meant that the loss of trifles would not provoke the ire of higher echelons, thus allowing Li Xiaoqiu to snatch food from the jaws of the tiger repeatedly. Not underestimate the Purple Sword Sect. Their protector is at the 3rd level of the demon-breaking realm, which is no trivial matter. Wang Wei remained ambivalent towards Li Xiaoqiu's attitude, unaware of her frequent visits to the Purple Sword Sect and oblivious to the source of her disdain. While a 3rd-level demon-breaking realm cultivator may seem formidable on the Tianyuan continent, such prowess is hardly sufficient. It is merely that our current cultivation levels are low that they pose a threat to us. Li Xiaoqiu stowed her long zither and rose, declaring, though the beautiful scenery tugs at my heartstrings, I have matters to attend to that compel my departure. Had I known you found such joy in the company of the nightingale, I would not have squandered my time in rescuing you. Upon hearing Li Xiaoqiu's words, it was evident that 2 out of 3 sentences were inevitably entwined with the nightingale. Wang Wei found himself in a state of helplessness regarding her, yet he was deeply moved that Li Xiaoqiu, despite her own pressing circumstances, still thought to rescue him. Given the situation, he felt it inappropriate to prolong their farewell, uncertain of when they might meet again in the vastness of the world. He wished her well with heartfelt sincerity. In truth, Wang Wei cherished the present moment of tranquility, yet with Li Xiaoqiu preparing to depart, he saw no reason to detain her further. Lacking finesse in dealing with women, he struggled for words during their conversation. As he reached out and accepted a delicately crafted round token, he examined it with curiosity, unaware of its significance, and glanced up towards Li Xiaoqiu's retreating figure. This is a sound transmission stone. Infuse it with spiritual energy, and you can communicate with me through this one. Li Xiaoqiu had already stepped into the shadows, raising the other sound transmission stone in her hand. Watching her distance himself, Wang Wei couldn't help but feel a pang of melancholy. Suddenly, The stone in his hand illuminated with a soft, pale yellow glow, starkly visible in the darkness. Following Li Xiaoqiu's instructions, he infused it with spiritual energy. "Are you reluctant to see me go?" Li Xiaoqiu's playful voice emanated from the stone, only to be followed by a sharp rebuke directed at Wang Wei. "Humph. Claiming it's inappropriate to prolong the farewell.as if a brief stay would be fatal, you insufferable man." Half a month passed, and during Wang Wei's training, other mercenary groups had sought trouble. Yet those of inferior cultivation were hardly a match for him. Realizing Wang Wei's growing strength, the mercenaries learned to bide their time, tracking his movements, and then either banding together for a coordinated attack or reporting him to the Zhejiang sect. However, whether from the mercenary alliance or the disciples of the Zhejiang sect, none proved to be Wang Wei's adversaries, all falling victim to his formidable techniques, the storm thunder finger and the ground gathering technique, that in a meticulously arranged parlor. The sound of a vase shattering echoed through the air. A bunch of useless fools, unable to handle such a trivial matter. Kneeling on the floor were 7 or 8 men clad in pale purple robes, their faces hidden from view, but their expressions likely mirrored their shame. At the head of the room stood a youth in white, adorned with an intricately embroidered small purple sword, with delicate features and bright, penetrating eyes. He was none other than the youngest disciple of the Zhejiang sect who had pursued Li Xiaoqiu. Now, after more than half a month, Tan Feng's cultivation had undoubtedly recovered, and then there was Wang Wei. His combat prowess. Thoughts of Wang Wei crossed his mind. The youth's gaze turned cold, and he fell silent. He had observed the battle between Tan Feng and Situ Lai from the concealment of an invisibility cloak, witnessing the sequence of events from Tan Feng's heavy blow against Cheng Hufa to Situ Lai's treachery, culminating in Wang Wei's defeat of Cheng Hufa and capture of Situ Lai. He had also discerned Wang Wei's possession of a superior spiritual artifact and the secret of a celestial-grade spiritual artifact. Although he harbored a strong desire to acquire the spiritual artifact possessed by Wang Wei, he dared not disclose this secret. He was acutely aware of the immense allure these two artifacts held. Should the secret be revealed, the number of cultivators vying to seize the artifacts would far exceed the combined total of all mercenaries in the forests surrounding Xinyang City, a prospect not favorable for him. "Summon Li Feng for me," commanded the young man in white, ceasing his words as he sat down and instructed his attendants. He contemplated enlisting a trustworthy expert to handle this matter, which would provide him with a greater sense of assurance. Upon hearing the mention of summoning Li Feng, the crowd kneeling on the ground exchanged glances, and the foremost among them spoke. "Young master, Lord Li Feng is the head of the law enforcement hall. Without a command from the elder council or the sect master, we cannot summon him." Upon hearing this, the young man in white was immediately filled with rage, his voice low and fierce. "Have your eyes been blinded? As the legitimate son of the sect master of the Purple Sword sect, do I require a please to command a servant?" Faced with the fury of the young master, the 8 individuals on the ground exchanged wary glances, and after a moment's hesitation, several of them departed. Chapter 64. The Curse of the Ancient Demon God. As the days passed, the number of individuals seeking trouble with Wang Wei dwindled significantly, as they vaguely sensed that this inferior spiritual artifact from the Purple Sword sect was not easily acquired. Upon witnessing Wang Wei reach the pinnacle of the 100 Battles realm, Elder Tan felt considerably reassured. Utilizing the spiritual stones Wang Wei had provided him, he made a concerted effort to elevate his cultivation to the 6th level of the demon-breaking realm. The warmth of the morning sun spread across the forest, causing the flora to stand taller, and the fauna appeared more spirited. The rising dew enveloped the woods in a mist, transforming the forest into a harmonious realm reminiscent of a celestial paradise. Wang Wei sat cross-legged atop a large stone, the ground before him strewn with pebbles of varying sizes, each interconnected with a rudimentary symbol. He was deeply engrossed in contemplation regarding these symbols. "Are you setting up a formation?" Startled by the sudden voice, Wang Wei jumped. "Oh dear, Elder Tan, do you not realize that scaring someone is more terrifying than a ghost?" Wang Wei clutched his chest, attempting to rise, only to discover his legs were somewhat numb. Elder Tan paid no heed to his lamentations and approached the array of symbols Wang Wei had drawn, stating, "This appears to be an offensive formation, does it not?" Indeed. Upon hearing that Elder Tan recognized the formation, Wang Wei swiftly patted several acupoints on his legs and stood up, inquiring, "Elder Tan, do you understand formations?" "Well, I possess a rudimentary understanding. Self-study pales in comparison to the guidance of a mentor." Wang Wei had spent an entire night experimenting with the formation as described in his books, yet he had failed to grasp its essence. Fortunately, Elder Tan had a modicum of knowledge regarding formations. Wang Wei was determined to have him teach him. After expressing his desire to learn about formations, Wang Wei noticed a reluctant expression on Elder Tan's face. "Why should I not be allowed to learn formations?" Wang Wei asked. Sighing in response to Wang Wei's persistence, Elder Tan finally spoke. "Do you know why the demon-breaking realm is referred to as such? In ancient times, there existed a prodigious master of formations known as Xianyi, whose prowess in the art of array formation was unparalleled. He single-handedly crafted numerous extraordinary arrays that had never been seen before. Had he devoted himself to diligent cultivation, he might have ascended to the legendary realm of transcendence. At this juncture, Elder Tan paused, gathering his thoughts before continuing. Yet, he should not have harbored such grand ambitions. He devised a barrier known as the Void Gate. Upon hearing the term Void Gate, Wang Wei's body quivered. This was the very object he had long sought, and it appeared to be entwined with this matter. In fact, during the ancient era, the realm of demon slaying was not referred to as such. Its name has since been forgotten. Yet, for millennia, this cursed realm has plagued countless practitioners. Upon reaching this threshold, those with wavering resolve would find themselves uncontrollable, as if ensnared by a demonic force. Thus, this realm serves not only as a trial of a practitioner's cultivation, but also as a test of their mental fortitude. Consequently, practitioners designated it as the realm of demon slaying, and Xianyi, who placed a curse upon this state, was dubbed the demon god. Hearing Elder Tan speak thus, Wang Wei inquired, "But what does all this have to do with array formation? Is it merely because the demon god was a master of ancient formations that contemporary practitioners are precluded from pursuing this path?" After absorbing Elder Tan's words, Wang Wei found himself in a prolonged state of unease. The ancient demon god. What an extraordinary figure. The ability to influence subsequent generations for millennia with but a single effort is nothing short of remarkable. That it is not only a formidable challenge to impose a curse upon an ethereal realm, but the sheer audacity of such an act deeply impressed Wang Wei. I cannot acquiesce. For countless years, those who studied formations to attain the level of formation master found themselves utterly incapable of self-control within the realm of demon slaying. No matter how gifted the genius, if one underestimates the curse of the demon god, they invariably succumb to the path of darkness, becoming lifelong servants of the demon god, condemned to dwell in a shadowy, foreboding hell, eternally at odds with all practitioners of the world. That I do not wish for my young master to venture into such peril. Chapter 65. Tier 3 Spirit Beast. Upon learning of Wang Wei's desire to study formations, Elder Tan kept a vigilant watch over his movements, wary that Wang Wei might seize an opportunity to covertly delve into this malevolent craft. Drawing from his own youthful experiences, Elder Tan was acutely aware of the exhilarating thrill that accompanies the initial engagement with formations. Thus, he felt compelled to monitor Wang Wei closely, preventing him from straying further down this misguided path. Under Elder Tan's unwavering scrutiny, Wang Wei found himself unable to study formations, and instead, devoted his time entirely to cultivation. As a result, under Elder Tan's guidance, Wang Wei succeeded in doubling the power of his wind-moon-long sky slash. The methodology of learning may vary, yet the outcomes are distinctly different. My solitary endeavors cannot compare to your insightful mentorship. Elder Tan. Wang Wei unleashed a jet of sword energy, slicing through a dozen massive stones before him. The magnitude of this power took him by surprise. Prior to Elder Tan's instruction, he had been able to cleave only 4 or 5 stones, which he had deemed impressive. The young master possesses remarkable fortune. The sword techniques detailed within this tome, the sword of sealing demons, are profound to such an extent that even my own cultivation level cannot compel me to peruse its pages. Should the young master master these techniques in their entirety, it is likely that he will attain renown across the continent as a formidable expert. Due to Wang Wei's previous deceit towards Elder Tan, claiming that this ring was acquired by mere chance, he has since attributed any astonishing occurrences to the ring's spatial capabilities. Although Elder Tan envies Wang Wei's extraordinary luck, he cannot help but believe. For Wang Wei is his young master, and his faith in him is unwavering. Rest assured, Elder Tan, I am aware that the future is lengthy, and I shall diligently strive in my cultivation, while Wang Wei is eager to learn formations. He must also continuously practice other extraordinary skills. In the face of formidable adversaries, aside from relying on spiritual artifacts for assistance, true victory will rest upon his own immense strength. Speaking of which, Elder Tan, we have lingered in this forest for quite some time. When shall we set forth? Wang Wei understands his current objectives, since being transported from the Crystal Tower beneath the earth to Xingyang City. He has two tasks. First, to acquire a celestial-grade spiritual artifact, and second, to assist the 8 young lady in locating her 7 brothers. The celestial-grade artifact has been secured, yet he cannot simply approach Han Lang. It is not that Wang Wei is reluctant to part with this coveted treasure. In his eyes, he would readily exchange this captivating gem, which could drive countless individuals to madness, for the freedom of the 8 young lady without a moment's hesitation. For one, despite their brief acquaintance, the 8 young ladies' genuine affection for Wang Wei makes every effort worthwhile. For another, given his current strength, he cannot fully unleash the true power of the 9 Realms Tower, and carrying it with him may attract formidable foes. Thus, to approach Han Lang would inevitably lead to an encounter with the 8 young lady at that moment. She had urged him to visit the Wolf Valley, yet he has yet to discern its location, which makes it difficult for him to face such a pure and endearing young lady. We have indeed been on the move. Has the young master not noticed that we have been traversing eastward through the forest? Moreover, it is possible that we must pass through a perilous region guarded by high-level spiritual beasts. As Elderton spoke, he glanced towards a pair of crimson eyes lurking not far within the woods, murmuring, "Or perhaps we have already entered this domain." And no sooner had Elderton spoken than the pair of crimson eyes in the forest began to approach, drawing nearer to Wang Wei and Elder Tan. As the beast emerged, Wang Wei could finally discern its form. It was a long-haired tiger with red eyes, resembling a lion draped in an array of colorful fur rather than a conventional tiger. Its stature was imposing, and as it strode forth from the thicket, slender trees bowed and snapped under its weight. A level 3 spiritual beast, the crimson-eyed colorful tiger, in the presence of such a rare creature. Elder Tan, the living encyclopedia of the forest, was quick to identify it. What shall we do, Elder Tan? Should we confront it? Faced with the overwhelming spiritual energy and indomitable aura of the crimson-eyed colorful tiger, Wang Wei had yet to react when Elder Tan abruptly pulled him aside to flee. The red-tailed fox in his arms dared not make a sound, trembling with fear. Roar. Tan Lao, accompanied by Wang Wei, hastily vacated their previous location. The crimson-eyed emitted a low growl, causing 4 or 5 trees at their former standing point to shatter instantaneously. Remarkably, the creature remained motionless. Yet its sheer presence unleashed such formidable power. "Invisibility cloak," Tan Lao exclaimed, realizing the formidable nature of their opponent. Wang Wei, comprehending the urgency of Tan Lao's warning, promptly donned the invisibility cloak. This way, no sooner had Wang Wei secured the cloak than Tan Lao yanked him aside. Thud. As Wang Wei steadied himself, a vast expanse of trees in the direction he had just fled was once again obliterated. What a close call! He was left astounded by the terrifying strength of the crimson-eyed, and a wave of trepidation washed over him as he reflected on his previous reckless actions. Had he continued to blindly run forward, he would surely have been severed in two. After launching its attack, the crimson-eyed, upon discovering the sudden disappearance of the two, shook its head in confusion. After a couple of disgruntled roars, it resumed its advance, seemingly unfazed as if the earlier assault had merely been a yawn. "Tan Lao, how's this beast so powerful? It nearly frightened me to death." The invisibility cloak worked splendidly, enabling Wang Wei and Tan Lao to escape to a distant tree while the crimson-eyed was momentarily perplexed. In truth, Tan Lao himself was startled by the creature's terrifying might. He had only a general understanding of such spiritual beasts and was experiencing their true prowess for the first time. How could the crimson-eyed, with a rank merely 1 level above that of the red-tailed fox, possess such overwhelming strength and presence? Wang Wei glanced down at the shivering red-tailed fox in his arms, his mind brimming with questions he wished to pose to Tan Lao. While the classification of beast ranks, while not as detailed as the cultivation levels of humans, still adheres to a general hierarchy based on different species and spiritual energy. Tan Lao elaborated, focusing on the crimson-eyed that had gradually distanced itself. For every level a beast ascends, a human must elevate their cultivation by 3 stages to keep pace. Take, for instance, the 4th-level demon beast, the white-ringed rhinoceros, which you managed to defeat when you were at the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd levels of the 100 Battles realm. However, against a 5th-level demon beast, you would need to possess the corresponding 4th, 5th, and 6th levels of cultivation to triumph. Similarly, to conquer a 2nd-level spiritual beast like the red-tailed fox, one would need to be at the 4th, 5th, or 6th levels of the demon-breaking realm. Though the protector of the Zhejiang sect had only reached the 3rd level of the demon-breaking realm at that time, he was aided by a sword formation comprised of a 9th-level master from the Inquiry realm, which allowed him to gain the upper hand over the red-tailed fox. Currently, This crimsonite is a third-level spiritual beast, and unlike the red-tailed fox, which, despite its second-level spiritual energy, has relatively weak offensive capabilities, the crimsonite is inherently aggressive. Coupled with its third-level spiritual energy, it would easily overpower typical adversaries at the 7th or 8th levels of the demon-breaking realm. Given my 6th-level cultivation in the demon-breaking realm and your 9th-level proficiency in the 100 battles realm, we would undoubtedly fall short against its mere swipes, hence our necessity to flee. Upon hearing Elder Tan's explanation, Wang Wei finally felt a sense of relief. Fortunately, Elder Tan possessed considerable knowledge regarding spirit beasts. Otherwise, he would have found himself at a loss for recourse had he encountered trouble here today, clutching an offensive-grade immortal artifact and a high-grade artifact meant for escape. Being caught in such a predicament would have been utterly disgraceful. The Crimsonite had already traversed a considerable distance, and only then did they decide to continue their journey eastward, being deep within the heart of the forest. They donned their invisibility cloaks and effortlessly navigated through this perilous terrain. After approximately 10 days of travel, they reached the fringes of the forest on the opposite side. Help! While en route, Wang Wei and Elder Tan heard a cry for assistance. Following the sound, Wang Wei approached and peered through a thicket of thorns, discovering a group of roughly 10 men clad in simple garments, encircling a small tree and laughing heartily. Suspended from the tree was a short, stout man, while 2 of the men on the ground held the rope tied to him, alternately pulling him up and letting him drop, causing him to emit frantic cries and pleas for mercy. Much to the amusement of the onlookers beneath the tree, "Hero, save me. I possess a treasured heirloom." The group of men had their backs turned to Wang Wei, thus rendering them oblivious to his presence as he observed the scene from behind the thicket. However, the suspended man could clearly see Wang Wei and, in his desperation, called out as if he had spotted a savior. Initially, Wang Wei had no intention of intervening, but the cries of the stout man prompted the group of men below the tree to turn and regard him. Chapter 66. An encounter with Bai Shaoxing. Faced with the hostile gazes of the men across the thicket, Wang Wei sought to avoid any confrontation, but he flashed them a broad smile and prepared to depart. "Hey, you there, stop!" A sturdily built man among the group shouted at Wang Wei, who, upon turning, found the men approaching him with drawn blades. "You dare to challenge fate?" Recognizing the ill intentions of the approaching group, Elder Tan muttered a curse under his breath, yet refrained from intervening, knowing that these lowly adversaries were no match for Wang Wei. "Gentlemen, allow me to explain that I merely happened upon this place and did not intend to disturb you. Nor have I done so." Now that he had been discovered, Wang Wei willingly stepped through the thicket, wearing a congenial expression as he offered his explanation. He was keen to avoid provoking too many enemies. Despite the apparent weakness of these men, it was often the underestimated that posed the greatest threat, and he did not wish to inadvertently attract more formidable foes. Happened upon this place, the robust man, clearly the leader of the group, surveyed his companions and laughed, continuing, "Brothers, he claims he merely stumbled upon our territory." Before he could finish his sentence, he burst into laughter, and the others quickly joined in. "I ask you, having wandered into our domain, have you paid the toll?" The burly man, having laughed enough, shifted his gaze, revealing the 2 rolls of flesh on his face, and bellowed hoarsely at Wang Wei. Upon hearing that this group was demanding a toll from him, Wang Wei could not help but find it amusing, remarking, I see. So you are merely highwaymen. Pray tell, how much do you require in toll fees?" The group of men exchanged glances, their laughter growing louder at Wang Wei's willingness to pay. "Seeing how honest you are, we shan't ask for much more. Just 1,000 spirit stones from each of you will suffice." "Oh, and that fat fellow over there, if you wish to rescue him, add another 1,000 spirit stones." The burly man gazed at Wang Wei mockingly, for judging by his attire, it was evident that he possessed considerable wealth. The sight of him being so skinny, cradling a pet, made him appear as though he were a harbinger of fortune. "Rescue him? No, you misunderstand. I have no intention of saving him," Wang Wei exclaimed, shaking his head vigorously at the mention of 2,000 spirit stones. "What, do you look down on us? I graciously offer you the chance to pay 2,000 spirit stones, and yet you choose to court death." Upon hearing Wang Wei refuse the 2,000 spirit stones, the burly man's expression turned icy, and he brandished his long knife, ready to charge at Wang Wei. Just then, a short man among his crew rushed over and seized the burly man's arm. "Brother, don't act rashly. Let me speak with him." The burly man halted his advance at the intervention of his subordinate. The short man approached Wang Wei, saying, "Have you lost your mind? Is 2,000 spirit stones more important than your life? Here's the deal. Let us reduce it by 200 spirit stones, and I'll have a word with my brother. Brother, let's keep it civilized. Don't stir up trouble in this desolate place. There's no one to collect your corpse." Observing Wang Wei's cheeky demeanor, the short man quickly retreated behind the burly man and declared, "You foolish rascal. Brother, chop him down." The burly man turned and delivered a sharp slap to the short man. Shouting, "Do not give me orders," he then bellowed at Wang Wei, "Brothers, this brat is courting death. Don't blame us for our actions. Wealth is sought through the blade. Cut him down," with the burly man's command. His gang immediately surged forward, surrounding Wang Wei. "Hey, I say, you band of ruffians, do you even comprehend the gravity of your situation? With your trifling power of the third realm of the battle-ready stage, accompanied by a few spirit apprentice lackeys, you dare to emulate highwaymen. Allow me to enlighten you." Wang Wei found the men rather laughable. Just as he prepared to strike, the short man shouted, "We are not ruffians. We are noble outlaws." As soon as he finished, he shrank back behind the burly man, who turned and hurled him into the midst of the advancing gang, exclaiming, "You've stolen my words. Ha! A bunch of ruffians dare to call themselves knights. All of you, begone." Wang Wei cared not whether they were knights or ruffians. Anyone daring to disrupt his peace would find themselves regretful. With a flourish of his finger, he prepared to retaliate. Wang Wei's hands danced like lightning, each finger emitting beams that simultaneously shot towards the group of men, sending them all flying in every direction without exception. The stronger among them retained some awareness, while the rest lost consciousness on the spot. That a group of overconfident ruffians, fortunate to escape with their lives this time. I advise you to refrain from courting death again. After effortlessly dispatching this band of rascals, Wang Wei felt he had had enough fun and prepared to leave. "Hero, please wait. I beg you, put me down." Just as Wang Wei took a couple of steps forward, he was met with pleas from behind. The short, rotund man hanging from the tree had a face flushed red with embarrassment, desperately calling out to Wang Wei. Wang Wei thought to himself that if these ruffians dared to rob him, this unfortunate short man must have been caught in the crossfire. With a casual flick of his finger towards the man's ankle, a beam of energy grazed it, severing the rope without inflicting any harm. Having completed this simple act, Wang Wei did not linger and turned to leave. "Hero." After taking about 10 steps, the short man caught up with him, panting heavily, his excitement unmistakable despite his exhaustion. "That I wanted to thank you. But you walk so fast." With each stride Wang Wei took, the short man found himself struggling to keep pace, requiring nearly 2 steps to match Wang Wei's one. It was no wonder he found it so laborious to chase after him. His girth impeded his speed, and his short stature certainly didn't help. Before his transformation, Wang Wei's height was decidedly below average, and he had once felt disheartened by his short legs. However, things had changed. Now endowed with a more appealing physique, he appeared younger and stood taller than average, which left him increasingly satisfied with his current form. The short man was met with a teasing remark from Wang Wei, his face turning slightly awkward. Yet, in an instant, he shrugged it off and said, "Being short and a bit overweight doesn't matter. As long as we have sharp minds, we can navigate the world just fine." "So, is that how you ended up caught and hanging like that?" The short man, having just endured one moment of embarrassment, found himself subjected to another quip. However, he dared not express anger towards Wang Wei and continued, "Getting caught was an accident. By the way, my name is Bai Minxiao, nicknamed Bai Xiaoxing. May I inquire about your esteemed name, hero?" "Oh, my humble title is of little consequence, knowing it would be of no use to you." What you are holding is a red-tailed fox, isn't it?" "That's a second-tier spirit beast. May I touch it?" Bai Xiaoxing's conversational pivot was remarkably swift as he hastily attempted to reach out to the fox. "Whoa, just a little touch. Is that really necessary?" The ferocity of the red-tailed fox made Bai Xiaoxing feel a twinge of danger, prompting him to keep a cautious distance. "Hey, hero, what is your name?" "Wang Wei." "You say your name is Wang Wei? Wait, let me take a closer look." Bai Xiaoxing abruptly dashed in front of Wang Wei, scrutinizing both him and old Tan with keen interest. "Indeed, it is Wang Wei and Tan Feng. Do you recognize us?" Wang Wei observed Bai Xiaoxing with great seriousness, and as he seemed somewhat familiar with their names, he could not help but inquire, "Not only do I recognize you, but look." Bai Xiaoxing produced a large sheet of paper from his bosom, unfurling it before Wang Wei, who could clearly see that it was the bounty notice for him and Tan Lao, given the passage of time. The edges of the paper had become somewhat curled. "How did you come by this? Have you accepted the bounty?" Wang Wei regarded the bounty notice with a complex mix of emotions. if Bai Shaoxing had indeed accepted the bounty. It would have been easier to deal with. Simply eliminating him would suffice. However, he was concerned that if any members of the Zhejiang sect or other factions were nearby, they might trouble him, which would delay his return to the Wolf Valley. Moreover, as Tan Lao had previously warned, further ahead lay the territory of the Zhuxiong gang, one of the major enemies that his master, Lei Chun, had advised him to be wary of. Chapter 67. Clues from the Wolf Valley. Upon seeing the murderous intent in Wang Wei's gaze, Bai Shaoxing hastily waved his hands, exclaiming, "No, no, no, hero, you misunderstand. I am in no position to accept a bounty. Only those mercenaries or factions with cultivation reaching the Wanjie realm can take on such tasks. Moreover, with my meager cultivation at the Lingta level, I can barely protect myself, let alone undertake such a mission." "Protect yourself?" Wang Wei cast him a sidelong glance and replied, "Protect yourself, and yet you find yourself hanging. I dare say your cultivation is not particularly high, and your intellect seems rather lacking as well." Wang Wei displayed no semblance of courtesy in his words, yet Bai Shaoxing was unfazed. He continued, "I stumbled upon this bounty notice a couple of days ago when I found a corpse at the edge of the forest." "Do you know whose corpse it was?" Bai Shaoxing eagerly anticipated Wang Wei's curiosity, but to his dismay, Wang Wei merely strode forward without a glance in his direction, that the corpse belonged to a disciple of the Zhejiang sect. "What do you think?" "I possess remarkable courage. Most would flee at the sight of a Zhejiang disciple's corpse." Bai Shaoxing spoke animatedly, his face slightly flushed with excitement, as though he had accomplished something truly extraordinary. "What is so thrilling about a mere corpse of a Zhejiang disciple? I even killed one of their protectors." Upon hearing that Wang Wei had slain a protector, Bai Shaoxing was first taken aback, then displayed a look of disbelief. "You killed a protector of the Zhejiang sect? It just you to as he spoke." Bai Shaoxing scrutinized Wang Wei from head to toe. "What? You don't believe me?" Bai Shaoxing's expression was unmistakably incredulous, and Wang Wei quickly discerned the skepticism etched across his round face. "The protector of the Zhejiang sect possesses at least the cultivation of the third tier of the Pomagic realm." "You?" Bai Shaoxing scrutinized Wang Wei once more, leaving him somewhat speechless, yet unwilling to be looked down upon, especially by such a lowly, rotund figure. Wang Wei promptly extended his left hand, revealing a spark of lightning between his index and middle fingers before Bai Shaoxing could comprehend. "I believe you. Whatever you say, I shall believe." Upon witnessing Wang Wei manifest the lightning, Bai Shaoxing recalled how Wang Wei had dispatched those ruffians with his thunder strike moments earlier, causing a shiver to run down his spine. And he immediately adopted a tone of flattery. Wang Wei chuckled, realizing that dealing with such individuals was indeed more effective when approached with a direct and assertive demeanor. The result of his display of bravado was that Bai Shaoxing fell silent, merely trailing behind him, which surprised Wang Wei at the latter's timidity. A mere intimidation had rendered him speechless, despite his earlier boast of possessing great courage. "You have been following me this entire time." Wang Wei initiated the conversation, prompting Bai Shaoxing to immediately perk up and listen intently. "Do you know where we are headed?" "Ah, I do not know. Hero, you are heading east, which coincidentally aligns with my path. So I have been following you." Bai Shaoxing continued. "By the way, where exactly are you going?" "We.Oh, right, Old Tan. Is Guiling Valley in this direction?" "I do not know." "Ah." Wang Wei was momentarily at a loss for words. He had always assumed that Old Tan was aware of the direction to Guiling Valley. Thus, the two had traversed the forest for 2 days, heading east, only to hear Old Tan admit he was unaware, which made Wang Wei question the reliability of Old Tan. "Are you truly heading to Guiling Valley?" "Old Tan does not know the way." When Wang Wei inquired, he merely glanced around, taking in the picturesque scenery of the forest. From the conversation between Wang Wei and Old Tan, Bai Shaoxing gleaned information about Guiling Valley and promptly questioned Wang Wei. "What? Do you know?" Wang Wei scrutinized Bai Shaoxing, observing his short, stout figure, which suggested he was merely a gluttonous fool. How could he possibly possess knowledge of such a hard-to-find place? Many others had been unable to ascertain the location of Guiling Valley. Prompted by Wang Wei's inquiry, Bai Shaoxing straightened up, adopting a self-assured demeanor. And with a mysterious smile, he said, "Actually, I do have some clues." Wang Wei was somewhat taken aback by Bai Shaoxing's assertion. "Do tell," he urged, halting in his tracks to face Bai Shaoxing. Initially, Bai Shaoxing intended to prolong the suspense, but upon seeing the intensity in Wang Wei's gaze, he complied and said, "The direction you are heading is correct. Guiling Valley indeed lies to the east. It is a small island in the East Sea. Due to its diminutive size, the surrounding maritime climate is complex, often shrouded in mist, which accounts for the scarcity of those who are aware of it. Fortunately, I am acquainted with individuals from Guilang Valley. They come to our Shui Luo town monthly to procure supplies, and I serve as their sole intermediary. However, it is worth mentioning that it has been over 6 months since the people from Guilang Valley last came to make a purchase. Whether they have changed intermediaries, I cannot say. Upon hearing Bai Xiaoxing's words, Wang Wei finally understood why he had been unable to gather any information about Guilang Valley. It was indeed a rather insular island. But why would they choose you as their intermediary? Do they require secrecy in their procurement of supplies, showing distrust towards others? He, in response to Wang Wei's question, Bai Xiaoxing chuckled and continued, "You do not understand. Guilang Valley is inhabited entirely by descendants of the Wolf Clan. 500 years ago, during the conflict between the Wolf Clan and the Dragon Clan, the Wolf Clan nearly faced extermination. Those who survived naturally had to remain hidden. The descendants of the Wolf Clan from Guilang Valley represent one of the few remaining factions of the Wolf Clan. Hence they conduct their affairs with caution. In truth, there lies a territory governed by the Zhulan Gang between the Valley of the Wolves and the Water Lotus Town. However, the descendants of the Wolf Clan in the Valley of the Wolves are utterly distrustful of those individuals, compelling them to circumvent the maritime domain of the Zhulan Gang and procure supplies from our Water Lotus Town. Beyond this, there are no other establishments in the vicinity capable of providing them with substantial quantities of goods. Bai Xiaoxing had been suspended by a bandit for an entire night, and after accompanying Wang Wei for half a day, he felt somewhat fatigued and leaned against a tree to converse with Wang Wei. The Zhulan Gang. I never anticipated that before even reaching the Valley of the Wolves, we must first contend with the Zhulan Gang. However, having already provoked the Purple Sword Sect, it would be unwise to attract further adversaries. Let us first assess the situation at the Valley of the Wolves. Wang Wei contemplated the forthcoming route in his mind. Ideally, it would be best to avoid the Zhulan Gang on our way to the Valley of the Wolves. If avoidance is impossible, we should strive to evade any conflict with them, as he currently cannot afford to provoke the Purple Sword Sect alone. Hey, Fatty, take me to Water Lotus Town. I shall rely on you to reach the Valley of the Wolves. At this juncture, Wang Wei had no choice but to treat Bai Xiaoxing with a modicum of courtesy, as he was the only one who could assist him in reaching the Valley of the Wolves. I am not Fatty. My name is Bai Men Xiao, but you may call me Bai Xiaoxing. Never mind, considering you saved me, I shall not charge you this time and will escort you to find the Valley of the Wolves for free. However, we must first visit Water Lotus Town. Water Lotus Town? Why must we go there? As I mentioned earlier, I only possess clues leading to the Valley of the Wolves, yet I am unaware of the route. Thus, we must seek out individuals from the Valley of the Wolves to establish contact and hold any hope. Observing the ample flesh of Bai Xiaoxing sprawled beneath the tree, Wang Wei was tempted to give him a good beating, but for the sake of reaching the Valley of the Wolves, he chose to endure the presence of this rotund individual for the time being. Chapter 68. The Blood Knife Faces Adversity, Part 1. Water Lotus Town is a coastal settlement at the easternmost edge of the Tianyuan continent, bordering the sea, and is renowned for the rumored ruins of the Qinglong clan, one of the 4 sacred clans of the Eastern Sea. The town attracts numerous practitioners seeking treasures from the sea, and these practitioners require trade to procure weapons, rare skills, or other supplies with spirit stones, thus giving rise to Water Lotus Town. After a half-day's journey, the 3 of them arrived at Water Lotus Town. True to its name, the town is abundant with a type of plant known as water lotus, which thrives in the Eastern Sea. Due to the resilient nature of the water lotus, the local inhabitants utilize it to fortify their homes. From a distance, Water Lotus Town resembles a settlement constructed from verdant flora. Upon closer inspection, Wang Wei observed the bustling activity of the town. Although evening was approaching, the merchants were still engaged in vigorous trade. The lively atmosphere of this moderately sized town rivaled that of Xinyang City. Heroes, this way, please. Upon arriving at Water Lotus Town, Bai Xiaoxing led the way, guiding Wang Wei and Old Tin forward. See that? That is the largest trading house in Water Lotus Town, and naturally, it is my workplace, Bai Xiaoxing exclaimed with palpable excitement, pointing towards the largest building at the intersection ahead. Wang Wei followed his finger and beheld a 5-story structure adorned with a sign that read, Exchange House. Are you the proprietor here? Wang Wei remarked, observing Bai Xiaoxing's proud demeanor, which seemed to warrant a sign proclaiming him as the master of the exchange house. Not quite, but I shall strive to earn the shopkeeper's approval. Currently, I serve as the steward on the 1st floor, and I believe that with a little more effort, I shall ascend to the 2nd floor. Speaking of work, Xiaoxing always wears a face brimming with enthusiasm. Heroes, this way please. Upon arriving at the exchange shop in Shueluo town, it feels like home, and I must extend my warmest hospitality to both of you. Wang Wei and Tan Lao followed closely behind Xiaoxing. Their initial impression of this town was quite favorable, despite having just emerged from the lush, verdant forest. The harmonious blend of water lilies and architectural style in Shueluo town is truly refreshing. Please, do not refer to me as a hero any longer. Call me by my true name. It is of no consequence. Wang Wei was unaccustomed to being hailed as a hero. He merely dealt with a band of ruffians and rescued a rather portly individual, which hardly qualifies him for such a title, though dear. I must say, referring to you by your true name could be rather perilous. It would be wise to refrain from doing so. The activities of the Zhejiang sect have been rather frequent in this vicinity lately, and I recommend that both of you take precautions to conceal your identities. As Xiaoxing spoke, he led Wang Wei and Tan Lao into the exchange shop. Are you not concerned about offending the Zhejiang sect by bringing us to the exchange shop? Upon entering, Wang Wei observed that the first floor was filled with small vendors displaying an array of herbs, weaponry, and provisions. It appeared rather unremarkable, yet the bustling trade indicated a considerable flow of merchants. He worried that amidst such a crowd, he and Tan Lao might be recognized. While he was unafraid of provoking trouble with the Zhejiang sect, he was concerned that being identified here would inevitably implicate Xiaoxing and the exchange shop. Fear? Who is not afraid of the Zhejiang sect? Yet, despite our lower cultivation, we still uphold the principles of chivalry. You are my savior, and I shall not allow anyone seeking to confront you here to do so without first contending with me. Moreover, the exchange shop has thrived in this chaotic Shueluo town for many years, not simply by virtue of its size. Not everyone can come here to flaunt their power, so rest assured, hero. Seeing his confidence, Wang Wei ceased his concerns and followed him further inside. As they passed a medicine stall, Wang Wei noticed a man with a large backpack who appeared familiar from the side. However, after a moment's contemplation, he could not recall where he had encountered him before, so he shook his head and chose to ignore it, continuing to follow Xiaoxing to the guest area of the exchange shop. At the medicine stall on the first floor, the man with the large backpack had just exchanged some spirit stones for medicine and was about to depart. As he stood, he stumbled slightly, nearly falling backward. The stall owner, noticing his pale complexion and blood-stained clothing, instinctively reached out to assist him, driven by a healer's compassion and own need. The injured man responded coldly, steadying himself before moving forward. Just as he exited the door of the exchange shop, a voice from the crowd shouted, "There he is! Quick, pursue!" The injured man turned towards the sound, spotting 4 disciples of the Zhejiang sect rushing towards him. Not a parasitic wretch. How repugnant! The injured man cursed under his breath as he braced himself against the doorframe and swiftly darted down another alley to escape. The streets were bustling with pedestrians, and the injured man, already struggling to move, found himself jostled by the crowd. In no time, he was drawn closer to the disciples of the Purple Sword sect. Helpless, he had no choice but to navigate through the various alleys. Stop! The injured man's pace slowed further as the disciples of the Purple Sword sect closed in on him. It was only when he reached an alley that he realized there was no way forward, save for a small courtyard on one side. Hearing the disciples closing in, he dashed into the courtyard, but his footing faltered, and he stumbled over the threshold, instantly losing consciousness upon hitting the ground. When the disciples of the Purple Sword sect arrived at the courtyard, they found the injured man sprawled on the ground, while a young woman in a pale blue robe squatted beside him, regarding him with a puzzled expression. "We are from the Purple Sword sect. Kindly step aside, miss," one of the disciples barked at her. This young woman was Li Xiaoqiu, although she was unsure of her presence there. Upon seeing the members of the Purple Sword sect and glancing at the fallen man, she smiled softly and replied, "And if I choose not to, what will you do then? The reputation of the Purple Sword sect may intimidate some small fry, but do not presume to flaunt your authority here." The 4 disciples of the Purple Sword sect were taken aback by Li Xiaoqiu's open disdain for their sect. After exchanging glances, one of them reiterated, "Repeat that. The Purple Sword sect is conducting business here. It would be wise for you to move aside and not test your luck." Observing their growing impatience, Li Xiaoqiu decided against further banter. Summoning her long zither, she unleashed a flurry of notes towards the 4 disciples. Zing, zing, zing. The sound resonated, and the disciples, after only a brief exposure, felt lightheaded. Before they could react, another barrage of notes struck them, sending them tumbling out of the courtyard. "Let us go," One of the disciples realized they were no match for Li Xiaoqiu and understood that in a place as perilous as Shui Luo Town, they could not afford to be reckless, prompting their retreat. After repelling the disciples, Li Xiaoqiu muttered, "A bunch of insignificant minions who haven't even reached the 100 battle realm, yet they dare to be so arrogant." The Purple Sword Sect remains as insufferable as ever. She stowed her zither and carried the injured man into a room, intending to examine his wounds. As she assisted in removing his heavy backpack, she found it exceedingly weighty. With both hands, she placed it on the ground, and as the straps loosened, its contents were revealed. Curiously, she glanced inside and was astonished to discover a blood-red long knife, upon which two rough characters were crudely engraved. Luowei, Chapter 69, The Blood Knife in Distress, Part 2. Under the arrangements of Bai Shaoxing, Wang Wei and Old Tan rested in Shui Luo Town for a night, preparing to seek the contact person for Gui Lang Valley the following day. Being close to the East Sea, the morning air in Shui Luo Town was thick with humidity and a hint of saltiness. This did not deter Wang Wei and Old Tan, who wandered the streets and alleys early in the morning. Though they were eager to reach Gui Lang Valley, they understood that finding the contact person could not be rushed, especially since more than half a year had passed since Gui Lang Valley last communicated with Bai Shaoxing. Old Tan, the tea in Shui Luo Town truly carries the essence of the sea. While it may not be as delicate, it possesses a unique charm. Accompanied by Bai Shaoxing, Wang Wei and Elder Tan strolled along the street for a while, purchasing some fascinating trinkets that caught their eye. The three of them then proceeded to a tea house, where they secured a table by the window on the second floor, overlooking the street. It is said that the tea from our Shui Luo Town grows in the depths of the ocean. Whenever the waves surge, the sea tea is swept onto the rocks, thus granting the fortunate visitors of Shui Luo Town a delightful taste. Bai Shaoxing was naturally pleased to see Wang Wei enjoying the tea here, for he had grown up in this locale, nurturing a passionate affection for every blade of grass, every drop of water, and every mountain of his homeland. By the way, my friend, why are there so many disciples of the Purple Sword Sect roaming the streets? Wang Wei took a sip of tea and cast a sidelong glance at the disciples of the Purple Sword Sect, clad in purple, swaggering about. Fearing to attract trouble for Bai Shaoxing, both he and Elder Tan donned cloaks. I have heard rumors that signs of the Eastern Sea's Azure Dragon ruins are emerging, and various factions across the Tianyuan continent are eager to stake their claim. Aside from the Zhuxiong gang, the Purple Sword Sect, being the closest to the ruins, is unlikely to remain idle and watch from the sidelines. However, it must be said that the demeanor of the disciples of the Purple Sword Sect leaves much to be desired. They seem to believe that their proximity to this place grants them the right to meddle in everything, which is quite unreasonable. As Bai Shaoxing spoke of the Purple Sword Sect, a look of disdain crossed his face. Yet, despite his contempt, the undeniable strength of the sect remained a fact, leaving Bai Shaoxing with little choice but to voice his grievances without any means to alter the situation. Azure Dragon ruins? What is that? As Bai Shaoxing passionately elaborated, Wang Wei found himself intrigued by the Azure Dragon ruins. Ever since he reaped immense benefits from the Remnant Ear Cave, the allure of ancient ruins had become irresistible to him. After the Azure Dragon clan submitted to the Dragon clan, their ancestral land was left unguarded, while the Dragon clan, situated far to the west of the Tianyuan continent, lacked the leisure to send protectors to the farthest reaches of the continent. Over time, the once glorious Azure Dragon clan became a relic of the past. 5 centuries later, it is said that the Azure Dragon ruins harbor treasures belonging to the Wolf clan, which is why talents from across the land flock to this place. Upon hearing Bai Shaoxing's words, Wang Wei pondered how the Wolf clan had become entwined in this tale. Just how magnificent was the Wolf clan 500 years ago that, despite their decline over the years, remnants of their legacy still echo throughout the corners of the Tianyuan continent. The Wolf clan has languished for so long. What could possibly be hidden within the Azure Dragon ruins that would warrant such attention from the Purple Sword Sect? Wang Wei sipped his tea, gazing out the window, and softly inquired that I cannot say for certain what it is, but it seems that the Purple Sword Sect has been fervently seeking the descendants of the Wolf clan in recent years. They must possess some vital information regarding the Wolf clan, which explains their relentless pursuit to eradicate any trace of them. Bai Shaoxing glanced at the bustling street, where a disciple of the Purple Sword Sect, clad in deep purple, led a dozen subordinates dressed in lighter shades of purple, forcefully making their way through the crowd towards a narrow alley. That he frowned and remarked, "It does not surprise me in the slightest that the Purple Sword Sect would commit such inhumane acts, for their arrogance knows no bounds." as Bai Shaoxing recounted the ruthless pursuit of the Wolf clan's descendants by the Purple Sword Sect, a sudden recollection struck him. Those formidable Purple Sword Sect experts they encountered in the return to Wolf Valley had seemingly come in search of that very Wolf Fang token. From the reactions of the masters of the Purple Sword Sect and the Cold Wolf residing beneath the magma, it is evident that the Wolf Fang token is undoubtedly a treasure of the Wolf tribe. Yet, if the Wolf Fang token holds such significance for the Wolf clan, why would the 7 Wolf brothers so readily relinquish it to a stranger? Wang Wei was perplexed. The morning in Shui Luo town was leisurely for Wang Wei. Yet for Li Xiaoqiu, it was a source of headache. She had scarcely slept throughout the night in order to tend to the injured man, whose wounds were grievously severe, had it not been for the high-quality healing elixirs in her necklace's space. It would have been uncertain whether he could survive the night. At this moment, the injured man had awakened, but astonishingly, his first act was not to express gratitude to Li Xiaoqiu. Rather, he painstakingly dragged his bloodied sword from the bedside into his embrace. "Was it you who saved me?" Even though Li Xiaoqiu harbored no ill intent and was a beautiful woman clad in simple garments with a pale complexion, the injured man's vigilance remained unabated as he clutched the bloodied sword, regarding her with wariness. "Humph, ungrateful wretch. I saved you, and this is your demeanor?" Li Xiaoqiu, exasperated, slammed the bowl containing the medicinal soup onto the small table by the bed and, with a flick of her sleeve, exited the room. Observing Li Xiaoqiu's abrupt departure, the injured man displayed little emotion. He tightened his grip on the bloodied sword and resolutely shut his eyes to rest. "Brother Hai, right here." No sooner had the injured man closed his eyes than he heard voices outside. "Those inside, be sensible and come out. Our Purple Sword Sect has always been generous. Do not seek trouble for yourselves." Upon hearing that the Purple Sword Sect had arrived, the injured man instantly became alert, positioning his bloodied sword within easy reach for drawing. What does the Purple Sword Sect think it is, barking loudly at others' doorsteps like a pack of dogs, merely creating a nuisance? Li Xiaoqiu had already overheard the voices of the Purple Sword Sect from another room. She was irked by the injured man's wariness towards her, and now, with the Purple Sword Sect once again seeking trouble, she thought that if their disciples had unwittingly stumbled upon the volcanic eruption, they would have to endure its wrath. With a resonant chord, the sound of a zither echoed, and the disciples of the Purple Sword Sect immediately braced themselves. The last time such a melody had played, 4 of them had been sent flying over the courtyard wall. However, this time, nothing transpired. Li Xiaoqiu merely tested the tone. Hey, I was just idly plucking the strings. There is no need for you to be so tense." Li Xiaoqiu flashed a charming smile at the members of the Purple Sword Sect, but her expression quickly hardened as she directed 3 beams of ethereal light towards a disciple clad in deep purple. Zing, zing, zing. The 3 beams aimed directly for the vital points of the Purple Sword Sect disciple. Yet this particular disciple clearly belonged to a higher caliber than the others, effortlessly evading the attack. "Miss, you are rather reckless. I have merely come to inquire. Why must you treat others with hostility?" Clad in deep purple attire, the disciple of the Purple Sword Sect possessed a pair of enchanting peach blossom eyes and a complexion as fair as delicate porcelain. Upon glimpsing Li Xiaoqiu, a rare beauty of understated elegance, he immediately donned a particularly charming smile, deftly evading her attacks while seeking to engage her in conversation. Chapter 70, The Blood Knife and Distress, Part 2, Bang. Bang, bang. Brother Hai deftly avoided Li Xiaoqiu's onslaught, 3 ethereal beams slicing past him to strike the wall behind, puncturing it with 3 small holes. Such a strikingly handsome woman, why must our meeting commence with such rudeness? Brother Hai adjusted his deep purple garments, running a hand through the cascading locks at his temples, his gaze imbued with affection and the corners of his mouth subtly raised, presenting himself as a refined gentleman with a complexion as smooth as flour. "Seeing your pallor reminiscent of a corpse recently departed, I can only assume you are a ghost haunting me." Li Xiaoqiu scrutinized the disciple of the Purple Sword Sect, whose demeanor starkly contrasted with that of his subordinates. The moment they clashed, she discerned that his cultivation level was at the 3rd tier of the inquiry realm, rendering her at a distinct disadvantage in a one-on-one confrontation, although she wielded a superior spiritual weapon. The numerical superiority of her adversaries made her wary of revealing the secret of her treasure, especially in the vicinity of Water Lotus Town, where she could not ensure a single strike would eliminate all threats. Even in a precarious situation, Li Xiaoqiu remained unfazed, playfully taunting her opponent while launching another barrage of attacks. Brother Hai, having evaded her strike, found himself stirred by her words, smiling rather than fuming. If all the specters in the world were as splendidly handsome as I, countless young women traversing the night would surely feel at ease. Engaging with a beauty like Li Xiaoqiu in conversation was a coveted opportunity for Brother Hai. Thus he bore her provocations without ire. Shameless, Li Xiaoqiu exclaimed vehemently. Yet instead of hastily attacking, she immediately replaced her fierce expression with a playful wink at Brother Hai. Caught off guard by her flirtatious gesture, Brother Hai momentarily froze, his peach blossom eyes brimming with allure. Zheng, seizing the fleeting moment of his distraction, Li Xiaoqiu vigorously strummed her long zither, sending a beam of ethereal light directly into Brother Hai's chest. Brother Hai had not anticipated such capriciousness from Li Xiaoqiu. By the time he regained his composure, he found himself propelled backward, crashing against the courtyard wall. Zheng, Zheng, Zheng. Taking advantage of Brother Hai's predicament, Li Xiaoqiu's fingers danced across the strings, unleashing a flurry of ethereal beams aimed at him. Brother Hai, witnessing Brother Hai's disheveled retreat, the remaining disciples of the Purple Sword Sect cried out in alarm, rushing forward to shield him from the incoming onslaught. Stand down. A sudden force repelled the disciples charging toward Brother Hai, who rose from the ground, adjusting the hem of his garments with a frigid gaze directed at his subordinates. This young master is merely sparring with this lady. What chaos are you all causing? Withdraw at once. Having spoken, he revealed a warm smile and addressed Li Xiaoqiu, saying, The young lady is extraordinarily beautiful, yet your strikes show no mercy at all that I have granted you 3 chances. But I shall not extend my generosity any further. As Hai Sang concluded his words, he tossed his sword to his subordinate and, with a swift motion, struck 2 palms towards Li Xiaoqiu's chest. In the face of Hai Sang's onslaught, Li Xiaoqiu had no choice but to evade. She leaped backward, launching her own attack upon him mid-air at a single note of melody, recognizing her opponent as a formidable adversary. Li Xiaoqiu did not dare to be careless and unleashed her most potent strike immediately. Sensing the powerful surge of spiritual energy emanating from Li Xiaoqiu's long, Hai Sang was taken aback by the ferocity of her attack and was compelled to respond with utmost seriousness. Ghostly claps. Hai Sang's palms met the exquisite technique of a single note, resulting in a resounding explosion of spiritual energy between the two. Ultimately, due to his superior cultivation, he remained unscathed by the explosion's force. Not even a strand of his hair was disheveled. However, Li Xiaoqiu was not as fortunate. The residual force of ghostly claps pierced through her attack, striking her shoulders with such intensity that she was sent hurtling backward beneath the eaves. Alas, fair maiden, do not hold it against me. I was unaware of my strength. How truly regrettable. Upon seeing the trickle of blood at the corner of Li Xiaoqiu's mouth, Hai Sang felt a pang of sorrow, furrowing his brow as he approached her beneath the eaves, which happened to be the very place where Li Xiaoqiu had sheltered the injured man the day prior. Come now, allow me to examine your injuries. Hai Sang reached out with a tense expression, aiming for Li Xiaoqiu's wrist. Gazing at Hai Sang's loathsome pale face, Li Xiaoqiu's anger surged, and she prepared to unleash her Feng Yuxian to strike him down. Blood slaughter. Just then, a loud shout resonated from within the room, followed by a blood-red blade of light piercing through the window, slashing towards Hai Sang. The crimson blade came with remarkable speed, catching him off guard. In such close proximity, he could barely evade, raising his arms to absorb the blow. Bang! Hai Sang was forced back several steps by the impact of the blood-red blade, sustaining some internal injury from the hasty reception of the attack. While his arms felt a lingering numbness, had he not been equipped with protective armor on his arms, the force of the crimson blade would undoubtedly have severed them. Clatter! The window, now half severed, lost its support, swaying with the wind before crashing to the ground. The injured man, leaning on the blood-red long knife with his right hand, stepped outside slowly, positioning himself before Li Xiaoqiu. His left hand steadied himself against the pillar beneath the eaves, while his right hand raised the blood knife, its tip directed at Hai Sang. Humph, it is indeed you, blood knife Luo Wei. Hai Sang expressed no surprise at Luo Wei's appearance, as his intent for being here was originally to capture him, having been informed by his subordinates. However, he was somewhat astonished that Luo Wei still possessed the strength to launch an attack, upon catching sight of the deep purple attire worn by Hai Sang Ge. Luo Wei immediately recognized it as the distinctive garb of an inner disciple of the Purple Sword Sect. The inner disciples of the Purple Sword Sect are predominantly the direct descendants or trusted confidants of the sect's higher echelons. Although some may lack significant cultivation, their authority in the outside world often surpasses that of the sect's guardians. Thus, Luo Wei felt a twinge of surprise at Hai Sang-ji's personal involvement in his capture. After all, it was rather peculiar for someone of Hai Sang-ji's lesser prowess to apprehend a guardian with the formidable cultivation of the third layer of demon slaying. Humph, you shall not escape. Prepare yourself. As Hai Sang-gu witnessed Luo Wei's previous display of strength, he noted that Luo Wei was now leaning against a pillar merely to remain upright while speaking, presuming that Luo Wei was now merely a shadow of his former self. He launched an immediate assault aimed at Luo Wei's shoulders. It was evident that Hai Sang-gu possessed commendable skill, having previously injured Li Xiaoqiu with a deft strike of his empty palm, and now employing a formidable clawing technique against Luo Wei, the force of which sliced through the air with a sharp sound, when Hai Sang-ji's hands transformed into claws and lunged towards Luo Wei. The latter attempted to block the attack. However, Hai Sang-gu swiftly seized Luo Wei's arm, twisting it behind him, and then firmly grasped him with both claws, rendering him immobile, bring him forth, bind him, with a mere gentle push. Hai Sang-gu propelled Luo Wei before him, prompting his subordinates to produce pre-prepared shimmering ropes, swiftly ensnaring Luo Wei. Now, allow me to closely examine the young lady's injuries. Having effortlessly subdued Luo Wei, Hai Sang-ji's attention shifted to Li Xiaoqiu. The time wasted had begun to irk him, and with a sudden forceful step, he was instantly by Li Xiaoqiu's side. Chapter 71. The Sword of Destiny protects the fair maiden in an instant. Hai Sang-gu had moved beside Li Xiaoqiu. With no time to evade, she resolved to strike in defense. She had already summoned her phoenix feather string, poised to unleash an attack the moment Hai Sang-gu reached for her. A melodious note resonated through the courtyard, distinct from the previous sounds, now infused with the ethereal echoes of a phoenix's song, its clarity ringing out and swiftly enveloping the entirety of Shui Luo Town. Was this the spiritual artifact? On the streets of Shui Luo Town, a disheveled old man turned his gaze towards the source of the enchanting melody. Could it be that someone was wielding a spiritual artifact in combat? Within a tavern, a brown-clad youth, savoring a delectable spread before him, paused in his drinking to glance out the window. Such a small place as Shui Luo Town, yet it possessed such a high-grade spiritual artifact. How astonishing! In the commodity exchange, behind a stall of miscellaneous goods, a middle-aged man clad in a black and white robe flicked his hand, dismissing the dust, and began to meditate. The sound of the lute enveloped all of Shui Luo Town, immersing its inhabitants in the captivating beauty of the music. As Wang Wei sipped his tea, the melody reached his ears, instantly reminding him of Li Xiaoqiu, having previously distributed treasures within the ruins of the remnant ear. He was acutely aware that she possessed a high-grade spiritual artifact, the phoenix feather string. Apart from such an artifact, Wang Wei could conceive of nothing else capable of producing such a melodious and intoxicating sound. Yet, Wang Wei was acutely aware that Li Xiaoqiu was no fool. She was astute and perceptive. She could not possibly be oblivious to the implications of stirring the phoenix feather string in Shui Luo Town. Nevertheless, she chose to emit a melody that moved the hearts of all in the town, which could only signify one thing. She was in dire straits and needed to wield a high-grade spiritual instrument for her protection. When Wang Wei was first placed under a bounty by the Demon Sect, despite having only met Li Xiaoqiu once, she, albeit lacking formidable strength, sought ways to rescue him. Though her motivation stemmed partly from a desire to repay the favor for Wang Wei saving her. This act brought him immense joy at that time. Now that Li Xiaoqiu found herself in peril, Wang Wei could not stand idly by. In his eyes, she had become his friend. One should treat friends with the same sincerity one would offer family. Elder Tan expressed a degree of astonishment at the emergence of a high-grade spiritual instrument in this small town. Having never encountered Li Xiaoqiu, he was unaware of the relationship between her and Wang Wei. However, upon observing Wang Wei's composed demeanor, Elder Tan refrained from further comment, merely advising him to exercise caution before resuming his tea. Whoosh! From the moment Wang Wei announced his intention to investigate. Before Bai Shaoxing could react, his figure had vanished from the tea table, swiftly heading towards the source of the melodic sound. Wait, you know her, and you're just going. Bai Shaoxing had also heard the enchanting melody and recognized the immense allure of a high-grade spiritual instrument. Yet he was caught off guard by Wang Wei's sudden restlessness. Either Wang Wei was eager to witness the grandeur of the spiritual instrument, or he was acquainted with the one who produced such captivating music. Wang Wei indeed knew the owner of that melody, unlike others who, upon hearing it, might hesitate due to the potential danger of encountering someone capable of wielding a high-grade spiritual instrument in combat. Wang Wei trusted his instincts. He was confident that the musician was none other than Li Xiaoqiu. He dared not linger. Since Li Xiaoqiu had strummed the phoenix feather string, it indicated her situation was perilous beyond measure. Delaying even a moment could amplify her danger. Under ordinary circumstances, Li Xiaoqiu would not have activated the phoenix feather string prematurely, but the despicable demeanor of Hai Sang had incited her righteous fury, compelling her to teach him a lesson with the formidable power of the high-grade instrument. Li Xiaoqiu originally intended to eliminate Hai Sang altogether, but as a disciple of the inner sect of the Demon Sect, he was clad in exceptional armor, and Li Xiaoqiu's spiritual energy was insufficient to fully unleash the true might of the phoenix feather string. Thus, while Hai Sang was struck by her attack, he did not perish on the spot. The power of a high-grade spiritual instrument is not to be underestimated. Though Li Xiaoqiu was relatively weak and Hai Sang's armor robust, when Wang Wei arrived at the small courtyard, he beheld Hai Sang sprawled motionless in the center, a long gash oozing blood from his right eye to the corner of his mouth and down to his chest, while his left forearm lay severed a short distance away. Upon observing Li Xiaoqiu once more, despite his injured state, he summoned the phoenix feather string to at this moment. His spiritual energy was depleted, and his injuries had worsened, leaving him precariously leaning against a pillar. Unable to maintain his balance, coughing, he declared, "How dare you inflict such grave wounds upon me? You shall perish." In a surprising turn, the heavily injured Hai Sang rose from the ground, with a swift movement of his right hand. He summoned his sword from a subordinate's grasp, subsequently executing a flourish that conjured a violet sword aura imbued with a palpable intent to kill, aimed directly at Li Xiaoqiu. It appeared that the frail Li Xiaoqiu was on the brink of demise beneath the assault of that violet sword energy. Wind and moon long sky slash. Just in time, Wang Wei arrived at the scene. As Hai Sang's attack neared Li Xiaoqiu, who had even closed his eyes in resignation, Wang Wei could not allow Hai Sang's strike to harm Li Xiaoqiu. In that instant, he leaped into the air, gripping the Juetian sword tightly, and unleashed his most formidable sword technique against the violet energy. A thunderous boom erupted as Wang Wei's attack collided with the violet sword energy. Following the execution of the wind and moon long sky slash, Wang Wei did not falter. He formed a hand seal with his fingers and launched a second assault against Hai Sang. Crackling sounds resonated as a dazzling bolt of lightning surged toward Hai Sang. Having just attacked Li Xiaoqiu with his right hand, Hai Sang instinctively raised his left hand to block Wang Wei's sudden onslaught. However, his left arm was devoid of any defense. The lightning struck his chest with great force, with the impact of Wang Wei's strike. Despite his superior cultivation compared to Wang Wei, Hai Sang was rendered unconscious on the spot. "Let us go." Wang Wei, having successfully struck, promptly scooped up Li Xiaoqiu and prepared to leap over the wall. "Wait, save him." Li Xiaoqiu, clutching his long zither with one hand, gestured toward the firmly bound Luo Wei. Ensnared by the disciples of the Purple Sword Sect, without a moment to ponder, Wang Wei sensed that numerous individuals were hastening toward their location from all directions. Following Li Xiaoqiu's indication, he rushed over to lift Luo Wei. Swiftly retreating from the scene, Wang Wei, it is Wang Wei, Chapter 72. The two are rescued just as Wang Wei, carrying Li Xiaoqiu and Luo Wei, managed to vault over the courtyard wall. People began to arrive in succession around the small courtyard. To avoid revealing their whereabouts, Wang Wei and his companions endeavored to keep a low profile as they made their way along the base of the wall, quickly summoned help. In a mere moment, the number of individuals arriving at the courtyard increased significantly. The disciples of the Purple Sword Sect, upon noticing Hai Sang lying unconscious in the center of the courtyard, hastily retrieved a distress talisman. This talisman was a unique communication tool of the Purple Sword Sect, typically reserved for dire emergencies. It could only be utilized in times of crisis. To activate it, one merely needed to crush the talisman, prompting the sect to dispatch experts for assistance. At that moment, the foremost disciple among the Purple Sword Sect shattered the talisman and drew his sword to protect Hai Sang. Given the severity of Hai Sang's injuries, they dared not act recklessly and opted to await the arrival of reinforcements from their sect. Indeed, it is an inner disciple of the Purple Sword Sect, with such a meager cultivation and a superior spiritual weapon. He will likely be gravely injured if not killed. In the sky above, a middle-aged man clad in a black and white robe, holding a whisk, floated in meditation. That a small bird flew past, effortlessly passing through his form. This seemingly formidable figure was, in reality, merely a fleeting illusion. Ultimately, it was a step too late, and the opportunity to behold the elegance of the exquisite spirit weapon slipped away. Such a pity, such a pity. An elderly man, clad in tattered garments, shook his head and was the first to depart from the small courtyard, observing that only the disciples of the Zhejiang sect and other curious onlookers remained. The rest of the crowd hastily followed suit and vacated the premises. Some approached the Zhejiang disciples, inquiring about the identity of the individual who had wielded the superior spirit weapon, yet the disciples, as expected, refrained from divulging any information regarding the precious artifact, merely stating that their cultivation was insufficient to discern the visitor's appearance. In the span of a single tea break, the courtyard was once again deserted. Save for the Zhejiang disciples, Wang Wei, accompanied by Li Xiaoqiu and Luo Wei, weaved through the sparsely populated alley, wary of the throngs in the town. Opting for discretion, Wang Wei led the duo out of Shui Luo town and ventured towards a secluded valley nestled amidst the hills. The valley, cloaked in dense foliage, provided an ideal temporary refuge, concealing all that lay within. Upon entering the valley, Wang Wei set Li Xiaoqiu and Luo Wei down on a shaded patch of grass. Cough, cough. Wang Wei, I owe you yet another debt of gratitude. At this moment, Li Xiaoqiu felt exceedingly weak. Although Hai Sange appeared to be a gentleman who cherished delicate beauty, his attacks had shown no mercy. With Wang Wei right before her, Li Xiaoqiu still felt somewhat disoriented, having prepared herself for a fierce confrontation with Hai Sange, never anticipating that Wang Wei would arrive just in time to rescue her. Amidst her surprise, she yearned to express her heartfelt thanks to Wang Wei. Yet as the words hovered on her lips, she felt that any expression of gratitude would be superfluous. No need for such pleasantries with me. Just open your mouth. After administering a pill that restored spiritual energy and aided in healing, Wang Wei cradled her long zither, pressing a button at its tail to conceal the phoenix feather strings and reveal the ordinary strings instead. During their time with the Nightingale mercenary group, Wang Wei had witnessed Li Xiaoqiu prepare to unleash an attack using the phoenix feather strings. Thus he was privy to her secret, given the string's rarity, which could easily attract unwanted attention. Wang Wei felt it imperative to shield Li Xiaoqiu from prying eyes. Seeing Wang Wei's familiarity with her zither left Li Xiaoqiu astounded, prompting her to inquire, "How do you know the secret of my weapon?" Amused by Wang Wei's demeanor, she couldn't help but chuckle lightly. Though lying on the ground in pain, her laughter was subdued. Cough, cough. It is not that I wish to be a nuisance to you both. But might you untie the ropes binding me, allowing me to lie down a bit farther away? After being ensnared by the Zhejiang sect's shimmering ropes, Luo Wei found himself utterly incapable of freeing himself. Yet now that he was saved, he sought a more comfortable position, thus turning to Wang Wei for assistance. "Who exactly are you?" he asked. Following Li Xiaoqiu's suggestion, Wang Wei complied and prepared to release Luo Wei. Albeit he felt a sense of familiarity towards him, yet could not recall where they had crossed paths. "Do not untie him. He can remain as he is." Just as Wang Wei was about to unbind Luo Wei, Li Xiaoqiu interjected decisively. Having been rescued by her, Luo Wei had yet to express a word of thanks. Given her character, it was unlikely she would let him off easily. Li Xiaoqiu's sudden outburst left Wang Wei speechless, while Luo Wei was left in a state of frustration. After a considerable interval, Wang Wei inquired of Luo Wei, "What is your name? I can't shake the feeling that you seem rather familiar. Moreover, how have you come to be associated with the Zhejiang sect?" Due to his unfavorable impression of the Zhejiang sect, Wang Wei had always believed that those they pursued could not possibly be malevolent individuals. "My name remains unchanged, and my surname is Steadfast, Luo Wei. I am profoundly grateful to you for saving my life today." Despite the circumstances, Luo Wei harbored a sense of gratitude towards Wang Wei. Continuing, "As for the Zhejiang sect, I cannot fathom why they have suddenly taken to pursuing me like rabid dogs. Luo Wei, the name resonates with me. We have crossed paths before." Once Luo Wei uttered his name, Wang Wei instantly recalled who he was. However, Luo Wei remained perplexed, gazing at Wang Wei with a countenance of confusion. "Xinyang City, Zhenxian Pavilion. If I recall correctly, that blood knife was purchased from Zhenxian Pavilion, was it not?" As Wang Wei spoke, he retrieved the blood knife from his storage ring. Previously, when Luo Wei had been captured by Hai Gu, the blood knife had fallen beneath the eaves. When Wang Wei came to rescue the two, he had spotted the knife. Given that Luo Wei had previously clashed with Cui Mingjun at Zhenxian Pavilion and the knife's distinctive appearance, Wang Wei had a vivid recollection of it and had taken it with him when he departed with Li Xiaoqiu. Indeed, the blood knife is mine from Zhenxian Pavilion, yet I have no recollection of you, my lord. Luo Wei, weakened and unable to grasp the knife, had Wang Wei place it beside him. It is understandable that you do not remember. At that time, I was with Cui Mingjun, and a verbal spat ensued between you two. So that was the day. The memories of that day flooded back. Luo Wei's expression shifted subtly. He had never seen eye to eye with Cui Mingjun, and if Wang Wei was acquainted with him, then Luo Wei's current predicament was undeniably awkward. Wang Wei, displaying a sense of camaraderie, swiftly untied Luo Wei's bonds. Thank you. Luo Wei, who held a particular disdain for those who revel in another's misfortune, felt a swell of appreciation for Wang Wei in his weakened state. Bound by ropes, it would have been all too easy for Wang Wei to take advantage of him. Yet, not only had Wang Wei rescued him, but he had also freed him from his restraints, which significantly enhanced Luo Wei's regard for him. Hey, you have expressed your gratitude to him repeatedly, yet I have not heard a single word of thanks from you. When you fainted at my doorstep yesterday, it was I who exerted great effort to carry you inside and tended to your wounds. How can you be so ungrateful? Observing the amiable exchange between Wang Wei and Luo Wei, Li Xiaoqiu felt a surge of irritation and promptly chastised Luo Wei. Chapter 73. The identity of Luo Wei. I got caught off guard and unsure how to respond. Luo Wei turned to Wang Wei for assistance. To his surprise, Wang Wei handed him a medicinal pill and then rose to survey the surroundings, clearly distancing himself from the situation. Fortunately, Li Xiaoqiu did not persist in her interrogation of Luo Wei. Instead, she shifted her focus and posed a question to Wang Wei. By the way, what fortuitous circumstances have led you to come to my aid today? Initially, upon witnessing Wang Wei's arrival, Li Xiaoqiu had not contemplated the implications. Feeling as though she was at the end of her rope, when Wang Wei appeared, she felt both astonishment and elation. It was only upon reflection that she realized the sheer coincidence of Wang Wei's timely intervention. In comparison to this matter, I am inclined to inquire why you have drawn the attention of the Zhejiang sect to this place. It is quite a coincidence that the three of them should converge here. Wang Wei is naturally in pursuit of the route to Guilang Valley, yet the presence of Li Xiaoqiu and Luo Wei raises questions. Wang Wei's curiosity matches Li Xiaoqiu's in intensity. Luo Wei remains silent, seemingly reluctant to speak, but as soon as Li Xiaoqiu finishes, he turns to Luo Wei and says, "He collapsed at my doorstep last night after being pursued by the Zhejiang sect. Out of my boundless compassion, I rescued him, yet he couldn't even muster a word of thanks." Humph. Under the pointed remarks of Li Xiaoqiu, Luo Wei's face is filled with contrition. At this moment, expressing gratitude might seem somewhat perfunctory, leaving him feeling somewhat at a loss as he turns his gaze elsewhere. What? Your home is in Shui Luo town. While such coincidences may not seem strange, an abundance of them can indeed evoke incredulity. Wang Wei had never anticipated that Li Xiaoqiu's residence was in Shui Luo town. Well, it has been quite some time since my father and I last visited here that I intended to solidify my cultivation before departing. Never expecting to encounter that swarm from the Zhejiang sect, a hint of disdain surfaces on Li Xiaoqiu's face at the mention of the Zhejiang sect. He continues, "You still haven't explained why you are here. I hope you are not going to claim you wish to keep it a secret from me." Wang Wei responds with a faint smile. "I have come here to seek Guilang Valley and fulfill a promise made to a friend. Moreover, our encounter is somewhat attributable to certain experiences I had in Guilang Valley. At this point, Wang Wei refrains from elaborating further, as the subsequent events are too intricate and he finds himself unsure of how to articulate them. Luo Wei has been gazing at the scenery within the valley, but as Wang Wei mentions Guilang Valley, a flicker of vigilance and gravity crosses his face, prompting him to listen intently to the dialogue between Wang Wei and Li Xiaoqiu. "Guilang Valley. Have you been to this place?" Li Xiaoqiu expresses mild surprise at Wang Wei's earlier statement. "Indeed, I visited it over 6 months ago. The reasons behind that are rather lengthy. However, I subsequently made my way directly to Xinyang City, which is how I encountered Luo Wei." As Wang Wei speaks, he casts a glance at Luo Wei, who continues to look away. "I often hear my father mention Guilang Valley, although I have longed to visit. He has never consented, thus I am unaware of the precise route." At this juncture, a hint of disappointment appears on Li Xiaoqiu's face. Her father has always indulged her, yet regarding the matter of Guilang Valley, he has consistently opposed her desires, and each time she broached the subject, his demeanor would darken. "But what is the reason behind your desire to visit Guilang Valley? Do you now know how to get there?" Li Xiaoqiu presses further. After a moment of contemplation, Wang Wei gazes into the distance and replies, "This tale must begin with the Zhejiang sect. I was ultimately forced to part ways with Ba Xiaomei near Xinyang City. At the moment of our separation, she entrusted me with the task of visiting Guilang Valley, and I promised her then, which is why I have been in search of it ever since." Wang Wei finally concludes his narrative, or rather, it is a partial truth, for he has yet to divulge the details of how to reach Guilang Valley or the matters concerning the underground. The Zhejiang sect truly seems to have their presence felt everywhere. One wonders how such a notorious sect could boast so many disciples at their disposal. For Li Xiaoqiu, who has had multiple dealings with the Zhejiang sect, it is undeniably a den of iniquity. Thus, upon hearing that members of the Zhejiang sect were causing disturbances in the Guilang Valley, her indignation intensified, for this was a place she had long desired to visit, and the thought of it being sullied by the Zhejiang sect left her thoroughly disheartened. Humph, their character is indeed lacking, yet their strength cannot be underestimated. Wang Wei reflected on the two individuals, Chang Hufa and Situ Lai, whom he had slain. Firstly, if their cultivation levels were indicative of the upper echelons of the sect, their deaths and disappearance would surely prompt the sect to dispatch formidable experts for investigation. However, the passage of time has yielded not a whisper of news, which is rather perplexing. Secondly, if the sect does not deem their fate significant, it implies that they do not rank among the upper echelons worthy of extensive search efforts. Should this be the case, the Zhejiang sect is indeed terrifying. If they can disregard the demise and disappearance of a master at the breaking demon realm, one shudders to think of how many experts they truly possess. While Li Xiaoqiu continued to voice her grievances against the Zhejiang sect, Wang Wei initially engaged in dialogue with her, but gradually it devolved into a one-sided tirade as she unleashed her ire. Leaving little room for Wang Wei to interject, Luo Wei, having turned his face slightly, had been listening intently since Wang Wei expressed his desire to venture to the Guilang Valley. Upon hearing of the recent upheavals there and the brutal actions of the Zhejiang sect against the valley, his expression grew grave, and a palpable murderous intent glimmered in his gaze. By the way, Luo Wei, how is it that you find yourself here, and what connection do you have with the Zhejiang sect? Wang Wei, unable to endure Li Xiaoqiu's incessant complaints any longer, sought solace in the presence of the taciturn Luo Wei, even though he had wished to converse more with the enchanting lady. Is everything you mentioned regarding Guilang Valley true? Luo Wei harbored a measure of caution towards Wang Wei, as they were previously unacquainted. The attacks on Guilang Valley were indeed real. The two vile serpents had devastated half of the valley, yet the casualties among its disciples were minimal. Conversely, the 5 members of the Zhejiang sect arrived and ruthlessly assaulted the valley's inhabitants, utterly disregarding the sanctity of life. Expressing his own indignation at the Zhejiang sect's actions, Wang Wei felt a surge of anger. Had he not reacted swiftly that day, he would surely have been slain by the crimson sword light unleashed by that swordsman. Zhejiang sect. Luo Wei lay on the ground, his breath fluctuating with the rise and fall of his chest, gritting his teeth as he uttered the 3 characters of the sect's name, his eyes ablaze with a fury that seemed ready to spill blood. After a brief moment of calming his breath, Luo Wei continued, "To be candid, I was once a disciple of Guilang Valley. Over a year ago, I traveled to Xinyang City on business and resided there for an extended period. Due to a minor grievance with Cui Mingjun, I found myself at odds with him, though that is not the crux of the matter. More than 6 months ago, for reasons unknown, the Zhejiang sect suddenly set their sights on me. Initially, they sent individuals to follow me, and later, when I was alone, disciples of the Zhejiang sect attempted to capture me. That I had previously attempted to contact the Guilang Valley, yet no one answered the communication stone within the valley. Thus, I was compelled to focus on resolving matters independently. Only upon hearing you mention that Guilang Valley encountered trouble did I comprehend the reason for the lack of contact over the past 6 months." Having expressed this, Luo Wei's ire remained unabated as he fixed his gaze upon Wang Wei and continued, "Given that you have also been a guest at Guilang Valley, may I request a favor from you?" Chapter 74. The unsightly countenance of the Zhejiang sect. While being pursued by the masters of the Zhejiang sect, Luo Wei felt as though he had reached a dead end. Fortuitously rescued by Li Xiaoqiu the previous day, and now aided by Wang Wei in his escape, he marveled at his good fortune and felt immense gratitude towards both individuals. Coincidentally, both Wang Wei and Li Xiaoqiu had varying degrees of association with the Zhejiang sect. In certain respects, the 3 of them could be considered kindred spirits. Upon reflection, Luo Wei realized that he had failed to complete the tasks entrusted to him in Xinyang City, which had attracted the relentless pursuit of the Demon Sect. Now, with Guilang Valley in peril, he found himself alone and vulnerable. It was a daunting task not only to seek vengeance for Guilang Valley, but even to safely reach it under the current circumstances. I have a request, Luo Wei said earnestly, gazing at Wang Wei. When Luo Wei declared himself a disciple of Guilang Valley, Wang Wei was once again taken aback. The coincidences he had encountered over the past 2 days seemed rather excessive. Now that Guilang Valley was in distress, despite his own limitations, he felt compelled to witness the situation within the valley. However, the Demon Sect's pursuit was relentless, and he feared that he could not reach Guilang Valley alone. Knowing that both of you intend to go to Guilang Valley, I wish to request your company for safety. I wonder if you would be willing to oblige. Luo Wei's decision to voice this request was made with careful consideration. As Guilang Valley had always been quite conservative, forbidding outsiders from entering as an ordinary disciple, he lacked the authority to bring anyone into the valley. Given the current predicament, however, he found himself in a position where he had to adapt and compromise. Disregarding previous regulations and edicts, upon hearing Luo Wei's plea, Wang Wei agreed without hesitation. Firstly, Luo Wei was one of Guilang Valley's own, making him a companion of Ba Xiaomei, and Wang Wei felt it was his duty to assist him. Secondly, he too intended to visit Guilang Valley and had been at a loss regarding how to proceed. With Luo Wei to guide him, many difficulties could be alleviated. Hey, while you two are deliberating this matter, please do not casually involve me. I merely expressed a desire to go to Guilang Valley. I never insisted on it. I Xiaoqiu remarked with dissatisfaction. Wang Wei chuckled and replied, consider it our invitation to you. What do you say? Shall we go together? Observing Wang Wei's warm smile, Li Xiaoqiu found that the irritation he had felt from being overlooked by the two began to dissipate, in a subdued tone. He responded, that sounds much better. I accept your invitation. After all, my father is not here, and I still need to search for him. Guilang Valley is one of his frequent destinations. Perhaps this journey will yield some results. Upon hearing Li Xiaoqiu's agreement to join, a hint of joy appeared on Luo Wei's face, although his overall expression remained grim, leaving outsiders oblivious to his happiness, since everything has been agreed upon. You two should quickly tend to your injuries. I will head to Shui Luo Town to attend to some matters. This invisibility cloak shall remain here. If used properly, it should suffice to conceal both of you without issue. As long as you refrain from using spiritual power, others will not detect you. Wang Wei left the invisibility cloak with Li Xiaoqiu, for the latter was still capable of movement, while Luo Wei was severely injured and could not utilize the cloak at all. After settling Luo Wei and Li Xiaoqiu in a small cave, Wang Wei prepared to depart when Li Xiaoqiu called out to him. Wait a moment. After a brief pause for contemplation, Li Xiaoqiu said, come closer. Wang Wei complied and approached Li Xiaoqiu. The latter grasped his collar, pulling him nearer, and whispered into his ear, you must visit my home, inside the threshold of the living room. There is an engraving. You simply need to add a few strokes to Li Xiaoqiu's breath, soft and fragrant, tickled Wang Wei's ear, yet he diligently committed Li Xiaoqiu's instructions to memory before turning to leave. The existence of Shui Luo Town was inherently to facilitate practitioners arriving from all directions. This place was a veritable melting pot, where ordinary folks dared not provoke trouble lightly. However, the disciples of the Purple Sword Sect were a different matter. Emboldened by the might of their sect, they roamed freely, like ferocious tigers, whether in the bustling streets or quiet alleys. Those bearing the insignia of the Purple Sword Sect commanded a presence that made others keep their distance. Seeking to avoid unnecessary conflict. Hey, you, go over there. In a tea house, 12 disciples of the Purple Sword Sect surrounded a rather portly fellow, standing before a tea table and loudly barking orders at a patron enjoying his tea. The tea drinker, cloaked and obscured, was none other than Old Tan, who sat across from Bai Shaoxing. The visibility here was quite decent, and he remarked, this place cannot accommodate you. Old Tan's tone remained calm, seemingly engrossed in the delicate brew before him, indifferent to the commotion around him. Foolish beings courting death. One of the disciples, incensed by Old Tan's words, charged forward and kicked over the tea table before them. Having completed this act, he aimed a kick at Old Tan himself, but his foot was swiftly seized by Old Tan. How dare you? The disciple, taken aback by Old Tan's audacity, intended to invoke the authority of the Purple Sword Sect to intimidate him. However, Old Tan exerted a forceful grip, hurling the disciple out the window. Old Tan's other hand held his teacup steady as he took a gentle sip, stating, "One ought to enjoy tea in tranquility. Yet here come so many flies. How vexatious." Sitting opposite Old Tan, Bai Shaoxing observed the approach of the Purple Sword Sect disciples. Initially inclined to urge Old Tan to retreat, he was surprised to find Old Tan disregarding him entirely. Now having thrown a disciple outside at a this rate, it was only a matter of time before Old Tan's identity was exposed. Bai Shaoxing inwardly cursed Old Tan's arrogance and promptly stepped forward to mediate, saying, "This is all a misunderstanding. Esteemed heroes, I am the manager of the first floor of the Exchange Pavilion. Considering our amicable transactions in the past, let us put today's incident behind us. We shall vacate this spot. How dare you? You have harmed our people and expect to walk away unscathed, unless both of you are willing to be cast aside as well." A disciple of the Purple Sword Sect, witnessing Bai Shaoxing's capitulation, could not allow Tan Lao and Bai Shaoxing to depart so easily. Bai Shaoxing wore an expression of embarrassment. It seemed that his status as the overseer of the first floor of the trading house was of no consequence. "I never agreed to leave this place. It is you who shall be thrown out." The shadow of Tan Lao's face, obscured by his cloak, rendered him unrecognizable, yet he pointed decisively at Bai Shaoxing. "Seeking death, then let us engage together." The rotund leader among the Purple Sword Sect, having grown impatient after such a lengthy delay, issued a command, and his subordinates swiftly surrounded Tan Lao and Bai Shaoxing. "Do you truly believe you possess extraordinary abilities? Form the formation," the leader bellowed, drawing his longsword first as he joined the encirclement. "Envelop them. 13 kills." With a resounding shout, the disciples of the Purple Sword Sect transformed their longswords, swiftly forming a circular formation that ensnared Tan Lao and Bai Shaoxing within. "Attack!" The longswords surged forward, their tips poised from above, locking onto every vital acupoint of Tan Lao and Bai Shaoxing. "After shouting for so long, your throats must be parched. Allow me to treat you to some tea." As the disciples of the Purple Sword Sect commenced their encirclement, Tan Lao had already begun to channel his energy. Now that their sword formation was complete, he shattered the teacup in his grasp, sending tea splattering in all directions. Despite the absence of any significant commotion from the tea Tan Lao had propelled, the disciples of the Purple Sword Sect began to wail in distress, clearly having fallen victim to his ploy. With their bodies collapsing, the sword formation inevitably disbanded. "He is Tan Feng. Report to the sect immediately." Just as Tan Lao launched his counterattack, a gentle breeze lifted his cloak slightly, revealing his visage. "It's over," Bai Shaoxing thought to himself, realizing that his association with Tan Feng in resisting the Purple Sword Sect had now been irrevocably confirmed, and they would undoubtedly pursue him as well. What to do? What to do? Bai Shaoxing felt utterly overwhelmed. Chapter 75. Hostility between both parties. "Alas, my ancestor, you have stirred up trouble." Bai Shaoxing looked utterly disheartened. Having provoked the Purple Sword Sect, he knew he would not enjoy peaceful days in Shui Luo Town. Meanwhile, that troublemaking Tan Feng continued to sip tea with an air of grace. "I have long harbored a deep vendetta against the Purple Sword Sect. What fear do I have of provoking them further? As for you, you must tread carefully from here on." After concluding his statement, Tan Lao took another sip of tea. "Tread carefully, you say? At this rate, I shall no longer be able to remain in Shui Luo Town." Bai Shaoxing glared at Tan Lao, his irritation mounting, especially at the latter's nonchalant demeanor. "Are you not the overseer of the trading house? I dare say the trading house is one of the largest establishments in all of Shui Luo Town. Surely the owner would not allow you to act with such impunity." Finally, Tan Lao regarded Bai Shaoxing with earnestness, perhaps compelled by the inconveniences he had inadvertently caused him, and sought to offer some guidance. "The owner? To speak candidly, I have yet to encounter the esteemed elder, and as for me, a mere steward on the first floor. Even the steward on the 5th floor, should he bring trouble to the Exchange Pavilion, could be easily replaced by the pavilion master." Bai Shaoxing's frustration mounted as he spoke, prompting him to seize a cup of tea from a nearby table and gulp it down voraciously. "Humph, Tan Feng, and that rotund fellow. If you surrender willingly, perhaps your cooperation will earn you leniency. Otherwise, when our hall master arrives, both of you shall find yourselves in a predicament beyond your reckoning." Just moments ago, Elder Tan's assault had felled several members of the Zhejiang sect, some of whom had even lost consciousness, including the portly leader. Now, as they regained their footing, their audacity remained unabated, though they dared not launch further attacks against Elder Tan. The leader of the Zhejiang sect, indeed a stout man, hesitated slightly when referring to Bai Shaoxing as fatty, his countenance betraying a hint of embarrassment. Your hall master. Do you truly believe that Shui Luo Town has endured for all these years merely because it caters to the needs of cultivators? Let alone whether your hall master will arrive. Even if he does, he would do well to consider his actions here. Upon his arrival, Elder Tan had sensed a formidable aura, one that seemed deliberately projected toward him, as if its owner wished to convey that this place was far from simplistic and that he ought to tread carefully. Thus, he deduced that the Zhejiang sect, having thrived in this locale for years, must be aware of the presence of powerful figures. A mere hall master would undoubtedly refrain from reckless behavior here. You, humph, let us see how defiant your tongue remains until our hall master arrives, at which point your lamentations shall surely commence. The rotund leader of the Zhejiang sect, undeterred, continued to bicker with Elder Tan. Hey, did you mistakenly activate the distress signal? The impatient Zhejiang sect leader, filled with both anxiety and ire, vented his frustration on one of his subordinates, seeking to ascertain the availability of new distress signals. Ergo, our team has dispatched but a single distress signal, and now we find ourselves without. A disciple whispered discreetly into the leader's ear. Useless. Ergo erupted in furious expletives. Given his cultivation level, he was oblivious to the fact that Shui Luo Town was under the protection of skilled masters and could only ponder why the sect had yet to send someone to subdue Tinfeng. Bai Shaoxing, we must depart. Just as the members of the Zhejiang sect hesitated, unwilling to advance, Elder Tan had finished his tea and was preparing to leave the tea house. Theo, slay my protector and insult my sect. Do you truly believe you can depart so easily? Surely, an apology is in order, is it not? As Elder Tan and Bai Shaoxing took but a few steps, a voice echoed from afar, drawing nearer with each passing moment. In the blink of an eye, an individual ascended the stairs with deliberate grace. The newcomer was a man clad in a pale purple robe, intricately embroidered with a long purple sword, upon which the characters Jingyu were elegantly inscribed, creating a most exquisite appearance that a closer inspection revealed 5 black straight lines adorning the hilt of the embroidered purple sword. He approached a tea table, seated himself cross-legged, leisurely poured himself a cup of tea, and brought it to his nose for a gentle sniff. Might I inquire, esteemed sir, that are you the hall master of the Jingyu Hall of the Zhejiang sect? Upon seeing the purple sword pattern on the stranger's attire, Elder Tan immediately recognized his identity, straightening his posture and observing his every movement with keen attention. Greetings, esteemed senior, I am indeed Li Zhengqing, the esteemed leader of the Jinghua Hall of the Purple Sword sect. After introducing himself, he offered a respectful gesture towards Elder T and A.S. Elder Tan, and Li Zhengqing engaged in conversation. Both were discreetly assessing each other's cultivation levels. Elder Tan surmised that Li Zhengqing's prowess was likely on par with his own, thus feeling no immediate trepidation. Upon hearing Elder Tan's remarks, Li Zhengqing exerted force in his hand, shattering the teacup into fragments. His aura surged forth abruptly, aimed directly at Elder Tan, who was in the midst of sipping his tea. Just as Elder Tan contemplated unleashing his own energy to counter, he sensed himself ensnared by an even more formidable presence. It felt as if any attempt to retaliate could result in his instant demise. While Elder Tan was engulfed by the threat of death emanating from that overwhelming aura, Li Zhengqing shared a similar sentiment. Promptly retracting his energy, he let out a huff towards Elder Tan before pouring himself another cup of tea. The sudden release of their energies left the other members of the Purple Sword sect and Bai Shaoxing caught in a state of sheer terror, fearing a confrontation between Elder Tan and Li Zhengqing. They scrambled to find safety, yet the two auras dissipated almost as swiftly as they had appeared, leaving them bewildered. It seems that a direct confrontation between us is out of the question. Instead, how about we allow my subordinates and your attendant to engage in a friendly spar? This could serve as a proxy for our own encounter. What do you think? Having stationed himself around Shueluo Town for an extended period, Li Zhengqing was well aware that the first-floor steward of the Yufeng was none other than the renowned Bai Shaoxing. Thus, his initial intention was to capture Bai Shaoxing and extract the secrets of the Qinglong ruins. Believing that Bai Shaoxing must possess such knowledge, given his prior investigations into the man, that I cannot agree to that. You are clearly taking advantage of me. The my cultivation is significantly inferior. How can I possibly engage with you? Upon hearing Li Zhengqing's proposition and glancing around at Elder Tan's company, Bai Shaoxing realized that the attendant being referred to was none other than himself. This meant that he would be the sole participant in the spar against the members of the Purple Sword Sect. No, this cannot be. It would be a death sentence. I concede. I shall face all of you alone. At that moment, a figure appeared at the window behind Elder Tan, boldly issuing a challenge to the members of the Purple Sword Sect. Bai Shaoxing turned to locate the source of the voice and saw a man clad in a gray-blue long robe. Donning a hood similar to Elder Tan's, it was none other than Wang Wei, who had abruptly departed after hearing the sound of the zither not long ago. Chapter 76. The duel with Yu Urge. Wang Wei's arrival undoubtedly brought relief to Bai Shaoxing, as any confrontation with the Purple Sword Sect would now fall upon Wang Wei, sparing him from a thrashing. You? What do you think you are? Are you Wang Wei? Upon seeing Wang Wei suddenly appear in the tea house, Yu Urge initially failed to recognize the hooded figure by the window, preparing instead to scold the individual. However, as he stepped forward and caught sight of Wang Wei's face, he confirmed his identity. Is it not your esteemed self, the young master we have sought for days? Your sect has issued bounty notices far and wide. You truly hold us in high regard. Today, I present myself willingly. Should your sect possess the capability, I am prepared to accompany you on this venture. Wang Wei stepped away from the window and approached Elder Tan, displaying no fear in the presence of Li Zhongqing and the entourage of the Purple Sword Sect. Alas, esteemed guests, this humble establishment operates on a modest scale and cannot withstand the tumultuous antics of such formidable individuals. Should you wish to indulge in fine tea, this establishment shall readily present exquisite selections. I kindly implore you to exercise restraint, just as Brother Yu was preparing to engage in combat with Wang Wei. A middle-aged man with a glistening visage ascended from the first floor. Judging by his attire, he appeared to be the proprietor of this tea house. Observing the tense standoff, he hastily approached to mediate. Naturally, my Purple Sword Sect harbors no intention of troubling your modest tea house. Take this. Without so much as a glance at the proprietor, Li Zhongqing casually tossed a spirit stone into the air. The proprietor quickly reached out to catch it, only to discover it was a low-grade spirit stone. Instantly beaming with delight, he turned to Li Zhongqing and said, I apologize for disturbing your refined enjoyment. Should you require more tea, simply inform me, and I shall send someone to attend to it. Li Zhongqing waved his hand dismissively, and the proprietor, comprehending the cue, swiftly departed. Pray tell, how do you intend to play this out? Upon entering the tea house, Wang Wei sensed that Li Zhongqing's cultivation was formidable, yet he understood that Elder Tan was no slouch either. Thus he merely needed to dispatch the lower-tier disciples of the Purple Sword Sect before him. Humph! How dare these young brats utter such arrogant words? I alone shall render you incapable of resistance. Brother Yu, growing increasingly impatient at Wang Wei's brazen demeanor, brandished his longsword and approached him to do. Is that so? I am quite eager to witness what other proud capabilities your Purple Sword Sect possesses besides the sword formations that allow you to rampage unchecked. With that, Wang Wei thrust his fingers forward, charging ahead, while Brother Yu, undeterred, spun his sword in a flourish to meet him. Fingerblade, killing sword. Wang Wei and Brother Yu unleashed their attacks almost simultaneously. Despite Brother Yu's corpulent form, his speed was unimpeded, and his cultivation had reached the pinnacle of the first layer of the Inquiry realm. Thus this strike could be deemed quite formidable as their attacks clashed. Wang Wei distinctly sensed that the force of Brother Yu's fingerblade was no match for the lethal edge of his killing sword. He swiftly sidestepped to avoid the blow and retaliated with several more fingerblades aimed at Brother Yu. You think you are so powerful. It appears your attacks are but trifles. Brother Yu's eyes brimmed with disdain for Wang Wei. His cultivation surpassed that of Wang Wei by a significant margin, representing a chasm between two different realms, as long as Wang Wei had yet to transcend the threshold of the Inquiry realm. He remained merely an ordinary practitioner of the 100 Battles realm, incapable of stirring any substantial waves in the face of Wang Wei's onslaught. Brother Yu leveled his long sword before him, murmuring an incantation, and then thrust his sword towards several different directions. 8 directions, killing sword. As Brother Yu's sword struck forth, Wang Wei beheld a peculiar pattern emerging from the blood-red sword chi before Brother Yu, effectively neutralizing all of his fingerblade attacks and subsequently launching a counter-offensive. Within the confines of the tea house, devoid of ample earth and timber, Wang Wei found himself unable to employ the ground-gathering technique for defense, leaving him no choice but to leap high into the air, continuing his assault with the Fury Thunder Finger Catastrophe. Just as Brother Yu reveled in his confidence, he was taken aback by Wang Wei's sudden leap. Before he could comprehend Wang Wei's intent, He heard Wang Wei bellow, and a brilliant column of lightning erupted from between his fingers. With a thunderous clash, the two attacks of Ji Jia and the 8 directions killing sword converged, producing a resounding thud. Fortunately, the force of the 8 directions killing sword was dispersed, preventing it from advancing further. I underestimated you. You managed to withstand my strike. However, I assure you, I will not make it easy for you from here on. Although Yu Urge was slightly astonished by the might of Ji Jia, he had launched 2 attacks with minimal exertion, while Wang Wei appeared to be somewhat out of breath. No sooner had Yu Urge spoken than he raised his sword and swung it at Wang Wei. Recognizing the disparity in their strengths, Wang Wei hastily retrieved the Ju Tian sword from his ring space. Engaging in combat with Yu Urge, Old Tan, holding a cup of tea, attentively observed the duel between Wang Wei and Yu Urge. His interest was not a lack of faith in Wang Wei, but rather a keen observation of Wang Wei's combat style for any potential changes, seeking to identify weaknesses in his cultivation for future correction. Li Zhenqing, however, did not share Old Tan's diligence. He had not glanced at the fight even once, instead closing his eyes to savor the fragrance of the tea, occasionally taking a sip and emitting satisfied sighs. Gathering the Earth Technique. After a prolonged exchange of swordplay, it became evident that Wang Wei's swordsmanship was significantly inferior to that of Yu Urge, given his recent training and numerous flaws. Realizing he could not compete with Yu Urge in swordsmanship, Wang Wei fortuitously thrust his sword into the ground, channeling spiritual energy through both hands to levitate several idle tea tables nearby, hurling them towards Yu Urge at a mere parlor trick, easily shattered. Upon witnessing Wang Wei's attack, Yu Urge smirked. Thinking it to be unimpressive, he nonchalantly infused spiritual energy into his sword and made a powerful downward slash, shattering the tea tables into fragments. Ji Jia. Although Yu Urge had destroyed the tea tables, he had barely gathered his spiritual energy when he heard Wang Wei shout, and a pillar of lightning surged through the debris towards him. This is bad. Yu Urge's reflexes were sharp. He immediately raised his sword before him to meet Wang Wei's Ji Jia attack head-on. Thud, crackle. The collision of the lightning pillar and Yu Urge's sword produced a cacophony of sounds. Struck directly, Yu Urge's hair and clothing were singed, leaving him in a rather disheveled state. Wang Wei, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. Yu Urge gritted his teeth and called out Wang Wei's name, preparing to retaliate, unaware that Wang Wei was already poised for his next strike. Ji Jia. As Wang Wei's subsequent attack approached, its potency significantly greater than the last. Yu Urge remained unperturbed that he reversed his grip, embedding his sword into the ground before him, his left hand forming a seal. Using the sword as an axis, he summoned spiritual energy, causing the blade to emit a resplendent glow. Sword God S light. With a low shout, as the lightning approached, the radiance from his sword erupted, seemingly releasing hundreds of crystalline spiritual energy swords into the air. Half of these energy swords met the incoming pillar of lightning, creating a counterbalancing force against the dazzling light, while the other half sped through the air, striking Wang Wei, who had just executed an attack and was left vulnerable to caught off guard by the onslaught of sword light. Wang Wei was instantly forced back several steps, coming to a halt only after his back collided with a pillar. Not yet finished. As Wang Wei watched Yu Urge retreat, a peculiar smile crept upon his lips, and he called out to Wang Wei. This sword light, unexpectedly, bore an insidious force that caught Wang Wei off guard. Chapter 77. The Death of Yu Urge. How audacious to proclaim that one could challenge our entire group alone. The divine techniques of the Zhejiang sect are not something any mere cat or dog can withstand. Having landed a strike, Yu Urge reveled in his triumph, observing the cold sweat trickling down Wang Wei's forehead as he struggled against the sword's assault. He couldn't resist taunting Wang My brother S. might is formidable. Let us take this opportunity to incapacitate him, so he may grasp the power of our Zhejiang sect. In their initial clash, Yu Urge held the upper hand, and his subordinates naturally applauded him, echoing their disdain towards Wang Wei. Under the onslaught of the sword light, Wang Wei initially harnessed his spiritual energy to resist. Yet the sword light seemed to possess an eroding effect, gradually consuming his energy. Before long, the energy he had used to protect his vital organs was entirely depleted, leaving Wang Wei alarmed. However, despite the shock, he maintained his composure. In a moment of desperation, he channeled lightning energy through his meridians, directing it towards his internal organs. Lightning, being one of the purest forces of righteousness, surged forth from his ancient bloodline as a descendant of the Thunder God. The moment it was released, the sword light could no longer withstand it and dissipated within Wang Wei's body. Indeed, there was a certain audacity in his strength. Although the sword light within Wang Wei was dispelled, the impact it had inflicted upon his body left him feeling somewhat weakened as he rose slowly, gazing at the smug urge before him, and continued, "What a pity, despite the Zhejiang sect's formidable sword techniques. Your reputation is utterly tarnished, sullied by the likes of you insects. Therefore, I shall not hold back." "Humph, how brazen. I wonder how many more times you can rise." Yu urged, taken aback to see Wang Wei back on his feet. Noted that the dark force within the sword god's light typically required immense effort, even from practitioners of the same level to dispel. He could hardly believe that Wang Wei, merely 100 battle realm cultivator, could recover in such a short time, suspecting that it was merely Wang Wei's bravado. 8 directions killing sword. Seizing the moment, while Wang Wei had yet to regain his balance, Yu urged positioned his sword across his chest, forming a seal with his left hand and channeling spiritual energy to thrust the sword forward. With the momentum from this energy, his right hand unleashed a flurry of 8 strikes. Attacking Wang Wei from various angles, Yu urged bellowed and moved. Wang Wei beheld a bizarre blood-red pattern taking shape from the tip of Yu urge's sword. Once more, this technique, likely ineffective against me. Wind and moon long sky slash. Observing Yu urge's repeated maneuver, Wang Wei was confident in his counter. Having already experienced the might of the sword god's light, he suspected this was Yu urge's most formidable technique. Yet, such a powerful move must surely come at a considerable cost to his spiritual energy. Wang Wei doubted Yu urge could wield it repeatedly in quick succession. Wang Wei's own wind and moon long sky slash, honed through the guidance of Elder Tan and his relentless training, had become his most formidable technique at this juncture. The wind and moon's long sky slash, when unleashed, moves with the swiftness of the wind and the brilliance of the moon. Its sword energy cleaving through the vast expanse, shattering all that stands in its way. Upon witnessing this formidable sword energy hurtling toward him, Yu immediately sensed the overwhelming force contained within. Struggling to comprehend that such a potent technique could be wielded by a mere youth from the 100 battles realm, the moon-white sword energy collided with a peculiar blood-red pattern, which was swiftly cut asunder, dissipating into nothingness. Yet, the might of the sword energy did not wane. Half of its power surged forward unabated. Observing the blood-red pattern's swift collapse upon contact with the sword energy, Yu reacted without hesitation. He swiftly drew his blade across 3 fingers of his left hand, hastily inscribing a blood rune upon the sword's surface, then raised his weapon to withstand the wind and moon's long sky slash. A hum resonated as the moon-white sword energy met the blade adorned with the blood rune. It produced no significant sound. Instead, the sheer force of the attack caused the sword to vibrate with a low resonance. Humph! Seeing that the sword energy posed little threat to him, Yu snorted disdainfully, preparing to retaliate. However, in the next instant, he felt an immense sense of impending danger wash over him. The blood rune he hastily inscribed in his moment of peril had indeed fortified his sword's defenses, allowing it to withstand a portion of the wind and moon's long sky slash. Yet, the rune, drawn in haste, could only hold for a fleeting 2 breaths against the sword energy before it was utterly shattered. And most of the sword's power still bore down upon Yu. Puff. The sword energy struck Yu's chest, and as his defenses crumbled, darkness enveloped his vision, nearly causing him to faint. Unlike the attacks of the sword god's light, the wind and moon's long sky slash did not possess any lingering hidden force. However, its impact was a resounding blow, causing Yu to cough up blood on the spot. His sword clattering to the ground as he toppled backward. The disciples of the Purple Sword Sect rushed forward upon witnessing Yu wounded by Wang Wei's assault, with 5 of them already unsheathing their swords, ready to charge into battle. Are we preparing for a group brawl? Come on, I'm ready to take you all on. Though Wang Wei had sustained injuries from his confrontation with Yu, they were not as severe. Yet, after executing the wind and moon's long sky slash, his spiritual energy had significantly diminished, compounded by the earlier battle that had drained much of his lightning power. Thus, at that moment, Wang Wei's combat prowess was reduced to merely 30% of his optimal condition. Even with such a diminished capacity, the only formidable opponents were the steadfast Li Zhengqing, the master of the Jinghua Hall, and the severely injured Yu. The remaining disciples of the Purple Sword Sect were merely low-tier fighters. the strongest among them barely at the 5th level of the 100 battles realm. Against such a lineup, even if 4 or 5 of them attacked him simultaneously, Wang Wei could easily subdue them. "Stand down," Yu Ergo bellowed, commanding his subordinates to retreat. Struggling to his feet, he reclaimed his sword from a comrade. Assuming a stance, still intent on confronting Wang Wei. "Enough." As Yu Urge raised his longsword, Li Zhenqing suddenly bellowed, prompting Yu Urge to halt his actions and turn to face him. Li Zhenqing, holding a teacup, gently rubbed it in his hands, eyes closed, seemingly deep in contemplation. "Master, this cannot simply be the end. I still possess the strength to fight, and I can." Yu Urge swallowed hard, unable to accept this indignity. He yearned to defeat Wang Wei. Thus he was determined to seize another opportunity to battle. "Can you still afford to suffer such humiliation? You have come to grasp the essence of the sword goddess light. Yet you find yourself so utterly flustered against an opponent of a lesser tier. Truly, it is a misfortune for our sect." A.S. Li Zhenqing spoke. He suddenly opened his eyes, causing the teacup in his hand to tremble, splashing half its contents into the air, where they coalesced into sharp water needles, directly aimed at the terror-stricken Yu Urge. "Master Da." The water needles surged forth with unyielding ferocity, all striking the area from Yu Urge's throat to his chest without exception. Yet they did not pierce his flesh. Instead, they remained within him. In but a fleeting moment, the needles detonated explosively inside Yu Urge. Remember, the concealed force of the sword goddess light is wielded in this manner. Li Zhenqing cast a sidelong glance at Yu Urge, whose chest was stained crimson and eyes wide in shock. He had already succumbed to death, though the force of the blood gushing forth caused his lifeless body to twitch. The remaining disciples of the Purple Sword Sect, witnessing the swift execution of Yu Urge by their master, trembled in fear, their faces pale, too afraid to make a single move lest they invite their master's deadly attention.